I traveled to the great wilderness world. I thought I was doomed, but I didn't expect that I was one of the 7 great leaders of the Butian sect, the 18th generation leader of Zisha Peak. This identity sounds quite noble, but unfortunately I am just a commander without any troops. My master, Tianjinren, was a cultivator who became crazy. He had no choice but to accept me as his disciple. He passed away not long after teaching me, leaving behind only a bunch of inheritance and the position of the first seat. My strength is not good enough. In this world where strength is supreme, no one will respect me once my master is gone. Just when I was worried, hey, the system came. The 10,000-fold return system. As long as I teach or give something to my disciples, I can get a high multiple critical hit return, up to 10,000 times. This made me very happy, and I felt that life had hope again. The system also gave me a novice gift package, a common top-grade marrow cleansing pill and 10 years of cultivation, and my cultivation level was raised to the 3rd level of Xuanji. Although I am a little disgusted with this improvement speed, there is nothing I can do. Who made me weak now? I was just thinking about taking in a disciple to try out the system when Lu Qingfeng, the chief disciple of Yuqing Palace, came. He notified me to go to Yuqing Palace to discuss the matter of the beast riot in the village at the foot of the mountain yesterday, and to discuss the placement of the surviving orphans. Hey, this is just right, maybe I can take in a disciple. After Lu Qingfeng left, I changed my laziness, took out the Zisha sword, performed the sword control technique and flew to Yuqing Palace. This Zisha sword is a top-grade treasure, which was left to me by my master. It was not easy to come by. When I arrived at Yuqing Palace, I saw a group of surviving orphans. Before I could return to my seat, Qi Wuhui, the head of Zisha Peak, said in a sarcastic tone that I had kept everyone waiting for too long. Humph, this old man is obviously not a good person, and the other heads also looked down on me. I didn't bother to pay attention to them and said hello to the head teacher Meng Tianjin. At this time, a young man came out from the crowd and cried. His charm made the chiefs jealous. Meng Tianjin comforted them and said that he would thoroughly investigate the beast riot and let them stay on the mountain to practice first. Then it was time for the chiefs of each branch to choose their disciples. Qi Wuhui and Yang Wudi, the chief of the sword test peak, almost fought over a young man. All those with good qualifications were picked, and Lin Chinju, who was not picked, was very desperate. Just when she was desperate, I showed up. I asked her if she would like to be my disciple, and she agreed immediately. When we left the hall, Qi Wuhui mocked us for being useless master and disciple. Lin Chinju was very angry, and I asked her what she thought. Her words made me feel relieved. It was not in vain that I accepted this disciple. Very good. Let's go. Yi Qiu didn't explain much. He casually summoned the Zisha sword, grabbed Lin Qingju's hand, and flew towards Zisha Peak. On the way to Zisha Peak, Lin Chinju was very nervous and expectant. Facing the upcoming immortal journey, everyone is more or less looking forward to it. Looking at the young and handsome master flying the sword in front of him, Lin Chinju felt inexplicably warm in his heart. This master is not only handsome but also very gentle. He is unlike other abbots who have stern faces all day long. As if someone owed him millions. Moreover, he was very concerned about his disciple's psychological problems and comforted her from time to time. What is even more unimaginable is his tolerance. Facing so many slanders and exclusions, he can always remain calm and indifferent. Lin Chinju admired his mentality very much and swore secretly in his heart. I must work hard and not embarrass my master. A few minutes later, a purple light flashed from Zisha Peak, and 2 people slowly landed in front of several cabins. Arrive. Walking to the front of the cabin, Yi Qiu said in a serious tone without blushing or beating his heart, I am a cultivator, I believe in following my heart and nature, I can eat, wear, live and travel as I please. Although the conditions are simple, they can help hone a person's character and help him walk more steadily on the road to immortal cultivation in the future. After saying this, Yi Qiu felt ashamed, but he was thick-skinned and his expression was still very natural. Zisha Peak is very poor, which has a lot to do with Taoist Xiantian. After all, if this old man is full, the whole Zisha Peak will not be hungry. Master, disciple understands. Lin Chinju replied in a firm tone. You can choose any of these cabins to live in, except the one in the middle. From today on, you are the 19th generation disciple of Zisha Peak and the future successor of Zisha Peak. As the eldest disciple, you must work hard, practice seriously, and set a good example for your future junior brothers and sisters. Yi Qiu completely replicated every word that Master Xiantian said when he accepted him as his disciple. Lin Chinju's blood boiled after hearing this. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky. As soon as she became a disciple, she would be trained as the successor. It was expressed immediately. Master, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Very good. Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of anything except that she would quit. After all, when he first went up the mountain and saw the scenery of Zisha Peak, he didn't want to do it anymore. Okay. Since you have already accepted me as your master, I can't hide anything from you. Take this marrow cleansing pill. Although this elixir is a common item, it is extremely effective. It can wash away the impurities in your body and allow you to quickly feel the presence of qi. As he spoke, Yi Qiu slowly took out the marrow cleansing pill that the system had just rewarded him and handed it to Lin Chinju. Lin Chinju took the pill from him and was deeply shocked. Master, this. She had just become his disciple, but her master actually rewarded her with a marrow cleansing pill. Lu Qingfeng had previously told them that in addition to personal aptitude and talent, there is another very crucial thing on the path of cultivating immortals. That is a treasure from heaven and earth, a panacea. And most of these things are in the hands of the leaders of each sect. However, they were very stingy and did not want to waste this hard-earned panacea. So this is why they compete for disciples with higher talents. Lin Chinju didn't expect that his master would be so generous and reward him with a top-grade pill as soon as he entered the door. She was so moved at the moment that she was almost willing to marry him. Thank you, master. I will never let you down. Without any hesitation, Lin Chinju took the marrow cleansing pill directly. I just felt my body warm up, and a magical force surged into my body, expelling impurities from my body in a moment. Feeling the sticky impurities on the surface of her skin, Lin Chinju blushed and was a little afraid to see people. Haha, go ahead. There's a hot spring in the back hills where you can wash yourself. Yi Qiu smiled. Everyone loves beauty, which is understandable. What's more, Lin Chinju herself is extremely beautiful, the type of cold and beautiful goddess, with fair skin and a height of about 1.75 meters, very tall. Especially after taking the marrow cleansing pill, the impurities in the body were cleared out, and the whole person's temperament changed drastically. If this were placed in any other novel, she would definitely be a perfect heroine, at the level of a holy saint. Thank you, master. I will take my leave first. Lin Chinju fled from the dojo as if running away. After she left, Yi Qiu's expression changed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. System. Come out, quick, where is my return? At this point he couldn't wait any longer and needed to verify it urgently. Bite. The host gave the disciple a marrow cleansing pill, which meets the conditions. Turn on 10,000 times return, random critical hits, do you want to start? Open. Opened successfully, congratulations to the host, triggered a 1,000-fold critical strike, obtained a top-grade elixir, a divine essence pill. Yi Qiu sat up from his chair in surprise. This first shot triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, and also obtained a top-grade elixir, the divine essence pill. This thing is 1,000 times more effective than the marrow cleansing pill. This can just solve the problem of his mediocre qualifications. Hey. Not bad, you are worthy of being my good disciple. Lucky star, you triggered 1,000 times critical strike as soon as you arrived. Holding the divine essence pill returned by the system in his hand, Yi Qiu almost couldn't close his mouth. Suddenly I had a sudden idea. In less than a moment, Lin Chinju came back after cleaning. Her hair was wet and scattered naturally, and at first glance she looked like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. Yi Qiu was almost stunned. Oh my god. Is this girl so charming? No, I am his master, how can I have such evil thoughts? Where is the moral code? Shaking his head, Yi Qiu swept away his previous evil thoughts and quickly recovered. Master. I'm back. Lin Chinju walked back a little embarrassedly, and Yi Qiu nodded. Well, I just thought about it. Although a marrow cleansing pill can help you feel the existence of qi in advance, it is probably a bit powerless to surpass those of your peers. How about this? I have a divine essence pill here. Take it. In just a few moments, your aptitude will undergo a radical change. Ah. Lin Chinju was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this master too generous? Moreover, he had such a precious elixir, but he didn't eat it, but kept it for himself. At this moment, Lin Chinju was deeply moved and felt like tears welled up in his eyes. Maybe the master spent so much money to prevent her from being looked down upon by her peers and to make her strong as soon as possible so as to avenge her parents. At this moment, thinking of what happened in Yuqing Palace just now, Lin Chinju felt a chill in his heart and clenched his fists. Humph, just wait for the rest of you. For today's shame, I will repay you 100-fold one day on behalf of my master. Swearing silently in his heart, Lin Chinju gave another great gift. Master, I will always remember your kindness. Please accept my respect. Well, get up. Eat this first. Yichio didn't care what she was thinking. What he cared more about at this moment was whether he could return it to her later. This is a very crazy idea. If it is possible, can we have infinite nesting dolls? Lin Chinju took the divine essence pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, an even more surging force surged into the body. Because the previous impurities have been cleaned up, the divine essence pill will not clean them again, but will transform the meridians in her body. In a moment, a piece of divine bone seemed to grow in her body. Hiss! Born with mysterious ice bones. Yichio was shocked when he saw it. This was a top-grade divine bone, even higher grade than the divine bone that the young men had in the hall before. This divine essence pill is too terrifying. Bite. Congratulations to the host, I have gifted you a divine essence pill, which will trigger the critical hit return. Do you want to activate it? Open. Open successfully, trigger 100 times critical strike, and obtain an immortal marrow pill. Note, the system discovered that the host intentionally exploited a loophole and used the returned item to give it away again to trigger a return. This time the system pretended nothing had happened and issued a warning. We hereby declare that the items returned by the system will no longer trigger critical hit returns in the form of gifts. Yichio felt a tightness in his heart when he heard the warning, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it was just a warning. Hee, luckily I made the right bet. Although I can't do it infinitely, at least I succeeded once. With a gamble, the bicycle turned into a motorcycle, and the top-grade elixir, the divine essence elixir, directly turned into an immortal elixir, and it was an immortal essence elixir. This is the top-grade elixir. Haha, I've made it. Yichio almost let out a crazy laugh, but how could he be so out of control in front of his disciples? He recovered immediately. Ahem. Stay calm, stay calm. A mere elixir is just the beginning. When Lin Chinju woke up again, he felt the changes in his body and was shocked. Before coming, Lu Qingfeng told them that among ordinary people, there are nobles and commoners. Among those who practice Taoism, there are geniuses and losers. The most representative factor that represents whether a person has the talent for cultivating immortals is this divine bone. The Butian sect was founded thousands of years ago, but has only produced dozens of geniuses born with divine bones. And all of these geniuses are the best among the people who are attracting worldwide attention. As for divine bones, besides being born with them, they can also be acquired through the use of natural treasures. However, it costs a huge price, and most sects are unwilling to do so. She really didn't expect that when she had just started, Yichio was willing to use a divine essence pill to help her awaken a divine bone. How could she repay this kindness? Thank you, Master, for the medicine. No amount of words of gratitude could express the admiration in her heart. At this moment in her heart, Yichio was like the god above the 9 heavens, standing tall and majestic. Following such a master, why worry about not getting revenge? Why worry about the end of the immortal path? Well, get up. Looking at Lin Chinju who was kneeling on the ground, Yichio said lightly. 3 months later, the Butian sect will hold the 7 sects martial competition, which takes place once every 60 years. As the eldest disciple of my Zisha Peak, I hope that in 3 months, you can get a good ranking and win honor for our Zisha Peak. Yichio said calmly. A day ago, he really didn't dare to think about the 7 clans martial competition, but now. With this 10,000 times return system, nothing is impossible. Just wait, 3 months is enough. Master, rest assured, I will never bring shame to Zisha Peak. Lin Chinju said with a firm expression. Master attached so much importance to this 7 clans martial competition, how could she let him down? No matter what the cost, she must get back the first place among the 7 meridians and bring honor to Zisha Peak. If it was before, she might have felt a little pressured, but now the black ice bones in her body are constantly feeding her strength, and her confidence has skyrocketed. Until now, she has not forgotten the humiliation that Qi Wuhui had inflicted on their master and disciple in Yuqing Palace. This time, no matter what, she had to prove to them that Zisha Peak was not completely useless. Very good. Yiqiu looked at her with satisfaction and continued, you have awakened your divine bones and entered the first level of Qi training on your own. You don't need to comprehend the Qi anymore. As he spoke, he took out a book from behind and handed it to her, saying, this book is the Zisha Peak's inherited mental method, the Zisha Treasure Book. You just need to follow the book to learn how to run the Zhou Tian. If you have any questions, please ask me. Disciple understands. Lin Chinju took the Zisha book and felt like she had found a treasure. This was the first step for her to truly embark on the path to immortality. Afterwards, Yiqiu taught her some basic knowledge and some professional terms so that she would not be unable to understand the secret manual. Okay. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, you will wake up at dawn on the cliff. You must do 3 lessons every day, and you must not neglect them for fun. When you have reached the mysterious finger realm, I will teach you the purple cloud sword technique. Disciples, remember this. Yiqiu waved his hand and continued, Master will be in seclusion for a few days. If you encounter any problems you don't understand during your practice, don't rush in. When Master comes out of seclusion, he will answer you. Master, even if you go into seclusion, Chinju will not neglect his studies and will practice diligently. Well, go ahead. After making a Buddha's hand gesture, Lin Chinju left the temple and returned to the cabin. He couldn't wait to open the Zisha book, wanting to see the mysteries of the magic in the book. After just a few minutes of watching, she was able to mobilize the energy in her body. I couldn't help but be surprised. This divine bone has such a miraculous effect. Incredible, I didn't expect that Master would be willing to spend so much money to help me awaken my divine bones. No matter what, I must not let my Master down. I will practice hard and strive to get a good place in the 7 Meridians martial arts contest in 3 months. Having made up his mind, Lin Chinju directly entered the state of cultivation without waiting for tomorrow. What she wanted to do most now was to break through to the Xuanji realm as soon as possible, wait for her master to come out of seclusion, and give him a surprise. At this time, Yiqiu had already left the dojo and entered the cave in the back mountain. This cave is the special retreat place of Zisha Peak. In Yiqiu's memory, his master spent most of his life in the cave. Now he also wants to come here. After all, it is very quiet here and no one will disturb him, which is very suitable for retreat. As soon as he entered the cave and closed the door, Yiqiu couldn't wait to say. System, start the return. Bite. You teach your disciple Zisha a magical skill, which triggers the critical strike return. Do you want to activate it? Open. Congratulations to the host, for triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike and obtaining a God-level mental method and a copy of the original true solution. Hiss. God level. Now it's really developed. In less than a moment, a bunch of bone inscriptions and diagrams, as well as a piece of obscure scripture, flooded into his mind. Do you want to study? Study. In less than a moment, Yiqiu had already learned the obscure scripture. Now he just needed to slowly comprehend the mystery behind it and he would be able to master it completely. It's just right. If taken with this immortal Marrow pill, maybe I can break through the Xuanji realm in one fell swoop and reach the Tianxiang realm directly. Taking out the immortal Marrow pill that the system had just returned from his arms, Yiqiu let out a crazy laugh. Hey, I'm going to eat you. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. After taking a gulp, that huge power instantly merged into Yiqiu's body. In a moment, his body was filled with sharp immortal power, which almost burst Yiqiu's body. The power of this elixir is so strong, I was careless. Sure enough, the road has to be taken step by step. If you want to reach the sky in one step, you have to pay a heavy price. Yi Qiu is now bearing this price. The power of the elixir continued to resonate throughout his limbs and bones. Blood soon dyed his clothes red, and Yi Qiu looked extremely painful. After washing away all the impurities in the body, the immortal power poured into the Fuhai Sea, and a lotus flower formed in the depths of the Fuhai Sea. Seeing this scene, Yi Qiu was shocked. He is not a newbie like Lin Chinju who knows nothing about cultivating immortals. When he saw this Taoist flower, he immediately understood what this flower meant. Flower of the Avenue. A natural Taoist body. If the divine bones are a physique that is 1 in 10,000, then the natural Taoist body is 1 in 1,000. This physique is one of the strongest among the human race. Yi Qiu didn't expect that a fairy marrow pill could actually allow him to directly open up his Taoist body. Even a large ancient clan might not be able to obtain such treatment even if they spent all their strength. With the existence of the flower of the Tao, Yi Qiu is born to be close to the Tao. In his eyes, he can see the subtlety of any profound magic at a glance. Moreover, this Tao flower, nourished by heaven and earth, feeds back to Yi Qiu, allowing him to rapidly improve his cultivation. This kind of ability cannot be compared with divine bones. It's coming. It's coming. It's really coming this time. At this moment, Yi Qiu could no longer remain calm. The power of the immortal marrow pill has not yet dissipated. After the Tao flower was formed, Yi Qiu immediately began to enter the state of cultivation. According to his original expectations, he thought he could only break through to the Tianxiang level at most, but when he saw the immortal power remaining in his body, Yi Qiu fell into deep thought. Well, charge without distance. In the past few days, Lin Chinju has gradually become accustomed to the tranquility of Zisha Peak. This is a remote place with no one to talk to. The only thing we can do is practice. It is also because of this that her cultivation has been soaring in the past few days. In less than 3 days, she had broken through to the 3rd level of qi training, almost 1 level a day. It was early morning, at dawn, and the sun had not yet risen. Lin Qingju's figure in white appeared on the Wangduan cliff and started the 3 tasks assigned to her by Yi Qiu. Understand the truth, practice qi, and examine your heart. After washing away all the vulgarity and truly embarking on the journey of spiritual practice, this originally cold and beautiful woman appeared even more ethereal. That stunning face exuded a cold aura, which came from the coldness emanating from her body. She was so cold that Northwest One could get close to her, especially after her family was broken up and her loved ones died. Her eyes seemed dull and without any emotion. She is like a goddess of the 9 heavens, and can only be viewed from a distance. Arriving at Wangduan Cliff, Lin Chinju looked back at the direction of the back mountain and muttered, "I don't know when Master will come out. I haven't seen him for several days. I miss him suddenly. Well, forget it. I haven't done my homework for today yet, so I might as well finish it early." Looking at the back mountain, there was still no movement. Lin Chinju sat cross-legged on a stone, looking at the peaks of the mountains below, and entered a state of meditation. It was not until noon that she slowly opened her eyes. Qi training 4th level. In 4 days, I have broken through a realm almost every day. If I continue like this, I will definitely be able to break through to the mysterious finger realm in less than 3 months. Lin Chinju has great confidence, although she knows very well that it will become more difficult to improve her cultivation as time goes by. But at this time, her talent and aptitude had already surpassed all the talented disciples in the Butian sect. Of course, everything she had was given to her by Yi Qiu, and she knew it very well. At this time, a cloud flew across the sky, and a figure with an immortal look appeared on the Wangduan cliff. Seeing the old man, Lin Qingju's heart trembled, and he quickly bowed and said, "Disciple Lin Chinju, greetings to the master." The person who came was none other than Meng Tianjing, and Qi Wuhui who came with him. Meng Tianjing looked old and frail. He waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite." Qi Wuhui then questioned, "Where is your master?" "The headmaster is here to visit, why don't you see anyone else?" Lin Chinju looked at him deeply. She had not forgotten the scene in Yiqing Palace a few days ago. He said calmly, "My master is in seclusion now, Uncle Chi." Retreat. Ha ha. When Chi Wuhui heard that Ichio was in seclusion, he burst into laughter, as if this was the biggest joke he had heard today. He is also going into seclusion. With his talent, even if he were to remain in seclusion for 10 years, he probably wouldn't be able to break through a small realm. Chi Wuhui really wasn't trying to humiliate Ichio. Everyone in the entire Butian sect knew that there was a useless abbot on Zisha Peak. After 10 years of practice, he was only at the second level of Xuanji. 10 years. Even if it's a pig, it should have reached the 9th rank, right? Lin Chinju felt depressed when she saw Chi Wuhui insulting her master in such a way. The divine bones in her body moved silently, and silently, she emanated an icy chill. That was her inadvertent flow, not driven by her own intention. Meng Tianjing was about to scold Chi Wuhui and tell him not to go too far when he suddenly felt a chill. He turned around and looked at Lin Chinju with surprise. Born with mysterious ice bones. What? Chi Wuhui was shocked and looked at Meng Tianjing in confusion, then looked at Lin Chinju. I saw a mark between her eyebrows, which was the mark of her natural divine bones. Impossible. We checked it out when we were in the main hall. She doesn't have any divine bones at all. Chi Wuhui denied it immediately. He didn't believe it was true. After all, he saw it very clearly at the time. Among all the disciples present, the only one with divine bones had already been taken in by him. Among that group of people, Lin Qingju's aptitude was not even of the lower class, and the leaders of each clan were too lazy to even choose her. Only Ichio, a lone commander, chose her. How could she have divine bones? Chi Wuhui couldn't sit still anymore and was about to take a look when Meng Tianjing stopped him. It is indeed divine bone. And it is very pure, and has the potential to grow into immortal bone. Ha ha. Great. I didn't expect that my Butian sect would have another genius. This is really a great fortune for my sect. It's a pity, why is she a disciple of Zisha Peak? Meng Tianjing really couldn't bear it. It would be a waste to let such a genius be trained by Ichio. Chi Wuhui's face at this moment looked more uncomfortable than if he had eaten shit. He really couldn't accept it. How could he, who was always so smart, have made such a mistake? Child, are you willing to follow me back to Yuqing Palace and become my disciple? Don't worry, with your qualifications, if you become my disciple, I will give you the best resources and treatment, and your future achievements will be unimaginable. Meng Tianjing immediately extended an olive branch. When Lin Chinju heard it, he sneered in his heart but dared not show it on the surface. At first, no one was willing to accept her, only Ichio was willing to take her in. Now, with the help of my master, I have awakened my divine bones. They changed their faces in an instant and shamelessly came to recruit me, trying to steal my master's girl. Thank you for your kindness, master. I appreciate it, but my master is alone at Zisha Peak and cannot be left without someone to take care of him, so I cannot agree to it. Lin Chinju refused outright, and Meng Tianjing withdrew his hand in disappointment. With his shrewdness, he could easily see the implication of Lin Qingju's words. Ichio is not a disabled person. He has stayed in Zisha Peak for 10 years without any problems. Why does he need Lin Chinju to take care of him? Well, that's fine. Since you two have a deep relationship as master and disciple, I won't force you to do anything. By the way, did your master teach you how to practice before he went into seclusion? For those who practice immortality, seclusion can be as short as a few months or as long as half a year. You can't delay your practice and waste this divine bone. Meng Tianjing asked, if Ichio didn't teach, he wouldn't mind teaching for him. After all, she was still a disciple of the Butian sect, and he really couldn't bear to see her being ruined by Ichio. Reporting to Master has already taught me the method of cultivation. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Chi Wuhui sneered disdainfully and said, what immortal arts can he teach? It's a pity that this divine bone is going to be wasted in the hands of a mediocre person. Meng Tianjing glanced at him, looked at Lin Chinju and said, Kid, can you let me see your current cultivation situation? Lin Chinju did not resist, but just nodded. Meng Tianjing just stretched out his hand and took his pulse, and suddenly his face changed. Qi Wuhui was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" Hiss, Qi training 4th level. How is this possible? In just 4 days, he went from being a person with no cultivation to a breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi training. Meng Tianjing's face was full of disbelief, and Qi Wuhui's face was even more ashen. He had fought with Yang Wudi at all costs in the main hall to get the disciple with the natural divine bones, but he didn't feel the energy until today. Lin Chinju, the one that no one wanted, actually broke through to the 4th level of Qi training. Impossible, let me see. Qi Wuhui didn't believe this was true at all. He checked it out and his face turned pale. No, this is not real, I must be dreaming. Qi Wuhui couldn't believe it. Looking at Lin Chinju in front of him, he was filled with anger. In the past few days, because he had snatched away the disciple who was born with supernatural bones, he was arrogant every day and was very proud in front of the leaders of various sects. But he really didn't expect that after visiting Zisha Peak today, he would be slapped in the face by Yiqiu. The person he once looked down upon, turned out to have a disciple who was even more powerful than he was. This is what he can't accept the most. Uncle Qi, is there a problem? Lin Chinju had a blank expression on his face. He looked at Qi Wuhui thoughtfully and said, "I don't know why, but seeing his expression as if he had eaten shit, I felt like I had gotten revenge. Comfortable. I was secretly happy. How would you know what my master has done for me? Fortunately, you didn't choose me at the beginning, otherwise how could I become master's disciple and obtain this miraculous elixir that so many people dream of but cannot obtain? How can you ordinary people understand the master's ability? Now, I finally understand why master was able to remain calm and composed despite facing so many people's humiliation when he left the hall. This is the mentality that a true master should have." She knew very well that the reason why she cultivated so fast was entirely because of the efficacy of the divine essence pill. After awakening the divine bone, the medicinal effects were not fully absorbed. After all, it is a top-grade elixir, comparable only to the immortal products in the world. Even a strongman like Qi Wuhui, the head of a lineage, couldn't take out one, let alone give it to his disciples. As for Yiqiu, he could afford it and was willing to give it to her. This is the difference between them. Qi Wuhui was extremely angry at this time, but seeing Meng Tian was there, he did not dare to lose his temper. He glanced at Lin Chinju with cold eyes, and his expression seemed to say something else. "Just wait for me. You two useless master and disciple, even if you have a stroke of luck, it won't change your status in the Butian sect." Compared to Qi Wuhui's anger, Meng Tianjing was more surprised. What is going on? Could it be that junior brother Yi is not a mediocre person as the outside world has said? Well, this matter is up for discussion. Apart from doubts, Meng Tianjing was more happy and looked back at Qi Wuhui. He knew very well that Qi Wuhui had always been very dissatisfied with Zisha Peak. Because Zhangjian Peak and Zisha Peak had a feud with each other in the previous generation, when Jinren Xiantian was alive, he did not dare to deal with Zisha Peak openly. After the death of Master Xiantian, Qi Wuhui gradually began to show hostility towards Zisha Peak and had been targeting Yiqiu. But fortunately, Yiqiu did not respond to this, so he had no chance at all. Now seeing Lin Chinju burst out with such amazing talent, Meng Tianjing knew very well that the struggle between Zisha Peak and Zhangjian Peak was about to begin again. After all, Lin Chinju is the eldest disciple of Zisha Peak. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be the future heir of Zisha Peak. Coupled with this amazing talent, how could Qi Wuhui sit still? If another strongman like Xiantian Jinren appeared in Zisha Peak, how could Zhangjian Peak suppress Zisha Peak? Meng Tianjing saw everything here at a glance. But he was very happy to see this kind of scene. Only when there is struggle can there be pressure. The disciples of the two sects compete with each other and show their special abilities, and the sect will definitely be the ultimate beneficiary. Child, how many days has your master been in seclusion? Has he told us when he will come out? Meng Tianjing asked. His purpose of coming to Zisha Peak this time was not to watch Lin Chinju's practice. Lin Chinju hesitated for a moment and said, "Master didn't say anything. I don't know if Master has anything to say. You can tell me and I will report to Master when the time comes." Well, there's nothing particularly important. It's just that the 7 clans martial arts competition will be held in 3 months. I want to ask your master if Zisha Peak wants to participate in it. Currently, there is only 1 disciple in Zisha Peak, but there are 7 quotas for participation, which is indeed not enough. However, as a member of the Butian sect, even if there is only 1 disciple, he still has to ask the other party whether he wants to participate. This is his duty as the head sect master, and he cannot miss any lineage. 7 Veins Martial Competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Chinju's eyes lit up. Yichio had already told her about this before he went into seclusion. He immediately replied, "Master, my master told me about this matter, and I will attend the Zisha summit." "Yeah, very good." Meng Tianjing nodded, expressing his satisfaction. He was also looking forward to seeing how far Lin Chinju would advance in 3 months. Qi Wuhui said disdainfully, "It seems that your master is very confident about this martial arts competition." "Uncle Qi, please forgive me for making fun of you. Don't worry, if I encounter a disciple from Hidden Sword Peak during this martial arts competition, I will definitely show mercy." Lin Chinju smiled faintly and said very calmly. Qi Wuhui became furious when he heard this. "Humph, you little brat, you are so arrogant. It is true that you are like your master and like your disciple. You don't really think that you can learn any skills from your useless master, do you?" Lin Chinju frowned and continued, "Master Qi, don't worry about this. Master Qi, you should worry about yourself first. If your disciples lose to the useless disciples of my master in the 7 sects martial arts competition, it would be a slap in your face." "You." Puff. Qi Wuhui almost vomited blood. This girl looked quite quiet. Why did she speak so harshly? It almost pissed him off to death. She looks just like her master. "Humph, you little brat, you have no respect for your elders and you are committing treason. Today, I must teach you a lesson on behalf of your master and let you know what it means to respect your teachers." Qi Wuhui was about to take action in a rage when a loud noise was heard from the back mountain. This is... Meng Tianjing was shocked and could vaguely feel a powerful aura coming from the back mountain. This power is amazing. Could it be that there are other elders in Zisha Peak who have not passed away? Meng Tianjing was shocked, and so was Qi Wuhui, whose faces turned ashen. Master has come out of retreat. Unlike the other 2 who were surprised, Lin Chinju was immediately pleasantly surprised. She was frightened just now. She didn't expect that just 1 sentence from her would make Qi Wuhui lose his composure and want to hit her. How could she possibly be a match for Qi Wuhui now? Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Yichio actually came out. She could feel that powerful aura, which was very familiar. It was her master who had been in seclusion for a long time. "What? Yichio?" Hearing Lin Chinju's surprised voice, the 2 frowned and were very shocked. That's impossible. This kind of aura is at least possessed by a strong person in the Wuju realm. Isn't Yichio only at the 2nd level of the Xuanji realm? When the 2 were wondering, a cloud flashed across the sky, and in a moment, a white figure appeared beside them. She was dressed in white and strolling leisurely in the garden. She had an immortal aura all over her body, which gave people an invisible feeling that she was impossible to be peeped at. Hiss. Meng Tianjing was shocked. The person coming was Yichio. If they saw it correctly just now, Yichio teleported here, right? This magical power can only be possessed by those who have reached the state of no distance. The distance from the back mountain to here is at least 10,000 meters, but he got here in just 1 step. From this, it can be seen that his cultivation is definitely not just as simple as Wuju. Compared to Meng Tianjing's surprise, Qi Wuhui's face had turned completely pale at this time. He really couldn't believe that Yichio had actually broken through the realm of no distance, and, judging from the distance of teleportation, his cultivation level was probably close to the realm of Shenzong. No, he didn't believe it was true. It was clear that 4 days ago, he was just a small cultivator of the 2nd level of Xuanji. How did he break through to the no-distance realm in just 4 days? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? Thinking of this, Qi Wuhui's face turned pale. It must be true. He has been hiding his strength. If he is really just a waste as the legend says, How could a strongman like Uncle Master Xiantian accept him as his disciple? Disciple respectfully welcomes master out of retreat. At this moment, seeing Yi Qiu again, Lin Chinju seemed to have found his backbone, and he bowed and welcomed him respectfully. Well, get up. Yi Qiu smiled faintly and helped her up. He already knew what had just happened here. He turned around and looked at Qi Wuhui with a meaningful smile. Brother Qi, I heard that you want to teach my disciple for me. Faced with Yi Qiu's questioning, Qi Wuhui felt a little weak in his heart, but he quickly reacted. Junior brother Yi, your disciple is arrogant and has no respect for his elders. If you don't teach him well, he will definitely cause disaster in the future. Senior brother saw that you were in seclusion and had no time to discipline you, so I did this out of good intentions. Junior brother, please don't be offended. Oh. Really? Yi Qiu smiled and said, no matter how wrong my disciple is, it is just the family affairs of Zisha Peak. I will discipline him. It is not your turn to point fingers here, right? The people of Zisha Peak are not all dead yet. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura instantly spread out. The three of them suddenly changed their expressions. Hiss. Master is so powerful. Lin Chinju was shocked. At first, she really thought that her master was just like what those people had said, that he only had the strength of the second level of Xuanji. Now, when she felt this terrifying aura, she was deeply shocked. What moved her even more was that Yi Qiu actually confronted Qi Wuhui head-on in order to support her. You know, this old guy is the strongest person in the entire Butian sect, except for Meng Tianzheng. Master. Lin Chinju was deeply moved. Looking at the figure in white clothes in front of him, he seemed to look taller. She didn't expect that after her family was broken up and her loved ones died, she thought that no one in the world would treat her sincerely anymore. Unexpectedly, she once again met a master who was willing to protect her and make decisions for her. Lin Chinju opened her mouth and wanted to persuade Yi Qiu that the grievance she had just suffered was actually nothing and there was no need to offend Qi Wuhui for her. But when she opened her mouth, she couldn't say anything. At this moment, when Yi Qiu burst out with his aura, Meng Tianjing gave him a surprised look. This aura. It faintly contains a hint of immortal essence. What is his cultivation level at the moment? I can't believe it. His strength is obviously not as terrible as the rumors say, but he endured 10 years of humiliation and never explained anything. This person's character is too terrifying. If it weren't for his disciple, I'm afraid he would continue to hide, right? After looking at Yi Qiu deeply, Meng Tianjing did not say anything to stop him. This is a generational conflict between Sangjian Peak and Zisha Peak. As the headmaster, he is caught in the middle and cannot favor either side. Qi Wuhui's face turned pale and he looked at Yi Qiu expressionlessly. He understood now. Yi Qiu's strength is not as rumored as it is said to be, he is only at the second level of Xuanji. Judging from the aura he is emitting now, his strength is at least above Wu Ju. However, this does not mean that he will be afraid. Humph, junior brother Yi. You, a disciple, have no respect for your elders and have no regard for the sect rules. As the law enforcement elder, can't I do anything about it? Qi Wuhui said coldly, and his aura gradually exploded, offsetting the power emitted by Yi Qiu. Hee, sect rules. Yi Qiu dissipated his aura, walked leisurely to the edge of the cliff, and looked in the direction of Sangjian Peak. Since senior brother Qi mentioned the sect rules to me, let's talk about them. What's the meaning? Qi Wuhui's face was gloomy. He had no idea what Yi Qiu was up to. Brother Qi, as the law enforcement elder, I think you must be familiar with the sect rules and regulations. I don't know. Our disciples oppress the people, abduct women, and kill innocent people. According to the rules of our sect, how should we deal with them? Qi Wuhui said without thinking, according to the rules, his cultivation should be abolished and he should be expelled from the sect. Hearing this, Yi Qiu's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Seeing this scene, Qi Wuhui suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Yi Qiu smiled faintly and said, it seems that senior brother Qi is very clear about the sect rules. If I remember correctly, you have a disciple under the hidden sword peak. He relied on his own strength to bully the common people, and he repeatedly robbed women from the mountain and took them up the mountain to play with them until they died. He was truly ruthless and merciless. According to the sect rules, should my cultivation be abolished and I be expelled from the sect? Oh, I remember now. This disciple seems to be senior brother Chi's son, right? No wonder this kid is still at large in the mountains. That's not surprising. Yi Qiu had an expression of sudden enlightenment. Lin Chinju's eyes moved, and he looked at Yi Qiu with some surprise. She didn't expect that her master had such a dark side. It was obvious that he was setting a trap for Qi Wuhui, making him dig a hole for himself and then jump into it. After hearing these words, Qi Wuhui could no longer guess that Yi Qiu was deliberately trying to trick him. What he couldn't refute was that every word Yi Qiu said was true. He had a son when he was old, and he loved him very much and was always very indulgent towards his son. Qi Hao, on the other hand, relied on the fact that his father was a law enforcement elder and he himself was the heir of Zisha Peak. Under Qi Wuhui's indulgence, his psychology became more and more abnormal. In just a few months, he had robbed several ladies from prominent families at the foot of the mountain and tortured them to death on the mountain. This kind of thing is all too normal in this world where the strong are respected. Normally everyone turns a blind eye to it. After all, his father is Qi Wuhui, and no one dares to say anything about him. This also indirectly contributed to his rampant capital and his increasingly abnormal psychology. Seeing that the fuse had pointed to his most beloved son, Qi Wuhui suddenly became confused. Junior brother Yi, you have to provide evidence when you speak. Although our two clans have always been at odds, you don't need to frame me, right? Evidence. Looking at the other party's sinister face, Yi Qiu sneered. What if I find evidence? As the law enforcement elder, senior brother Qi will not be partial to me, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Wuhui broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Meng Tianjing as if for help. Seeing that he was in a state of panic, Meng Tianjing shook his head in disappointment. He didn't expect that Qi Wuhui, an elder of law enforcement, couldn't even outsmart a young man in scheming. He had to admire Yi Qiu again. He looked very honest on the surface, but he didn't expect that he was so cunning. Meng Tianjing obviously knew about Qi Hao's affairs, but because of his special identity, Meng Tianjing turned a blind eye to it. After all, in the eyes of those who practice Taoism, they don't care about the death of a mortal at all. This is a world where all races compete for supremacy, the fittest survive, and only the strong have the right to speak. Looking towards the purple clouds in the sky, Meng Tianjing suddenly said, Junior brother Yi, your Zisha Peak has beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. There might be a spiritual vein under your feet, right? No wonder Master Xiantian has never left Zisha Peak for so many years. So that's why. Yi Qiu looked at him deeply, knowing that he was deliberately changing the subject and suppressing the matter. I sneered in my heart and felt that it was about the same. There is no benefit for him to anger Qi Wuhui at this time. After all, the other party is also a powerful leader. If a real fight breaks out, he is not yet the other party's opponent. It's better to do him a favor and give Meng Tianjing some face. Moreover, as long as this handle is still there, Yi Qiu can hold Qi Wuhui's lifeblood. As expected of you, you are the head teacher. You saw through the secrets of Zisha Peak at a glance. I admire you. Yi Qiu chatted and laughed, continuing with his words. Meng Tianjing glanced at him with satisfaction and continued, It's getting late, let's get back to the topic. Junior brother Yi, we are here for the 7 clans martial arts competition in 3 months. I wonder if junior brother Zisha Peak will participate in this martial arts competition. Sure enough, Yi Qiu guessed from the beginning that they came here for the 7 clans martial arts competition. After all, this is the most important event of the Butian sect and it is taken very seriously. As far as I can remember, Zisha Peak hasn't participated in the martial arts competition for almost 2 years. Because of Master Xiantian, there were no disciples from Zisha Peak attending the competition. This time, Yi Qiu is already the chief, so he naturally won't participate. The only one who can participate is Lin Chinju. Looking back at the disciples behind him, Yi Qiu said calmly, Master brother, I will attend the Zisha summit. Snort. Qi Wuhui sneered. Among the 7 sects, only Zisha Peak has a sparse population. Those who participate in the martial arts competition from the other sects are all talented disciples who have been carefully selected through a series of elimination rounds. Of course, they are all very strong, and it can be said that they are a gathering of geniuses. The Zisha Peak lineage only has one disciple, so there is no need to choose. Moreover, he is just a new disciple. Even if he participated, how could he get a good ranking? According to Qi Wuhui's expectations, the weakest disciple participating in this martial arts competition is at least at the Xuanji realm. Those with higher talents may have already reached the Tianxiang realm. What is Lin Chinju's current cultivation level? Lin Chinju was only at the 4th level of Qi training, and he didn't believe that he could break through to the Xuanji realm in the next 3 months. Even if you can reach it, you will only be at the bottom. If Zisha Peak dares to participate, he will humiliate them. At this time, Qi Wuhui was secretly delighted in his heart, and he began to look forward to the martial arts competition in 3 months. When that time comes, he will secretly make some arrangements and have his disciples eliminate Lin Chinju. At that time, he could mock Yiqiu harshly and avenge himself. Hearing this cold snort, Yiqiu glanced at him and said meaningfully, "Brother Qi, it seems that you don't think highly of my Zisha Peak. How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" When Qi Wuhui heard that Yiqiu was going to fall into the trap, he immediately became interested. "Let's make a bet on which disciple from our 2 sects will rank higher in this martial arts competition. How about using a top-grade treasure as the bet and having the head teacher as a witness?" Hearing this, Qi Wuhui was secretly delighted. Is this kid crazy? Isn't this a magic weapon that Chun Chun gave him? Fearing that Yiqiu would go back on his word, Qi Wuhui agreed without hesitation. "Okay, since you are so interested, how can I refuse you? Brother Master, please be a witness, so that some people won't regret it later." Then he said this to Meng Tianjing. Meng Tianjing saw this scene, shook his head and agreed. He didn't know where Yiqiu got the confidence to bet with Qi Wuhui on this. You know, in order to win, this old guy will definitely send his own son to play. Qi Hao was a powerful Tianxiang rank 1. Apart from Lu Qingfeng, he was the most powerful disciple in the entire Butian sect. And since Lu Qingfeng is not participating in this martial arts competition, he can be said to be the designated champion. Junior brother Yi. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you this time. I, Zisha Peak, am determined to win the championship in this martial arts competition. The conspiracy succeeded, and Qi Wuhui immediately revealed his true colors, looking very proud. Yiqiu glanced at him, then looked back at Lin Chinju and said, "Chinju, your uncle Qi doesn't seem to have much confidence in you. You must practice well and don't let your uncle Qi down." Ah. Lin Chinju became nervous when her master suddenly called her name. She knew in her heart that Yiqiu placed all his hopes on her. The pressure suddenly doubled. If she lost, wouldn't her master lose face? "Master, rest assured. I will work hard and try not to disappoint Uncle Qi." Lin Chinju said in a firm tone that this time Yiqiu was confronting Qi Wuhui for her sake. She couldn't embarrass Yiqiu at this critical moment. The master's face is her face. She will take back the honor that belongs to Zisha Peak at all costs. Haha, then let's see the truth in 3 months. Qi Wuhui didn't take it to heart at all. From the beginning to the end, he didn't believe that Lin Chinju could get a good ranking in the conference. "Okay, we'll see in 3 months. Yiqiu replied confidently. Meng Tianjing didn't say anything either. After explaining things, he and Qi Wuhui flew to other mountains. After they left, Lin Chinju finally couldn't sit still anymore and walked behind Yiqiu. At this moment, her heart was deeply moved. She didn't expect that Yiqiu would offend Qi Wuhui for her and even make a bet with him. She felt very sad and regretful. She wondered why she had offended Qi Wuhui before and forced her master to stand up for her. Master, it was Chinju's fault. Master had to stand up for Chinju and make a bet with Uncle Qi, which resulted in the loss of the treasure. Chinju swears that he will never do this again. Looking back at the pretty lady with tears in her eyes, Yiqiu said with a smile, "Silly girl, who is standing up for you? Don't be so self-indulgent." Ah. Lin Chinju was confused. "Aren't you here to help me? I was so moved just now, but it was all in vain." Feeling aggrieved, but on second thought, Lin Chinju revealed a meaningful smile. No, Master must have said that on purpose to avoid making me feel bad. Yes, it must be. A man with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Lin Chinju thought to herself that she didn't believe Yi Qiu's lies. It was obvious that he had broken up with Qi Wuhui just to stand up for her. But when I thought about it, I suddenly felt warm in my heart. Is this the feeling of being cared for? Actually, it is a beautiful thing to have such a young, handsome, and capable master. Practicing Buddhism is boring, and when you have nothing to do, you can just stare at the handsome master and daydream. Master, Chinju knows clearly that with your style of doing things, you will definitely not pay attention to someone like Uncle Qi. You did this entirely for Chinju. It was indeed my fault this time, and Master had to stand up for me. Master, you are so good to me, Chinju will always remember it. Master, rest assured, I will work hard to get a good ranking and not let you lose so badly. Hearing this, Yi Qiu's face darkened. Is this girl crazy? I've given you my face, and you're already saying you lose before we even start fighting. Stop it now. Remember. The tradition of my Zisha Peak is to admit one's mistakes and correct them, but not to admit them. Even if a person dies, they will still be stubborn and refuse to admit their mistakes. Does Zisha Peak have such a tradition? Still trying to hold onto your guns. But I feel that this tradition seems to be quite good. Looking at Lin Chinju, who had a confused look on his face, Yi Qiu just felt funny. This tradition was actually passed down from Xiantian Jinren. This old man is an unreasonable person. How could he pass on any good words? Okay. Don't feel any psychological burden. Just do your best. It doesn't matter if I lose some face as a teacher. I don't have much face to lose anyway. When Yi Qiu thought of his experiences over the past 10 years, the corner of his mouth twitched. He is in the Butian sect, so how can he have any face left? Everyone knows that there is a useless abbot on Zisha Peak who just eats and waits for death. But, there is still hope. There are still 3 months left until the conference, and these 3 months are just the right time to make good use of it. 7 Veins Martial Competition. Haha, interesting. This time, I will surprise everyone. Standing on the cliff, Yi Qiu's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. The figure in white fluttering clothes and full of fairy spirit made Lin Chinju intoxicated. There is such a handsome man in the world, and he is her master. My heart suddenly felt so happy. Suddenly a crazy idea popped up in my mind. What would happen if I conquered my master? Turning around, he saw Lin Chinju staring at him in a daze, with an expression like that of a nymphomaniac. Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, and asked with concern, "Disciple, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Chinju came back to her senses immediately, and her face turned red with shame when she thought of the crazy idea just now. No, master, it's windy here, let's go back. Lin Chinju suggested. Well, let's go. Find a place to check if you have neglected your studies in the past few days. Yi Qiu didn't notice anything unusual, so he left Wanduan Cliff first and walked towards the dojo. Lin Chinju followed closely behind, and the two of them quickly returned to the dojo. Returning to his seat, Lin Chinju stood nervously in the center of the dojo, waiting for Yi Qiu to check his work. She didn't know whether her progress in the past few days could satisfy her master. Put your hand out. Lin Chinju walked forward with a nervous mood, and watched Yi Qiu gently put his hand on hers. Her body went numb and she felt like she was being electrocuted. Yi Qiu didn't notice the change in her expression. After checking her cultivation progress, he frowned. Qi training 4th level. How did she suddenly reach the 4th level of Qi training in just 4 days? On second thought, this should be the effect of the divine Marrow pill. After all, the divine Marrow pill transformed her physique, and its medicinal effects have not been fully absorbed. The same was true for the immortal Marrow pill that Yi Qiu took. He spent 4 days absorbing it with all his strength and finally reached the 4th level of Wuji. Although he is only a 4th grade cultivator, his power is very pure, and with the purification of the elixir, his 4th grade realm is enough to rival the 9th grade, or even the 1st grade Shenzong. Moreover, the aura is very complicated, with spiritual power mixed with immortal power, making it confusing. This was also the reason why Yi Qiu dared to get angry with Qi Wuhui just now, because Qi Wuhui had no way of judging what realm he was at. Master, Chinju is dull and has failed to meet Master's expectations. He only has the strength of the 4th level of Qi training. Seeing that Yi Qiu remained calm, Lin Chinju felt a little disappointed. She thought that she had not reached Yi Qiu's ideal and was very depressed. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu suddenly gave her a blank look. You've broken through to the 4th level of Qi training in just 4 days. What else do you want? You can only say this in front of me. Don't say it outside, or people will beat you to death. It's so infuriating. The disciple who was born with divine bones at Zisha Peak 4 days ago has not yet reached the 1st level of Qi training. She is already at the 4th rank, yet she is still not satisfied and even says that she is dull. If I had had this kind of cultivation speed back then, would I have been humiliated for so many years? Ah! Lin Chinju was stunned by Yi Qiu's sudden change. It was the first time she saw Yi Qiu with this expression, and she felt like she had discovered a new world. It turns out that Master is not that serious. I suddenly feel that this kind of master is quite interesting. Lin Chinju was secretly delighted, thinking that his master was very disappointed with his performance. It turned out not to be the case, so she felt relieved. Yes, I am at the 4th level of Qi training. It will take at least several months to reach the mysterious finger realm. I am afraid that I will not have enough time. While muttering to himself, Yi Qiu suddenly had an idea. Yes. I can teach you. How could I forget about this? Yi Qiu suddenly woke up. He had a 10,000 times return system. Unlike other people, he did not dare to teach his skills recklessly for fear that his cultivation would decline. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yi Qiu standing there in a daze, Lin Chinju asked curiously. Yi Qiu reacted quickly, immediately revealing an evil smile, staring at Lin Chinju intently, examining her back and forth. Lin Chinju's heart trembled and his body began to tense up. This smile, this look. Could it be that Master is interested in me? What should I do? What should I do? If Master wants it, should I give it to him or not? If I give it to him, will he think I'm too casual? I won't give it to you. Master is so good to me and he is so handsome, how can I bear to refuse him? In this short second, countless thoughts appeared in Lin Chinju's mind. When Yi Qiu saw that she was distracted, the corner of his mouth twitched. He wondered what this damn girl was thinking about. Disciple. I just thought about it. You are the one who carries the dignity of Zisha Peak. You must win the championship in this martial arts competition. But 3 months is too short a time. With your current progress, I'm afraid it will be too late. After much deliberation, I have decided to pass on my skills to you. Ah. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Chinju suddenly felt a little disappointed and said reluctantly. It was a waste of time. She thought it was something else, but it turned out to be the transmission of power. Seeing her disappointed expression, Yi Qiu's mouth twitched and he frowned. What's that expression? I'm teaching you the power, and you're not happy. This is something that many people long for. After a while, Lin Chinju suddenly came to his senses. Wait, Master, are you saying you want to teach me some skills? She was thinking about something just now and didn't pay attention. Now that she realized what was going on, she was instantly shocked. Yi Qiu actually wanted to teach her martial arts. She couldn't believe it. You know, people who practice Taoism value their cultivation more than their lives. If it wasn't someone closest to you, it would be impossible for him to pass on his skills. Lin Chinju didn't expect that Yi Qiu would actually teach her martial arts. Doesn't that mean that in Yi Qiu's heart, I'm the closest person to him? Thinking of this, Lin Chinju felt delighted and very excited. I didn't expect that Master cared about me so much. I'm so touched. He kept saying it was for the dignity of Zisha Peak, but it was just an excuse. How can mere dignity compare to these skills? That's right. Yi Qiu said calmly, after much consideration, I think that only by passing on my skills can I help you grow in the shortest possible time. This martial arts competition concerns the dignity of Zisha Peak. I, your master, don't want you to lose. Do you understand? Lin Chinju nodded solemnly. She knew very well that this was not for the reputation of Zisha Peak. It was obvious that he was worried that he would get injured in the martial arts competition, so he passed on his skills. A man with a hard mouth but a soft heart. It was obvious that he was worried about me, but he kept saying it was all for Zisha Peak. Okay. Come here, sit in front of me, and enter the meditation state. Good. Lin Chinju walked over obediently without any hesitation. As soon as she approached, Yichio felt the chill and faint fragrance emanating from her body. I couldn't help but take a sip. I couldn't help but admire it in my heart. Although this girl is still young, she is already very pretty, with a curvy figure and everything she should have. Alas, I really don't know which stupid protagonist will get the chance in the future. After Lin Chinju was fully into the state, Yichio asked in his heart. System, how much power can be transmitted at a time? This was his first time passing on skills and he had no experience. He was afraid of making mistakes and asked the system quickly. Checking the host's current cultivation level, it is only at the infinite distance realm, and can only pass on 10 years of cultivation at most. The duration of the teaching can be increased as one's own cultivation level increases. The higher one's cultivation level is, the higher the skills that can be taught will be. Note, each time you transfer power, you will enter a cooling-off period. During this period, transferring power will no longer trigger a return. Well, 10 years. That's enough. After listening to the system's explanation, Yichio nodded, indicating that it was still within his acceptable range. According to the original plan, he intended to pass on his 100 years of skills, but considering Lin Chinju's current body, he might not be able to accept this powerful force. 10 years is the upper limit. After figuring out what was going on, Yichio said softly. Disciple, relax and don't be nervous. Transmitting Kung Fu is a very serious matter and there is no room for error. Today, I will teach you 10 years of skills. You only need to absorb this power into your sea of mansion and smelt it when it reaches your body. Remember, don't resist. Kung Fu cannot be passed on casually. There are many tests during the process. If there is any mistake, both people will be affected. Before passing on the skills, Yichio had to remind Lin Chinju to prevent her from making any mistakes. Master, I understand. Yichio raised his hands lightly, pressed them tightly against Lin Chinju's back, and began to circulate all his strength. Using the method of transmitting power, the power was transferred into Lin Chinju's body. Feeling the endless power coming from Yichio's hands running wildly in his body, Lin Chinju's heart trembled, and then he remembered Yichio's instructions just now, and immediately relaxed. Following Yichio's instructions, this force was channeled into Fuhai. At this time, her cultivation level was still stuck at the 4th level of Qi training, and she was just waiting for this power to enter Fuhai. Lin Chinju began to try to absorb and integrate this power into herself. In less than a moment, her cultivation level began to soar. Hiss. The more Lin Chinju watched, the more surprised she became. In less than a moment, she had jumped from the 4th level of Qi training to the 9th level of Qi training. Master's skills over the past 10 years are so intense, The power gained from transmitting Kung Fu is different from that gained from normal practice. You may be able to break through to the Xuanji realm by spending 10 years, but if someone else teaches you 10 years of skills, you may not necessarily be able to break through to the Xuanji realm. Because in the process of transmitting power, there will be loss of power, and combined with the influence of one's own qualifications, there will also be loss in the absorption process, which indirectly reduces the value. This is also the reason why other people are unwilling to pass on their skills. Because it is such a waste, no one is willing to waste so much energy to allow you to reach a higher level. It was precisely because of this that Lin Chinju was deeply moved that Yichio was willing to waste so many years of his skills for her. However, how could she know that Yichio had a return system? Not only would he return as much as he transferred to her, but he could also make a fortune in the process. In his words, you may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. Moreover, with the help of the system, the power transmission techniques used by Yichio were hardly lost. Bang. After hearing Fu Hai tremble, Lin Chinju felt the changes in his body and found that he had actually broken through the Xian finger. Mysterious Finger Level 1. At this moment, Lin Chinju was completely excited. After only 4 days of training, she had already broken through to the first level of Xuanji. You know, those who started practicing with her are still lingering at the first level of Qi training. Call. 10 years of skills have been passed on. Yiqiu slowly withdrew his hands and said, "Don't be distracted. Quickly consolidate your foundation, so as not to affect your future practice if your foundation is unstable." "Yes, I understand." Lin Chinju responded quickly and instantly performed the Zisha manual to circulate the qi in his body through the circulation of the qi in the body. After several cycles of transformation, most of it had been assimilated and my state of mind gradually stabilized. Seeing that she was still consolidating her cultivation, Yiqiu did not disturb her. He quietly stood up and returned to his seat. System. Bite. You have taught your disciple 10 years of skills, triggering a critical hit return. Do you want to enable critical hit return? Open. Congratulations to the host, triggering 100 times critical strike and gaining 1,000 years of power. Millennium. Yiqiu took a deep breath after hearing this. 10 years turned into 1,000 years in the blink of an eye. Where could he find such a good deal? Hee, not bad, not bad. With the 1,000 years of power added to my body, with my current physique, I think I can break through the 5th realm and enter the divine realm, right? He was secretly delighted. According to the calculation method mentioned by the system before, this 1,000 years of skill should be enough for him to break through the barrier and enter the divine realm. Come on, I'm ready. Yiqiu slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. In less than a moment, a surge of power instantly surged into his body. In a moment, the conditions of his limbs and bones reversed, and his cultivation began to increase rapidly. Hiss, this tearing pain. This is the energy dumping. Yiqiu endured the pain and completely integrated this power into Fu Hai, entering the flower of the great Tao for cleansing. After a while, from the flower of the avenue, that pure power began to madly feed back. His cultivation began to improve rapidly. The 5th grade without any gap. The 6th rank without any gap. The 7th rank without any distance. The 8th rank without any gap. There is no distance between the 9th rank. Almost there, I will soon break through the 5th realm. His cultivation level was infinitely close to that of the divine treasure, and the spiritual spring within the sea of his mansion began to disintegrate. The power in his body was out of control for a while, but Yiqiu endured the pain and continued to suppress it. After a long time, a life spring evolved in the 5 parts of the body, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and all the power poured into this life spring. Boom. Earth-shaking changes took place in his body. With a loud bang, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, Yiqiu successfully stepped into the Shenzong realm. And from today on, those 5 parts of his body completely became the source of his power. The breath is restrained and the charm is hidden. Ah. Comfortable. After his cultivation level broke through, Yiqiu breathed a sigh of relief. From this moment on, he was no longer the useless chief of Zisha Peak who could be bullied by others, but a powerful person in the Shenzong realm. At this point, he was only 1 step away from becoming the leader. Just as Yiqiu had expected, 1,000 years of skills were just enough for him to break through the 5th realm and enter the divine realm. Although he failed to defeat the leader in one fell swoop, Yiqiu was already very satisfied. After all, you have to eat 1 bite at a time, and sometimes you eat too much and feel bloated. When he woke up again, Yiqiu looked completely new, and his entire temperament had undergone a drastic change. If he had been a bit aggressive before, now his aura has been completely restrained and he looks no different from an ordinary person. However, what makes him different from ordinary people is that there is always an inexplicable immortal aura around him, as if he is an immortal from heaven, visiting the human world for a visit. According to the effect of Shenzong, this kind of temperament does not exist. This temperament is completely brought by the Xiansui pill. Well, after breaking through the divine treasure, it feels different. After waking up again, Yiqiu carefully felt the endless power in his body and smiled faintly. All self-confidence comes from strong power. With such great power, I feel like I am walking lightly and feel comfortable all over. Soon, Lin Chinju also woke up, opened his hands, felt the power in his body, and was ecstatic. Is this the power brought by the first level of Xuanji? It is indeed terrifying. After being excited for a while, Lin Chinju thought of another thing. Master seemed to have said that as long as I break through to the mysterious finger realm, he will teach me swordsmanship. Doesn't that mean that I can learn powerful sword techniques tomorrow? Thinking of this, he was delighted again. He quickly stood up, looked back at Yi Qiu, and suddenly was stunned. Hey, why do I feel like Master has become a different person? It's becoming more and more magical. How could there be such a big change in just a short while? Lin Chinju couldn't figure it out, but she didn't care. No matter how he changed, he was still her master. Thank you, Master, for teaching me the skills. I have already broken through to the mysterious finger realm. Lin Chinju walked over, knelt down in front of Yi Qiu and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. She was very glad that the abbots in Yiqing Palace did not choose her, otherwise she would not have been able to worship such a good master as her disciple. It has only been 4 days since she started learning, and Yi Qiu has helped her so much. He not only gave elixirs and magic medicines, but also taught me skills. Where in this world can you find such a good master? She cherishes it very much and feels lucky that Yi Qiu is her teacher. This is the best thing she has done in her life. Well, get up. You and I have been a master and disciple for a long time. There is no need to say more words of gratitude. I just hope that you can remember the kindness of your master in the future. Yi Qiu said with a faint smile. Lin Chinju said seriously, Master, don't worry. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. Chinju never had any big ideals in his life. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to avenge his parents. After I have taken revenge, I will return to Zisha Peak and stay by Master's side forever, serving him. Seeing the girls below with dull eyes, and tears in their eyes when they mentioned their parents, Yi Qiu felt softened in his heart. As for the riot of the ferocious beasts at the foot of the mountain, no clues have been found until today. At first, Yi Qiu didn't want to get involved in this matter because of his lack of strength. Now that he has the ability, maybe he can help her find the murderer. After thinking for a while, Yi Qiu said, Well, after the 7 clans martial arts competition, I will take you down the mountain to gain some experience, and by the way, I will help you find the culprit who killed your parents. Hearing this, Lin Chinju's heart trembled, tears welled up in her eyes, but she said nothing. She knew in her heart that Yi Qiu was the only one in the world who was sincere to her. Not only did he give her elixirs and teach her his skills, he was also willing to help her get revenge. Master. Lin Chinju was so moved that she couldn't help but throw herself into Yi Qiu's arms, crying like a little girl. She has always been very strong, and she has never cried so bitterly since she went up the mountain. Because she knew that no one would care about her emotions, and only her master who loved her the most was her only support. Okay, stop crying. Be careful not to tear your face up and it won't look good. Yi Qiu comforted him, and Lin Chinju took a long time to calm down and finally came back to his senses and calmed down. When she realized that she was so bold as to throw herself into her master's arms, her face immediately turned red with shame and she quickly escaped from Yi Qiu's arms. No way, Master only knows how to scare people. Lin Chinju said while wiping away her tears. When he thought of his crazy behavior just now, his face turned red again. Yi Qiu felt relieved when he saw her happy expression. He didn't want his disciples to always be cold, completely isolated from the world, and lose their emotions. What's the difference between such people and zombies? They have completely lost their souls. The reason why he did that just now was entirely to awaken Lin Chinju's warm heart and bring her back to life. But it seems that she is only like this to herself, and is still cold to others. This may be related to the black ice bone in her body. After all, it is her companion bone. During her cultivation process, the black ice bone plays a huge role. As her cultivation level increases, it may become colder and colder. But it doesn't matter, as long as she doesn't have the intention to die and live in her own pain. It doesn't matter if it's a little cold, and this kind of coldness indirectly makes her look more elegant. She is like a goddess of the 9 heavens. When she keeps a straight face, she gives people a sense of inviolability and sacredness. Holy and flawless, dressed in white, this is the perfect disciple Yi Qiu wants to create. Looking at Lin Chinju with satisfaction, Yichio said calmly, "Okay. Let's get back to the topic. Your cultivation has now broken through the mysterious finger. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the purple cloud sword technique. It's getting late. You should go back and rest first. Remember to combine work and rest. Although cultivation is important, you must not forget to rest. Your body is the capital of cultivation. Do you understand?" Lin Chinju nodded solemnly, "Master, I understand." No matter what, as long as Yichio said it, she thought it was right and she just had to do it. "Then Master, do you want to eat something? I'll make it for you." Finally, Lin Chinju saw that it was getting late outside and he was still a little hungry, so he asked Yichio. Yichio was stunned for a moment. "Hey, I think I forgot something. This girl is only at the Xuanji realm. She hasn't completely fasted yet and still needs to eat. Harmful." Yichio was ashamed. He had been so busy in seclusion in the past few days that he had completely forgotten that he had a disciple in the mountain. I don't know how she survived these days. Zisha Peak is different from other mountain ranges. Other mountain ranges not only have many disciples, but also many menial disciples. There are only 2 people in the Zisha Peak lineage, and they have to take care of their daily food, clothing, housing, and transportation by themselves. Yichio has been cooking for himself for all these years. Suddenly a disciple came, and he went into seclusion without giving any instructions. Fortunately, this girl was smart and knew how to find food by herself, otherwise she would have starved to death. Every once in a while, some of the ingredients purchased by Shanman would be delivered and piled up in the kitchen. She might have been very hungry, so she went to the kitchen and discovered it herself. "Yeah, that's fine. Just make something." Yichio found it funny when he thought about it, and was also a little curious about the skills of his apprentice. In fact, he doesn't need to eat now. As long as his cultivation reaches the heavenly level, he can start fasting. After entering the state of Wuju, there is no need to eat at all. But if you want to eat it, it's not impossible and it won't have any impact. "Okay, Master, wait a moment, I'll do it right away." Hearing that Yichio wanted to eat, Lin Chinju excitedly ran to the kitchen and prepared to start cooking. She had to show off her cooking skills to her master today and repay him for what she had done. Seeing her leave excitedly, Yichio had a bad feeling. This girl, can she really cook? Will eating it kill you? Suddenly I feel a little regretful. Sitting in the hall, Yichio felt more and more uneasy. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chinju brought up the table of dishes one by one. Looking at the dishes, they are both delicious and tasty. Yichio thought, it looks pretty good, should it be okay? Hesitate. "Master, the dishes are all here, come and try them." Lin Chinju sat next to him, holding his chin with both hands, looking very expectant. Yichio couldn't bear it. If he didn't try it, wouldn't he be letting his disciple down? "Well, let's fight." Gritting his teeth, Yichio picked up a piece of meat and swallowed it in one gulp with his eyes closed. After taking a bite, Yichio's eyes lit up. The meat is fresh, juicy, fragrant and has a very good taste. It was not as dark a dish as he had imagined, but rather very delicious. Yichio was really surprised. This little girl actually had such a skill. Doesn't that mean that I can enjoy oral consumption in the future? "Master, how is it? Is it delicious?" Lin Chinju asked anxiously. This was the only skill she had. "Well, the cooking skills are good. Whether it's the dishes, the texture, or the taste, they're all very good. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. I am really impressed by you." Yichio commented seriously, and Lin Chinju was immediately delighted and boasted. "When I was at home, I studied with my mother for a long time, so my skills are definitely excellent. My mother said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. My mother asked me to learn cooking skills so that I can cook for my sweetheart in the future." Yichio was stunned when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. "Well, it seems that your mother has also taught you a lot of useful things. But you can't be too proud. As the saying goes, reviewing the past will help you learn new things. From today on, you will be responsible for Zisha Peak's 3 meals a day. Consolidate it every day and see if there is any progress. Hee hee, I didn't expect that by taking in an apprentice, I could get a top chef for free. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I will be able to take it orally in the future. Lin Chinju heard this and didn't think there was anything unusual. At least, her master recognized her cooking skills, so she was of course very happy. It seems that mother was right. As long as master likes it, I will cook delicious food for master every day. I still have many specialties that I haven't cooked yet. Yichio nodded in satisfaction, and was also a little expectant. What other specialties did she have? Well, let's eat. Finish early and go back to rest. We still have to practice tomorrow. Good. Lin Chinju also picked up the chopsticks. After practicing for a whole day, she was already hungry. The two of them started eating like crazy. After dinner, Lin Chinju cleaned up the dishes and went back to the room to sleep. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Lin Chinju stretched lazily, gently pushed open the door and walked out. After a night's rest, her cultivation had completely stabilized. She did not practice yesterday, and her cultivation level was still at the first level of Xuanji. I glanced at Ichio's room and saw that the door was still closed. Master doesn't seem to have gotten up yet. Lin Chinju didn't think much about it and went straight into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Ichio. When the sun rose completely, Lin Chinju had already prepared breakfast and was about to wake Ichio up. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across the sky. Lin Chinju was stunned for a moment. Why did someone come to visit Zisha Peak so early in the morning? Could it be Qi Wuhui again? As the light got closer, Lin Chinju finally saw who was coming. I saw a beautiful woman in red slowly coming down, his eyes fixed on her proud breasts. Lin Chinju subconsciously felt a sense of inferiority. He secretly muttered, what kind of magic medicine did this guy take to make his thing so big? Is she here to seduce master? No, this woman is very dangerous. I am afraid that master will fall into her trap and be seduced by her. I cannot let her see master. At this time, Lin Chinju noticed that there was a little girl following her. Yaya. Lin Chinju knew the little girl. She was Suya, her best friend from the same village as her since childhood. She had never seen Suya again since their last separation in Yuqing Palace. Qingqing, I'm here to see you. Seeing Lin Chinju, Suya ran over quickly and threw herself into Lin Qingju's arms. Lin Chinju did not resist. Seeing Suya again, he was very excited and the two hugged each other. Yaya, why are you here? After a brief reminisce, Lin Chinju asked hurriedly. I asked my master to bring me here. Suya pointed at the bright moon behind her and smiled happily. Hearing this, Lin Chinju turned around and glanced at the stunning woman behind her, as if she had some impression of her. It was she who chose Suya in Yuqing Palace. I heard from Lu Qingfeng that this person was the head of Tianshui Peak, the only one among the 7 sects who only accepted female disciples. Bright moon. A peerless beauty with a broad mind, intellectual elegance. I have met Master Mingyue. Lin Chinju hurried over and bowed. As a junior, especially as the eldest disciple of Zisha Peak, she could not lose her manners. Mingyue smiled faintly and just nodded. Looking at Lin Chinju in front of me, I felt a little embarrassed. At first, she wanted to choose Lin Chinju as well. However, she found that Lin Qingju's aptitude was average, and she did not have much time, so she could only take one apprentice. Therefore, she only accepted Suya as her disciple. Later, seeing Lin Chinju standing there helplessly, she felt regretful and thought of her past self, and couldn't bear it. She was planning to take her in as well, but Ichio got there first, so she didn't plan to care about it. As long as she doesn't have to fall to the level of being a menial disciple. Although he became Ichio's disciple, he was actually no different from a menial disciple. But at least he was a direct disciple of the first master, and his status and position were not that embarrassing. Now that she saw Lin Chinju again, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she did not choose Lin Chinju at that time. Well. Sighing, Mingyue said, no need to be polite, I came to Zisha Peak this time because Yaya told me every day that she missed you and had no intention of practicing. Since I have nothing to do today, I'll just bring her over so you two can have a good chat. Lin Chinju was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect Suya to do this. But think about it, after experiencing the breakdown of their families, they become the most familiar people in the world, so it is normal to feel a little dependent on them. At this time, Suya walked up and said, "Master, didn't you say that you wanted to take Qingqing back with us?" In the past few days, Suya also heard some things about Yiqiu. When she thought about her good sister becoming Yiqiu's disciple, she was afraid that she would have a hard time in the future. So she begged Mingyue for several days before Mingyue agreed to come with her to see if Lin Chinju was willing to go back to the mountain with her. Mingyue smiled faintly and said, "You can ask her if she is willing." Hearing this, Lin Chinju's face changed. "Yaya, what do you mean, you want to take me back?" Suya walked to Lin Chinju's ear and whispered, "I begged Master for several days before Master agreed to come with me. Come back with us, my master is a powerful person in the fifth realm of Shenzong, and can teach you a lot of things. But I heard that the head monk of Zisha Peak is only a second-grade Xuanji cultivator. He can't teach you any skills at all. If you stay here, you will only delay your future." Hearing this, Lin Chinju's face suddenly turned cold. However, Suya did this for her own good, so she couldn't get angry. However, hearing her slandering his master like this made him feel very uncomfortable. "Yaya, I appreciate your kindness, but I have already become her disciple, so it is impossible for me to switch to her place. My master is very good to me, and I also like Zisha Peak very much. It is my second home," Lin Chinju said in a firm tone. Hearing this, Mingyue's face turned cold. She was willing to swallow her pride and come with Suya today just to give Lin Chinju a chance. You know, she ignored all the people who wanted to become her disciples. And Lin Chinju actually dared to reject her. Mingyue was angry in her heart, but considering that she was the younger generation, she didn't bother with her. She was more surprised. What kind of magic potion did Yiqiu give her to make her give up this hard-earned opportunity? Mingyue's face looked a little ugly, and Suya, who was standing beside her, immediately became anxious when she saw this. "Qingqing, what are you doing? I begged Master for a long time before Master agreed to come with me. You have always been very smart, but how come you don't even understand this? If you don't go back with us today, you will regret it one day." Lin Chinju looked at Suya calmly. In their hearts, her master has always been the laughingstock of the Butian sect. Little did she know that this laughingstock was actually the best master to her in the world. Let me ask, which master can do what Yiqiu did, being both a panacea and a teacher of martial arts? Can Mingyue do it? Although he knew it clearly in his heart, Lin Chinju did not intend to explain, and only said coldly, "I can't regret it. Thank you for your kindness. It's a pity that you and I are destined not to be master and disciple." "Ah, you." Suya stamped her feet in anxiety, but she knew in her heart that once Lin Chinju made a decision, it would not be changed no matter what she said. Just when I was about to persuade Mingyue, she interrupted me directly. He waved his hand and said, "Since you don't want to, I won't force you." Finally, he looked at the wooden houses in front and asked, "Where is your master?" "Master hasn't woken up yet." Lin Chinju was a little embarrassed. At this time, a door opened gently, and Yiqiu walked out slowly holding a sword. That sword was the Zisha sword. "Master." Seeing Yiqiu, Lin Chinju immediately went up to him to greet him and say good morning. Yiqiu just nodded faintly. With a glance, he unexpectedly saw Mingyue standing in the distance and was stunned for a moment. "Hey, why did this woman come to my Zisha Peak?" Yiqiu was puzzled and was just in a daze when Mingyue came over. With a meaningful smile on his face, he said, "Junior brother Yi, I really miss you after not seeing you for a few days." The corner of Yiqiu's mouth twitched. As the head of Zisha Peak and having worked with Mingyue for many years, he knew this woman's methods very well. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. In fact, this woman has a very evil heart. When it comes to scheming against people, even Qi Wuhui has to respect her. I was wondering why there was a magpie chirping by the window all morning. It turns out there was a distinguished guest. "Chinju, serve tea." Yiqiu replied calmly, his momentum was not inferior and he remained consistent. "Yes, master." Lin Chinju responded and immediately went to prepare tea. Yi Qiu was somewhat confused about Ming Yue's arrival. This woman doesn't seem to have anything in common with him, right? In the 10 years they have worked together, they have only spoken a few times. When they meet on weekdays, they just nod to each other, which is just a courtesy between the leaders. Why did she suddenly come to Zisha Peak? Glancing at her broad mind, Yi Qiu felt an evil feeling in his heart. Having said that, although Ming Yue is a bit evil-hearted, her looks are absolutely fine. She is elegant, mature, and has a hot body. She is not as young as Lin Chinju. Anyone who looks at her will be attracted to her. In the Butian sect, she is the dream lover in the hearts of many people. In the dojo, after Yi Qiu sat down, he asked, "Senior sister, how come you have time to come to my Zisha Peak today?" Ming Yue looked around the Taoist temple environment of Zisha Peak and shook her head secretly. The conditions are too poor. After all, he is the abbot of a lineage, but he doesn't even have a temple to show off. But think about it, considering the peculiar personality of the successive abbots of Zisha Peak, it is quite good to have these few small wooden houses. Junior brother Yi. This time I came here mainly to introduce my little disciple to the sect. My disciple is a good friend of your disciple, so let's catch up with them. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Qiu suddenly realized. Soon, Lin Chinju came up with tea, and Suya felt very uncomfortable when she saw it. My good sister at Zisha Peak was actually doing some work of serving tea and water. Can't these jobs be done by menial disciples? Master, have some tea. After serving the tea, Lin Chinju spoke respectfully without being impolite at all. Ming Yue looked at him and nodded secretly. At this time, Yi Qiu suddenly picked up the Zisha sword in his hand and handed it to her, saying, "I wanted to teach you swordsmanship today, but it seems that today is not the right time. Since your friend is here to play with you, I will allow you a day off today to catch up with your friend. You can play with this sword. From today on, this sword belongs to you." This sword is named Zisha. It was wielded by the first sword master of Zisha Peak. I hope you will not bury the former fame of this sword. Yi Qiu said this so calmly that the scene fell silent for a moment. Purple Cloud Sword. Ming Yue's face changed. She looked at Yi Qiu, then at Lin Chinju, and was shocked. Of course she knew the Zisha sword, which was a precious sword passed down from generation to generation in Zisha Peak. In Zisha Peak, it is also considered a rare treasure, a top-grade treasure, and only the chief monk can wield the sword. Yi Qiu, you actually passed it to your disciple like this? Hiss, is this guy crazy? Ming Yue was confused. Was this guy doing this on purpose for me to see, or was he really willing to pass it on to his disciple? Suya was also confused at this time. Isn't it said that Zisha Peak is extremely poor and whoever goes up to Zisha Peak will be unlucky for the rest of his life? Why now, it seems different from what I imagined. She was even more envious and jealous in her heart. She didn't even have an ordinary treasure now, but Lin Chinju already had a top-grade treasure. Master, this. Lin Chinju was also a little confused at this time, and took the Zisha sword tremblingly. She knew that her master would never joke like this. Generally speaking, if you say you're giving it to her, then you're really giving it to her. Compared to those panaceas and 10 years of training, this mere Zisha sword is nothing. Thank you, master, for giving me the sword. I will never bury the reputation of this sword. In the future, I will definitely use this sword to rebuild the reputation of my Zisha Peak. After thinking it through, Lin Chinju took over the sword smoothly and performed some sword moves in his hand, moving smoothly and calmly. Invisibly, he unknowingly exposed the spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, Ming Yue was completely shocked. Mysterious Finger Realm. This. How is this possible? She has only been practicing for 5 days. How could she possibly break through to the Mysterious Finger Realm? Ming Yue was dumbfounded. Only at this moment did she begin to look at Lin Chinju formally. With just one glance, he was even more shocked to find that there was a piece of divine bone inside her body. Born with black ice bones, this. Ming Yue was completely confused, her mouth wide open, and she stood up from her seat. They were very confused because they had clearly checked and found that there was no divine bone in Lin Chinju's body. How come a piece of divine bone suddenly appeared? Could it be that this is a hidden divine bone that has been activated by Yiqiu? Or did Yiqiu use some magic elixir to help her cast it? Mingyue's heart is more inclined to the former, because Zisha Peak has always been very poor and it is impossible for it to have such a magic elixir. No, this guy is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. You were born with black ice bones. Haha, junior brother Yi, you really found a treasure. Mingyue said with a smile. I'm already starting to feel regretful. If she had been more determined and chosen Lin Chinju, wouldn't this talented disciple be hers? It's a pity that this divine bone actually fell into the hands of Yiqiu. Mingyue was very dissatisfied. Didn't she know Yiqiu's abilities? It would be a complete waste to leave this divine bone with him. However, Lin Chinju now seemed to be under a drug, and was reluctant to leave Zisha Peak. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. It's hateful that with so many people present at the time, no one discovered that she had hidden divine bones in her body. Yiqiu narrowed his eyes and did not explain Mingyue's words. From beginning to end, he didn't bother to explain any of this. But, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did she reach the mysterious finger realm after only 5 days of cultivation? Mingyue asked curiously. Although the divine bone is very strong, it is impossible for one to enter the Xuanji realm in 5 days, right? There must be something fishy here, so I asked curiously. Mysterious finger. Suya was shocked. It took her 5 days to reach the first level of Qi training. She had wanted to show off to Lin Chinju later. This is a complete slap in the face. What a joke. How dare you show off like that? At this moment, her face looked very ugly. Originally, she was proud of herself for being able to join Tianshui Peak, but now, she realized that the clown was actually herself. No, she didn't believe it was true. From childhood to adulthood, why is Lin Chinju always one step ahead of her? I thought I could finally beat her this time and wanted to take her back with me, but I didn't expect that I would lose so completely. Qingqing, have you really broken through the Xuanji realm? Shocked, Suya ran over, grabbed Lin Chinju's hand and asked. Looking at her shocked face, Lin Chinju laughed secretly in his heart. Everyone thought that her life was ruined after she joined Zisha Peak. How could they know that here there is a master who selflessly devotes himself to his disciples? Nodding, Lin Chinju said calmly, Master is very good to me. Yesterday he taught me 10 years of skills, allowing me to break through the mysterious finger in one fell swoop and reach the mysterious finger first level. This. How is it possible? Suya still couldn't quite believe that this was true, and her face looked very ugly. What? Transmit power. Upon hearing this, Mingyue frowned, turned around to look at Yiqiu who had a calm expression, and was shocked. He was actually willing to pass on his skills to his disciples. Wait, didn't they say that he only had the cultivation level of the second level of Xuanji? Once these 10 years of skills are passed on, wouldn't it mean that he has practiced in vain for the past 10 years? Calming his mind, Mingyue opened his eyes and wanted to see what level of cultivation Yiqiu had now. When she was about to check, she was suddenly bounced back by an amazing force, and Mingyue was shocked. This power is not even weaker than hers. At this moment, no matter how stupid she was, she understood what was going on. Junior brother Yi is really a man who never reveals his true colors. Senior sister, I was almost fooled by you. I thought you really only had the cultivation level of the second level of Xuanji. You fooled me so badly. Yiqiu smiled faintly. I never said that I was a Xuanji second rank, you said it yourself, it has nothing to do with me. Mingyue's mouth twitched, as if this was the truth. In that case, her trip today was completely unnecessary. Is it necessary for her to worry about Lin Chinju's future? It's no wonder that people look down on her. With such a powerful master who is so generous to his disciples, anyone who looks down on her must be crazy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he glanced at Suya with resentment. It's all this damn girl's fault. Why did she ask me to come to Zisha Peak for no reason? She was just asking for humiliation. Does anyone need her to show mercy? I don't want it at all. I can't find a master like this who is willing to pass on his skills to me in my entire life. It took a long time for Mingyue to calm down. I don't know what she was thinking about, but Mingyue suddenly smiled meaningfully and came closer. From Yichio's perspective, the scene on his chest was clearly visible, and he almost had a nosebleed. Fortunately, Yichio was shameless enough to remain calm and composed after appreciating the scene. Not bad, not bad. I can't help but pretend to be pretty, and I can also enjoy such a beautiful scenery for free. Yichio smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface he remained as steady as an old dog. Seeing this scene, Lin Chinju's heart suddenly tightened. She felt that this woman was dangerous from the beginning, and sure enough. Master, you can't be fooled by her. If you like me, I can do it too. I was secretly anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Looking directly at Yichio, Mingyue raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a bewitching smile. Junior brother Yi, what is your current level of cultivation? Just tell senior sister, it will be helpful. She wants to get the truth out of people, even at the cost of her own beauty. Most men can seldom stand her evil. According to her original expectation, Yichio must be extremely panicked at this time and would subconsciously reveal his cultivation level. Who would have thought that Yichio didn't react at all? He still remained indifferent and calm, with even a playful smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Mingyue's heart trembled, and she immediately realized that her beauty had no appeal to him at all. Damn it. When did this guy develop such a calm mind? In the face of such evil, you can still remain indifferent. Are you still a man? Mingyue cursed inwardly, her mentality a little broken. Is this still the head of Zisha Peak that she is familiar with? Why is he different from the rumors? No, he saw it, it was a blatant free thing, and he didn't say a word afterwards. This feeling is like the one where someone doesn't pay you after having sex, and still tells you with confidence that it was her own will. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information out of her, Mingyue's face turned stern and she returned to her seat angrily. At this time, Yichio smiled meaningfully and said, "Sister, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so weird? I just happened to learn a little bit of medical skills, how about I help you take a look and check it out?" The corner of Mingyue's mouth twitched. This guy, it's okay for him to just look at it, but he also wants to take action. No way. I'm so angry. No. Mingyue replied coldly. This was the first time in her life that she felt such a sense of frustration. It was also the first time that I questioned my appearance. He looked at Lin Chinju, still feeling shocked. What on earth was this guy thinking? He actually taught his apprentice 10 years of skills. Isn't this too much to bear? This kind of thing has never happened in the Butian sect. After all, the struggle between the 7 sects is very fierce, and the leaders of each sect are also fighting openly and secretly, competing with each other. One's own cultivation is more important than one's life. Yichio was actually willing to pass on his skills to his disciples, which was a precedent. Seeing that Yichio was able to withstand this wave of evil, Lin Chinju finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's what I told you, Master is not that kind of person. If he wants to see it, it's not like I don't have it. This woman is so evil. She actually used this method to set a trap for Master. Fortunately, Master is a gentleman and is not tempted by beauty. With a long sigh of relief, Lin Chinju successfully inherited the Zisha sword and was very happy. After giving her the Marrow cleansing pill, the divine Marrow pill, and the power transmission, the Master also gave her a top-grade treasure. No amount of words of gratitude could express her deep respect and love for Yichio. But now she is a little worried. Yichio gave him the Zisha sword, what did he use it for? This Zisha sword can be said to be the only treasure that can be regarded as a showpiece of Zisha Peak. Now that Yichio has given it to her, it means that Yichio no longer has the sword to use. Confused, Lin Chinju stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Master, for giving me the sword. This sword is very easy for me to use. But, Master gave me the purple cloud sword. What will Master use in the future?" As soon as this question was asked, Mingyue looked over curiously. The Zisha sword is already the most powerful treasure of Zisha Peak. In the past, Uncle Xiantian valued it more than his life. Yi Qiu actually gave it to his apprentice, so what will he use it for? Without the sword, what will he use to compete with other leaders in the future? Yi Qiu was stunned when he heard this. At this time. Bite. You gifted your apprentice a top-grade treasure, the Purple Cloud Sword, which triggers a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Yi Qiu smiled slightly and finally came. Open. Bite. Congratulations on triggering the highest multiplier, a 10,000-fold return, and obtaining a fairy sword Yunxiao. Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, looking at the magic sword that was returned in the system. He was shocked. 10,000 times. Immortal sword. What the hell? This is a fairy sword all of a sudden. This is a fairy treasure of the highest level. Everyone was looking at Yi Qiu, waiting for his answer. After a long while, Yi Qiu finally came to his senses and looked at them. He smiled slightly and said, "Me. Well. I'm fine with whatever I want." As he spoke, he took out the magic sword from the system. In an instant, it was filled with a magical aura, and the entire dojo was filled with the sharp sword intent. That force pressed everyone's breathing hard, making it impossible to breathe. This. In an instant, Mingyue stood up from her seat, her face full of shock. It's actually a fairy sword. How is this possible? Why does he have a magic sword in his hand? Moreover, judging from its grade, this is also a top-grade immortal sword. Oh my god. Mingyue was completely overwhelmed. The abbot of Zisha Peak, whom she had always looked down upon, actually had such a treasure in his hands. Moreover, his cultivation is not as useless as imagined. Is he still human? During the past 10 years, he has endured all kinds of rumors and humiliations against him, but he has never bothered to refute them and has endured them silently. What is he thinking? Mingyue suddenly felt a little admiration for Yi Qiu. His character was really too terrifying. This may be the mentality that a person who practices Taoism should have. He embraces all living beings with a condescending attitude, and never pays any attention to the dirty words he hears. This is tolerance and disdain for these vulgar people. What's even more outrageous is that he clearly had a magic sword in his hand, and he talked to them seriously. It's up to him to do whatever he wants. Is this what you call casual? You can give me some time anytime. This is a magical sword, a magical treasure that even the ancient holy places and ancient clans cannot afford to show off. How can you still say seriously that you can just do whatever you want? Mingyue's mentality collapsed at one point and she wanted to curse. Compared to Mingyue's restraint, Lin Chinju and Suya were more direct. Especially when they heard Mingyue say that this was a magic sword, their mouths opened wide. Oh my god. Is this the legendary sword that can kill the emperor with one blow? How is this possible? Why does he have a magic sword in his hand? Suya said in shock. Lin Chinju was overjoyed because no matter what treasures Yi Qiu had, they all belonged to her master. She was happy and even proud of her master. But when I think of what Yi Qiu said just now, I just don't care. The corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't expect that his master would have such a bad taste. But she likes it very much. Hee, master, can you let me see this magic sword? Lin Chinju walked up curiously, and Yi Qiu handed her the sword and let her play with it to her heart's content. After all, he is my own disciple and should be pampered. Besides, it won't lose its color if I look at him. Lin Chinju was deeply shocked as he carefully felt the sharp sword intent coming from the sky. The power of this magic sword alone is enough to crush any leader. After playing with the sword in his hand for a while, Lin Chinju returned the sword to Yi Qiu. This belongs to her master. Even if her master gives it to her, she won't take it. Her master gave her the Zisha sword, and she was already very satisfied. How could she dare to ask for anything more? After taking back Yunxiao, Yi Qiu remained calm, which made Mingyue look at him with even more admiration. Nowadays, fake news is becoming more and more serious. If anyone calls the abbot of Zisha Peak a waste in front of me again, I will slap him to death. With his current strength, I don't think I can even last 10 rounds against him. I heard earlier that Zisha Peak has many talented people and many treasures. Now it seems to be true. Junior brother Yi, I am here to congratulate you on obtaining a magical sword. With this magical sword, junior brother's strength, I'm afraid there will be no one else in the entire mountain gate who can match you. I hope that you will protect me more in the future. Mingyue said ambiguously, and Yichio smiled faintly. Senior sister, you are too modest. With your strength, why do you need my protection? Even the head teacher respects you. How dare I pretend to be nice in front of you? Mingyue's eyes were a little dim. This was the second time she questioned her appearance. Because Yichio was still unmoved by her advances. I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this man doesn't like women? Disciple, your friend has come all the way to play with you, you have to entertain him well. Go play, take her out for a walk, see the beautiful scenery of our Zisha Peak, and reminisce about the past. Let's talk about cultivation tomorrow. There's no rush. Let's get back to the topic, Yichio said lightly. Lin Chinju nodded and said, I understand, master. Come on, Yaya, I'll take you out for a walk. Suya was still confused at this time, and only realized what was going on after being pulled out of the dojo by Lin Chinju. After walking away, she could no longer remain calm. She grabbed Lin Chinju and asked, Qingqing, tell me the truth. Did you know that your master has special skills and has been hiding his strength, so you became his disciple? No. Lin Chinju shook his head. Then why are you? Suya couldn't understand this. Lu Qingfeng had introduced the matter of the 7 clans chiefs to them before. Why did she go up the mountain when she knew Yichio had a bad reputation? Lin Chinju just expressed his true feelings and continued. At that time, all of you had found your home, but I had nowhere to go and was completely devastated. Only Master gave me this hope. Maybe Master took me in out of pity. You don't know how desperate I was at that time. If Master hadn't taken me back to the mountain, I would probably be a menial disciple now. On the way back to Zisha Peak, I was thinking that Master gave me hope when I was in despair. No matter what happens in this life, I must repay Master. Then we went up the mountain. Seeing that I was dull, Master took out a miraculous elixir that he himself was reluctant to take, and changed my physique. Not only that, Master has also passed on 10 years of skills to me, and now, he has even bestowed upon me the purple cloud sword. Until now I still feel like I'm dreaming. I'm very lucky to have met a master who is truly kind to me. Suya looked gloomy, although she was happy about her best friend's good opportunity. But I don't know why, but I always feel a little disappointed. Even though Mingyue was very good to her, compared with Yichio, it was nothing. She even had a thought, why was it Lin Chinju who was not chosen instead of herself? The day passed quickly. Mingyue took Suya back to Zisha Peak. Master, you are back. The sky was blue and the stream was long. A group of beautiful women in gorgeous clothes were playing in the stream. When they saw Mingyue bringing Suya back, they quickly stood up and saluted. I don't know why, but this kind of daily routine is very normal at Zisha Peak. But after this trip to Zisha Peak, Mingyue's mentality gradually changed. Especially when he saw that Lin Chinju had broken through to the first level of Xuanji, the pressure doubled. A newly initiated disciple has already reached the first level of Xuanji, but all of her beloved disciples, except for the older ones, are not capable of anything. Have you finished your homework? Mingyue asked in a serious tone, and the eldest disciple Lu Ruyan trembled, very confused. Aren't they always like this? Master. Master. It's all done. Lu Ruyan said tremblingly, feeling a little scared. She rarely saw Mingyue so serious. I knew that Master might have been hit hard and was in a bad mood. You all just want to play around. There are still 3 months until the 7 Meridians martial arts competition. Do you think it's stable now and you don't need to practice anymore? The disciples from other mountains are all preparing for the 7 clans martial competition, only you are playing every day. Do you all think you have extraordinary talents and don't need to practice? They are so arrogant and look down on others. Little do they know that there are always people better than you. In terms of talent, there is Lu Qingfeng at Shoufeng Peak and Qi Hao at Sangfeng Peak. Who can compare with them? Even the worst Zisha Peak, the disciples who have just entered for 5 days have already reached the first level of Xuanji. What about you? You still want to play? the more I talk, the angrier I get, and the more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel. When had Mingyue ever suffered such an injustice? Among her former disciples, which one had not been trampled under her feet? Now her own disciples are not as good as others. She, who has always had a strong sense of self-esteem, finds it a little hard to accept. Master, we know we are wrong. Let's go practice right away. Lu Rian said aggrievedly. Rian. As the eldest disciple, I hope you can wake up and take the lead, and set an example for your junior sisters. As a teacher, I don't expect you to take first place, as long as you don't embarrass me. After saying that, Mingyue left quietly, leaving Suya standing there alone. After seeing her walk away, the sisters immediately surrounded her. Junior sister, what happened? Why did Master suddenly get so angry? I have been a disciple for so long, but I have never seen Master get so angry. What has provoked him? Looking at Mingyue's lonely back, Suya said sadly, Master took me to Zisha Peak to get acquainted with the sect today. I never thought that the head of Zisha Peak is not as weak as the legend says, and his strength is very powerful. Moreover, his disciple, who has been a disciple for 5 days, has already reached the first level of Xuanji. What? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Xuanji first grade. 5 days. What is the concept? There was a senior sister who had been practicing for 3 years but was still lingering in the Qi training stage. She suddenly began to doubt her life. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. In their perception, Zisha Peak has always been the weakest among the 7 sects, and the head of Zisha Peak is even a waste. Who would have thought that today they suddenly heard a shocking news that shattered all their previous understanding of Zisha Peak? Lu Rian thought about it seriously and said, even Zisha Peak, which is at the bottom of the 7 meridians, has surpassed us now. No wonder Master is so angry. Junior sisters. It seems that we have to work harder in the future and not let our Master embarrass himself in front of other junior uncles and aunts. Starting tomorrow, everyone must practice diligently for me. There are still 3 months until the martial arts competition. During these 3 months, everyone must at least improve 1 realm for me. Ah. After hearing this, everyone was suddenly depressed. This goal was a bit too big. However, seeing Lu Rian's cold eyes, everyone immediately suppressed their inner dissatisfaction. The eldest senior sister is still very majestic. In the entire Tianshui Peak, besides Mingyue, she is the only one who has the final say. Unlike the tense atmosphere at Tianshui Peak, at this moment at Sangjian Peak, after returning yesterday, Qi Wuhui had already started thinking about how to humiliate Yiqiu in 3 months. Haha, you ignorant idiot. You dare to make this bet with me, aren't you asking for trouble? In the dojo, Qi Wuhui said with a gloomy face. At this time, a handsome man with extraordinary bearing walked in. Father, what do you want me to do? This person is Qi Hao, the eldest senior brother of Sangjian Peak and Qi Wuhui's beloved son. Qi Wuhui is very fond of this son, and he is also excellent with great talent. If he practices seriously, he will not lose to Lu Qingfeng. But there is no way, this guy's mind is not on cultivation at all, and he thinks about how to get women every day. Qi Wuhui was troubled by this. He couldn't understand how he, with such an upright and excellent character, could give birth to such a lustful son. Is there something wrong? Looking at Qi Hao below, Qi Wuhui remembered how Yiqiu had made a fuss about him before, and he suddenly became furious. You better restrain yourself recently. You'd better use your thoughts on the 7 meridians martial competition. I have made a bet with Yiqiu. If you lose to Zisha Peak in 3 months, come back and see how I deal with you. Qi Hao didn't take it seriously, sneered and said, Yiqiu. Is he the useless leader of Zisha Peak? Father, are you worrying too much? That loser can't even beat me. How powerful can the disciples he taught be? Father, please relax. I'm sure I'll win the championship this time. Qi Hao is quite confident, even conceited. In the entire Butian sect, he is not afraid of anyone except Lu Qingfeng. Even though he is obsessed with beauty every day, he is actually quite capable, otherwise there wouldn't be so many girls attracted to him. This seemingly clean-handed, gentle and elegant gentleman actually has a lot of evil in his heart. Over the past few years, I don't know how many decent women have been harmed by this. Qi Wuhui usually turns a blind eye to his actions. However, he didn't want to be caught by Yi Qiu because of Qi Hao. He said sternly, "You are so complacent with your achievements. Put away your complacency. Do you think that Yi Qiu is really as the rumors say? Even I can't see through this kid's strength. You'd better restrain yourself recently. My Ten Peak and Zisha Peak have always been at odds. If he gets hold of you, I won't be able to protect you." Qi Hao's smile suddenly disappeared and gradually became gloomy. "What do you mean? Does he dare to make a fuss about me?" A murderous intent arose spontaneously in Qi Hao, and he couldn't understand where the useless chief of Zisha Peak got the courage from. His father is Qi Wuhui, the law enforcement elder of the Butian sect and the chief of Ten Peak. In the Butian sect, he is second only to one person and above everyone else, possessing the power of life and death. How dare Yi Qiu? Humph, if I hadn't gone to Zisha Peak with the headmaster yesterday, I wouldn't have known that this kid was hiding so deeply. We have always underestimated him. After enduring 10 years of humiliation, he has grown into a factor that we cannot control without anyone noticing. However, no matter how he tries to hide his weakness, it will be useless. In this bet, I will severely humiliate him in front of all the disciples and make him lose face. The martial arts competition will begin in 3 months. During these 3 months, you are not allowed to go anywhere. You must practice seriously. Qi Hao nodded. No matter how willful he was, it was their family affair. Now that an outsider wants to make a fuss about him, and this person is the person he despises the most, he certainly won't give the other party this opportunity. Don't worry, father. We are sure to win. Okay. You can go down. Qi Wuhui waved his hand, indicating that Qi Hao could go out. After Qi Hao left, a young man walked in excitedly and bowed to him. Master, I have broken through to the second level of Qi training. The young man said this as if seeking credit. He was very happy in his heart. He had just made a breakthrough and wanted to share this joy with his master. Who would have thought that Qi Wuhui looked at him with disdain, and then thought of Lin Chinju? His eyes became even more contemptuous. This young man was none other than Li Keisai, the disciple whom Qi Wuhui and Yang Wudi had fought for that day. At first he thought he had picked up a treasure, but now, in comparison, he feels as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. It took him 5 days to cultivate Qi to the second level, while Lin Chinju has already cultivated Qi to the 4th level. What is there to be proud of? Qi Wuhui said coldly, and when Li Keisai heard it, he felt very disappointed. He couldn't understand why his master's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees and became so strange in just one day. Could it be that his performance disappointed his master? With just a little achievement, you become complacent. With such a mentality, how can you achieve great things? Qi Wuhui continued, they were both born with divine bones, so why was it that other people's disciples could practice Qi to the 4th level in just 5 days? And his disciple is only of the 2nd rank? Does that mean he is not as good as Yi Qiu? Impossible, he would rather believe that he accepted a piece of trash than believe that Yi Qiu could teach his apprentice better than him. Li Keisai was very depressed. He thought that if he told his master the news of his breakthrough, his master would be happy. Unexpectedly, Qi Wuhui was not happy, but very angry. Master, I know I was wrong. I will work harder and strive to reach the heights that Master expects me to reach soon. Well, go down. Qi Wuhui had no expression and just spoke calmly. He no longer had any hope for this disciple. I just hope Qi Hao can fight for his dignity. After all, he is my biological son and the future heir. The next day. Waking up early in the morning, the sun slowly rises inside Zisha Peak. A day's plan begins in the morning. Early morning, when you are full of energy, is the best time to practice. My disciple, you must understand. In the wilderness, if you want to survive, the only thing you can rely on is the sword in your hand. Only when you are strong enough will people listen to what you say. In the bamboo forest, Yi Qiu spoke calmly, and Lin Chinju listened very carefully. Today, I will teach you the purple cloud sword technique. This sword technique is the sword technique inherited from Zisha Peak. It is a continuation of the sword technique in the Butian Zone Gang. It was later improved by your master to maximize its power. Swordsmanship is profound and cannot be mastered in one day. You must practice diligently every day and do not waste time. Lin Chinju listened very carefully, nodded solemnly, and said, "Master, I understand. I will practice diligently and strive to master my unique meridian skills as soon as possible." Very good. Zisha swordsmanship emphasizes being ethereal and graceful. It looks like a sword dance, but in fact it is more like a slow dance in the clouds. It looks light and graceful, but it is extremely powerful. Often, a single sword strike can make the opponent throw away their weapons and flee in panic. As he spoke, Ichio picked up a piece of bamboo and said, "I'll show you how to do it. I'll teach you the sword manual later. Then, you can practice according to the sword manual. If you encounter any questions you don't understand, you can ask me directly." Ichio did not use the Yunxiao sword, mainly because the sword was too powerful and he was afraid that it would destroy his family. With his current strength at the Shenzong realm, coupled with the Yunxiao sword, even a leader-level warrior would not be his match. Ichio has this kind of confidence mainly because the mental method he practices is a god-level mental method with pure spiritual power and amazing strength. And with the bonus of the magic sword, it would be really embarrassing if he couldn't even defeat a leader. Lin Chinju's expression was tense, and he stared at Ichio in the bamboo forest. "Master, I'm ready." Ichio nodded and immediately started dancing with the sword. I saw the bamboo turning in my hand, a beautiful sword flower bloomed instantly, and a lotus pattern appeared under my feet. In an instant, Ichio leaped up and danced in the air, his white clothes streaking into the air, like a sword immortal from the sky. Wherever the sword energy swept, the bamboo forest turned against them one after another. Lin Chinju was mesmerized by what he saw. This ethereal sword technique, coupled with Ichio's extraordinary temperament in white clothes, was really something that made people unable to extricate themselves. Soon she became absorbed in it, and gradually figured out some of the tricks as Ichio danced with the sword. Suddenly, the originally ordinary sword techniques became sharp in an instant, and the murderous intent surged. A bamboo in Ichio's hand danced with terrifying sword intent, and instantly made a decisive slash. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground. This. Lin Chinju was shocked. She had never expected that this seemingly delicate sword technique could contain such terrifying moves. Soon, Ichio completed the demonstration of a set of sword skills and slowly descended from above, standing with the bamboo on his back, looking a bit like a celestial swordsman. "Disciple, do you see clearly?" Ichio said with a guilty conscience. He just learned it a few days ago as a last-minute effort. Because of the comprehension bonus from the flower of the Great Tao, he learned very quickly and mastered the mysteries of the Zisha swordsmanship in just a few days. I don't know whether Lin Chinju can understand it. If she can't, it will be embarrassing. After all, he, the master, had just learned it and was still groping in the dark. What surprised Ichio was that Lin Chinju smiled slightly and said, "Well, I see it clearly. Although Master only demonstrated it once, I have memorized it all." Ichio was a little surprised. Could it be that this girl had the ability to remember everything she saw? "Can you see this clearly? Did you really remember everything?" Ichio asked in disbelief, while Lin Chinju smiled smugly. "How difficult is this? Let alone these few sword techniques, even if it is a thick Taoist scripture, I can remember the general idea just by taking a glance at it." Ichio's eyes lit up. This girl really has the ability to remember everything she sees. I really underestimated her. I didn't even notice her after all these days. Very good. Now that you have seen it clearly, take this sword manual and practice according to what is written on it and what I just demonstrated. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can always ask me. Ichio smiled with relief and continued, "Although you have a good memory, when it comes to swordsmanship, what matters more is your understanding. There are many sword techniques in the world, but no matter what kind of sword technique it is, its ultimate secret will lead to one goal. That is the sword intent. Only by understanding the sword intent can the sword technique unleash its true power. It is not an easy task to comprehend the sword's meaning. Even a gifted person with a high level of comprehension would need at least a year, or even several years, to comprehend the sword's meaning. Those with even lower comprehension may never be able to comprehend the meaning of sword in their entire lives. Lin Chinju listened very carefully. After hearing his master explain how difficult the sword skill was, he immediately had a goal in mind. Master, rest assured. I will practice hard and strive to comprehend the sword intent as soon as possible. Well, go ahead. Your master is very confident in you. Lin Chinju was delighted and left happily holding the sword manual. Master said that he was confident in me, which means he was very satisfied with me. It seems that I did not disappoint Master. After teaching the sword skills, Yichio returned to the dojo. System. Bite. You taught your disciple Zisha sword technique, triggering a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Open. Ding, congratulations on triggering a 10,000x critical strike and obtaining the God-level sword technique, the grass sword technique. Cursive sword technique. Yichio was stunned for a moment. The name didn't sound very powerful. Do you want to study? Study. As the sound of learning fell, a golden scripture flooded into Yichio's mind. After calming down and taking a closer look, Yichio took a deep breath. The wind is blowing wildly, and all the trees and grass look like enemies. Hiss. After taking a look, Yichio instantly gave up his previous thought. This sword technique may not sound powerful, but its actual power is more terrifying than Yichio had imagined. The sharpest blades in the world are nothing but plants. They wither and grow again every year, transcending time and space, and can kill everything. This fierce murderous intent frightened Yichio so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. There are only 3 swords in the Chao sword technique, and the power of each sword is beyond imagination. The first sword, killing in the grass. The second sword, dancing wildly across the sky. The third sword, 1 year of withering and flourishing. Each of these 3 swords is a fatal sword with incredible power, and the sword techniques are so domineering that it is difficult to resist. The third sword, 1 year of withering and blooming, is a magical skill. It can transcend time, space, and even the gap in strength, and achieve the ultimate one-for-one exchange. Even the immortals in heaven would be terrified upon seeing this sword. This sword can be said to be Yichio's last trump card sword. No matter who his opponent is or how strong he is, once Yichio is forced to use this sword, it will be a situation where both sides will be destroyed. Oh my god, this is awesome. This time, Yichio was completely excited. 3 magical skills came at once. Except for the third sword, which could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary, the other 2 swords were enough for Yichio to gain a foothold. In the entire Butian sect, even in the eastern wilderness, there is no such terrifying sword technique. This time, I made a lot of money. Over the next few days, Zisha Peak returned to its former tranquility. Lin Chinju is practicing Zisha swordsmanship, and is becoming more and more proficient, and his strength is gradually increasing. Her cultivation level also quickly broke through to the 2nd level of Xuanji. Yichio was also shocked at first at the speed of her improvement in cultivation. But after thinking about it carefully, I soon felt relieved. With the bonus of the divine bone and her hard-working attitude, it would be hard for her not to make a breakthrough. Yichio, on the other hand, was still immersed in the practice of the Caozi sword technique, constantly breaking down and countering the moves. With the help of the flower of the Great Tao, he quickly mastered the mystery of the grass sword technique and practiced it to perfection. With this sword technique as his confidence, Yichio now feels light when walking. Comfortable. As of now, with the Caozi sword technique and the fairy sword Yunxiao, there are very few people who can be his opponent. Even so, it's already a good thing that he doesn't get carried away. That day, Yichio left Zisha Peak early in the morning and headed for Yuqing Palace. In Yuqing Palace, Meng Tianjing conveyed some bad news to them. That was about the last beast riot. This incident had a huge impact on the eastern wilderness. Almost all the holy places of immortals in the eastern wilderness were affected to some extent. Now the riot of ferocious beasts at the foot of the mountain has not yet subsided, and the hundreds of miles of plains are filled with rioting beasts. People on earth are living in poverty and are leading a very hard life. In response to this, the Liang dynasty, the Liehua dynasty, and the Hanhai dynasty sent invitations to the holy sites and sects throughout the eastern wilderness. Please ask the disciples from all the holy lands and sects to come down the mountain together to quell the rebellion. As one of the most famous holy places of immortals in the Liang dynasty, the Butian sect was of course invited. So Meng Tianjing temporarily convened a meeting of the 7 clan leaders to ask for their opinions. Everyone expressed their willingness to go down the mountain to quell the rebellion. Yi Qiu certainly had no objection. According to his original plan, he wanted to go down the mountain after the 7 clans martial arts competition. But now it seems that we don't have to wait until then. It was just right, he could take advantage of this trip down the mountain to train his apprentice and investigate the cause of the ferocious beasts' riot. In the Yuqing Palace, Meng Tianjing finally made the decision and said, "Okay. Since everyone has no objection, let's go back and prepare. Each branch will act on its own when we go down the mountain this time, and the sect will not interfere. There are still more than 2 months before the 7 clans martial arts competition begins. Don't go too deep into it, and try to get back before the competition begins." "All right. Let's all go back." Everyone had no objection and began to disperse, each going back to prepare. Yi Qiu soon returned to Zisha Peak, and Lin Chinju was already waiting for him in the dojo. "Master, the head teacher hurriedly called you to the Jade Purity Palace to discuss matters. Has he found out any news?" What Lin Chinju cared about most was her parents' revenge. When she saw Yi Qiu coming back, she couldn't wait to ask. Yi Qiu returned to his seat, calmly drank a sip of tea, shook his head and said, "No. Don't worry, I'll tell you when there's news." Lin Chinju was a little disappointed. She thought Meng Tianjing hurriedly called Yi Qiu to Yuqing Palace because he had found out some news. But she quickly came to her senses, and now the most urgent thing was to practice. Even if she found out now, she couldn't get revenge. It would be better for her to stay in the mountains and practice with her master. When she is strong enough one day, she will investigate the matter herself. Yi Qiu saw that she was frustrated and said with a smile, "All right. Get ready. Tomorrow, I will personally take you down the mountain to investigate the cause of the beasts' riot. I'll give you some training as well. You're already at the 2nd level of Xuanji, and you've almost mastered the swordsmanship. It's time for you to practice in combat." This beast riot had a huge impact. The entire eastern wasteland was affected. The talented disciples from the major immortal sects and sacred places have already gone down the mountain before us. You can take this opportunity to see what the geniuses from other holy places are like. What are the gaps and shortcomings between me and them? I will make a summary after I come back. Lin Qingju's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Really? Master, you didn't lie to me, did you? When have I ever lied to you?" Yi Qiu rolled his eyes at her, and Lin Chinju was very moved. "Okay, then I'll go get ready." "Well, go ahead." Lin Chinju was very happy because she could go down the mountain, and with her master. Since going up the mountain, she has lived a fulfilling life every day and her master has been very good to her. However, there has always been a knot in her heart, that is the revenge for her parents. As for the old house that was destroyed by the ferocious beast, no one knows what happened to it now. Lin Chinju was deeply moved when she learned that Yi Qiu was going to take her down the mountain for training and help her find the culprit who killed her parents. After returning to the room, Lin Chinju immediately began to pack up, preparing to go down the mountain with Yi Qiu early the next morning. In fact, she didn't have much to deal with. One person and one sword would do the job. The next morning, in the open space in front of the wooden house on Zisha Peak, Lin Chinju had been waiting here early, and when she saw Yi Qiu finally come out, she hurriedly greeted him good morning. "Master, good morning." Yi Qiu was dressed in a stunning white robe, with a jade pendant hanging around his waist and a fan in his hand. He looked elegant and had an ethereal aura. Taking off the jade pendant in his hand, Yi Qiu said, "This is a storage jade. There is a lot of space inside, which can help you store items. It's inconvenient for us cultivators to travel in the wilderness with so much luggage, so most of us have a storage treasure like this. Today is your first time coming down the mountain. I don't have any magic weapon to give you, so I'll give you this jade pendant." After handing the jade pendant to Lin Chinju, Yi Qiu then taught Lin Chinju how to use the storage jade pendant. Lin Chinju was very grateful and said, "Thank you, master, for the treasure. Chinju likes it very much." Another magic weapon was given to me early in the morning. This master is so generous. He gave away magic weapons every day and never kept any for himself among his disciples. Yichio smiled and shouted silently in his heart. System. Bite. You gave your disciple a piece of top-grade storage treasure, triggering a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Open. Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold critical strike and obtained a piece of top-grade Xianling jade. Yichio turned his right hand, and a new jade pendant appeared in his hand. After a careful study, he found that the space of this jade pendant was much larger than the one he had just given to Lin Chinju, and this jade pendant had an even more magical effect. Can it actually store living things? Well, this is a good treasure. Yichio smiled evilly and gradually became more and more presumptuous. Although it did not directly trigger a 10,000 times critical hit, or 1,000 times, Yichio was already very satisfied with the 100 times. After all, it's impossible to be so lucky all the time. 100 times is already very high. Master, when do we set off? After playing with the jade pendant given by Yichio for a while, Lin Chinju carefully hung it around his waist and asked. Yichio did not answer, but looked in the direction of other mountains. Suddenly, several rays of light flew out from various veins, forming a dense area. Yichio smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." This time, almost all 7 sects sent a large number of disciples down the mountain, led by the chief monk himself. All the troops from Zisha Peak were mobilized. Although there are only 2, using the word all gives the impression that there are a lot of people. All major holy places have been mobilized in this operation to eliminate the ferocious beasts. This is more like a large-scale collision scene of holy places. Yichio casually drew out a sword and said softly, "Let's go." He did not use the Yunxiao sword because this magical sword was too powerful and seemed too pretentious. It doesn't suit his temperament. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Lin Chinju responded by summoning the Zisha sword and, imitating Yichio's behavior, flew after him on the sword. In the past few days, Yichio also taught her the art of wielding a sword. She had a high level of comprehension and learned it quickly. Unlike Yichio, who studied for a year. More than 10 minutes later, 2 figures slowly descended from the sky over the vast wasteland. Looking at the debris and ruins all over the ground, the once prosperous wasteland town has now been razed to the ground by ferocious beasts. The smoke from the ruins had not yet dissipated, and corpses were piled up on the ground like mountains. Seeing this scene, Lin Chinju felt nauseous and almost vomited. It seems like the impact of this beast riot is indeed huge. A small town was destroyed just like that. Was it someone's doing this or was there another reason? Yichio thought to himself, this is Eastern Wilderness, the territory of the human race. Such things actually happened in the major holy places and under the rule of dynasties. It's really a bit unbelievable. Duh. There were several footsteps heard from behind. Lin Chinju looked back and saw a group of people appearing on the ruins behind. The leader was a man in blue, his face full of arrogance. TSK, how miserable. Really miserable. They are all dead. Sigh. What a pity. This beautiful girl, who is as pretty as a flower, could not be favored by me, but died at the feet of a ferocious beast. Walking to a female corpse, Xiao Yi playfully used the stick in his hand to pick up the corpse's clothes, expressing his pity. Master, look, isn't there a little beauty over there? Xiao Yi was still feeling sorry for the dead body on the ground when the henchman behind him suddenly pointed at Lin Chinju in front of him and said. Hearing this, Xiao Yi looked up and saw Lin Chinju, the cold and elegant figure in white clothes. He was immediately attracted to her. As a direct descendant of the Xiao family, an ancient clan from Liang, he has a noble status and has seen many beautiful women. But he had never seen a goddess as elegant and cool as Lin Chinju, and he immediately became interested. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman in this small ancient town in the wilderness. It seems that I am very lucky. Xiao Yi said playfully, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and walked over leisurely. Fairy, I am Xiao Yi from the Xiao family in Liang. May I ask your name? Are you interested in getting to know me? Lin Chinju frowned, feeling disgusted, and said coldly, Get lost. She saw everything the other party did just now. Originally, she thought that all handsome men in this world should be like her master, low-key, modest, kind, and upright. Now it seems that is not the case at all. The other party's behavior made her feel disgusted and sick. He was a complete beast. Lin Chinju rolled away coldly, and Xiao Yi frowned and his face suddenly became gloomy. In all these years, Lin Chinju was the first person who dared to speak to him like this. However, he suddenly felt a little bit of appreciation for it. He liked the feeling of being rejected and had a strong desire to conquer. Wild girl, do you know who you are talking to? You dare to talk to my young master like that, are you looking for death? Xiao Yi didn't intend to care about it, but the men behind him didn't intend to let it go and wanted to take action immediately. Why? Xiao Yi smiled slightly and waved his hand to signal them not to move. It would be bad if such an interesting beauty got hurt. Don't do it. It would be bad if you hurt the fairy. Hey, master, blame me, blame me. I didn't think it through. The henchman chuckled and said that they completely ignored Ichio who was standing in front of them, as if Lin Chinju in front of them had been controlled by them. Lin Chinju was furious, but when he heard the other party introduce himself, it seemed to be the Liang Xiao family. Thinking it must be some big family, he immediately suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. She doesn't have any powerful background, and her only support is her master. She didn't want to cause trouble for her master, so she could only bear it in her heart. At this time, Yi Qiu, who was standing in front surveying the situation, suddenly turned around. Liang Xiao family. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed Yi Qiu in front of him, and saw that Lin Chinju actually stood obediently behind him. His heart suddenly turned cold. This was the woman he liked, how could he let someone else take her away? After taking a closer look at Ichio, he found that he was very young and did not look very strong. Moreover, he didn't know this person, and he didn't think he was from a noble family. If you just threaten him a little, he will probably leave on his own. After all, not everyone can afford to mess with the Xiao family. What's more, he was followed by several expert guards. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi said playfully, "Oh, have you also heard of the reputation of my Xiao family?" Yi Qiu thought for a moment and said seriously, I don't know him." Xiao Yi's expression changed instantly. Is this kid provoking me? Or is he provoking my Xiao family? Presumptuous. The henchman behind Xiao Yi became furious upon hearing this, and instantly drew his sword and was about to attack. Xiao Yi stopped him again. He looked at Yi Qiu carefully again, trying to see clearly who this person was. There are indeed many powerful families and forces in the eastern wilderness. Although he is a playboy, it does not mean that he is stupid. After taking a few closer looks, he was very sure that he did not know Yi Qiu and had never seen this person before. Excuse me, sir. Which family are you from? Can I get to know you? Yi Qiu smiled faintly and said, I am born in poverty, how can I be compared with Master Xiao? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yi had made a decision in his mind and his expression changed immediately. Very good. Boy, prepare to meet my wrath. Come on, give him a long memory. Xiao Yi waved his hand, and several masters behind him immediately took action. The aura was exposed, and the two heavenly phase realm powerhouses behind him took the lead. Xiao Yi is very confident about these two guards. After all, these are the personal guards assigned to him by his father. Over the years, he has done a lot of bad things for him. Celestial phase. Yi Qiu was ashamed. He thought he was some kind of master, but this was the result. He didn't react at all, he just stood there and sneered. Lin Chinju stood behind him all the time, with no expression on his face. She also felt the other party's aura, and smiled secretly in her heart. I'm afraid these two guards didn't know that they kicked an iron plate, right? In an instant, the two guards arrived, and suddenly, the two knives stopped when they were only 5 centimeters away from Yi Qiu. What are you doing? Get started. Xiao Yi was furious, thinking that his two guards had shown mercy. At this moment, an astonishing force burst out from Yi Qiu's body. In an instant, the two guards flew backwards, surrounded by sword energy. In a moment, they were riddled with holes. Quiet. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Xiao Yi looked at the guard lying on the ground who was already dead as hell with an expression of disbelief, then looked at Yi Qiu who was still motionless in front of him. A powerful person from the fifth realm of Shenzong. An old man in black said in horror that at that moment just now, he could clearly feel the power emanating from Yi Qiu. That is the power that only the fifth level of Shenzong possesses. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? The five realms of divine hidden realm. Xiao Yi's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yi Qiu was a powerful man in the fifth realm of Shenzong. Even a family as big as their Xiao family only has two strong men in the fifth level of Shenzong. Yi Qiu is so young, and he also said with his own mouth that he came from a poor family. How could he be at the fifth level of the divine hidden realm? Master, I'm afraid we've gotten into big trouble this time. Old Su said with a pale face that although his cultivation level was at the Wuju realm, he had a very high status in the Xiao family. However, facing such a terrifying opponent as the Shenzong Five Realms, not to mention him, even the patriarch of the Xiao family did not dare to provoke him easily. He couldn't understand how there could be a powerful person in the fifth realm of Shenzong in the ruins of this small desert town. Moreover, even the clan leader would find it difficult to resist the opponent's destructive sword intent just now. Too strong. Hearing what Mr. Su said, Xiao Yi's face suddenly turned pale. Even though he had looked at it carefully, he didn't expect that he still offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Mr. Xiao, what's wrong with you? At this time, a playful smile appeared on Yi Qiu's face. What did you say just now? I didn't pay attention. Can you say it again? Xiao Yi's face turned pale and he cursed inwardly. You are pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, are you doing it on purpose? Let me say it again, do you take me as an idiot? Do today's masters like to play like this? Xiao Yi regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Long before he left, his father had told him that in response to this ferocious beast riot, many powerful men from all the major immortal mountains and holy places had been dispatched. Let him be more restrained and be careful not to offend those masters. His family cannot afford such a responsibility. At first Xiao Yi didn't believe it. He thought his father was making a fuss and saying such things on purpose to scare him. Until I came to this ancient town in the wilderness. Xiao Yizai finally realized that his old father was right. Looking at Yi Qiu who was looking at him with amusement, Xiao Yi felt very desperate. At first he thought the other party was just a clown who could be bullied at will, but in the end he found out that he was the clown. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi wanted to slap himself. When will he be able to change this lustful habit? Is it possible for an ordinary person to possess a woman with such an extraordinary temperament? Cursing himself in his heart, seeing Yi Qiu getting closer and closer, Xiao Yi instantly turned 180 degrees and knelt down in front of him. Senior, I am guilty of not being able to see clearly and offending you. I hope you will spare my life considering that I am still young and have an old father and mother to take care of at home. Puff. This unexpected reversal made Lin Chinju laugh. Is this the feeling of oppression brought by the strong? Master is too bad, but I like it. He, a full sense of security. Looking at Xiao Yi lying on the ground, Yi Qiu's mouth twitched, feeling a little disappointed. He thought that this kid could be more stubborn and continue to intimidate him, or even bring out his own ancestors to scare him. As a result, the gap was too big. No, the dudes of this generation are too bad. It seems that Mr. Xiao is quite filial. Yeah, that's good. I admire people like you who respect their elders. Okay. I won't bother with you this time. Hearing Yi Qiu say this, Xiao Yi was suddenly excited and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally I escaped. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu suddenly said, I will take some time to go to the Xiao family in Liyang and see how young Master Xiao is filial to his old father. What? Xiao Yi collapsed to the ground with a thud. This. Mr. Xiao better not lie to me. If I go to the Xiao family, I will find that things are not as Mr. Xiao said. Haha, then you are deceiving me. I hate being deceived the most in my life. Normally, I would use extraordinary means to torture such people to death. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yi felt a chill in his heart. Finished. Puff. At this moment, Lin Chinju couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. It was the first time she discovered that her master had such a dark side. These few short sentences may cast a shadow on Xiao Yi's life. Because you have no idea when he will go to the Xiao family. Even if you want to act, you can't do it, and you can only keep playing the role of a filial son. All right, Mr. Xiao. If there is nothing else, go back and take care of your parents. Yi Qiu smiled playfully. Xiao Yi turned pale and fled in panic. It wasn't until he ran a long way that he came to his senses. Damn it. I'm really dead now. Old Su, who was standing next to him, looked at Xiao Yi's regretful expression and said, "Sir, I think it's better for you to do what he says. I just clearly felt that his aura is even more terrifying than that of the clan leader, and that astonishing sword intent. I'm afraid even a strong man at the level of a leader is no match for him. This time, you really messed with someone you can't mess with." After hearing this, Xiao Yi felt even more desperate. Generally speaking, Lao Su never lies. If he says that the other party is very strong, then he is really strong. In the small town, watching Xiao Yi fleeing in panic, Lin Chinju couldn't help but laugh and said, "Master, you are too mean. How can you scare others like this?" Yi Qiu's mouth twitched, and he said, "Silly girl, what are you talking about? Your master just wanted to help you vent your anger, why are you speaking up for others?" "Yes, master is the best. Chinju knows that master will not let others bully Chinju." Lin Chinju hugged Yi Qiu's arm and acted coquettishly, feeling very happy. She actually knew very well that the reason Yi Qiu did that just now was simply to vent her anger. Originally, she was still thinking that since the other party was so powerful, even if she suffered any injustice, she could not cause trouble for her master. In fact, she was overthinking it. Her master was very protective of his disciple and would never let her suffer any injustice. That's good to know. Yi Qiu smiled with relief and said, "Okay. Let's go. You want to go home, right? Lead the way. When I go back this time, I don't know when the next time will be." Lin Chinju nodded and said obediently, "Yeah, let's go." Following her graceful figure, we walked all the way into the depths of the town. Soon, they came to a ruined site. Lin Chinju stood in the corner, staring blankly at the dark wall covered with graffiti. It can be seen that this should be her masterpiece when she was young. Yi Qiu did not disturb her, but observed the situation around him. Suddenly, he saw a breath of air flowing and several figures falling from behind. Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment. The people who came were none other than Mingyue, Suya, and several female disciples from Zisha Peak. "Yaya, is this your home?" Looking at the messy ruins on the ground, Lu Ruyan asked curiously. With tears in her eyes, Suya groped around the ruins of her home, looking for something. Eh? At this time, Mingyue noticed Yi Qiu in the ruins not far away and walked over curiously. "Junior brother Yi, why are you here too?" Mingyue was puzzled, but after seeing Lin Chinju, she immediately understood. Lu Ruyan, who was following behind her, curiously glanced at Yi Qiu from behind. "Is this the head of Zisha Peak and the youngest uncle of the Butian sect? He's just as handsome as the rumors say." Ever since Mingyue scolded them last time, they got some information about Yi Qiu from Suya, and they were particularly curious about this uncle who had always been a stranger to them. Yi Qiu glanced at them calmly and said, "I am taking my apprentice down the mountain for training, and I will come to see her home by the way." Disciple Lu Ruyan greets Uncle Master Yi. Lu Ruyan behind him stepped forward and saluted. Yi Qiu glanced at her and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Oh my God! Are all the female disciples of Zisha Peak so beautiful?" Yi Qiu was secretly surprised. This Lu Ruyan was so pretty, she gave off the vibe of a lady from a scholarly family. She was dressed in a red robe, had a gentle personality, a hot body, and was so evil that she was not inferior even to Mingyue. No wonder the disciples from other mountains of the Butian sect always like to run to Zisha Peak when they have nothing to do. There are so many beautiful women there. Shocked inside but calm on the outside, Yi Qiu said calmly, "Well, you are the chief disciple of Zisha Peak, right? I have heard of you before. Among the younger generation of the 7 clans, you, Qing Feng, and Qi Hao from Hidden Sword Peak are the most amazing. After seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation." The fact that she could reach this level of cultivation at such an age was enough to prove her talent. Hearing Yichio's praise, Lu Ruyan was delighted and said modestly, "Uncle Master, you are too kind. Ruyan is dull and stupid, how can she be compared with my brother?" Yichio was stunned for a moment, only to hear Mingyue explain, "Junior brother Qingfeng is Ruyan's biological brother." "Oh, I see." Yichio suddenly realized, and at this moment, Mingyue suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. "Ruyan, it seems that your master Uncle Yi has high expectations of you. Your master uncle is a very nice person. You should talk to him more. If you perform well, maybe your master Yi will be so happy that he will teach you a set of peerless sword techniques or reward you with a treasure." Yichio's heart trembled. What do you mean? This woman wants to trick me. Lu Ruyan seemed to understand, and continued, "Master, I understand. He. I will definitely go to Zisha Peak more often in the future and talk to Master Uncle about my cultivation experience. Master Uncle will not be unwelcome, right?" The corner of Yichio's mouth twitched. "It's okay. Zisha Peak has few people and is very quiet. It will be more lively with one more person. If you want to come, you can become my disciple. We at Zisha Peak never keep anything secret from our disciples. It's not impossible to give away secret magic weapons." When Lu Ruyan heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She had heard from Suya that Yichio gave her good sister Lin Chinju some elixirs and some treasures as soon as she entered Zisha Peak. What's even more outrageous is that he actually taught his skills to his disciples. Just as he said, he really did not hide anything from his disciples. Where can I find such a good master? Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression, Mingyue's heart suddenly tightened. Good guy, she just said it casually to see if she could get some benefits from Yichio for her disciple. How come he almost got his beloved disciple involved? This wouldn't do. Lu Ruyan was her beloved disciple and her only hope. If she was fooled away by Yichio with just a few words, wouldn't it be a waste of both her husband and her army? Damn it. This guy actually got the better of me. Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression, Mingyue felt even more guilty and immediately said, "Ahem. Ruyan, the martial arts competition is approaching and time is running out. You should not rush to Zisha Peak for no reason. Stay on the mountain and practice." Lu Ruyan was a little disappointed when she heard this, and pouted, "Well, I will remember Master's teachings." Although she thought so, she would not do it. Although other people's masters are selfless and devoted to their disciples, it was Mingyue who guided her since she started learning. How could she do such a thing as betraying her master and joining others? What a pity. If we had been at Zisha Peak from the beginning, we wouldn't have had this kind of trouble. Seeing that Lu Ruyan had finally calmed down, Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Yichio. "You're so cruel. Don't ever think of taking advantage of my precious disciple again. You can pick anyone else except her. Otherwise I will fight you to death." Yichio smiled without saying anything, looking at Mingyue who was secretly threatening him, and thought to himself, "Tisk, what's the big deal about just one disciple? Sooner or later, I will take over your entire Tianshui Peak, including you. You still want to trick me? You're just shooting yourself in the foot." Laughing secretly in his heart, Yichio said innocently on the surface, "Senior sister, you brought this to me yourself. Why do I feel like I'm trying to snatch your disciple away by force after hearing what you said? You're being a little unreasonable." "Mingyue, I don't care. Anyway, Ruyan, you can't move." Yichio smiled secretly, "If you tell me not to move, will I not move? Wouldn't that make me lose face?" Thinking of this, Yichio smiled playfully and slowly took out a lotus pendant. "Junior sister Ruyan, nice to meet you. I don't have anything nice to give you, so this lotus pendant will be your greeting gift. This is a top-grade treasure. Carrying it with you will be very helpful for your cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, Mingyue gave him a murderous look. This guy was not just robbing secretly, but openly trying to steal her apprentice in front of her. At this time, Lu Ruyan was already stunned, and took the lotus pendant handed to her by Yichio in a daze. After feeling it carefully, it was indeed as Yichio said, this was a precious weapon that was extremely helpful for cultivation. This. Thank you, uncle. Lu Ruyan's thoughts were not that complicated. She happily took the pendant and looked at Yichio's handsome face. She wanted to give him a kiss to express her gratitude. This is so generous. He gave the best treasure as a gift as soon as they met. It is just like the legend says, he is selfless in his dedication to his disciples. Ah, I love it so much. I also want to have a master like this. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? You don't look well, are you feeling unwell? Yichio asked the question even though he knew the answer. Seeing Mingyue being humiliated, he felt very relieved. I have to say that although Master Xiantian was a jerk and died after teaching Yichio for only 3 days, the treasures he left behind are quite useful. Just looking at this pendant, look how happy Lu Ruyan is. This thing doesn't have much practical use for Yichio, but it seems to be good for picking up girls and giving away apprentices. Mingyue glared at him fiercely and left in anger. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. Seeing her master leaving, she reluctantly said, "Uncle Master, I'm leaving first. I'll go to Zisha Peak for a visit when I have time." Lu Ruyan blinked and said playfully, she looked so adorable. Well, you can come visit anytime you want." Yichio nodded calmly, and Lu Ruyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's it for now, I'm leaving first, goodbye, uncle." With a wave of her hand, Lu Ruyan quickly followed Mingyue's pace and ran away. At this time, bite. You gave your disciple a piece of top-grade treasure, the lotus pendant, which triggers a 10,000-fold return. Is this possible? Yichio was happy. Lu Ruyan was not his disciple, so how could she have triggered it? System, are you mistaken? Replying to the host, the system has not made a mistake. Lu Ruyan is a disciple of the Butian sect. The sect that the host is bound to is also the Butian sect. All disciples of the Butian sect can trigger a 10,000 times return. Oh, so that's how it is. After listening to the system's explanation, Yichio finally understood. Love can be played like this. Doesn't that mean that he can go to other mountains to recruit disciples in the future? Anyway, no matter whether he can dig it up or not, he can trigger the return and make a profit. However, Yichio would not accept just any disciple. At least the disciple had to have good character. He did not want to accept an ungrateful person as his disciple. Later he has to clean up the mess himself, which is too troublesome. Do you want to enable return? Well, go ahead. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have triggered 100 times critical strike and obtained a piece of innate spiritual jade. Innate spirit jade. Curiously taking out the spiritual jade from the system, Yichio felt it carefully and found that it contained a very terrifying spiritual energy. Carrying this spiritual jade on, you can gain a high multiplier bonus to your cultivation speed, and it also has a detoxifying effect. Interesting. In the time it takes to pick up a girl, I can also get such a fine piece of jade for free. Not bad, not bad. Contentedly hanging the spiritual jade on his body, Yichio stretched his body. Not far away. Lin Chinju searched the ruins of his home for a long time and finally found some items. Although they are not valuable things, they preserve her memories of her parents and are of great significance. Having almost finished searching, Lin Chinju looked back at the ruins of his home as he walked, and returned to Yichio. "Master, let's go." Yichio was not in a hurry and asked, "Are you not going to continue to look? If you leave this time, you don't know when you will come back next time." Lin Chinju took another look at the remains of his home and said firmly, "No. Daddy and Mommy are gone, and this family is broken up. No matter how hard you look at it, Daddy and Mommy won't come back. It will only add to your sorrow. Well, let's go." Yichio didn't say anything. Cultivating immortals means staying away from the secular world. During the long career of cultivating immortals, time will dilute all emotions. The Mingyue team in the distance was also preparing to leave, and Yichio wanted to go over and ask them where they were planning to go next. At this time, a group of refugees fled in panic from the ancient town in the wilderness. Yichio grabbed an old man and asked, "What happened? Don't ask any more questions. Run quickly. There is a ferocious beast behind us." The old man's face turned pale at this time, and he said in horror. It is not difficult to tell from his expression that the beast behind him must be very cruel, otherwise he would not be so scared. Yichio let him go, and the old man fled the scene in a flash. That speed was totally not something an old man could have. Sure enough, when people are faced with life and death, they can often unleash amazing potential. Looking back, I could vaguely see dust all over the sky and the ground shaking. Yi Qiu frowned, calmed down, felt it, and suddenly opened his eyes. The 5 realms of divine hidden realms. Judging from its aura, it should be an ancient relic. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Mingyue, who had just walked over to inquire about the situation, was immediately startled. Others were puzzled and asked, "Master, what is the ancient relic?" Mingyue explained, "In the Great Wilderness, there are thousands of races, and the East Wilderness where we are is just the tip of the iceberg. Deep in the vast wasteland, there are many blood species and descendants left over from the ancient times. These ancient species are extremely powerful. With their strong bloodlines, we human cultivators have no advantage over them in the same realm." After hearing this, everyone was shocked and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yi Qiu regained his composure and looked up at the sky. Several rays of light were already flying towards the direction of the ancient species. Walk. Without any hesitation, Yi Qiu grabbed Lin Chinju's hand and flew in that direction instantly. Mingyue was not willing to be left behind, so she turned around and said to Lu Ruyan, "You guys, hurry up and catch up. We have finally encountered an ancient relic, we can't miss such a good opportunity." After saying that, he took Suya and left first, and Lu Ruyan and others followed. At this time, across the 100-mile wasteland, a sea of fire was burning, and a giant ape was beating its chest fiercely and roaring towards the sky. Above it, hundreds of people gathered. They were all powerful men from various immortal sects and holy places, as well as disciples who had come down the mountain to train. Haha, an ancient relic. I finally caught it. Mr. Wang, Mr. Su, you two should be more careful. When the giant ape is besieged and severely injured, seize the opportunity and snatch the precious bone for me. Looking at the giant ape below, Xiao Yi said viciously. He was just humiliated by Yi Qiu, and he felt numb all over. For safety reasons, he specially sent a message back home and invited Wang Hai, the only powerful person in the 5th level of Shenzong in the family besides his father, to come over. After Wang Hai arrived, Master Xiao felt that he was back to normal and immediately resumed his previous dandy lifestyle. Well, I'll try my best. As a powerful person in the 5th realm of Shenzong, Wang Hai was still relatively calm. He looked around and found that there were indeed many powerful people present, and he felt a little pressured. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Xiao? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so upset?" At this moment, a weird voice came to his ears, and Xiao Yi frowned immediately. Looking at it coldly, it was indeed the face he hated the most. Liang Lin family, Lin Feng, his mortal enemy. No wonder Raymond Lam mocked him as soon as they met, mainly because his current outfit really didn't look good. He was so scared by Yi Qiu just now that he almost peed his pants. He was covered in dust and his clothes were torn by Yi Qiu's sword energy. He looked very embarrassed. After taking a deep look at the 2 old men beside Lin Feng, Xiao Yi suppressed his inner anger. A little impatience can ruin a great plan. I must keep my composure and not get into trouble with this dandy boy. Comforting himself mentally, Xiao Yi ignored Lin Feng. Seeing Xiao Yi ignoring him, Lin Feng immediately became unhappy and continued to ask in a sarcastic tone, "What's going on? Who is so disrespectful and made our master Xiao look so humiliated? Mr. Xiao, tell me who it is and I'll help you vent your anger." Xiao Yi glanced at him with disdain. Cut. Just as he was about to retort, 2 white figures slowly fell from the side and were level with them. Xiao Yi glanced back casually, and suddenly his heart tightened. It's him again. The same thing happened to Mr. Su next to him, who explained in a low voice into Wang Hai's ear. After hearing this, Wang Hai looked back at Yi Qiu, calmed down, and wanted to check Yi Qiu's background. Suddenly, a silent sword energy attacked, and Wang Hai was almost injured by the sword energy for a moment. Hiss! What an amazing sword energy! This person's swordsmanship has reached such a level. Wang Hai was completely shocked. At this time, he had mastered the way of the sword. His whole body was like a sword, seemingly calm and without any aura flowing. However, if you dare to attack rashly, you will definitely be counterattacked by sword energy. The most terrifying thing is that this sword energy is activated autonomously and does not require any control. Ancient relic, the Purgatory Giant Ape. Looking at the huge monster below, Yichio muttered to himself. The original true explanation contains records of this relic, along with detailed scriptures and illustrations about its inherited treasure techniques, as well as its various advantages and disadvantages. This giant ape has lost its sanity, as if it had been corrupted by some strange source. It has transformed into a demon ape and is killing people in this wilderness. Mr. Xiao, where are you going? At this moment, a voice came from his ear and Yichio looked over curiously. About 10 meters away, 2 old men and a handsome young man were tiptoeing with their backs to him, preparing to slip away. Yichio recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Isn't this young Master Xiao? At this moment, Xiao Yi's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng was filled with murderous intent. Am I familiar with you? Do I need to explain to you where I'm going? It's over. This time he couldn't escape because Yichio had already discovered him. Hey, senior. What a coincidence, we meet again. There was no way to run away, so Xiao Yi simply turned around and greeted Yichio with a smirk on his face. Well, isn't this the filial son, young Master Xiao? It's quite a coincidence that we meet again. Yichio smiled playfully. He didn't expect the world to be so small. After going around in a circle, they met again. Where are you going, Mr. Xiao? Why are you leaving as soon as you see me? Do I look scary? No way, Senior is handsome, suave, and has an extraordinary demeanor. Even when I was at my peak, I had to give him some distance. I don't know how many beauties he has charmed. How can he be scary? Xiao Yi flattered him and told him to step back for the sake of his life, face, and dignity. Yichio was amused, but he still looked calm on the surface, with a kind of intimidating presence that made Xiao Yi feel cold inside. I don't know if Wang Hai can beat him. Why do I keep running into this guy everywhere? I'm so unlucky. Tsk tisk. At this moment, Xiao Yi heard a weird voice in his ears. Needless to say, it was Lin Feng again. You are so useless. As the eldest young master of the Xiao family, you actually need to flatter others. Lin Feng walked up with an arrogant look on his face and looked directly at Yichio. There was no sign of retreat. Behind him were 2 powerful men in the 5th level of the Shenzong realm. Why should he be afraid of anyone? The main reason was that he saw that Xiao Yi was afraid of Yichio, and he wanted to show off in front of young Master Xiao and suppress him. Yichio glanced at him, frowned and said, "Oh, so you are very brave." "Please, I'm super brave, okay?" Lin Feng said arrogantly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi was happy and laughed secretly in his heart. Haha, yes, irritate him, hee hee. I want to see how you die. At this time, another breath of air flowed, and a gorgeous figure appeared beside Yichio. Her appearance immediately attracted the lustful gazes of Lin Feng and Xiao Yi. Great evil. Oh my god. Here comes another beautiful lady. What a pity, what a pity. This young master is destined to have no chance. Xiao Yi knew very well that he couldn't mess with this beauty. But he was happy to let Lin Feng go and cause trouble, and it would be best if he offended them all. In that case, the Lin family would be finished. At this time, Lin Feng had already lost his mind. Especially after Mingyue arrived, he was eager to show off and spoke sarcastically to Yichio. I don't think you're that good. You're just a pretty boy. You don't even know who I am, do you? I am the eldest young master of the Liang Lin family, Lin Feng. If you know what's best for you, come here and bow to me. If I'm happy, I'll accept you as my younger brother. Lin Feng said with confidence that just because Xiao Yi couldn't afford to offend someone, it didn't mean he couldn't afford to offend them. Yichio doesn't look like a descendant of a noble family. At most, he is an ordinary disciple of some holy mountain. There is nothing to be afraid of. You can't lose your composure in front of a beautiful woman. Take me as your younger brother. Yichio was so angry that he laughed. He had heard from online novels that these playboys were more arrogant than each other. He didn't believe it at first, but now he does. After all, growing up in such an environment means you are born standing on the top of a mountain and have never experienced the beatings of society. He was confident that his family was powerful and could help him handle any problem, and no one dared to mess with him. This kind of thing is born out of blind self-confidence. What if I don't want to? Yichio's tone turned cold and he kept a close eye on the giant ape's actions below. But there was a fly buzzing nearby, which was really annoying. Mingyue took a step back. She didn't intend to interfere in this matter. She just wanted to take this opportunity to see Yichio's abilities. If Yichio can't win, it won't be too late for her to help then. Not willing. Lin Feng's face turned cold. How could he lose face in front of a beautiful woman? What a coincidence, Mingyue added fuel to the fire at this time. Oh, so scary. Is this handsome boy going to get scared? As soon as these words came out, Yichio's mouth twitched. This woman really doesn't mind making trouble. Sure enough, Mingyue's words were like a ball of fire, burning on Lin Feng's pile of dry firewood. I would be a coward. What a joke. It seems that I have to show some real skills today. Lin Feng said with a gloomy face, I want to see who is so powerful that Xiao Yi dare not even fart. Boy, I'm not afraid to tell you that I may not dare to provoke someone Xiao Yi is afraid of. I, Lin Feng, have never known what fear is in my life. Say your name if you have the guts. I. Yichio pondered for a moment and said, Butian sect, Yichio. The Butian cult. Lin Feng took a deep breath when he heard this, and the others were also shocked. The Butian sect is a colossus in the eastern wilderness. Even a giant like the Liang dynasty does not dare to provoke it easily. What should I do? I am in a dilemma now. Provoke it. It seems that he really can't afford to offend the Butian sect. Just let it go like that. No, if he is so cowardly, not to mention that Xiao Yi will make a fuss about this incident in the future, making him unable to hold his head up. What's more, there are two beautiful women next to him. How can he embarrass himself in front of them? Lin Feng felt a little regretful, but still had a glimmer of hope. If the other party was just an ordinary disciple, they would just kill him and the Butian sect would not really pursue the matter to the end. Snort. Do you think you can scare me with the name of the Butian sect? You are just an ordinary disciple. If you die, you die. The Butian cult won't care at all. At this moment, Mingyue's voice, which was not afraid of trouble, came to my ears again. No, handsome boy. He is not an ordinary disciple. He is one of the 7 chiefs of the Butian sect and the chief of Zisha Peak. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng instantly finished. Hiss, the 7 Veins leader. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, he was not the one in this position now. Hee, Lin Feng, you're dead this time. I'll teach you how to act cool in front of me. The 7 sect leader is the most honorable person in the Butian sect besides the sect master. To provoke him is equivalent to provoking the entire Butian cult. Your small Lin family is not even enough for any of the other families to eat. Although he was secretly happy, Xiao Yi also felt uncomfortable. The more terrifying the other party's background is, the more stable his image as a filial son will be. It's not okay to be unfilial, otherwise if he suddenly gets crazy and comes to the Xiao family one day, he will be finished. Until now, he has not forgotten what Yichio said to him, and he is scared to death. Master. Upon hearing that Yichio was the head of one of the 7 sects of the Butian sect, the 2 old men behind Lin Feng immediately came out and pulled Lin Feng back. An old man looked solemn and said apologetically, Fellow Taoist, my young master is young and ignorant, and he has offended you. I hope you will not bear grudges and forgive him for this one mistake. Yichio said playfully, that's not right, shouldn't I be the one saying this? I was just thinking about how to ask Master Lin to forgive me, why is it the other way around now? The old man's face darkened and looked very ugly. Of course, he knew what Yichio meant. At this time, another old man next to him said unhappily. Sir, please don't go too far. We have already apologized. My Lin family is not without temper. Please don't push your luck. Yichio was amused. He spread his hands, motioning Lin Chinju to step back, and said, "So there's nothing to talk about." "Very good. He has a temper, I like it." As soon as the voice fell, the aura suddenly surged, and the aura of the 5 realms of Shenzong completely burst out. The two old men's faces changed and they pushed Lin Feng back instantly, and they both blocked him at the same time. The battle was about to break out. Yi Qiu stood alone in the air. He pointed lightly with his right hand, and all the trees and grass around him moved, and the wind was blowing wildly. Hiss! What an amazing sword energy! Ming Yue was secretly surprised. Although she had long guessed that Yi Qiu was quite powerful, she did not expect that his sword skills had improved to this level. Feeling the sharp sword energy flowing around her, Ming Yue became more and more surprised. Once the atmosphere here was exposed, everyone around was attracted here. Everyone was very confused and started talking about it. Who's fighting? It seems that the two strong men from the Lin family are fighting with a young man. Who is that person? Everyone was puzzled, but they could feel from his aura that the young man's sword energy was extremely terrifying. The surrounding grass and trees moved with his sword energy and became extremely sharp. In the strong wind, one would be injured by the grass and trees if one was not careful. Once the sword energy was exposed, the giant ape below suddenly became irritable. Roar! With a roar, the giant ape began to kill the monks around it. In the sky, Yi Qiu kept watching the movements of the giant ape. He saw that the giant ape wanted to break free from the encirclement and escape, and did not want to get entangled with the two old men. "I have limited time. I will try to kill you with one sword. If I can't kill you, then forget it." After saying that, Yi Qiu pointed across the air, and a giant phantom sword instantly slashed down from above. Like a violent storm, all the grass and trees in the vast wasteland were shaking. The two old men looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Their faces were pale, but they did not dare to retreat, because once they retreated, Lin Feng would be dead. Superior. The two men looked at each other and decided to withstand the sword together. The other party also said that if they could withstand it with just one sword, they could survive. In an instant, two powerful forces erupted. The two old men resisted the power of the giant sword, took out all the treasures on their bodies, and a giant disc came forward to meet it. Boom! It seemed as if a sword rain was falling from the sky. Under the impact of the powerful force, two powerful men in the 5th realm of Shenzong were sent flying backwards. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. With just one sword strike, they were seriously injured. This. How is it possible? Can't you even withstand a single sword strike? Lin Feng was terrified and his face turned pale. The sword force crushed him and he almost lost his life. Well, it seems that you are still not very skilled. Seeing that the other party was not dead, Yi Qiu shook his head in disappointment and did not continue to attack. Just now, he only used one move, grass-killing chaos, and he easily and severely injured two powerful men in the 5th level of the Divine Hidden Realm. Although he did not kill the opponent, Yi Qiu was still very satisfied with the effect of this move. After all, the other party used a precious weapon, otherwise he would have died for sure. Besides, he didn't even have any use for the Yunxiao sword. Seeing Yi Qiu display his prowess, Lin Chinju, Ming Yue, and the disciples who had just arrived from Zisha Peak were all shocked. "Uncle Master Yi, is this so terrifying?" Lu Ruyan said with a trembling voice that in their hearts, their uncle who had always been as gentle as jade, unexpectedly had such a domineering side, which really amazed them. "It seems that all the rumors are false. Our uncle is not a waste like the legend says. He is an absolute strongman. Too domineering. This sword technique is so powerful. When did Zisha Peak have such a terrifying sword technique?" Everyone couldn't help but be curious. Ming Yue frowned and had many doubts in her mind. But now is not the time to think about this, as the giant ape below is about to break free from the encirclement. Ming Yue no longer hesitated and instantly slapped down from above with one palm. "Where are you going?" The aura of the 5 realms of Shenzong burst out instantly, and in an instant, everyone present was shocked again. Who could have thought that this weak and evil woman was actually a powerful person in the 5th realm of Shenzong? Master. The scene was instantly in chaos. In the panic, the two old men who were severely injured by Yi Qiu took Lin Feng away. Yi Qiu did not chase after him. He turned around to look at Lin Chinju and said, "Stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon." Good. Lin Chinju didn't dare to move and could only follow Lu Ruyan as the scene was too chaotic. If they are not careful, they will be attacked, so these little monks can only form a group. Diving down, Yi Qiu ran straight towards the giant ape. Roar. The giant ape was surrounded and beaten, and became furious. With a roar, a powerful bone force burst out from within himself. "Haha, this precious bone is mine." An old man in a grey Taoist robe laughed, pulled out a blood-stained knife, and slashed at the giant ape. This person is an elder of the holy land of Bulao Mountain. His strength is also at the 5th level of Shenzong realm, and he knows Mingyue. Mingyue retreated without any injury with one palm strike. The giant ape's defense was too amazing to cause a fatal blow. Damn it. We must not let this old man take the bone text. Mingyue was anxious and looked back, only to find that Yi Qiu was already there. Just as he was about to say something, Yi Qiu stepped forward. "I'm afraid you can't take this precious bone away." Yi Qiu sneered, moved his right hand slightly, and a sword energy condensed in his hand, and slashed towards the giant ape. "No. Stop him." Li Changkong was shocked. At this time, the giant ape was restrained by several powerful men in the 5th realm of Shenzong. Yi Qiu took advantage of the situation and was about to take away the precious bone. He immediately shouted. In an instant, a man rushed out from the side and tried to stop Yi Qiu, but Yi Qiu dodged the attack and accurately slashed the giant ape with his sword. Roar. In severe pain, the giant ape roared, all the strength in his body began to drain away, and blood gushed out. Seeing that the giant ape was seriously injured, everyone could no longer sit still and immediately took action to take away the precious bone. However, he never expected that Yi Qiu had quietly stabbed a sword into the giant ape's body and took out the precious bone. Damn it. Li Changkong cursed angrily, his eyes changed, and he wanted to sneak attack Yi Qiu when he was not paying attention. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that Mingyue's aura had locked onto him. These two are in the same group. Li Changkong immediately realized that a sneak attack would be impossible. And, judging from the terrifying aura that Yi Qiu just released, his strength is above his own. If a real fight breaks out, I will definitely suffer a loss and have no choice but to give up. Who is this person? Looking at the lonely white shadow in the sky, everyone present asked their souls a question. Under the terrifying power of his sword, no one dared to step forward to snatch the precious bone. Everyone was very confused. Where did this person come from? He looked so young, but he was already a powerful person in the 5th realm of Shenzong. If he were given a few more years, would he be able to become the leader? The leader, he is a hegemonic being. Even a behemoth like the dynasty might not dare to provoke it. I know him. This person is the youngest uncle of my Butian sect, the head of Zisha Peak, Yi Qiu. At this time, someone said. This person was also a disciple of the Butian sect, and he recognized Yi Qiu above at a glance. What? The head of Zisha Peak? Everyone was secretly surprised, but when they heard that Yi Qiu was from the Butian sect, they were no longer surprised. Only an ancient sect like the Butian sect could produce such a talented and amazing person. Too strong. He severely injured 2 5th-level warriors with one sword, and then took away the precious bone with force. This level of combat power is considered the pinnacle of the 5th realm. Everyone sighed that Yi Qiu's performance just now was so brilliant that it was hard not to be shocked. The Butian cult. Li Changkong pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed heartily. Haha, I was wondering who had such great ability. It turns out to be a fellow Taoist from the Butian sect. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Yi Qiu put the precious bone into the Xianling jade and looked back at Li Changkong. Who are you? I am Li Changkong, from the Bulao Mountain. I am an old friend of your Butian sect's Qi Wuhui. Today, I was really surprised to see you. If you don't mind, how about we become friends? Li Changkong said politely that since he couldn't steal the precious bone, he might as well make friends. But what he didn't know was that he should never mention Qi Wuhui, otherwise Yi Qiu really wouldn't mind making friends with him. Qi Wuhui. I don't think this is necessary. Yichio said this lightly, then turned and left. The giant ape is dead, things here are over, and there is no point in staying here. Seeing Yichio's reaction, Li Changkong was very puzzled. He didn't understand why Yichio was smiling 1 second and his expression changed the next. Could it be that this person has a grudge against Qi Wuhui? Li Changkong thought to himself and suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he mention him for no reason? After returning to the team, Mingyue looked at Yichio with a smile and said, "Junior brother Yi, congratulations on obtaining the giant ape bone. This bone is a relic of the 5th realm of Shenzong. I guess, with this precious bone, you will be able to break through to the leader realm soon, right?" Mingyue was indeed a little envious, but there was nothing she could do. Pian Pian let Yichio take away the precious bone, and she could do nothing about it. He just thought that he was unlucky and not strong enough, otherwise how could Yichio have snatched this precious bone away from him? Yichio could see the disappointment in Mingyue's eyes, but he could not give this precious bone to her because he needed it to improve his strength. Well, it was just luck. If it weren't for senior sister's help, I wouldn't have been able to take the treasure bone so easily. Yichio said politely, turned around and nodded to Lin Chinju, and then said, "Senior sister, this matter is over. I still have to lead my disciples to experience, so I will say goodbye now." Mingyue did not try to keep them and watched Yichio and Lin Chinju gradually go away. There is a feeling of being left out. This junior fellow student, whom she once looked down upon, now has far surpassed her in terms of cultivation strength. She had a premonition that he might become someone she could only look up to in the future. Several disciples behind Mingyue discussed. Master is too strong. This extremely domineering sword technique has a sense of peerless independence, and he is also so handsome. He is absolutely the ideal perfect male god. And did you notice that Uncle sure didn't use any magic weapon from beginning to end? He just moved his fingers and suppressed everyone present. This is too domineering. Wow, I like it so much. Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched when she heard this. Are girls nowadays so unreserved? However, she could understand their mentality. For someone who had lived in the mountains for a long time and practiced at Zisha Peak, she could not even see a man normally. What's more, he is such an outstanding uncle master, so it is normal to be attracted by his charm. At that moment, even she felt a sense of spring in her heart. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Soon, Mingyue also took them away. After this battle, Yichio's name became famous throughout the wilderness. Many people learned for the first time that in addition to Meng Tianzheng and Qi Wuhui, the Butian sect also had such a powerful leader. At this time, there was a restaurant on the ancient road in the wilderness, and many people gathered inside. Hey, have you heard? The Butian sect has produced another peerless strongman. His strength is unfathomable. With just one sword strike, he severely injured 2 Shenzong 5th realm masters of the Lin family. Those 2 masters are among the best in the entire Liang realm. I couldn't even withstand his sword. This is too terrifying. In the restaurant, the discussion became more intense. This Zisha Peak's head, Yichio, seems to be still very young. He likes to wear white clothes and is accompanied by a peerless beauty. There is a piece of spiritual jade and a pendant on the clothes. It is very easy to recognize. If any of you encounter him, remember to be smart and don't provoke him, or you may lose your life. In the elegant seat on the 2nd floor windowsill, a stunning woman in a red robe and a veil on her face was slowly looking at the cup in her hand. He murmured, "Butian sect, Yichio. Princess. What are you thinking about?" While Zhao Waner was thinking, the maid next to her asked curiously. A smile appeared on Zhao Waner's beautiful face. Her movements were elegant. Her white fingers rested on the teapot and slid down it. If there hadn't been a screen blocking the view, all the men in the restaurant would have been completely captivated by her. This is a very elegant woman, and this elegance is engraved in her bones. Zhao Waner said calmly, "Nothing, I'm just curious, is this guy named Yichio really as scary as they say?" Xiao Ling tilted his head, thought seriously for a moment, and replied, "We have seen the 2 masters of the Lin family. They are indeed very strong. Since he was able to severely injure those 2 with one sword strike, he must have some skills. Princess, you have been worried about which fairy mountain to go to for cultivation. I think the Butian sect is very good. Zhao Wan'er's eyes lit up and she said, this is a good idea. This time she left the palace completely to escape, because her father wanted her to marry Prince Hanhai, but she was unwilling. So he wanted to join the Holy Land of Immortal Mountain to practice and avoid the marriage. As a princess of a dynasty, marriage is an inevitable fate for everyone. It's just that she didn't want to succumb to this fate. In the past month, she has visited many holy mountains and places, but unfortunately she was not satisfied with any of them. Now when I heard the name of the Butian sect, I suddenly became interested. Especially the head of Zisha Peak, Yi Qiu. I think we can observe it a little longer. Zhao Wan'er blinked, put down the cup in her hand, and tugged at her red robe. Let's go. The two left the restaurant. Because she was escaping this time, she only brought her maid Xiaoling with her, and she didn't even have a guard around her. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she wore a veil to cover her face. Otherwise, once her stunning beauty is revealed, she might not even be able to leave the restaurant. An hour later. On a plain, Zhao Wan'er's carriage stopped by the roadside. Xiaoling looked at the wasteland ahead with horror. Princess, it looks like we're in trouble. Zhao Wan'er poked her head out and glanced into the depths of the wasteland. A pair of blood-red eyes were staring at them. Why is there a ferocious beast here? Zhao Wan'er was very confused. All the major immortal sects and holy places, as well as masters from the three dynasties, came out and began a massive sweep of the eastern wilderness. With so many experts sweeping the place, it stands to reason there shouldn't be any ferocious beasts left here. They had never encountered such a thing before and were immediately panicked. This time she came out, she did not bring any guards with her. Xiaoling was the only one by her side. However, Xiaoling's cultivation level was only at the 9th level of qi training. And she hasn't even started practicing yet. Because she was used as a tool for marriage from the beginning, she had no chance to practice, only her brothers had the chance. This is also the reason why she wanted to find a holy land to become an apprentice and practice. Red snake. Looking at the red striped snake in the wilderness, it was spitting out its tongue and staring at them coldly. Zhao Wan'er's heart trembled, knowing that something was wrong. Princess, hurry up. I'll hold it back. Xiaoling said in a firm tone that even though she knew she couldn't defeat the red snake, she still had to protect the princess's safety. Ever since she was sent to the palace by her family, she has been following Zhao Wan'er, who treats her like her own sister and protects her very much. She was very grateful in her heart. Now was the time for her to repay the princess, so how could she back down? Princess, go. Xiaoling drew the sword from his waist, got out of the car, turned around and said to Zhao Wan'er. However, Zhao Wan'er did not make any move and just smiled faintly. He seemed to have let it go, and said calmly, you can't escape. The red snake is extremely poisonous and extremely fast. How can its prey escape? She did not regret it at all. Instead of returning to the cold palace and succumbing to fate and getting married, perhaps death was a relief. Xiaoling, go away and don't worry about me. Xiaoling has reached the 9th level of qi training. If she runs at full speed, she should have a chance. But for Zhao Wan'er, there is almost no such possibility. I might as well let myself hold it back and try to save the little creature's life, so that it would not be in vain that she had followed me for so long. No, princess. Xiaoling will not abandon you even if she dies. Xiaoling's emotions were a little out of control, and the sword in her hand was shaking. She was very scared, but still stood in front. Call out. There was a sound in the grass, and the red snake moved, rushing towards the two of them quickly. Xiaoling's face was solemn. Just as he was about to chop with his sword, suddenly a white light came from a distance and accurately slashed at the red snake. Zhao Wan'er was just about to close her eyes and wait for death when she suddenly saw a white figure appearing in the distance, and soon she came towards her. When I got closer, I found that she was actually a beautiful woman, whose beauty was no less than hers. Zhao Wan'er's eyes suddenly lit up. This beautiful woman had a very pure and cold aura, which was completely different from her style. She stood with her hands behind her back, holding a sword in one hand, looking heroic, like a female swordsman. Zhao Wan'er was amazed by what she saw. It seems that we don't have to die. Zhao Wan'er smiled slightly. There were already quite a few immortal disciples nearby. They might have sensed the presence of a ferocious beast and rushed over. When hit by the sword energy, the red snake made a hissing sound, expressing its anger. Looking at Lin Chinju above, a ball of flame instantly spurted out. Lin Chinju had a blank expression on his face. He spun the Zisha sword in his hand, and a lotus mark instantly formed, blocking the flames. Seeing that its sneak attack had failed, the red-bellied snake turned around and hid in the bushes, trying to escape. But how could Lin Chinju let it leave easily? This was her first opponent since she started practicing, and it was a test from her master. Where to go? With a cold shout, Lin Chinju rushed forward instantly. As the sword energy reverberated, he engaged in a battle with the red snake. At the same time, another figure appeared and instantly came to the side of the carriage, watching the battle in front with interest. Zhao Wan'er looked at the other person in surprise and suddenly thought of something. He was dressed in white, with a stunning beauty beside him, and a jade pendant on his waist. Could it be? Is it really him? Isn't this world so ingenious? They were discussing Yichio just now, and they met in a moment. Could this young man be Yichio, the head of Zisha Peak of the Butian sect? Zhao Wan'er took off her veil gracefully, smiled slightly, and asked curiously. Yichio looked back at her and asked in confusion, "Well, have you heard my story? It's really him." Zhao Wan'er was secretly delighted. She had just guessed and didn't expect it to be Yichio. Zhao Wan'er took a closer look at Yichio and became more and more surprised. He is exactly as described in the legend, with a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, like a celestial being banished from heaven, peerless and independent. Zhao Wan'er smiled knowingly, lifted her hair, and said, "It is rumored that the head of the Purple Cloud Peak of the Butian sect is a very young head with a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. He once severely injured two powerful men in the fifth realm of Shenzong with one sword, and killed a giant ape and took away its precious bone. It can be said that it shocked everyone and became famous throughout the wilderness. I have been amazed by it for a long time, and have been wondering when I can meet the real person and see his style." Yichio was stunned for a moment. Is news spreading so fast nowadays? It's only been a few days and this matter has already spread here. Well, now that you've seen it, what do you think? Yichio said this in a calm tone, never revealing any joy at all. Zhao Wan'er couldn't help but look at him with admiration. A normal person would be more or less secretly happy when being praised like this, but Yichio didn't feel that way. This shows how calm his mind is, and he has reached the state of being as calm as still water. Thinking of this, Zhao Wan'er's heart suddenly trembled. Isn't this the master she is looking for? She has seen many strong people, including many in the palace, but she values a person's character more, so she has never become their apprentice. Now, when he saw Yichio, he suddenly had the idea of becoming his disciple. Zhao Wan'er blinked her eyes and said leisurely, "My feelings. It is indeed as amazing as the legend says. I wonder if you, senior, are interested in accepting me as your disciple." Yichio was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked seriously into Zhao Wan'er's eyes. "You want to take me as your master?" Zhao Wan'er smiled gently and said that she had been to almost all the holy places of immortals that could be visited. "But I still haven't found one that satisfies me. I had originally planned that after watching the last Butian sect, if I still couldn't find a satisfactory master, I would just randomly choose one. Unfortunately, she just happened to meet someone she was quite satisfied with. Wouldn't it be a pity if she missed him?" Yichio looked at her carefully. This girl was born with natural beauty, gentle and elegant personality, and had the ability to captivate all women. In some aspects, she was even superior to Lin Chinju. The qualifications are pretty good. After a little modification, it can still be used. Yichio said calmly, "Well, yes. Although the aptitude is average, it is not impossible to teach." Zhao Wan'er was delighted. She didn't know what she was thinking about, and asked curiously, "Then why don't you ask about my background?" She was confused. Why didn't Yichio ask about his disciple's background when he accepted him as a disciple? Moreover, he didn't value qualifications. Yichio said, "When I accept disciples, I never look at their backgrounds, I only look at fate. Even if the other person comes from a humble background, but has a desire to learn, I will teach him. After hearing this, Zhao Wan'er admired him even more. Along the way, she has seen the faces of many masters. Those people either attach great importance to their background or to their qualifications. Only Yiqiu doesn't care about either of these two things. Zhao Wan'er immediately decided that she had to pay homage to this man. Disciple Zhao Wan'er, I pay my respects to master. At that moment, Zhao Wan'er immediately performed the ceremony of paying homage to her teacher, fearing that Yiqiu would go back on his word. Xiao Ling was surprised, because she knew her princess very well. Everything she did was carefully considered, and this was the first time she had seen anyone in such a hurry to become a disciple. Well, get up. Yiqiu was secretly happy, but appeared calm on the surface. He had long wanted to take in another apprentice. After all, relying on Lin Chinju alone to make money was a waste of this 10,000 times return system. I didn't expect that I would pick one up for free after strolling around here today. Not bad, not bad, this luck is really amazing. From today on, you are my second disciple. The one in front is your senior sister. I will introduce her to you later. Get up first. We can discuss the ceremony of becoming your disciple after we return to the mountain gate. Thank you, master. Zhao Wan'er stood up slowly, her temperament elegant and her aristocratic air all the time. Hee, princess, congratulations, you finally found your dream master. Xiao Ling came up and congratulated him, feeling happy from the bottom of her heart. Yiqiu was suddenly stunned. Princess. This second disciple seems to be quite extraordinary. Although he was confused, Yiqiu did not ask. As he said, he accepted disciples without considering their background. The previous battle was coming to an end. Although the red-bellied snake was very fast, it still couldn't escape death in Lin Chinju's hands. Soon, Lin Chinju killed the red snake, took away its precious bones, and returned calmly. Master, how was my performance just now? Lin Chinju stepped forward and saluted, looking at Yiqiu expectantly. He had performed so well just now, his master must be very satisfied, right? Well, his sword skills are pretty good, but he lacks combat experience and missed several good opportunities. But it's not a big problem. I'll go find a few more ferocious beasts to practice with, and I'll slowly become proficient. Yiqiu made a serious comment. Lin Chinju was a little disappointed, but after hearing what Yiqiu said, he also deeply realized his own shortcomings. Okay, let me introduce you. This is the disciple I just accepted. She will be your junior sister from now on. At this point, Yiqiu suddenly froze for a moment, turned around and looked at Zhao Wan'er, and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to have said it just now, but Yiqiu didn't pay attention and forgot it. Puff. Zhao Wan'er covered her mouth and wanted to laugh, but she held it back and explained, "Hello, senior sister. My name is Zhao Wan'er. It's our first meeting. I hope you can take care of me in the future." Lin Chinju looked at Zhao Wan'er in surprise and couldn't help but praise her in his heart. Isn't this girl so beautiful? I suddenly felt a huge pressure. But on second thought, it seems to be correct. Zisha Peak was too idle, and there was no third person in the entire mountain range. Yiqiu was busy practicing and had no time to chat with her. Lin Chinju was very happy to suddenly have a junior sister. He finally had someone he could talk to. Thinking of this, Lin Chinju said happily, "Hee, I finally have a junior sister." "Hello, junior sister. My name is Lin Chinju. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me." As soon as the two girls met, they felt like they had known each other for a long time and they chatted happily. The corner of Yiqiu's mouth twitched, he seemed to be ignored. After chatting for a long time, the two finally had their fun and gradually remembered that Yiqiu was left out in the wind by them. Both of them felt a little embarrassed. Zhao Wan'er still didn't know Yiqiu very well and was afraid that her master would be angry. "I was just about to say something." Lin Chinju comforted her, "Don't worry, junior sister. Master is very kind to his disciples and never loses his temper with them. You will understand after you have been in contact with him for a long time. Master, you are the best person to your disciples that I have ever met. During the days since I came to the mountain, Master has taken great care of me. Not only did he give me elixirs and magical medicines, and teach me skills, he also gave me the Purple Cloud Peak's treasured weapon, the Purple Cloud Sword. After hearing these words, Zhao Wan'er was shocked. I became more convinced that I had not chosen the wrong master. Is there such a good master in this world? Okay. If you have anything to say, let's talk on the way. Looking at the sky, night is approaching, it looks like we have to camp again tonight. Okay, master, please get in the car. It's windy outside. Zhao Wan'er pointed at the red carriage behind her and motioned Yiqiu to get in. Yiqiu didn't hesitate. I have to say that the princess's car frame is luxurious and more comfortable than Yiqiu's cabin in Zisha Peak. 3 people sat inside and it didn't seem crowded at all. Xiaoling was driving outside and the carriage set off again. Until night fell completely, Yiqiu and his group stopped by the lake. After setting up camp successfully and settling down, Yiqiu called Zhao Wan'er to his side. Disciple, your sister is out hunting. During this time, I will teach you how to practice. Good. Zhao Wan'er sat opposite Yiqiu gracefully. Looking at the handsome face opposite her, her pretty face blushed slightly and she felt a little nervous. However, when I thought that I would be able to practice soon, I couldn't help but feel happy. Yiqiu said, your aptitude is average. I will help you improve it first. This precious bone was obtained by my master some time ago. It is the precious bone of the purgatory giant ape and has the attribute of fire. Today, I will give you this precious bone for you to absorb. What? Zhao Wan'er was startled and looked at the precious bone in Yiqiu's hand, a little surprised. Isn't this the ancient relic of the 5th realm of Shenzong from some time ago? Yiqiu had spent a lot of effort to get it, how could he be willing to give the precious bone to himself to absorb? When she heard Lin Chinju say that the master was very good to his disciples, she was a little skeptical, but now she finally believed it. Isn't this too generous? Can you just give the precious bone to me as a gift? How could he know that when Yiqiu got the precious bone, he wanted to give it to Lin Chinju to absorb? However, she has a piece of black ice bone, which conflicts with this precious bone, so it cannot be absorbed. If he absorbed it forcibly, it might affect the effect of the divine bone. Therefore, he kept this precious bone on his body, not knowing what to do with it. Absorb it. What a waste. If you don't absorb it, it won't work if you leave it alone. Now that he had just accepted Zhao Wan'er as his disciple, Yiqiu finally knew what to do. Master, you are not kidding me, are you? This is the precious bone of the relic of the 5th realm of Shenzong. Are you really giving it to me? Zhao Wan'er said in disbelief, she felt that Yiqiu was testing her. Yiqiu said calmly, the so-called treasure lies in the value it can produce. If it has no value, it is just a piece of useless bone. Just take it, don't feel bad for me. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, I will never hide anything from you. Zhao Wan'er was deeply moved and became more determined that she had not chosen the wrong master. Thank you, master. She did not refuse at the moment. She took the precious bone and began to absorb it according to the method Yiqiu taught her. In less than a moment, she felt as if a fire was burning inside her body, and her whole body was hot. She couldn't help but pull at the red robe on her body and take it off. That perfect figure instantly appeared in Yiqiu's eyes, and Yiqiu's body trembled. Sweat flowed over the fair skin, emitting a faint fragrance, and Yiqiu's hormones suddenly soared. Oh my God! Teaching an apprentice almost made me lose my spiritual integrity. Yiqiu cursed himself inwardly and quickly turned his eyes away from her, but he couldn't help but secretly glance at her a few times. At this moment, Zhao Wan'er's body felt like it was burning with fire. She took off her clothes one by one, but still felt very hot. Just when I was about to take off the last piece of clothing, I suddenly remembered that my master was still beside me, so I held back. This disappointed Yiqiu, alas, it was so close. Just a little bit. Calming down, Zhao Wan'er began to absorb the precious bone. In less than a moment, a piece of fiery divine bone was slowly born in the depths of Yufu Sea. This is a divine bone that was re-evolved after absorbing the ancient relics and combining it with one's own original bloodline. She is of royal blood, so her bloodline is naturally noble. After absorbing the precious bones, it is equivalent to integrating the precious bones into herself. With the combination of the two, a new divine bone was born, and in terms of grade, it was not inferior to Lin Chinju's Xianbing bone. As soon as the divine bone appeared, a smile immediately appeared on Yichio's face, and he was very satisfied. Zhao Wan'er let out a soft moan and looked extremely painful. The divine bone grew out of her body. She felt extremely itchy and kept scratching. Before you know it, spring has arrived. Oh. I seem to have seen something I shouldn't have seen. My heart is unstable. It was unknown how long it had passed before Zhao Wan'er regained consciousness. At this time, her cultivation had successfully reached the first level of Xuanji. He also fused the infernal fire of the infernal giant ape and successfully evolved his own divine bones. The power of the treasure bone has not been completely absorbed yet. In the next period of time, she only needs to transform the power of the treasure bone into her own power, and her cultivation will increase rapidly. This is the power of the precious bone, especially a piece of precious bone that is a relic of the fifth realm of Shenzong. The power contained in it is enough for you to cultivate to the fifth realm of Shenzong. Therefore, in the wilderness, precious bones are equivalent to elixirs and are extremely precious. This is also the reason why so many people wanted to grab the precious bones before. After a while, Zhao Wan'er slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she could no longer hide her inner joy. When she opened her eyes and saw Yichio sitting in front of her, she excitedly wanted to hug him, but suddenly she felt a cold wind blowing and she shivered with cold. She lowered her head and after a second, her pretty face suddenly turned red. He quickly grabbed the red robe on the ground and put it on himself, blocking the white jade-like scene. Ah! It's so embarrassing. I don't know if Master saw anything just now. Ah! I am dying. At the scene of her social death, Zhao Wan'er wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Master! Master! Zhao Wan'er called out shyly. Well, I didn't see anything. Yichio said lightly, and Zhao Wan'er's face turned even redder after he said this. If you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't have emphasized it. Wow, how can I face people in the future? Zhao Wan'er wanted to die. As a princess of the dynasty, she had always acted steadily and behaved elegantly, which was the aristocratic temperament engraved in her bones. I didn't expect that I would do something like this in front of my master today. The impression I had left on myself and master's mind must have hit rock bottom, right? Mainly because the fire of purgatory was so hot, she unknowingly took off all her clothes except for her underwear. Coupled with the sweat dripping from my body, the clothes were clinging to my body, almost like they were transparent. Master has seen everything he should have seen. How can I see Master again in the future? Yichio turned around, secretly glanced at her pair of exposed white long legs, and swallowed. Disciple, you have absorbed the precious bones of the purgatory giant ape and fused them to evolve your own divine bones. From today on, you have officially embarked on the path to immortality. You are new to the immortal path, so you may lack some knowledge about cultivation. It just so happens that your sister has gone out hunting and hasn't come back yet. I will take this opportunity to explain it to you. Zhao Wan'er's eyes moved, and she looked up at Yichio, and found that there was nothing unusual in his expression, and he looked very calm. Suddenly I felt a sense of loss, a very strange feeling. I was even more curious. What's going on? Does Master not like women? I just happened like that, but he didn't react at all. Or is it that my looks are not attractive enough to Master? Ah, what am I thinking, that's my master. Shaking her head, Zhao Wan'er tried her best to suppress the evil thoughts in her heart, and finally calmed down. Okay, Master, please speak. Wan'er is listening. Zhao Wan'er elegantly pulled her red robe to wrap her body, but her pair of long white legs were left exposed, perhaps intentionally or not. Yichio was completely uneasy. This girl had evil intentions and wanted to harm her master. After taking a deep breath in silence, Yichio continued, we cultivators start with practicing qi. When you first enter the mysterious finger stage, you are entering the realm of subtlety. Only when you reach this stage can you learn some powerful immortal techniques. Your current realm is the first level of Xuanji. The mysterious finger is divided into 9 small realms from the first to the 9th level, and the next level is the heavenly phase. Tianxiang, also known as Tongxian, reaching this realm means that your control over your own aura has reached perfection. I can clearly feel the changes in the aura within a few miles, and my 5 senses are sharp and I can see all around me. This realm is also divided into 9 small realms. Zhao Wan'er listened very carefully. Although she was in the royal family, she had been used as a tool for marriage since she was a child and had no chance to learn this kind of knowledge. Most of them are heard from others, but they are not detailed. Above the heavenly phase, there is no distance. Wuju, as the name suggests, means there is no distance. This distance can be ultra-long distance teleportation, or ultra-long distance strike that transcends time and space. This is a kind of law and order. You will understand it when you reach this level. It is too early to tell you this now. Like the previous 3 realms, this one also has 9 levels. The divine treasures that follow are different from the previous realms. This realm only has 5 realms. Hence, it is also called the 5 realms of divine hidden realms. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys provide 5 life springs, and the divine charm is hidden in the body, so it is called the divine treasure. Once you reach the state of Shenzong, you can restrain your aura and return to your original nature. The edge of a sharp sword is hidden in the heart, not showing its shape. The spirit is hidden inside, nourishing the mind. My teacher is at this state right now. After listening to Yi Qiu's explanation, Zhao Wan'er was very fascinated. Her watery eyes looked at Yi Qiu without blinking, which made Yi Qiu feel a little embarrassed. He seriously suspected that this disciple was really impersonating him on purpose. With her long white legs showing, and a charming expression on her face, one can't help but want to kiss her. A deep sense of guilt. This is much more terrible than Lin Chinju. Lin Chinju gives people a bone-chilling feeling, and even if you fall into it, you will wake up quickly. She, on the other hand, is the type of person who is tender and passionate, gentle, and moving. It seems as if there is a fire burning in her heart, which makes people eager to make a move. Master, what about the realms above the 5th level? Zhao Wan'er held her chin with both hands and asked softly. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, pretended to be calm, and said calmly, above the 5th realm is the leader, also known as the Venerable. Generally speaking, those who can reach this level are all the leaders of a sect. We have 2 leaders in the Butian sect. The first one is the headmaster, Meng Tianzheng. The second one is the head of Zisha Peak and the law enforcement elder of Butian sect, Qi Wuhui. At this level, one has already achieved the state of simplifying the great principles. A seemingly casual sword move contains infinite mysteries. Enter the Tao with your body, follow the Tao with your spirit, and form your own system. I am the Tao. Zhao Wan'er asked, Master, is there any realm above the leader? Seeing her curious look, Yi Qiu slowly explained, yes, there is a supreme realm above the leader. The supreme being among men, unrivaled in the world. This realm can already be said to be the pinnacle of existence. Of course, there is a realm above the supreme being to become the king. Above the title of king, there is the realm of great emperor. However, these realms are very rare, and are extremely rare. It can almost be said that they do not exist. My human race hasn't produced a great emperor for 10,000 years. To become a great emperor, one needs to go through hardships and difficulties that you can't even imagine. So, cultivating immortals is not as simple as you think. Any powerful person who becomes famous has gone through hardships and sufferings before becoming famous that you cannot imagine. My disciple, you must remember this. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you must keep going forward. Even if you are riddled with holes, you must not retreat. Cultivating immortals is a matter of defying the will of heaven and changing one's fate. If one takes a step back, one will fall into an abyss. Do you understand? Yi Qiu said in a serious tone. Zhao Wan'er's heart trembled, and she said firmly, Master, I understand. She is not an innocent girl. She came from the deep palace and knows the dangers of the world. Compared with the intrigues in the palace, she would rather become an immortal and experience all the hardships of cultivating immortality. She wanted to live for herself, not be a tool for a marriage, marrying a man she had never met. At this point, he was filled with resentment and died in depression. Very good. Yi Qiu nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the second disciple. Okay. Just understand these common-sense questions and don't worry too much about them. Looking at the sky, night had already fallen completely, and Lin Chinju and Xiaoling had not returned from hunting yet. Yi Qiu was thinking, should he teach her the magic now? After thinking about it, Yi Qiu gave up. She had just broken through to the first level of Xuanji and her state of mind was not stable yet. It's a bit too hasty to teach her now. Then he said, this precious bone has been perfectly integrated with you. From today on, you can absorb it according to the method I just taught you. As for the immortal method, wait until your mind is stable, don't be impatient. This precious bone is a precious bone from the ancient times that is at the 5th level of the divine treasure realm. It is endowed with a very rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and can effectively help you improve your cultivation. Yes, Master, I understand. Zhao Wan'er nodded solemnly. She could feel the powerful force of the precious bone constantly resonating in her body. As long as she absorbs this power, she will probably be able to break through the celestial phase soon, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Wan'er couldn't help but feel secretly happy. She was so lucky. It's amazing that I can have such a good master who gives me precious bones right away. This is the precious bone of an ancient species from the 5th realm of the divine treasures. Even her father wouldn't dare to just take out a piece for them to absorb. Such a master is so good to his disciples. Just as Lin Chinju said before, he never hides anything from his disciples. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Her eyes started to blur as she looked at Yi Qiu, and she felt a surge of love. This master is not only steady and handsome, but most importantly, he is very capable. Moreover, he is very open-minded and generous towards his disciples. He is simply the best master in the world. Zhao Wan'er was very glad that she had not made up her mind to take someone else as her master, otherwise she would have missed such a good master. Okay, take advantage of this time to consolidate your cultivation and stabilize your state of mind. Your senior sister should be back soon. Zhao Wan'er elegantly lifted her long straight black hair, tugged at her red robe, wrapped herself up, and instantly entered a state of meditation. According to the method taught by Yi Qiu, he consolidated his cultivation and absorbed the power of the precious bone. Seeing her getting into the state, Yi Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Call. This girl is too tempting. No, sooner or later, your heart will be ruined by me. Damn, show me you're excited. Yi Qiu secretly complained in his heart and calmed down. System. Bite. You gifted your disciple a piece of divine hidden 5 realms ancient relic bone, triggering a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Open it. Ding, congratulations, you have achieved a 10,000-fold critical hit, obtained the 10 ancient evils, and a piece of the true dragon's bone. What? True dragon bone? Hiss. What the hell? This, system, are you sure? This is really a real dragon bone. Reply to the host, this precious bone is the remains of a real dragon. It is incomplete and not a complete precious bone. The system emphasized this seriously, but even though it was just a remnant of bones, Yi Qiu was still very excited. A real dragon. Even a spit from an existence that can kill you, or a piece of its bones, is like a supreme treasure. Haha, it's a blessing, this disciple is not in vain. The more I look at him, the more I like him. He is really a caring little cotton-padded jacket for the master. Yi Qiu couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and took out the remains of the real dragon from the system. The amazing aura instantly hit him in the face, and without any hesitation, he began to absorb it directly in case of any more trouble. As the power of the true dragon poured in, golden runes instantly appeared on Yi Qiu's body and flowed on the surface of his skin. Hiss. It hurts, it hurts. In an instant, the body felt as if it had suffered a violent collision, and all the limbs and bones were almost shattered. This real dragon bone is not just a boast. In a split second, Yi Qiu almost died. As these runes continued to pour in, Yi Qiu's body stretched out violently as if it was being squeezed to pieces. Not daring to be distracted, Yi Qiu immediately used the original true solution to try to refine this power. After injecting the power of the true dragon into the 5 sacred treasures, in less than a moment, Yi Qiu's cultivation began to improve rapidly. With one leap he reached the 5th level of the divine treasures and was about to pass through the 5 realms and enter the realm of the leader. Moreover, under the smelting of the true dragon force, his body underwent a qualitative change, and golden runes emerged on the surface of his skin, which became extremely hard. True dragon golden body. Ichio took a breath. After absorbing the runes of the true dragon treasure bone, his body gradually became stronger. Under the strong defense, its strength also increased rapidly. Moreover, a certain special ability has also been significantly improved. Constantly refining the spiritual power in the body to reach an absolutely pure level. After carefully feeling the changes in his body, Ichio felt ecstatic in his heart. This feeling was unprecedentedly powerful. If he were to face the 2 powerful men from the Lin family now, Ichio wouldn't even need to use sword techniques. He could completely crush them with just his physical strength. The violent power was integrated into the 5 divine treasures, and Ichio injected it into the Tao flower, entering the Tao with his body and bearing the Tao fruit. He has reached the peak of the 5 realms and is just one step away from becoming the leader. After a long wait, Lin Chinju and Xiaoling came back. They brought back a savannah deer, and when they were about to report to Ichio, they suddenly discovered a Taoist flower blooming above Ichio's head. The power of the whole body began to gather continuously, and the 2 men could not stand comfortably in the strong wind. What happened to Master? Lin Qingju's face was panicked, and he looked at the figure in the strong wind, at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, Zhao Waner was also awakened by the sudden noise. She opened her eyes in confusion and stood there in a daze. Is this, entering the Tao with one's body? Isn't the current situation exactly the one Ichio described to her just now? Junior sister, what happened? Lin Chinju helped Zhao Waner up and asked nervously. Zhao Waner was also very shocked, but she was calm and soon calmed down. Master, it seems like there has been a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Lin Chinju was puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly understood. This. Master has become the leader of the sect. How is this possible? Master is so young, and he has already become the leader of the sect. This was the first time she had heard of such a young leader. Wasn't this too incredible? You know, in the entire Butian sect, the leaders of other mountains who are hundreds of years older than Ichio have not yet become the sect leader. It has only been about 10 years since Ichio inherited Zisha Peak, and he has already become the leader. It's no exaggeration to say that this talent is unparalleled in the world, right? This is the true natural supreme being. What kind of bullshit royal race or relic race is there? There is no comparison with him. Not to mention Lin Chinju was confused, Zhao Waner was even more confused. She was apparently fine just now, and her master was giving her a lesson. How come she suddenly had a breakthrough during the lesson? Although she was shocked, Zhao Waner reacted quickly. He said with a sly smile, Sister, it seems that we will have a leader as our backer in the future. I wonder who will dare to bully us in the future. Lin Chinju was also happy. She knew very well that Ichio was a very protective master. If he saw them being bullied, he would definitely take action to suppress the bully no matter who the bully was. Before, she was a little worried that Ichio would be retaliated by the Lin family. After all, he had previously made the Lin family lose face. As a big family in Liang, the Lin family will never let it go. But now that Ichio has become the leader of the sect, the Lin family is afraid that there is no hope for revenge. This is the leader. In the seat of the venerable, he has a certain authority. Even in the palace, the emperor treats him with the courtesy of a superior. The Lin family is not worth mentioning at all. These were all Lin Chinju could think of, but Zhao Waner thought of more. She has taken a leader as her master, so, even if her father knew that she was in the Butian sect, he probably wouldn't dare to send anyone to take her back. I finally let go of my anxious heart. Now, she can finally practice well under Ichio, live for herself, and do what she wants. After an unknown amount of time, Ichio finally slowly finished his training. The strength in his body began to gather, forming a Taoist flower on top of his head, restraining his edge. 2 identical Tao flowers suddenly grew inside the body, echoing the previous Tao flowers. However, the 2 Taoist flowers only appeared in their embryonic form and did not bloom. 3 flowers gathered at the top of the head. After becoming the leader of the sect, Yichio also successfully figured out his own system. Most people's systems are determined by their own qualifications. Because there is already a Taoist flower in Yichio's body, he follows the path of the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head. 2 Tao flowers can correspond to 2 realms, the Supreme and the King, until the 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, then one can impact the realm of the Great Emperor. Hiss. Could it be that I have the appearance of a great emperor? After learning all this, Yichio was excited. Could it be that he could really break the legend that there has been no emperor in the human race for thousands of years? At present, it seems that there is such an opportunity, and he also has the help of the 10,000 times return system. However, it is too early to say this now. This is a very long road and cannot be achieved in a day or 2. After absorbing the remains of a true dragon, he successfully entered the realm of a leader. The realm above the leader is different from the previous realms, and is divided into only 3 realms. There are 3 small realms, front, middle, and back. Currently, Yichio is in the early stage of becoming a leader. His cultivation level has improved too quickly and has not yet been completely stabilized. Although the power of the true dragon's bones was not completely absorbed, Yichio was already very satisfied. He planned to use the next period of time to stabilize his state of mind. Otherwise, your cultivation will go wrong due to your state of mind, which would be counterproductive. Yichio has already formed the habit of not showing his inner joy on his face. He slowly opened his eyes and saw 3 pretty girls standing in front of him, blinking their eyes at him. Yeah, comfortable. After the golden runes on his body faded away, the sense of oppression from the leader returned to his body. Zhao Wan'er and the other 2 immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling they had just felt was too uncomfortable. When the pressure disappeared, he immediately sat down on the ground, and his butt hurt. Ah! It hurts so much. Zhao Wan'er pouted and gave Yichio a reproachful look. He quickly stood up again, walked over to Yichio, and congratulated him. Congratulations, Master, for successfully becoming the leader of the sect. Congratulations, Master. Lin Chinju also reacted quickly and came over to congratulate immediately. Xiao Ling stood there, eyes full of admiration, and hurried over. Congratulations, Senior, for becoming the leader. Yichio smiled and said, well, everyone get up. This is just a small matter, it's not worth celebrating. You should practice hard in the future. It's only a matter of time before you become the leader of the sect. The 2 girls were delighted. Do they also have a chance to become the leader of the sect? This is the realm that many immortal cultivators dream of. On the path of cultivating immortals, the chance of being eliminated is too high, and many people are stuck at a bottleneck throughout their lives and cannot break through. Zhao Wan'er asked tentatively, Master, do you think we also have a chance to break through the leader? As long as you work hard and study hard, the position of the leader is nothing to worry about. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wan'er was delighted and said quickly, Thank you, Master. We will practice seriously and strive to break through to the position of leader as soon as possible. Looking into Yichio's eyes, Zhao Wan'er's pretty face blushed, as if she remembered something. She probably remembered what happened just now and felt a little embarrassed. Yichio also guessed it, but did not expose it to avoid embarrassment for both of them. Lin Chinju looked at Zhao Wan'er in confusion and asked curiously, Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Why is your face red? Ahem. Zhao Wan'er coughed lightly, glanced at Yichio, and found that he was not looking at her, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately regained her usual elegant demeanor and said calmly, No, I'm just happy for Master's breakthrough. Senior sister, you're worrying too much. Yeah. Lin Chinju looked at her, then at Yichio, and always felt that there was something fishy going on between these 2 people. Could it be that something unspeakable happened during the time I was away? It's impossible. How could Master, such an upright person, do such a thing? I must be overthinking it. How could I doubt Master's character? After denying the bad thoughts in his mind, Lin Chinju recovered and said, Master, Xiao Ling and I have successfully hunted a desert deer nearby. Do you want to roast it now? Hearing this, Yichio stood up and looked around. Because of his breakthrough, the area within a few miles was in ruins. The corner of Yichio's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a magical idea. Would he be fined for destroying the ecological environment? Go ahead, it's getting late, deal with it quickly, eat something and go to bed early. Early tomorrow morning, we have to go deeper into the wilderness. Lin Chinju nodded and said, okay, I'll take care of it right away. Senior sister, let me help you. Zhao Wan'er suggested, but was rejected by Lin Chinju. I can do it. Junior sister, you have lived in the palace for a long time, how can you do these things? You have just entered the door, and there are still many things you don't know. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this time and let Master explain it to you. Zhao Wan'er did not refute. She really didn't know how to do that, but she was a little afraid to face Yiqiu, so she wanted to go and help. The main thing is that I blush whenever I think about what happened just now. Ah. It's so embarrassing. On the first day of my initiation, my master saw everything. How can we get along well in the future? However, Zhao Wan'er is worthy of being a princess, and her psychological endurance is still very strong. Lin Chinju and Xiao Ling went to process the venison, while Zhao Wan'er sat in front of Yiqiu, feeling uneasy. Before I knew it, those long legs were exposed again. The corner of Yiqiu's mouth twitched. He seriously suspected that this disciple was just pretending to be him. The first time it might be accidental, the second time it might be intentional. Zhao Wan'er smiled slightly on her pretty face, with a smile that concealed deep meaning, as she looked into Yiqiu's eyes. Just as Yiqiu guessed, she did it on purpose, mainly because she wanted to see if her master could really remain calm. In the end, she was disappointed. Yiqiu still had no expression. Do not look at what is inappropriate, and do not listen to what is inappropriate. This disciple is so bad. No matter what, I can't reveal any flaws, otherwise my future will be in jeopardy. Look at the legs. No, I don't like it. Despite Zhao Wan'er's repeated attempts, Yiqiu still showed no change in his emotions. Zhao Wan'er couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but also secretly happy. At least, the gentle master in her mind was not a lustful person. However, she was also very depressed, or rather conflicted. Master, completely uninterested in her, couldn't help but wonder, am I really that unattractive? Disciple, are you worried? Looking at Zhao Wan'er's sad eyes, Yiqiu asked puzzledly. Thoughts? Zhao Wan'er lowered her head, thinking about her own experience, and felt a little depressed. She was born in the imperial palace and was used as a tool for marriage since she was young, and her mother died early. Before she met Yiqiu, no one had ever been truly sincere to her. The only person who can be called a friend is Xiao Ling. Looking at Yiqiu's sincere eyes, Zhao Wan'er felt the care and warmth, which made her enjoy it unconsciously. Zhao Wan'er sat on a stone, her long black hair swaying in the breeze, revealing her aristocratic elegance all the time. What a perfect girl she is, yet she longs for love in her heart. Master. Actually, I have been hiding something from you. I am afraid that if I tell you, you will not accept me as your disciple. I have been struggling for a long time. Master has been so good to me. He not only led me into the immortal path, but also gave me precious bones. Wan'er feels ashamed. She shouldn't have lied to Master and let him get involved in the dynasty's intrigue without knowing it. Master, I was wrong. I'm sorry. At this moment, Zhao Wan'er finally chose to be honest and spoke with a sobbing tone. Hearing this, Yiqiu just smiled faintly and nodded silently. He had long guessed that Zhao Wan'er was hiding something from her, but he never cared about it and didn't ask anything. If she wants to say it, she will say it. Seeing Yiqiu's calm expression, Zhao Wan'er asked in confusion, Master, are you not angry? She is like this, why doesn't Yiqiu blame her? Why should I be angry? Yiqiu asked back, and continued, I will never ask about your personal affairs. If you want to say something, I will take the initiative to say it. When I accept a disciple, I never look at the other person's background or what they've been through. It's all based on fate. If fate has arrived, even if the other party is the enemy of the whole world, what does it matter? I only know that she is my disciple. No matter what evil things she has done, she is still my disciple. Only I can discipline her. Others cannot. Zhao Wan'er was shocked when she heard such domineering words, and her heart felt warm again. How can one not fall in love with such a master? Ah. I feel safe and warm. I love it. Zhao Wan'er's heart was pounding. These few words were hard to resist. After thinking for a moment, he remembered what he had concealed, lowered his head in shame, and said, "Master, I know I was wrong, and I will never conceal anything from you again." Yi Qiu looked at her as she lowered her head to admit her mistake. Instead of comforting her, he spoke calmly. "When your senior sister entered the sect, I told her that my Zisha lineage has a fine tradition. That is, knowing your mistakes and correcting them, not admitting them. This tradition was passed down by your master's generation, and you must also pass it on in the future. I don't want to hear any of you admit your mistakes anymore. Even if you are truly wrong, I will never admit it even if you are beaten to death." Zhao Wan'er covered her mouth and smiled. She was so moved by the previous sentence, and the next sentence almost made her laugh. Know your mistakes and correct them, but don't admit them. Does that mean you're just being tough? She suddenly became a little curious about what kind of demeanor the master she had never met was like and how he could say such words. "Yes, master, I remember it." Zhao Wan'er nodded and tugged at her red robe. With her master treating her like this, she couldn't keep it secret any longer. "Master, I am actually a princess of the Liang royal family. My mother died early, and my father used me as a tool for marriage since I was a child to marry a prince of the Hanhai dynasty. I was indoctrinated with this kind of thinking, but I didn't want to become a tool for others to seek power and interests, and marry someone who had no feelings, so I ran away. Master is very kind to Wan'er, and Wan'er is very touched. However, I guess the people from Tianbo Mansion are already all over the world trying to capture me now. If they catch up with us, Wan'er will probably have to say goodbye to her master." Speaking of this, Zhao Wan'er looked depressed. She didn't want to go back, and even more so, she didn't want to leave Yi Qiu. "I finally have a sense of belonging in my heart. If I lose it, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Yi Qiu gently wiped away the tears on her face and comforted her, "Don't worry. As long as I am here, no one can take you back." Zhao Wan'er looked up in surprise, looking at Yi Qiu with eyes full of determination. She smiled. Bathed in the spring breeze, it warms people's hearts. She is so charming and has a very beautiful smile, which makes people want to hold her in their arms. "Well, from now on I will only listen to Master. I will do whatever Master tells me to do." Zhao Wan'er smiled gently, looking at Yi Qiu's eyes full of love. She was moved. This young and handsome master gave her such a strong sense of security for the first time. Even though she would eventually be taken back by the people from Tianbo Mansion, she had no regrets. "All right. Stop crying. As long as I am alive, no one will force you to do anything you don't want to do. As a teacher, I will always be your strongest support," Yi Qiu said gently. Looking into the distance, it is another burden. Tianbo Mansion. Yi Qiu had a rough understanding that this was a powerful organization of the Liang dynasty. The purpose of its existence was to deal with some issues that the dynasty was unable to resolve. In the eastern wilderness, he has a very high deterrent power, but this deterrent power is nothing in front of Yi Qiu. Not to mention that they couldn't afford to offend the Butian sect, even Yi Qiu alone was not someone they could easily provoke. He is now the leader, a powerful man in the early stage of venerable. He has Taoist flowers planted on his body, holds a fairy sword in his hand, and masters the grass character sword technique. He will kill anyone who comes under the supreme. Yi Qiu has such confidence. Zhao Wan'er was deeply moved and couldn't help but say, "Master, can I hug you?" She felt a little embarrassed to say this. As a girl, can't you be more reserved? But she really wanted to hug her master, it would make her feel so safe. She had never experienced such warmth before. After these words were spoken, Yi Qiu's mouth twitched and he looked very upset. "What is this requirement?" "Ahem. Can." Yi Qiu said embarrassedly, but he still opened his arms very actively. Zhao Wan'er was delighted and immediately rushed over, hugging Yi Qiu tightly with her soft and hot body, snuggling in her arms. It's such a warm, strange feeling. I want to stay in Master's arms forever. Zhao Wan'er thought to herself as her body moved unconsciously. Her soft body accidentally touched a nerve of Yi Qiu, almost causing Ichio to lose his mind. This girl must have done this on purpose. I finally managed to stabilize my mind, but she ruined it again. But feeling the gentle and beautiful woman in his arms, Ichio smiled happily. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. This perfect curvy figure is as soft as water, yet hot and fiery, and it is very captivating. In his 2 lifetimes, Ichio had never even touched a girl's hand. He never expected that today he would be able to hug such a peerless beauty. Not a loss. What? You say I'm a hypocrite who can even go down on my own apprentice? I advise you to mind your own business. A few days later. In a vast desert, corpses were piled up like mountains. Everywhere was desolate and silent, filled with resentment. Hidden in the Gobi Desert, a red fire lizard slowly revealed its head. Just as it was about to come out to take a breath, suddenly a sword fell from the sky and cut off its head. The red fire lizard died in unclear circumstances. Everything happened so quickly that it didn't even have a chance to react. It was not until the moment of death that it saw the culprit who killed it, a woman in white clothes holding a long sword. Da-da-da. The sound of shoes stepping on sand was heard, and a minute later, 3 people slowly appeared in front of the body of the red fire lizard. Master, just as you guessed before, this red fire lizard also possesses that mysterious source of weirdness. Zhao Wan'er squatted on the ground and observed for a while, then stood up and explained. Since that day, she seemed like a different person. She no longer had the heavy worry she had before. When facing her master who doted on her and her senior sister who treated her like a sister, she had more smiles on her face. Lin Chinju slowly descended from the air, came to Ichio, and said nothing. After more than a month of training, her cultivation has successfully broken through to the first level of Tianxiang. Ichio was shocked by the terrifying speed of improvement. But when I think about the fact that I have improved myself just like using a cheat, I feel relieved. Well, it seems that this riot should be related to this strange source. This is an ominous sign. Ichio nodded and said that for the past month, he had been taking Lin Chinju to investigate the cause of the ferocious beast riot. From the very beginning, he discovered that the reason these ferocious beasts lost control was entirely because of a dark aura in their bodies. After killing hundreds of ferocious beasts in succession, he confirmed this. What on earth is going on? Ichio pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out where this dark aura came from. It seems that it is not an easy task to find out the truth and avenge Lin Chinju. At least, at the moment, it seems unlikely to be achieved. Whatever. There is only 1 month left until the 7 clans martial arts competition. Now, Lin Chinju lived up to everyone's expectations and, with the help of Ichio, finally broke through to the first level of Tianxiang. His Zisha swordsmanship has been practiced to perfection and he has sufficient combat experience. Ichio has not forgotten the bet with Qi Wuhui. Think about it, with Lin Chinju's current strength, it should be enough to defeat Qi Hao, the men with kidney deficiency, right? When they return to the mountain, they will probably be surprised to see Lin Chinju's rapid improvement. Thinking about how the person they once never looked at was cultivated into a well-deserved genius, they must have regretted it so much. As for the second disciple, Zhao Wan'er, since she has just entered the door and has not yet started to practice immortal arts, it is still a bit difficult for her to get good results. However, in the past few days, she has been continuously absorbing the power of the precious bones, and her cultivation has also been improving. Now he has reached the 3rd level of Xuanji. It's time to teach her some magic tricks. Master, what should we do next? Lin Chinju also knew that revenge was hopeless and felt a little depressed, but she knew in her heart that her master was already working very hard to track him down. Ichio thought about it. Well, before we know it, night is about to fall again. You should set up camp and rest here, and start a new training plan tomorrow. Wan'er, today I will teach you the blazing sky burning technique. This immortal technique was comprehended by the previous generations of the head monks of Zisha Peak. You already have the fire of purgatory in your body, so practicing this technique is the best. Good. When Zhao Wan'er heard that she could finally practice immortal arts, she was extremely excited. These past few days I have just been watching Lin Chinju killing everyone, and I was so envious. It's just that the master never taught her because her mind was not stable. Now she was extremely happy to hear that her master was finally willing to teach her. Please sit down. Lin Chinju and the other person did not disturb them. They just watched from afar as Yiqiu taught Zhao Waner Taoism. Soon, Yiqiu taught the fiery sky-burning technique to Zhao Waner. She was very smart, although she did not have the ability to remember everything she saw like Lin Chinju. However, she had a very high level of comprehension and mastered the magic very quickly. In less than a moment, she was able to control the inferno in her body, which made her very happy. Bite. You teach your disciple the Xian level technique, the blazing sky burning technique, which triggers a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Here I come. The corners of Yiqiu's mouth slightly raised, this long-lost voice. Open. Bite. Congratulations, you have triggered 100-fold critical strike and obtained the heavenly grade skill, Red Lotus Karma Fire. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Do you want to study? Study. In an instant, a stream of runes flooded into Yiqiu's mind after he understood the method of controlling the Red Lotus Karma Fire and the specific effects of its secret technique. Yiqiu was a little disappointed, as he already had the god-level skill, the Chao Sword technique. In comparison, this Red Lotus Karma Fire seems a bit redundant. Moreover, there is no fire in his body, so the effect of his practice will be lacking. However, if Zhao Waner practiced this secret technique, the meaning would be different. First of all, she herself has fire, and it is the purgatory fire from hell, which is extremely powerful. If one cultivates the Red Lotus Karma Fire, its power will be greatly enhanced, and one will be able to fight even against someone with higher cultivation than oneself. Whatever. After thinking carefully, Yiqiu looked at Zhao Waner opposite him and said, Waner, come here. I just thought about it and decided to teach you another secret method. Ah. Zhao Waner was stunned for a moment, then she felt delighted and walked over immediately. Master, what secret method is that? She was very curious. She felt that the fiery sky-burning technique was already very powerful. Could it be that Yiqiu was going to teach her an even more powerful secret technique? Yiqiu smiled slightly and said, I want to teach you the Red Lotus Karma Fire technique. What? Red Lotus Fire? Zhao Waner had heard of this secret technique. It was mentioned by an old general in the palace. It was a very terrifying secret technique, and its grade was at least heavenly. Master, are you willing to teach her such a powerful secret technique? Thank you, Master. Zhao Waner was so excited that she wanted to hug Yiqiu and kiss him. She was so moved. Seeing her happy expression, Yiqiu smiled with satisfaction and said, Okay. Sit down. This secret technique is extremely powerful. If you can cultivate it to the highest level, you will be comparable to a god-level existence. Well, Waner must practice hard. Zhao Waner sat obediently opposite Yiqiu and saw him. Soon, Yiqiu taught the Red Lotus Karma Fire technique to Zhao Waner. As the scriptures poured into her mind, Zhao Waner could no longer hide the joy in her heart. This secret technique is actually a heavenly secret technique. However, this secret method is extremely profound, and it is not easy to master it. Otherwise, everyone can practice god-level secret techniques. Fortunately, Zhao Waner had the foundation of the fiery sky-burning technique, and she made an extension on it, making it easier for her to comprehend the Red Lotus Karma Fire later on. Moreover, the powerful adaptability of the divine bone in her body soon made her realize something. In less than a moment, a ball of red flame surrounded her body, and an irresistible burning sensation came over her. Lin Chinju and Xiao Ling in the distance were stunned. This junior sister's flames are so oppressive. Lin Chinju was a little shocked. She had never expected that Zhao Waner would be able to emit such a terrifying aura when she practiced immortality for the first time. If he had to fight her, Lin Chinju would be a little stressed. After all, this flame was really hard to resist. Yiqiu seemed to have noticed her loss. Did he feel that after having the second disciple, he had neglected the first disciple? This is not good. However, he currently does not have the ice secret method that can be used to practice with Xian Binggu. Headache. At this time. You teach your disciples the heavenly secret technique, the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, which randomly triggers a lottery return mechanism. Since this secret method is a system return secret method, it cannot trigger critical hit return, and can only be returned at the same level. Do you want to enable return? System, what do you mean? Yichio was puzzled. What did it mean to randomly trigger a lottery return mechanism? Doesn't it mean that items returned by the system will no longer trigger critical hit returns in the form of gifts or grants? Reply to the host, I didn't explain it clearly, I will explain it again. Items returned by the system will no longer trigger critical hit returns as gifts, but if a technique is passed on to a disciple, there is a certain probability that a random draw will be triggered. Note, random draws can only be made within the same level of the technique being taught. Oh, so that's how it is. Yichio suddenly realized and thought he could do it again infinitely, but it turned out to be triggered randomly. But it doesn't matter. Even if the secret techniques are passed on to disciples, there will be no loss. Start the lottery. Bite. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn the heavenly secret technique, 9 Nether Frost technique. Yichio was stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Chinju, and suddenly became a little suspicious. Is this system intentional? They know what he needs and give it to him. The real purpose of this so-called random triggering of a lottery return is to allow him to pick up girls. Chinju, come here. After receiving the 9 Nether Frost technique, Yichio did not hesitate at all and directly called Lin Chinju. This eldest disciple was the one who helped him to get everything he has today when he was at his lowest point. How could he treat her badly? Just now Yichio wanted to teach her the Caozi sword technique, but this god-level sword technique is not something that ordinary people can practice. If it weren't for the help of the Flower of the Great Tao's innate comprehension ability, Yichio would probably have found it difficult to succeed in his cultivation, let alone her. Therefore, the heavenly rank was already her limit. Coincidentally, Yichio also had the heavenly rank secret method that suited her. How can I not teach? Master, what do you want me to do? Lin Chinju was a little reserved and walked over curiously. Looking at this cautious girl, Yichio's heart softened and he said, please sit down. Now that you have mastered the Zisha sword technique to perfection, I think it is time to teach you other secret techniques. Lin Chinju's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was delighted. It seemed that Master had not forgotten me, and the disappointment in my heart was immediately swept away. Okay, thank you, Master. A smile suddenly appeared on Lin Chinju's face and he sat down happily. Yichio smiled faintly. He could sense the disappointment in Lin Chinju's heart. Now seeing her smiling happily, he was also very happy. She is different from Zhao Waner. Zhao Waner still has a family, but that family doesn't love her, and she doesn't want to go back to that family. Lin Chinju no longer has a home, and he is her only support. If he continues to ignore her, it would be tantamount to pushing her into an irretrievable situation. Today, I will teach you the 9 Nether Frost technique. This secret technique is a heavenly level secret technique. It is extremely profound. You must practice well. If there is anything you don't understand, come and ask me. Don't practice blindly. Yichio warned. Yes, Master, rest assured. I will keep it in mind. Yichio nodded and taught her the 9 Nether Frost technique. Soon, she received the scriptures of this secret technique. When experiencing it for the first time, the black ice bones in his body instantly became irritable, as if they were stimulated. Lin Chinju was delighted and sat down to start practicing. After an unknown amount of time, the coldness around her became stronger and stronger. She was like an iceberg, and her aura of keeping people at a distance became stronger and stronger. This is a very clean and pure girl, with a simple mind and without any scheming, just like the pure white snow. This secret technique suits her very well. Soon, Lin Chinju mastered the mystery of the 9 Nether Frost technique and integrated it into the Zisha sword technique, making his swordsmanship even more powerful. Seeing that they had entered the state of cultivation, Yichio did not disturb them, but sat quietly beside them to protect them. These two disciples, one is extremely cold and the other is tender and affectionate, they are completely two extremes. Most importantly, each one is more charming than the other. What disappointed Yichio was that the random draw return was not triggered this time, but he didn't care. For the so-called secret technique, a Chao sword technique is enough. One night passed quickly. The next morning, in Guangling City, 3 gorgeous figures appeared on the streets of Guangling. Senior sister, Xiao Ling, come and take a look. Is this hairpin beautiful? Zhao Waner elegantly picked up a hairpin from the stall and played with it in her hand for a while. It looks great. It looks the best when it is brought to our Waner. Lin Chinju also said happily that the 3 of them wandered around the street for a long time, and whenever they came across something new, they would go up to take a look. Zhao Waner had grown up in the palace and had never seen these new things, so she was naturally very curious. Just when the 3 of them were having fun, a very inappropriate voice rang out. I think this hairpin is very suitable for this beautiful fairy. It will look great if you wear it. Hearing this, the 3 women turned around and saw a young and handsome man standing behind them. Lin Chinju looked at the men in front of her with cold eyes, because she could feel the aggressive gaze in his eyes. She hated that look. Compared to her coldness, Zhao Waner seemed more elegant. She just smiled faintly, put down the hairpin, and said, "You are right, my sister is naturally beautiful, she will look good in anything. But it seems that this has nothing to do with you." Yang Xiao was not angry, but turned his head to look at Zhao Waner, and his eyes lit up again. I was very excited. I went out for a walk today when I had nothing to do, and I unexpectedly ran into 2 goddess-like beauties. As the eldest son of the Yang family in Guangling City and a senior disciple of Li Changkong from Mount Bielo, Yang Xiao was born with extreme self-confidence. To be precise, it is a kind of pride. Whether in Guangling City or in Bielo Mountain, as long as it is something he wants, there is nothing he cannot get. Even the most outstanding women are no exception. I am Yang Xiao from the Guangling Yang family, from the Bielo Mountain Holy Land, and I am the eldest disciple of Li Changkong. 2 beauties, may I ask your names and which fairy mountain you practice in? Are you interested in finding a nice place with a beautiful view and having a drink together? Yang Xiao introduced himself and prepared to show off his innate advantages. When most women hear about his background, they would express admiration for him. However, the 2 people he met this time might not give him much face. Lin Chinju had a blank expression on his face and did not speak. Zhao Waner tugged at her red robe and smiled playfully. I don't think it's necessary. We are not familiar with each other. Besides, before we left, our master told us that all the men outside are bad and told us to stay away from them. Sir, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. Oh, that's right. You can only scare others with this title. In front of my sister, you are not qualified. After saying this, Yang Xiao looked slightly unhappy. These 2 women actually didn't give him any face. Most people would have thrown themselves into his arms had they heard of his background. You said I wasn't qualified. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth. In Guangling City, no one dared to say this. He immediately turned around and said to the servant behind him, Go check for me, I want to see where they come from. Humph. I have never failed to get the woman I like. In Xuanyang Tower, in the elegant seats on the 2nd floor, the 3 of them sat down. Zhao Waner couldn't help but ask curiously, Senior sister, do you know Li Changkong from Bilao Mountain that person just mentioned? What is this person like? She had been to Bielo Mountain last time, but she didn't see Li Changkong because he had already gone down the mountain. Li Changkong. Lin Chinju pondered for a moment and said, Yes, I have seen him. He is an old man who looks rather wretched and has an untidy beard. He was present during the last siege of the Purgatory Giant Ape. Also present was the head of Zisha Peak of our Butian sect, Immortal Mingyue. As well as masters from several major families. In the midst of being surrounded and beaten by so many masters, Master took away the precious bone without any damage and retreated calmly. The old man saw that Master was so powerful and wanted to get close to him, but Master didn't treat him well and just turned away. That made the old man so angry that his face turned black. Hearing this, Zhao Waner covered her mouth and laughed. She had heard of that battle, but unfortunately she was not there and could not witness her master's unparalleled grace with her own eyes. What a pity. At this time, the Xiao family in Guangling City. Dad, Mom, have some tea. Come, let me wash your feet. You have worked hard. Xiao Zhan was completely stunned, looking at his filial son in front of him with a confused look on his face. Is this still his son? How come after being away for a month, you come back like a different person? Do you know how to care for your parents so much? Did you get into trouble outside? Xiao Zhan asked in a serious tone. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He felt that Xiao Yi must have caused some trouble outside and was pretending to be filial so that he could come forward to solve it. After all, he is his biological son. If he really gets into trouble, Xiao Zhan can't just ignore it. Faced with his father's questioning, Xiao Yi stood up immediately. Dad, who do you think I am? I know you work hard and have done so many things for me. I just wanted to show my filial respect to you, but I am so sad that you think of me like this. Looking at Xiao Yi's sad expression, Xiao Zhan's heart trembled. Did I really blame him wrongly? After going out, has he become more sensible? Wu Yu patted Xiao Zhan and complained, you are getting old and confused. Your son finally became sensible for once, but you just say things that spoil the fun. Xiao Zhan felt wronged and was angry but dared not speak out, but no one knows a son better than his father. Based on his understanding of his son, he could not possibly be like this. That's right. That's right. Xiao Yi grinned, quickly squatted down, and said, Mom understands me the best, unlike my dad, who always doubts me. Come, mother, I will wash your feet. You have worked hard. Wu Yu was flattered by his son's sudden filial piety and was pleased to let him show his filial piety. Good son, your mother loves you well. Hee, if mom likes it, I will wash your feet every day in the future. Xiao Yi suggested. What nonsense are you talking about? My son is a man who is going to do great things. How can he stay at home and wash his mother's feet every day? I am very satisfied that you have this kind of thought. My son has finally grown up. Wu Yu's eyes were full of love, and she was very moved by her son's filial piety. Seeing how seriously he was washing, Xiao Zhan touched his beard and nodded secretly. It doesn't look fake. This child has finally grown up. Well, it seems that he has finally grown up after this trip. Little did they know that the reason why Xiao Yi was so filial was entirely because of one person. The dignified young master Xiao, after not seeing him for a few days, has become so depressed. It's a complete disgrace to the Liyang playboys. Okay, Dad, I'll wash your feet too. You've worked so hard for our Xiao family for so many years. It's time for your son to show his filial piety to you. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Zhan smiled with satisfaction and nodded, enjoying being served by his son. Well, my son has finally grown up. As soon as he took off his boots, the pungent smell came immediately and Xiao Yi almost fainted. Ah! Yi Qiu and I are sworn enemies. I cursed in my heart, but I could do nothing. Xiao Yi could only bite the bullet and wash his father's feet. This was the only filial piety he could think of. After washing his feet, Xiao Yi picked up the basin and said, Dad, Mom, I'm going back to my room to practice first. Well, go ahead. Good son. The first time he heard Xiao Yi actually wanted to go back to practice, Xiao Zhan smiled inwardly. In the past, he would only practice if he was forced, but today he actually took the initiative to ask to practice for the first time. I really don't know what he experienced this time that could make a playboy who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun and do nothing grow up overnight. After Xiao Yi left, Xiao Zhan was very curious about his experience in the past month, so he called Wang Hai and Old Su. When he heard the two of them explain to him what happened when Xiao Yi encountered Yi Qiu before. Not only were they not angry, but they were overjoyed. Is there such a thing? Haha, ma'am, then should we thank them properly? He knew that Yi Qiu's statement of coming to the Xiao family to see if his filial piety was fake was just a joke. He is the chief monk and a powerful person in the fifth realm. How could he have the leisure to verify these trivial matters? Xiao Zhan, who was also a fifth-level expert, saw through Yi Qiu's intention at a glance. In the final analysis, it is just to give Xiao Yi a chance to start a new life. Obviously, Yi Qiu's intention has been achieved. Xiao Yi was indeed frightened and was trying hard to live up to the character that Yi Qiu had set for him. In the past, his son was an out-and-out playboy, arrogant and domineering, who only knew how to cause trouble. But after coming back this time, he not only restrained himself a lot and became more filial, he even stopped going out for a stroll. Xiao Zhan was very grateful. He didn't expect that Yi Qiu's words would save his son's second half of his life and save his Xiao family. If he continues to be so dissolute, when he passes away in the future, the Xiao family will be handed over to Xiao Yi, and the Liang Xiao family will probably be completely cut off. Xiao Zhan pondered over this inheritance issue for a long time, but still had no idea how to cheer up his son. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu woke him up with just one sentence. Wu Yu suggested, "Well, I think it is necessary." His father, next month is the Seven Veins martial arts competition held once every 60 years by the Butian sect. Should we prepare some generous gifts and send them up the mountain to express our gratitude? Xiao Zhan stroked his beard, smiled slightly, and said, "Okay, it's settled. Master Yi has given my son a new life, and we must express our gratitude to him no matter what we say. Besides, the Butian sect is a famous holy place in Liang territory, and the other party is the head of a sect with a distinguished status. You can take this opportunity to express the goodwill of my Xiao family to the other party." Now in Guangling City, all the major families have the support of their sections. The Yang family has Bulao Mountain, and the Lin family has Zhulu Academy. Only our Xiao family has not had a sect ally to rely on, so I think the Butian sect is very suitable. As expected of the patriarch, Xiao Zhan analyzed all the pros and cons in just a few words. He then said to Wang Hai, "Old Wang, go prepare some precious gifts and send them to Zisha Peak. Our small gifts may not be of much use to a master like Master Yi, but they may still be of some use to his disciples. This can be considered as a gesture of goodwill from my Xiao family." "Okay, Master, I'll do it right away." Wang Hai nodded, turned, and left the hall. He had no objection to Xiao Zhan's decision, because he had personally experienced Yi Qiu's horror at that time. They knew how powerful this person was, and it would do them no good to be enemies with such a person. Therefore, showing goodwill is very necessary. After arranging these things, Xiao Zhan and Wu Yu left the hall contentedly and walked towards Xiao Yi's room. Through the window, one could clearly see him practicing seriously inside, a complete change from his previous laziness. It might be because after going out this time, he saw so many people of his generation who were better than him, coupled with the psychological blow to Yi Qiu. This made him determined to become stronger, so after returning home, he began to practice madly. "Haha, madam, see, my son has really changed." Wu Yu nodded. He was relieved but also worried. Xiao Yi was practicing so madly. If he didn't go out to relax, would he have any mental problems? So he suggested, "Dad, since Yi came back, he has been hiding in his room to practice almost every day. Will he get sick from holding it in?" Xiao Zhan thought about it and felt distressed, so he said, "Well, cultivation is not a one-day job. Going out for a walk properly will greatly help to broaden your mind." Having said that, Xiao Zhan pushed open the door, and Xiao Yi opened his eyes immediately when he heard the noise. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Xiao Yi immediately stood up to greet his parents. Actually, after he came back, he thought a lot, and it was not entirely due to Yi Qiu's oppression. Thinking back on all that his father had done for him over the years and his mother's selfless love, he was deeply moved. Therefore, his filial piety was not all act, but a true expression of his feelings. Cultivating immortals requires a combination of work and rest. You won't achieve anything if you practice hard in seclusion at home all day. You should also go out and relax from time to time, and see the geniuses in the world to make up for your own shortcomings. Xiao Yi's heart trembled. It was the first time he heard his father actively ask him to go out and relax. In the past, he tried very hard to go out and play, but his father didn't agree. Now she actually asked him to go out. It seems that my transformation has comforted my father and given him a new understanding of me. Xiao Yi felt warm inside and smiled. "Yes, Dad, I understand." "Well, go ahead. I'll let Lao Su take you out for a walk." Xiao Yi did not refuse, as he hadn't been out for a long time. Ever since he came back, he hasn't dared to go out because of the shadow of Yi Qiu in his heart. Now with his father's encouragement, Xiao Yi is back to full health. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi walked out of the house with a fan in his hand and wearing a red silk robe, smiling. Only old Su followed him as they wandered the streets of Guangling. He was not as arrogant and domineering as usual, but much more low-key. Xiwenyang Tower? Xiao Yi stopped in front of a restaurant. This is the most prestigious restaurant in Guangling City. The owner of the restaurant is a powerful man who has reached the 5th level of the Shenzong realm. Therefore, this place has become a place frequented by major families, and Xiao Yi also liked to come here in the past. The pear blossom wine in Xuanyang Tower is very delicious. Almost everyone who comes here comes for this jar of wine. Sir, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Seeing Xiao Yi standing there, old Su couldn't help but make a suggestion. He has worked with Xiao Yi for many years and knows his preferences very well, which are nothing more than beautiful women and good wine. Nowadays, I dare not think about beautiful women, so the only thing left is good wine. Well, let's go and have a drink. Xiao Yi thought about it and decided not to believe that he was so unlucky that he would meet Yi Qiu when he went out for a drink. As soon as I entered the door, the little boy came to greet me. Son, please arrange a private seat on the 2nd floor. Okay, Mr. Xiao, please go upstairs. With the support of his son, Xiao Yi walked upstairs confidently. Mr. Xiao, you haven't been here for a long time. The private room I reserved for you has been booked. The child explained, and Xiao Yi said dissatisfiedly, who is so bold as to take my place? Xiao Yi went upstairs confidently, walked to his reserved private seat, and lifted the curtain to take a peek inside. When he saw 3 beautiful women playing and fighting inside, the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly and he turned around abruptly. The child was just about to explain to him, but he suddenly ran downstairs. Su Lao was puzzled and asked, Sir, what's wrong with you? Go, that damn guy is here too. Xiao Yi was frightened and said quickly. When Mr. Su heard it, his face turned pale. Of course he knew who the damn person Xiao Yi was talking about. Without any hesitation, the two of them slipped out the door. At this moment, a cold voice came from the window on the 2nd floor. Isn't this young Master Xiao? Why did he run away when he saw me? Hearing this voice, Xiao Yi froze in place. Finished. Who told me to go out today? It couldn't have come earlier or later, but you chose to come at this time. Why am I so unlucky? I finally got out and met you again. Xiao Yi felt like crying. That cold voice came from none other than Lin Chinju. Hearing Lin Chinju's call, Xiao Yi didn't know whether to leave or not, so he could only turn around with a smile and look up. Hey, fairy, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here too. Lin Chinju smiled playfully and said, Mr. Xiao, you are in such a hurry, where are you going? Are you trying to avoid us on purpose? No, fairy, you misunderstood me. I just suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with at home. I need to go back and deal with it. Why would I hide from the fairy? The fairy misunderstood me. Xiao Yi said with a guilty conscience, cold sweat pouring down his face. I didn't know where Yi Qiu was hiding, and I felt very uneasy. It's over, he's really here. What should I do? Am I really going to die? No, I'm still so young and I don't want to die. Then a stunning woman in a red robe appeared from the window. Senior sister, who is this? Zhao Wan'er was curious. When this person suddenly broke into their private room, she thought it was Yang Xiao who was looking for someone to take revenge. When Xiao Yi was mentioned, Lin Chinju wanted to laugh and explain to her what happened before. After learning about this, Zhao Wan'er also laughed. She didn't expect that her master would have such a dark side. Poor young Master Xiao, he is now traumatized and runs away as soon as he sees them. Lin Chinju looked at Xiao Yi below and found this more and more funny. She wanted to play a trick on him. Mr. Xiao, since you are not hiding from us, why don't you come up and sit for a while? Ah, isn't this inappropriate? Xiao Yi looked around, he wanted to confirm whether Yi Qiu was here. Even if he had 10 times the courage now, he would not dare to make any move on Lin Chinju. At this time, old Su suggested, Sir, I think we can go up and sit for a while. This person is Master Ye's disciple. If we make friends with him, maybe we can ease the relationship. After hearing this, Master Xiao suddenly felt that it made sense. Why didn't I think of it? Ahem. Since the fairy doesn't mind, then I won't be polite. Xiao Yi smiled confidently and went upstairs again. What he didn't know was that at this moment, on the other side of the restaurant, several men in black were watching here. One of the big men said, "Quick, report to the master, these 3 people are related to this kid Xiao Yi." After entering the private room, Xiao Yi bowed modestly, without losing the demeanor of a nobleman at all. "Fairy, I am honored to be here." Zhao Wan'er covered her mouth and smiled. This guy did know a little bit about etiquette, but his movements were a bit stiff, and it was obvious that he didn't use them often. "Cram at the last minute to show off your grace. I didn't expect that Master Xiao is quite polite. We are really impressed by him." Xiao Yi was delighted and said, No, keep a low profile, keep a low profile." "Who are these 2? Seeing 2 unfamiliar faces, Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. He knew Lin Chinju. She was Ichio's apprentice, and Xiao Yi had met her more than once. However, Zhao Wan'er and Xiao Ling next to her seemed a little unfamiliar. Lin Chinju explained, "This is my junior sister, Zhao Wan'er." "Oh. So you are Master Ye's disciple. Nice to meet you." Upon hearing that it was Ichio's apprentice again, Xiao Yi was startled and quickly greeted him. "I was even more envious in my heart. Why are all Ichio's disciples more handsome than the other? Alas, why don't I have such good fortune? By the way, where is your master?" Xiao Yi asked cautiously. Lin Chinju smiled secretly and explained, "Don't worry, my master is not here." "Oh." Hearing that Ichio was not there, Xiao Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death. It's good that you're not here. It's good that you're not here." Upon hearing that Ichio was not there, Xiao Yi immediately regained his former confident demeanor and talked freely, completely changing his previous dandy demeanor. At this time, on the other side of the restaurant, in a private room, Yang Xiao was drinking alone. A servant hurried in and reported, "Master, I found out. Those 3 women seem to know Xiao Yi, the eldest young master of the Xiao family. They are drinking in the private room on the 2nd floor." "What?" Hearing this, Yang Xiao became furious. "Just that loser Xiao Yi." Yang Xiao was angry. He always looked down on Xiao Yi, a playboy who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. If it weren't for the fact that his grandfather was a 5th-level expert, Yang Xiao would not have taken him seriously at all. Zhao Wan'er and the other 2 rejected him, who was much more outstanding, and actually sat with that loser Xiao Yi. Yang Xiao was completely furious. "You bastard, I thought you were someone of high status. You rejected me and went with that loser Xiao Yi." Snort. "Let's go. I have to vent my anger today and let them know who is the #1 young master in Guangling City." Having said that, Yang Xiao rushed out and went straight to the 2nd floor. "I was so angry that I couldn't care less about anything else." At this time, Xiao Yi was still worrying about how to establish good relationships with them and ease the resentment he had caused from offending Ichio before. Suddenly, Yang Xiao rushed in with a few of his brothers. Xiao Yi frowned and found that the person coming was Yang Xiao, and he felt confused. "Is this kid okay? I didn't provoke him, why is he coming to me?" Walking into the private room, Yang Xiao said to Zhao Wan'er in a sarcastic tone, "So you like this kind of trash?" Zhao Wan'er smiled without saying anything. Lin Chinju was about to draw his sword but was stopped by her. She could see that Yang Xiao probably thought that they had a crush on Xiao Yi and was feeling unhappy. These young masters from aristocratic families usually do not submit to each other. He had been turned away, and now seeing Xiao Yi sitting with them, how could he not be angry? After thinking this through, Zhao Wan'er revealed a meaningful smile. "Interesting. I only heard her laugh playfully and say, 'Mr. Xiao, he said you are a waste.'" Xiao Yi's mouth twitched and he gritted his teeth. "How dare anyone call me a waste? This is intolerable, what else can we not tolerate?" I had finally managed to save some face in front of the beautiful woman, but his words ruined it all. At this time, old Su whispered in his ear, "Young master, this Yang Xiao should be coming for the 3 of them. We can take this opportunity to help them deal with their troubles and show our goodwill to Master Yi." Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this? Fortunately, Mr. Su reminded me. He had offended Ichio before, and if he helped them deal with this trouble now, maybe Ichio would forgive him. This is an opportunity. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi smiled and said to Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju, "Don't worry, fairies. Leave this person to me." "Oh, then I'll leave it to you, Master Xiao." "Come on, Master Xiao." Zhao Wan'er smiled playfully. She was not panicked at all from beginning to end. At this time, Xiao Yi was already furious and stood up steadily from his seat. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be young Master Yang. What's wrong? Snort. Seeing Xiao Yi acting like a hero saving a beautiful girl, Yang Xiao sneered and said, "Xiao Yi, if you know what's good for you, disappear from my sight immediately. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you insist on doing it your own way, don't blame me for not giving you face." Xiao Yi did not retreat at all, and just said, "Okay, I want to see what you can do to me. In my entire life, I, Xiao Yi, have never known how to write the word fear. Your Yang family is great, but my Xiao family is no pushover either." Yang Xiao was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Xiao Yi straight, feeling very confused. This dandy boy usually hides when he sees me, why is he suddenly so tough today? In fact, don't think that Xiao Yi is really stupid. He naturally knows in his heart that the strength of the Xiao family is not enough to fight against the Yang family. But don't forget that there is a huge monster standing behind the two people he is protecting. Butian sect. Moreover, they are not ordinary disciples, but disciples of Yi Qiu from Zisha Peak. Xiao Yi deeply understood Yi Qiu's protective nature. If he knew that the Yang family dared to touch his apprentice, he would never stand idly by. When the two were on the verge of a fight, Old Su secretly hinted to the servants who had been following them behind them to go back and report to the master of the house. The men did not dare to hesitate and quietly left the restaurant. "Xiao Yi, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be more courageous. You weren't that tough before." Yang Xiao didn't get angry but laughed instead. No matter what the reason was, he had to vent his anger today. At least, he couldn't let Xiao Yi, this loser, suppress him. "Haha, I will be tougher in the future." Xiao Yi's abnormal behavior made Yang Xiao a little unsure. Did he take the wrong medicine? "Boy, you have succeeded in irritating me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called Yang Xiao." He was so angry that he no longer cared about anything else and was about to ask his followers to take action. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. "Master Yang. You want to start a fight in my restaurant? Don't you take me seriously?" A middle-aged man in a gray robe walked over coldly. This man was the owner of Xuanyang Tower, a powerful fifth-level expert with unknown origins. Seeing him coming, even though Yang Xiao was angry, he didn't dare to take action. The owner of Xuanyang Tower, surnamed Situ and given name Changfeng, was said to be from a very mysterious ancient clan. Xuanyang Tower's businesses are spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness, and its influence is extremely large. Even if Yang Xiao becomes more powerful, he would not dare to act rashly in front of him. "Senior Situ, what I did just now was wrong. I was not thoughtful enough. Please forgive me, Senior Situ." Yang Xiao looked at Situ Changfeng with fear and said calmly. Situ Changfeng sneered and said, "Humph, I don't care what grudges you have. If you want to cause trouble here, even your father doesn't have the qualifications." Roll. With a cold snort, the aura of the five realms pressed down in an instant. Yang Xiao tried his best to resist, but facing the pressure from the five realms, he still lowered his proud head. He was half kneeling on the ground, sweating all over, and feeling extremely anxious. After the intimidation, Situ Changfeng stopped the pressure. Yang Xiao looked at him deeply and said, "Thank you for not killing me, senior. Let's go." Yang Xiao stood up from the ground weakly. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. When they left, they looked at Xiao Yi, Zhao Wan'er, and the other two with murderous intent in their eyes. "Haha, this guy, it seems like he has no intention of letting us go." Zhao Wan'er tugged at the red robe on her body and smiled playfully. Lin Chinju's face was solemn, and he said, "Wan'er, Yang Xiao alone is not to be feared, but the elders behind him are to be feared." The words have their limits, and the implication is very clear. Lin Chinju's worries are not without reason. After all, this is Guangling City, and the strength of the Yang family is still terrifying. Moreover, the other party seemed to be a disciple of the Bilo Mountain Holy Land. Although the Butian sect was not afraid of Bilo Mountain, it had always maintained a friendly attitude. If they do this now, will it indirectly lead to a war between the two holy places? Seeing that Lin Chinju was a little worried, Xiao Yi patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, fairy. As long as I am here, Yang Xiao will not dare to do anything too extreme. He has connections in the Yang family, and my Xiao family is no pushover either. If the two fairies don't mind, can you come back with me to the Xiao family and stay for a few days?" Lin Chinju was very surprised at Xiao Yi's proposal. She really couldn't understand why Xiao Yi wanted to help them. They met by chance and had an average relationship, and even had a feud with each other. It is really hard to understand why Xiao Yi went against Yang Xiao in order to help them. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, even Situ Changfeng, who was standing beside him, was a little surprised. Mr. Xiao is indeed a hero in his youth. He dares to get angry for a beauty. He is so broad-minded. He really showed me his skills. After hearing what Situ Changfeng said, Xiao Yi felt a little guilty, so he leaned over and whispered in his ear. "Senior Situ, please stop making fun of me. I'm not doing this for my beloved women. I'm just afraid of their masters. That guy is not a human being at all. If I don't take good care of them, I'm afraid that when he comes to Guangling City, I will die right there." Situ Changfeng was stunned for a moment, looked at Xiao Yi in surprise, and was very curious. What kind of person could scare the arrogant Master Xiao into this state? Moreover, they were in Guangling City, with his father Xiao Zhan backing him up. Could the other party really kill him? "Mr. Xiao, is this person you are talking about very powerful?" "It's more than amazing. It's simply abnormal. You should know about the two fifth-level masters of the Lin family, right? That guy almost killed the two old men with a simple sword strike. Oh my God, I've never seen such a fierce person in my life. Oh. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly a little interested." Situ Changfeng was very familiar with the two strong men of the Lin family. He had fought with them before and knew them well. The master of these two little girls actually severely injured them with just one sword. When did such a powerful man appear in the eastern wilderness? He had no news about it at all. If it is true as Xiao Yi said, then their master is definitely a friend worth making close friends with. "Well, Mr. Xiao, what's the name of the person you're talking about? Which immortal mountain is he practicing in?" "The head of Zisha Peak of the Butian sect, Yi Qiu." "Butian sect, Zisha Peak." Calming down, Situ Changfeng suddenly thought of a person, an old man with an immortal appearance, who, with his own strength, suppressed all the immortal gates and holy places in the entire eastern wilderness so much that they could not raise their heads. He is known as the most powerful person below the King realm. Xiantian Taoist. Could it be that this person is the disciple of Taoist Xiantian? So he is the disciple of Xiantian Jinren. No wonder. Situ Changfeng remembered very clearly that Taoist Xiantian was the previous abbot of Zisha Peak of the Butian sect. After taking a deep look at Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er, Situ Changfeng immediately noticed the divine aura emanating from them. Hiss. Two natural divine bones. Situ Changfeng took a breath and his expression became a little nervous. The divine bone itself is a very rare physique for cultivating immortals, and they both actually have one each. Moreover, their properties are completely opposite, one ice and one fire, and their grades are extremely high. Lin Chinju, the strongest one, is now at the first level of Tianxiang. As for Zhao Wan'er, although she is only at the second level of Xuanji, from her aura, the burning fire on her body is quite astonishing. I think the fighting ability is not weak. These two geniuses are actually Yi Qiu's disciples. Unbelievable. There is such a strange person in the world. The Yang family must have hit a wall this time. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Situ Changfeng muttered softly, without saying anything, and looked at Xiao Yi. I immediately understood why he wanted to offend Yang Xiao and protect these two people. It turns out that the Xiao family wanted to rely on the Butian sect. Well, it is a very wise choice. Fairy, how about it? Do you want to stay at my house for a few days? Don't worry, I, Xiao Yi, will never offend you in any way. I was ignorant before and offended your master. Now I just want to atone for my sins and pray for your master's forgiveness. As long as you are willing to come back with me, Yang Xiao will never dare to do anything to you. After hearing Xiao Yi's proposal, Lin Chinju hesitated. The main reason was that she didn't want to make a big deal out of it, because Yang Xiao had Bilo Mountain behind him, and if this matter escalated into a conflict between sects, they might bring trouble to the master, and she didn't want that. Senior sister, I think I can stay there for 2 days. Master went deep into the no man's land yesterday. We don't know when he will come back. Instead of wandering around, we might as well wait for him here. Zhao Waner also agreed. She was not worried about the Yang family's revenge, but it would be great if she could avoid this kind of trouble. After all, her identity is special, and she should try not to expose it unless it is absolutely necessary. Well, that's fine. It's up to you then. After thinking it over, Lin Chinju finally nodded, feeling a little worried. Would his master encounter any danger in the deep no man's land? With his strength as a leader, as long as he doesn't encounter a ferocious beast of the leader's level, I think nothing will happen. But it is better to be safe than sorry. That mysterious dark aura is really too weird. If one is infected with bad luck, even a great immortal will be doomed. Lin Chinju even felt a little regretful. Why did she let her master investigate the beast ride for her? If not, her master would not have risked entering such a dangerous place. She could only pray in her heart that her master would not be in any danger, otherwise she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. After getting Lin Chinju's consent, Zhao Waner smiled gently and said to Xiao Yi, "Then, I'll have to trouble you, Master Xiao." Hee, no, it's just a small favor, I hope the fairy doesn't mind. Let's leave quickly. Be careful that Yang Xiao comes back for revenge. He has a strong desire for revenge, so we have to be on guard. Xiao Yi urged, and went downstairs first. At this time, in the restaurant opposite Xuanyang Tower, Yang Xiao was furious, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He smashed a wine glass and shouted angrily, "Keep an eye on me." Humph, Situ Changfeng can protect them temporarily, but not forever. I don't believe they won't come out. I don't dare to take action in Xuanyang Tower, but outside, I wonder if you have any excuse to take action. Sir, this matter involves Xiao Yi, should we go back and report to the head of the family? The accompanying servant asked. Yang Xiao thought about it and decided not to alarm his father about this matter. However, since Xiao Yi took the initiative to get involved in this matter, don't blame him for being rude. The Yang family and the Xiao family have always been at odds, and his father has never had an excuse to suppress the Xiao family. If Xiao Yi just gave him this opportunity. Well, go back and report what happened here to my father. Okay, I'll be back right away. In the room, a beautiful woman was serving Master Yang and helping him to reduce his fever. Time passes by little. Crowds of people were surging on the streets, seemingly unaware that an invisible danger was approaching. In front of Xuanyang Tower, Xiao Yi walked down happily, followed by Zhao Waner and others. Just as they were about to walk home, suddenly, a group of men in black surrounded them and blocked them in the street. Seeing this situation, Xiao Yi's heart tightened. He immediately knew that it was Yang Zhao's doing and was about to say something. Haha, it came pretty fast. Zhao Waner walked out first and looked forward. In a blink of an eye, a man in blue clothes slowly walked towards her. That person was Yang Xiao. After cooling down, his temper had subsided a lot and he regained his former composure. He just laughed and said, "Two bitches, let's see where you go today. Do you think Xiao Yi, this loser, can really protect you?" Zhao Waner remained calm and looked at the men in black who were watching. Elder Su warned, "Everyone, be careful. There are many masters among these people. The strongest one among them has the cultivation level of Wuju 6th rank. He is only a 6th rank master. Old Su, you are a 9th rank master. Why are you afraid of him?" Xiao Yi said dissatisfiedly. Old Su shook his head and did not refute. If the other party only had a 6th grade Wuju master, he would definitely not be afraid. But the question is this possible? How could Yang Xiaoming only call a 6th grade Wuju master to the scene when he knew that he was present? There must be many masters hiding in the streets within a few miles. Several people were tightly surrounded in the corner of the street, and Yang Xiao was very happy at this moment. He came up to Zhao Wanner and said, "Bitch, aren't you quite arrogant? You said I'm not qualified. Let's see who can save you today." Zhao Wanner did not refute, nor did she make any expression from beginning to end, and even her face did not show any fear. As a royal princess, if she was frightened by such a small scene, she would be unworthy of being a princess. Presumptuous. Open your dog eyes and look at me. How dare you speak to my princess like that? Are you really that bold? Seeing the other party insulting Zhao Wanner in such a way, Xiao Ling became furious and yelled, "Princess!" When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. She is a princess. Li Yang's princess. Yang Xiao looked at Zhao Wanner with disbelief. If the other party is really Princess Li Yang, then his Yang family is indeed not qualified in front of her. No matter how powerful the Yang family is, it is just a family under the rule of the Liang dynasty. How can it be compared with the dynasty? As far as Guangling City is concerned, the general in the city lord's mansion is not someone that his Yang family can afford to offend. Compared to Yang Zhao's shock, Xiao Yi was more surprised. She's actually a princess. Hee, I really got the upper hand this time. I'm so smart. I could tell she was different from the others at first sight and showed my goodwill from the beginning. Xiao Yi was overjoyed, but looking at Yang Xiao, his face looked as if he had eaten shit. No, I don't believe this is true. How do you prove that you are a princess? Zhao Wanner smiled slightly, with an elegant temperament, and said, "Mr. Yang, how do you want me to prove it? At least, you have to produce something that proves your royal identity." "I'm sorry, I can't show it." Zhao Wanner said regretfully that she had escaped this time and did not bring any royal token with her. "Haha, since you can't prove it, don't blame me for being rude. Impersonating a royal princess is an even greater crime. Let's see who can protect you today." When Yang Xiao heard that Zhao Wanner could not prove it, he immediately laughed. Regardless of whether Zhao Wanner is a princess or not, the main thing is that she cannot prove it, so Yang Xiao will treat her as an impostor. Even if he really investigates her, he can find an excuse. Hee, a princess as beautiful as a fairy must feel very conquered. Yang Xiao was so happy that his heart beamed with joy. Driven by the strong desire to conquer, he raised his hand. "Get started. Let's see who dares." Xiao Yi immediately stood in front, acting like a hero. "Humph, take him down too." Yang Xiao didn't care about that. The only thing he wanted to do now was to capture Zhao Wanner. As soon as he gave the order, more than a dozen people behind him took action instantly. Old Su naturally stood in the front and fought against everyone else with his own strength. At this moment, two old men in black robes rushed out from the street behind them at the same time. They were both powerful 9th-grade warriors. Mr. Su suddenly felt more pressured. Just as he had expected, Yang Xiao came prepared. At this time, on the windowsill on the second floor of Xuanyang Tower, Situ Changfeng was watching the scene without intervening. Because he had already sensed an astonishing aura coming towards this side. "Master, I'll hold them back, you guys go." Old Su blocked the attacks of a group of masters with his own strength and spoke loudly. Even when facing the siege of two 9th-grade masters, he still did not lose the upper hand. "Haha, you can't leave." At this moment, a very arrogant voice came from a distance, and a tall and strong middle-aged man with the gait of a dragon and a tiger came running towards them. Yang He. Old Su was shocked, because this person was the head of the Yang family, a powerful person in the 5th realm. "No one can save you today. Stay with me." As soon as Yang He appeared, he slapped Old Su with a palm, and Old Su was seriously injured and almost died. At this time, "Shameless old man, let's see who dares to touch my son today." In an instant, the streets of Guangling turned dull and a terrifying feeling of oppression instantly came over them. Looking down the long street, a middle-aged man with a big knife in his hand, who looked intimidating without even getting angry, walked slowly towards them. "Father." Seeing the person coming, Xiao Yi was overjoyed, as if he had found his backbone. "Don't be afraid, Yi-er. Dad is here." I don't know who dares to touch you today. Xiao Zhan said this with great pride, his heart filled with rage. Someone actually dared to bully his son in front of him. Isn't this a slap in the face of his old father? In an instant, Xiao Zhan had arrived and checked old Su's injuries, becoming even more furious. 3 against 1, how shameless. Xiao Zhan swung the big knife in his hand instantly, opening fire at full force, and fought fiercely with Yang He as soon as they met. The two were both powerful warriors in the 5th realm and of the same generation. They had been fighting for a lifetime and had always been evenly matched. Now, with the help of his anger, Xiao Zhan actually had the upper hand. While Xiao Zhan and Yang He were fighting, the others were not idle either. Old Su was seriously injured and unable to fight again. Yang Xiao, seeing the opportunity, was about to take action. At this time, an old man in a gray robe landed steadily next to Xiao Yi. This man was Wang Hai. Another 5th realm expert. Damn it. The two 5th level experts of the Xiao family are actually all out. Yang Xiao cursed inwardly and immediately retreated behind the crowd. At this moment, the decision-making power of this fight lies entirely with the two people above. The battle became more and more intense, turning the whole street into darkness. Everyone was scared to death and hid in their homes, not daring to come out. Yang He, decades have passed. Is this all you have? Xiao Zhan became more and more courageous as the fight went on. He was able to pin down Yang He with one hand and beat him hard, forcing him to retreat again and again. Although the Xiao family's foundation is not as strong as the Yang family, they have the famous Xiao Zhan. This guy has the attribute of becoming stronger when facing a stronger opponent. He has a record of not being at a disadvantage even when facing two 5th level strong men at the same time. This is also the main reason why the Xiao family was able to gain a foothold in Guangling City. Humph, Xiao Zhan, are you really going to become an enemy of my Yang family just for the sake of 3 girls? Knowing he was no match for his opponent, Yang He immediately backed down and threatened. Before he came, he originally wanted to use Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju to make things difficult for the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, the Xiao family, which had been giving in all the time, suddenly became aggressive today for some reason. This is a bit unreasonable. What a joke. My son was bullied, how can I, as a father, just swallow my anger? With a heavy blow of the sword, Yang He was instantly knocked down from the sky by Xiao Zhan, like a god of war, mighty and unyielding. Yang He spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly sent out a communication talisman. In an instant, several black shadows flashed, and in less than a moment, the entire street was crowded with people. They are all masters of his Yang family. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhan immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. Xiao Zhan, I'm giving you one more chance. Leave here and hand these 3 girls over to my Yang family for disposal. I can pretend that what happened today never happened. Yang He stood up again and said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Xiao had already told him that these 2 girls did not take his Yang family seriously at all, and he had to punish them today no matter what. Let the world see what happens if you offend the Yang family. Moreover, he just noticed that Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er were born with divine bones. He unexpectedly encountered 2 people with this rare physique at once. At that time, Yang He had evil intentions. He wanted to dig out the divine bones of the 2 and graft them onto his own son. Otherwise, how could he have the time to mess around with Yang Xiao and fight with Xiao Zhan for the 2 girls? However, the current situation is indeed difficult to deal with the bug of Xiao Zhan. Therefore, he planned to settle for second best and deal with Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju first. As for the Xiao family, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiao Zhan's face looked a little solemn at this time. He didn't know whether what he was doing was right or not. Because he didn't know what position these 2 girls held in Yi Qiu's heart. If he is just an ordinary disciple, then even if the Xiao family sacrifices their lives this time, they may not get anything in return. At this time, Zhao Wan'er walked out calmly, looked at the tense crowd, and said to Xiao Zhan, Uncle Xiao, we appreciate your kindness. But we really can't bear to see so many lives of the Xiao family sacrificed for us. Life and death are determined by fate. We have seen everything the Xiao family did today. If we can leave alive today, we will definitely repay Uncle Zhao's kindness in the future. Hearing these words, Xiao Zhan was deeply moved. At least the other party could still consider him and was not an ungrateful person. In this case, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Little girl, I, Xiao, will take care of today's matter. Humph, you are stubborn. Yang He shouted angrily and was about to give the order to attack, when Lin Chinju suddenly drew out the Zisha sword in his hand. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to it. This is Purple Cloud Sword. Isn't this Xiantian Jinren's sword? How come it's in this girl's hand? Yang He's heart trembled. As a strongman of the older generation, almost everyone knew this sword. Because its owner was once in existence that all major families and holy places feared. The former abbot of Zisha Peak, the supreme master who passed away 10 years ago, Jinren Xiantian. Haha, it's actually the Zisha sword. Xiao Zhan laughed loudly. When he saw the Zisha sword, he instantly understood how special Lin Chinju's identity was. The Zisha sword is a symbol of identity, meaning that she is the next heir to the throne. The fact that she was trained by Yi Qiu as his successor shows her status in Yi Qiu's heart. Previously he was still wondering whether these two people were worth saving, but now. Worth it, very worth it. Who are you? At this moment, even Yang He showed some fear on his face. Lin Chinju walked out of the crowd coldly, holding his sword in front of him, and said, I am Lin Chinju, the chief disciple of Yi Qiu, the head of Zisha Peak of the Butian sect. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Yi Qiu. No, that's impossible. At this time, Yang Zhao's face was pale and his heart was dead. He didn't believe this was true, but the Zisha sword in Lin Chinju's hand could not be explained. Others may be unfamiliar with this name, but he has a deep memory of it. Because his master was Li Changkong, the elder of the Bulo Mountain Holy Land, who had fought with Yi Qiu at that time. He was also present when Yi Qiu defeated two powerful men of the 5th level of Shenzong with one sword. He still remembers that scene vividly, as if it were a nightmare. It's a pity that he didn't notice Lin Chinju behind him at that time, otherwise he would not dare to provoke Lin Chinju. Now, when he heard that she was Yi Qiu's disciple, he turned pale with fright. The Butian sect is no worse than the Bulo Mountain, and in terms of strength, it is probably even above the Bulo Mountain. Hearing Yi Qiu's followers, Yang He's face turned pale. He looked at his son with anger in his eyes. This guy who was incapable of doing anything good and always caused trouble actually lied to him and said that the other party was just an ordinary person. Chief. What should we do now? The two masters came behind Yang He unknowingly. They had all heard about the two masters of the Lin family. Now that I have offended Yi Qiu, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. Hateful. No wonder this old fellow Xiao Zhan would do his best to protect them. It turns out that he is betting on the Butian sect. Hateful. Seeing their serious expressions, even Zhao Wanner looked over in surprise and asked curiously. Senior sister, what is the origin of this sword? Why do they all look so afraid? Lin Chinju was also puzzled and explained, I don't know either. I heard from my master that this Zisha sword is the first sword of the Zisha Peak. Most of his fame comes from his master Xian Tianjinren, but master has never mentioned anything about his master to me. Master only told me that if I encounter difficulties with these old guys in the future, I can just show the purple cloud sword and it will keep me safe. I think the master must be an unrivaled master, otherwise they wouldn't be so scared. I see. I didn't expect that besides our master, our Zisha Peak actually has such a powerful master. Zhao Wanner suddenly understood and was instantly delighted. It seems that today's disaster can be avoided. I didn't expect Yi Qiu to have left this trick for Lin Chinju. As soon as the Zisha sword came out, as expected, none of the Yang family's masters dared to move. Dad, what should we do now? The atmosphere at the scene was a bit depressing. Yang Xiao walked up to his father and asked in a low voice. Humph, you rebellious son, you still have the nerve to ask. I told you a long time ago to be more restrained recently. Not only did you not listen, you even went further and now you have even offended the giant Butian cult. Now you ask me what to do. Fortunately, their masters are not here, otherwise, Bulao Mountain may not be able to protect you. Yang he said with great regret. After hearing what he said, Yang He was so scared that his face turned pale and he regretted it so much. Yang He was too lazy to lecture his son about what he had done. The most important thing now was how to calm the situation down. After all, he is the head of the family, and Yang He is quite thick-skinned. I saw his tense face suddenly forced a smile, and said, "So you are a disciple of the Butian sect. It's really true that the flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and family members don't recognize each other anymore. I have a deep friendship with Chi Wuhui, the leader of your Butian sect. If you had told us earlier that you were from the Butian cult, we wouldn't have had such a big misunderstanding. It's my fault for being short-sighted. I almost caused a disaster." Yang He looked full of regret, and his acting was simply amazing. Even Xiaozhan secretly admired him after seeing this. He admitted that he couldn't compare with him in terms of shamelessness. Seeing that he was trying to save face, Lin Chinju didn't say anything. After all, she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Yi Qiu hasn't come back yet, and it would be of no benefit to them if they angered the other party. Snap, snap, snap. At this time, a burst of applause came from the eaves not far away. Everyone looked curiously and found that there were 3 people standing on the eaves. A young man was sitting elegantly on the eaves, and there were 2 old men standing behind him. The young man is dressed in a blue shirt and white clothes, with an extraordinary temperament. His drifting bangs sway in the wind, revealing a sense of freedom all the time. Wonderful, wonderful. It's so exciting. I didn't expect to be able to witness such a good show in this small Guangling city today. The young man smiled and teased, especially giving a thumbs up to praise Yang He's words and actions just now. However, what is more curious is that Yang He was not angry at all for his provocative behavior, but instead showed fear. Zhao Waner was very confused and asked, "Who is this person?" Lin Chinju shook her head. She didn't know him either, but Xiao Yi next to her showed fear. "The Holy Son of Heaven, He Wushuang." What's the meaning? Lin Chinju frowned. This title sounded a bit scary. Xiao Yi quickly explained, "This person comes from an ancient great clan, the ancient He clan, and is born with a holy body. He is the only holy son of the Tianshan Holy Land. At a young age, he has already reached the 9th level of the heavenly phase. He is gifted with extraordinary talent and is praised as the Son of Heaven who has the greatest hope of becoming an emperor. She is equally famous as the Saint of Yaoqi Holy Land, the Fuyao Fairy, Lu Yan of the Supreme Palace, and so on." Hearing this for the first time, Lin Chinju and Zhao Waner looked at each other. 9th level of heavenly phase. No wonder, even our chief senior brother of the Butian sect, Lu Qingfeng, has only been at the 5th level of Tianxiang so far, but he has already reached the 9th level. Lin Chinju suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Long before they went down the mountain, Yi Qiu had told her that this trip would not only provide her with experience, but would also broaden her horizons. It's a great opportunity to witness the stunning demeanor of these talented young people among their peers. Don't be complacent with your own achievements. You should understand that there are always people better than you and there are many people who are better than you. Compared to Lin Chinju's pressure, Zhao Waner felt much less pressure. Because Lin Chinju is the chief disciple, she represents the face of Zisha Peak, so she is under a lot of pressure. But she was different. Besides being surprised, she was more curious. He Wushuang's sudden arrival broke the original tranquility. Everyone breathed heavily and looked at the 3 people above nervously. What made them feel afraid was not He Wushuang, but the 2 old men behind him. Judging from the aura, one of them has actually reached the level of a leader. Hiss. Master. As expected of you, he is the direct descendant of the ancient He clan, the Holy Son of Heaven. Whenever he travels, he is protected by powerful people at the level of a leader. Xiaozhan secretly took a deep breath. Although he became stronger when facing a strong opponent, he still had to pull back when he met the leader. That's not a concept at all. For such a gifted child, it is normal to be protected by such a strong person. I think that powerful leader should be an elder of the Tianqi Holy Land. At this time, Yang He was so frightened that he had no idea how to respond to He Wushuang's sarcasm. At this time, another aurora flashed, and several figures appeared on the other side of the attic. Everyone looked over and was even more shocked. On the roof, there was a stunning beauty, barefoot, slowly floating in the air. Everyone could feel that the force of laws surrounding her was exactly the aura that only existed when approaching the state of no distance. Hiss. Fairy Fuyao, why is she here too? Xiao Yi's words, "fuck you," broke the silence at the scene. The woman on the balcony was none other than the Fairy Fuyao from the sacred land of Yaoqi, the dream goddess in the hearts of thousands of young boys. Her beauty is not inferior to Lin Chinju at all, and perhaps only Zhao Wan'er can barely compare with her. Because the aristocratic air she carried was so strong, Lin Chinju was born in poverty and had an innate sense of inferiority. So she kind of backed off. What happened today? Why did so many legendary figures suddenly come to Guangling City? At this moment, Xiao Yi was completely frightened. No matter how arrogant and dissolute they are, they can only be arrogant in Guangling City. Once they meet these people, they have to give in. Seeing Fuyao coming, He Wushuang just took a look, and then said to Yang He, "Today, Chief Yang showed us a trick and let us know what shamelessness is. Shame on us, shame on us. Compared to Patriarch Yang, we are still too young." The corner of Yang He's mouth twitched. He knew that He Wushuang was deliberately slandering him, but he could only be angry but not say anything. Now he was a little unsure why these young masters were suddenly interested in coming to Guangling City. The pressure on everyone present was doubled, and the only one who remained calm was probably Zhao Wan'er. After all, her background is not simple. "Master He, you are joking. How dare I embarrass myself in front of you?" Yang He wanted to explain something, but He Wushuang waved his hand and interrupted him without giving him any face. He didn't want to hear what Yang He said, nor did he want to pay attention to him. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Lin Chinju. He was initially amazed by her cool and elegant temperament, but that was just amazement. As the son of God, he is not comparable to the playboys like Yang Xiao and Xiao Yi. He has a very high vision. In order to catch his eye, a woman must not only be beautiful but also have strength. Purple Cloud Sword. Back then, Xian Tianjinren was such a stunning figure. Who would have thought that many years later, his sword would appear in the hands of a junior? He Wushuang showed a pity expression, and then said, "Miss, can you lend me your sword to take a look?" Lin Chinju was puzzled. What was so good about the Zisha sword in her hand? This is just an ordinary treasure, not even a spiritual weapon. He Wushuang did not refute, but only said, "Although this sword is not of high grade, its owner was once an existence that many people could not even dream of. For the weak, they rely more on the power of the treasure. However, for a true master of swordsmanship, even an ordinary iron sword can be invincible in the world. When I was young, I heard that Xian Tianjinren of the Butian sect went into the no man's land alone, swept across 6,000 miles with one sword, and blocked all the races outside the natural moat. How amazing it was! This sword has too many legends, even though it is just a top-grade treasure and not even a spiritual weapon." After hearing He Wushuang's explanation, Lin Chinju immediately understood. Why did Master Mingyue show that expression when Yi Qiu gave him this sword? It turns out, there is such a legend about this sword. Thinking of this, Lin Chinju felt very happy. It turned out that I was so important in Master's heart. He is willing to pass on even this kind of treasure to me. Lin Chinju was very touched. She could feel the love and care of her master. He was the only person who treated her sincerely after her parents passed away. "Take it." Lin Chinju was not stingy and threw the Zisha sword up. He Wushuang took the Zisha sword with a smile and took a good look at it. When you calm down, you can still feel the shocking sword intent left by Master Xiantian on it. He is a genius in swordsmanship and is obsessed with swords. Whenever he comes across a good sword, he wants to appreciate it. Mr. Wushuang has such a refined taste that he actually came to Guangling City to watch swords. Suddenly, a cold voice came to his ears, and He Wushuang glanced over. Gu Haitang. Are you coming to join in the fun too? He Wushuang said casually while playing with the sword in his hand. Gu Haitang ignored him, but after seeing Fuyao, she immediately flew over with a smile. Hee, Fairy Fuyao, I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet here again. Fuyao's mouth twitched, and she wanted to slap this guy. What do you mean by fate? He has been chasing her for a month, does he think she doesn't know? Mr. Gu, please respect yourself. Fu Yao just replied coldly and turned away. She didn't want to see this annoying guy. On the other side, He Wushuang carefully examined the Zisha sword and returned the sword to Lin Chinju. Nice sword. It is indeed the sword used by Xian Tianjinren. Miss, please protect the former reputation of this sword and don't let it be buried. Lin Chinju didn't answer, just nodded. After he finished speaking, He Wushuang looked at Yang He coldly. He hated people who took advantage of their age and seniority the most in his life. Just as he was about to make a move, several old men in gray robes suddenly fell from the sky and landed next to Yang Shao. Seeing the person coming, Yang Shao was delighted and said, "Disciple greets the master and the two uncles." At that moment, he thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, Li Changkong and the two uncles from Below Mountain would also come. Li Changkong looked at his beloved disciple, then looked at He Wushuang above, and said, "Master Wushuang, today my disciple was ignorant and angered you. I hope you can forgive him for this mistake for my sake." "Haha, you seem to be mistaken. It's not me that he is irritating." He Wushuang smiled. If Li Changkong hadn't suddenly arrived, he wouldn't mind helping Lin Chinju vent his anger. However, since the people from Below Mountain have already arrived, there is no need for him to fight to the death with them. Hearing this, Li Changkong was stunned. He had just arrived here and found that He Wushuang seemed to be about to take action against the Yang family, so he couldn't wait to come down. "I don't know what exactly happened. Disciple, what's going on?" Li Changkong's face darkened and he asked. Yang Shao hesitated, but still explained to him the whole story. After hearing this, Li Changkong's face suddenly turned cold. He looked at Lin Chinju in the crowd and his heart trembled. "Traitor!" Li Changkong slapped him in the face, and Yang Shao was knocked to the ground in an instant. On the other side, Yang He was confused. How come even Li Changkong was afraid of Yi Qiu? Is this person really that powerful? Seeing his son being beaten, Yang He didn't dare to say a word. After all, the other party was Li Changkong. After dealing with Yang Shao, Li Changkong hurriedly came up and apologized. "Ladies, I didn't discipline him strictly enough, and let this traitor offend you. I hope you will forgive his recklessness this time for my sake. I will discipline him strictly when I return, and this kind of thing will not happen again in the future." Lin Chinju didn't say anything, and she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Zhao Wanner smiled playfully and said, "Elderly, you want to send us away with just a few words, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" After hearing this, Li Changkong felt a sinking feeling in his heart, but due to the pressure from Yi Qiu before, he didn't want to escalate the matter. However, the two old men behind him were not in a good mood. "Humph, you ignorant little brat, just take advantage of the opportunity one give you. What else do you want? Do you think that I, Bulao Shan, am really afraid of your Butian sect?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene instantly froze again. Interesting. Are they going to declare war on the Butian cult? The crowd watching looked like they were enjoying a good show. What if I don't? At this moment, even Zhao Wanner, who had the best temper, couldn't help herself. Even though she was insulted by Yang Shao like that, she never said anything. Now, the other party actually bluntly accused the Butian sect of being wrong. Doesn't that mean Yi Qiu is wrong? That was her master who treated her like a family member, and she would not tolerate any criticism from anyone. "Haha, little girl, you are really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Not to mention you, even if it's Master Meng from your Butian sect, he would have to be polite to me when he sees me." Zhao Wanner's face changed when she heard that. She silently took out a communication talisman from her arms and prepared to send a signal to the general's mansion in Guangling City. She always carried a special royal communication talisman with her, which could send messages to all the military commanders in Liang and ask them to come to help. She didn't want to reveal her identity before, so she didn't use it. But now looking at the situation, she has no choice but to use it. Just as I was about to start, suddenly. What a big tone. Who? Everyone was startled, the voice seemed to come from several miles away. It is like the sound of the avenue, long and distant, echoing in everyone's ears. As soon as this voice came out, the gray-robed old man Li Daoyuan's heart trembled. He could feel the amazing power of the leader from the other party. It turns out that the leader is so powerful. On the eaves, the old man behind He Wushuang and the two old men behind Fu Yao also showed surprise. "Uncle Han, is this guy very strong?" Fu Yao asked in a low voice, feeling very confused. At that moment just now, she felt a tremor in her heart. That voice struck my soul. Han Xingyi said solemnly, "Yes, very strong. Its momentum is strong, like a sharp sword, piercing straight through the soul." In an instant, a white light came from the sky, like a sharp sword, piercing through the crowd and rushing towards Li Daoyuan. "Brother, be careful." Li Changkong was shocked, and hurriedly came to help with Li Sansi, and the three of them blocked the sword together. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the bricks on the ground flew backwards, the pavilions and buildings were destroyed, and the sword energy was raging. The three of them worked together to resist and barely managed to block the sword. Wherever I looked, I saw a man walking towards me with a sword in the sky. "Master, Master is back." Seeing the figure in the sky, Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju were extremely excited. That was truly their master. "Yi Qiu." There was a burst of boos at the scene. With that sword, the three strong men from Below Mountain were directly beaten back. "You know, among these three people, there is a leader. Is this Yi Qiu, the head of Zisha Peak of the Butian sect who was making so much noise a while ago? As young as the legend says." Fu Yao said with full praise. She had heard about Yi Qiu's deeds earlier, but she didn't quite believe it at first. Now, seeing that Yi Qiu easily defeated Li Daoyuan with just one sword, he was shocked. But, didn't he say he was only at the 5th level of the Divine Hidden Realm? How did he suddenly reach the leader level? Han Xingyi also shook his head. He didn't know Yi Qiu very well and could only sigh. The Butian sect has produced a new powerful leader. Their luck is flourishing and they are expected to rise again. This man's swordsmanship is so extraordinary that even I can hardly match him. Hearing this, Fu Yao cast a surprised look and said, "No way, Uncle Han, is it possible that he, an early-stage leader, can rival you, a mid-stage leader? I think it's far more than that. His sword intent is so terrifying. Let alone me, look at those old guys on the opposite side. They all have fear on their faces." Hearing Han Xingyi's reminder, Fu Yao looked curiously, and just as he said, He Wushuang and the several strong men behind Gu Haitang also showed fear on their faces. Obviously, they were all shocked by Yi Qiu's sword just now. Looking at Yi Qiu at this moment, he was like a sword immortal from heaven, independent and peerless. The astonishing feeling of oppression made it difficult for everyone to raise their heads. Suddenly, everyone was pulled back to the fear that they had experienced when they were dominated by Master Xiantian. "Oh my God, he is indeed Yi Shen. My idol, awesome." Xiao Yi from the atmosphere group flattered him directly, and when he saw Yi Qiu appear, he felt relieved. This is a true master. Look at his demeanor, temperament, and sense of oppression. Haha, who dares to mess with us? Why does it feel like, after Yi Qiu arrived, the happiest person wasn't Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju, but him? Zhao Wan'er covered her mouth and giggled, while Lin Chinju glanced at him with disdain and immediately bowed upwards. Disciple greets master. Yi Qiu nodded, "Well, get up." Looking at Li Changkong and the other two coldly, Yi Qiu felt a surge of anger in his heart. He was away for just a short while, but he didn't expect that his disciple would be bullied like this. Moreover, the other party dared to speak so arrogantly that he even ignored Meng Tianzheng. "Just now you said that even if I, the head of the Butian sect, were here, I would still have to show you some courtesy, right? Can I take this as a provocation from your Below Mountain holy land to our Butian sect?" Yi Qiu said expressionlessly. As soon as these words came out, Li Changkong knew that something was wrong. Li Daoyuan's face turned pale. He was just pretending to be stupid, but he didn't expect to be caught red-handed. It's a bit embarrassing now. How could he dare to ask Meng Tianzheng to give him some courtesy? Who is Meng Tianzheng? He is a powerful leader at the peak of his powers, and the most outstanding existence under the Supreme Being. Fellow Taoist Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. My senior brother didn't mean that. He just said it casually. Don't take it to heart. Li Changkong explained quickly, having already cursed Li Daoyuan in his heart. Things that he could have solved himself were now turned from big to small and from small to nothing. Who would have thought that Li Daoyuan would suddenly say this? If Meng Tianjing knew about this, who knows if he would rush to Bulow Mountain and kill the three of them. You know, when Meng Tianjing was young, he also had a bad temper and would bully anyone he met. It's just that after taking over the Butian sect, his temper has become a little more restrained, and he is no longer a pushover. Misunderstand? Yi Qiu sneered and slowly fell down from above. I guess not. If I hadn't come today, wouldn't my 2 disciples have been killed by you? These 3 old guys are so shameless. They bully the weak and act like elders. In just a few words, Li Changkong was made to feel extremely ashamed. He really did not bully the weak. It must be that Li Daoyuan has lost his mind and has to pretend to be something. Li Changkong was still thinking about how to end it, but he didn't expect Li Daoyuan to say bluntly, even if I'm bullying you today, so what? As a sect leader, he had his own pride, and he just didn't believe that, as a sect leader, he would lose to Yi Qiu. Okay, very good. So there's nothing to talk about. Yi Qiu spread his hands. Since there was no room for negotiation, he could only fight. If a disciple is bullied and the master cannot even get back at him, what kind of master is he? As soon as the words fell, in an instant, all the grass and trees within a radius of dozens of miles moved. A shocking sword intent arose spontaneously, and the air in all directions became solidified. Under this pressure, everyone was sweating profusely. He Wushuang, who was obsessed with swords, immediately stood up from the roof after sensing the sword intent. This man's swordsmanship has reached this level. He is not inferior to Xiantian Jinren back then. It's getting more and more interesting. Do you feel that there is an astonishing sword spirit emanating from the surrounding grass and trees? It seems that within this realm, his sword is everywhere. The old man behind He Wushuang explained with a smile that seeing such a strong man, he couldn't help but want to go up and compete with him. However, after a brief psychological simulation, he gave up. Can't beat. Faced with this sword, Li Changkong and the other 2 turned pale, and the 2 of them had already cursed Li Daoyuan hundreds of times in their hearts. But at this point, it's irreversible, so just resist with all your might. Form a formation. The 3 of them had a very strong tacit understanding and reached a consensus with just a glance. In an instant, a formation of heaven, earth and 3 elements was formed, and a terrifying force was pushed outward, angrily resisting Yi Qiu's sword energy. Amid the raging wind, Yi Qiu stood still, even a little careless. From beginning to end, he did not use any weapons, and was able to control the battle situation with just the help of plants and trees. Such control shocked everyone present. With his right hand across his chest, Yi Qiu launched an attack instantly and decisively. In an instant, thousands of sword energy slashed away, and a giant sword smashed down from the sky. Hold on! Li Daoyuan roared, and the leader burst out with all his strength. With Li Changkong and Li Sansi behind him as his assistants, he tried his best to resist the sword. Under the power of this sword, everyone stood up, their eyes full of awe. My God, this is the true supreme sword technique. Boom. A deafening sound was heard, and in a moment dust rolled up, and Yi Qiu fell from the air alone. When the dust settled, 3 embarrassed figures fell to the ground. Puff. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Daoyuan was left with only fear in his heart, and no longer had the arrogance he had before. As a fellow leader, he couldn't even resist a single sword strike from his opponent. His confidence was damaged, his mind was unstable, and he was at risk of falling back. Master. Seeing Li Changkong falling to the ground, Yang Xiao was anxious and glared at Yi Qiu. I'll fight you. He drew his sword in an instant and rushed straight towards Yi Qiu. The sword stabbed straight towards Yi Qiu's chest, but unexpectedly, it stopped an inch away. Yi Qiu glanced at him coldly, waved his hand, and he flew backwards. Haha, this kid really doesn't know his place. He's the leader. He is a small cultivator who has not even reached the level of heavenly appearance, yet he has the nerve to attack the leader. It seems like an inch away, but it feels like the end of the world, out of reach. This is the space realm beyond distance. In the attic, He Wushuang explained with a sneer. He is also close to the state of distancelessness, so he is very sensitive to this area. It can be said that Tianxiang and Wujiu are a watershed with a very large span. How dare you hurt my son? Seeing his son being beaten like this, Yang He was furious and immediately drew his gun and killed him. But just like before, Yi Qiu just waved his hand lightly and knocked him away. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy moves are just rubbish. Puff. After suffering a severe blow, Yang He was now in complete despair and filled with remorse. A slight change in his mind brought an irreparable and devastating blow to the family. He is the sinner of the family. Is this the great family of Guangling? They are just frogs in a well, how ridiculous. Yi Qiu glanced at Yang He calmly and was about to execute him when. Junior brother Yi, please show mercy. Yi Qiu looked up at the sky in confusion, only to see a flash of light and a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walking towards him. Who is this person? Everyone present looked at it curiously. Han Xingyi had a very sharp eye and recognized the identity of the man above at a glance. Butian sect, Qi Wuhui. Why is he here? What? Qi Wuhui. Is it Qi Wuhui, the leader of the Butian sect's hidden sword peak and the powerful leader? Fu Yao asked curiously. She didn't expect that the two leaders of the Butian sect would both appear here today. Han Xingyi nodded and said, yes, that's him. He is very powerful, but he has a strange personality and will take revenge for any slight. Fu Yao nodded. Qi Wuhui. Yi Qiu frowned and slowly put down his hand that was about to gather energy. Why is he here? Brother Qi, is there something wrong? Yi Qiu said dissatisfiedly that he and Qi Wuhui were not on good terms in the first place, but outside, they represented the Butian sect, so they still had to give him some face. It is normal for the 7 sect leaders to compete with each other as none of them is willing to submit to the other. However, once they encounter something concerning the reputation of the Butian sect, they are still united. Coming from the air, Qi Wuhui landed steadily next to Yi Qiu and Yang He. Seeing Qi Wuhui coming, Yang He was overjoyed. Master Qi, save me. Qi Wuhui didn't look happy and glanced at him with disdain. At this moment, Qi Wuhui wanted to curse his mother. Yang He could have offended anyone else, but he had to offend Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu had never gotten along with him in the first place. If Yi Qiu made a fuss about this matter, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Although he was very unhappy, Qi Wuhui had no choice but to ignore it. After all, he still had to rely on the Yang family's business and profit from it. The 7 clans have relationships with each other and all the major families in the eastern wilderness. Most of the materials and wealth needed for the operation of the mountains come from these families. Except for Zisha Peak, it is free because there are few people. Junior brother Yi. This man has been my good friend for many years. I don't know how he has offended me. How about sparing his life for my sake? Qi Wuhui said sincerely that it was not until today that he realized that Yi Qiu was now on par with him. Having just watched the battle in the sky for a long time, Qi Wuhui became more and more frightened. This junior fellow student whom he had always looked down upon had already broken through to the position of sect leader without anyone knowing. Qi Wuhui felt a deep sense of nervousness in his heart. If given a little more time, would he be able to surpass himself? Is it possible that Songjian Peak is destined to be trampled under the feet of Zisha Peak? He thought that after the death of Taoist Xiantian, his Songjian Peak could finally be proud of itself, but Yi Qiu's rise once again gave him a slap in the face. Yi Qiu's face turned cold, and he just said, "Face. For today's matter, senior brother wants to send me away with just a few words. I'm afraid that's not appropriate, right? How can a disciple of Zisha Peak be bullied by anyone?" Qi Wuhui's face turned pale. He knew that Yi Qiu was not so easy to talk to. Damn it, it looks like if I don't spend some money today, the Yang family won't be able to survive. This idiot, why bother to provoke this guy for no reason? Isn't he deliberately trying to stab me in the kidney? Junior brother, you are right. Once you understand the whole story, I will give you a perfect explanation. Qi Wuhui said this with gritted teeth, and turned to go and find out the situation from Yang He. Yi Qiu was not in a hurry and returned to his disciple with a calm face. He wanted to see what Qi Wuhui wanted to say. Isn't this Mr. Xiao? I haven't seen you for a few days. I am impressed by you. As soon as he returned to his disciple, Yi Qiu saw Xiao Yi trembling all over beside him, and he couldn't help but teasing him. Hey hey. Being called by Yi Qiu, Xiao Yi was startled and quickly said, Senior, you are joking. This is what I should do. Yi Qiu smiled without saying anything. Lin Chinju had just explained to him what had happened before. Yi Qiu was a little surprised at Xiao Yi's righteous action. But after thinking about it carefully, I understood. He wanted to atone for his sins. Well, he hasn't committed any serious crime. Since he's behaved so well, I'll forgive him first and wait and see. I am Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family. I am honored to meet Master Yi. At this time, Xiao Zhan came over with a smile and said respectfully. Just now he had seen Yang He being slapped away by Yi Qiu with a light slap, and he was filled with only awe for his strength. Faced with such a strong man, even a fool would know what to do. This time, I should have hugged the right thigh. Well, you are pretty good. Just now, thanks to you for helping me protect my two useless disciples. Xiao family, I've made note of it. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan was delighted. Yi Qiu's words were an implicit acknowledgement that their Xiao family had already clung to the support of Zisha Peak. Just kidding, this is what I should do. I was ignorant before and offended you. I hope you don't mind it. Yi Qiu smiled and looked at Xiao Yi again, showing him that he was nervous. Well, I heard that your boy is very filial. I wonder if it's true. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's heart tightened, as if he was going to the execution ground, and he quickly looked at his father. Dad, please don't let your child down at this time. I am very filial. Haha, I have long known the master's intentions. My son has become much more sensible after the master's teachings. How could Xiao Zhan not hear the hidden meaning in Yi Qiu's words, and he laughed out loud. Well, that's fine. Yi Qiu nodded with satisfaction and chatted for a while. Then, several figures slowly flew over from the attic. Tianqi Holy Land, He Wushuang. Meet Master Yi. Yaoqi Holy Land, Fuyao, I'm honored to meet Master Yi. Zhulu Academy, Gu Haitang, nice to meet Master Yi. Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, looking at the handsome men and beautiful women opposite him, feeling a little confused. Lin Chinju whispered in his ear, Master, this He Wushuang helped us before. Oh. Yi Qiu looked at He Wushuang in surprise and his heart trembled. Born a holy body. Yi Qiu was surprised. He had heard of some of the outstanding figures of the younger generation. Especially this He Wushuang, who is young and promising, free and easygoing, and has the qualities of an emperor. If this were placed in any other novel, he would definitely be the male protagonist. This is the true son of a wealthy family, magnanimous, talented, and morally upright, truly perfect. Looking at Fuyao standing beside him, Yi Qiu took a breath again. Oh my God. This evil is comparable to the bright moon. Fuyao's beauty is not inferior to Zhao Wan'er at all. If she were a little more mature, she might be able to challenge Mingyue's status. Yi Qiu feasted his eyes and admired it secretly, but he hid it very deeply and was not discovered by the other party. Looking at Gu Haitang next to him, he is also talented, so let's ignore him for now. You are the son of heaven, He Wushuang, right? Yi Qiu's gaze returned to He Wushuang and continued, I've heard of you before. You are indeed a promising young man. Haha, you are kidding. How dare I, a humble person, show off my skills in front of you? He Wushuang smiled modestly and said that the swordsmanship Yi Qiu had just demonstrated was truly amazing to him. This is the sword technique he really wants to learn, but unfortunately, there is no such sword technique in Tianqi Holy Land. For a sword-loving genius, this kind of sword technique is extremely tempting to him. So as soon as the matter was over, he couldn't wait to come down and communicate with Yi Qiu to see if he could learn something from it. It is hard to imagine that the sword technique you just displayed is so powerful. Wushuang admires it very much. He Wushuang said from the bottom of his heart. Facing He Wushuang's praise, Yi Qiu's expression remained calm, without any change in his mood. Well, you have good talent. You are a genius in swordsmanship. As long as you stay true to your original aspirations and practice diligently, you will be able to reach this level in the future. He Wushuang was delighted. It was the greatest honor for him to be praised by a strongman like Yiqiu. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Yiqiu nodded with satisfaction. This He Wushuang was indeed very talented. A person born with a holy body is one level higher than a divine bone. Such a person will definitely achieve great things in the future. What a pity that such a disciple is not his disciple. He is the holy son of Tianqi, so it is impossible for him to jump to his side, so he gave up the idea of recruiting him. Looking at Fuyao, this girl has a stunning beauty and an aristocratic aura that is no less than Zhao Weiner. His talent and aptitude are top-notch, not inferior to He Wushuang at all. It's a pity, he is not his disciple. How many are they? Yiqiu was stunned and looked at the old men behind them. Han Xingyi came out first and greeted with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Today I finally get to meet you. It turns out that your reputation is well deserved. I am the Yaoqi law enforcement elder, Han Xingyi, and I am honored to meet you." "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Yiqiu also returned the gift out of respect. He was not so arrogant as to look down on everyone. If you want to live comfortably in this wilderness in the future, it is helpful to have many friends. After all, he couldn't always stay by his disciples' side to protect them. Making more friends would provide them with some protection when they traveled the wilderness in the future. After a brief chat, Qi Wuhui slowly walked over with a somewhat ugly look on his face. He already understood the whole story and had cursed Yang He hundreds of times in his heart. But scolding him would not solve the problem, and he still had to face Yiqiu in the end. "Junior brother. I already understand everything that happened before. I am here to apologize to the two nephews on behalf of the Yang family." Qi Wuhui apologized slowly. Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er did not show their displeasure to him. After all, Qi Wuhui was their senior master. "Brother, how about this? I have here a top-grade treasure, a 3-foot red lotus, a top-grade treasure, a silk inner armor, and some elixirs. Consider this as an apology to my two nephews. Give me some face and spare the Yang family this time." Qi Wuhui looked at Yiqiu sincerely. He had already shown his utmost sincerity. To be honest, if the Yang family hadn't transferred so much wealth to Zisha Peak over the years, he really wouldn't want to get involved in this matter. What's more, they had provoked their mortal enemy, Yiqiu. But there's nothing we can do, they gave us too much. He could only swallow his pride and apologize to Yiqiu. This was already his greatest sincerity. Facing his apology, Yiqiu smiled secretly in his heart. He could feel the frustration in Qi Wuhui's heart. "I felt so happy immediately. 10 years. Do you know how I got through these 10 years? Yiqiu does things according to his heart. As long as he can do it to his own satisfaction, it's fine. As for the Yang family, haha, if they were smarter, they should know what to do. Since senior brother has said so, if I don't give him face, won't people say that there is discord within our Butian sect? I accept these treasures with reluctance." Yiqiu took Qi Wuhui's treasure with an embarrassed look on his face, and felt secretly happy when he saw his face that looked as if he had eaten 10 pounds of shit. Call. Seeing that Yiqiu finally gave him this face, Qi Wuhui also breathed a sigh of relief. Losing a few treasures is nothing, you can earn them back later. The main thing is to apologize to Yiqiu. It's so frustrating. But it's okay, losing money can avoid disaster. He knew very well how terrifying Yiqiu was. If he didn't appease him, who knows if he would really destroy the Yang family. Qi Wuhui didn't want to cut off this source of income, so after resolving this matter, he just wanted to go back. At this time, Yiqiu suddenly said, "Wait. Junior brother, what else?" Qi Wuhui frowned. He had already apologized, what else did Yiqiu want to do? The Yang family's problem has been solved, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with these old men in Bilo Mountain, right? Them. Qi Wuhui was puzzled, and only heard Yiqiu slowly walk to Li Daoyuan on the ground. "You verbally insulted me, the leader of the Butian sect, earlier. Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" What? Upon hearing this, Qi Wuhui became furious. What do you want? Li Daoyuan said with a livid face. Friendly, my Butian sect and your Bilo Mountain have always kept to themselves. Your rude words are insulting my senior brother's reputation. Isn't that inappropriate? Qi Wuhui also came up and said with a grim face. Li Changkong quickly stood up and explained, fellow Taoist Qi, this is all a misunderstanding, and my brother did it unintentionally. I, Bulaishan, and your Butian sect have been living in harmony for so many years, and we cannot destroy this friendship because of a small misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Yiqiu just smiled and was too lazy to continue. He just threw the matter out. With Qi Wuhui here, he didn't need to worry about the reputation of the Butian sect. Qi Wuhui would know what to do. Brother, you can do whatever you want. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Waving his hand, Yiqiu turned around calmly. He didn't consider what Qi Wuhui would do. Even if the matter is taken to the biggest extent, it is nothing more than a war between the Butian sect and the Bilo Mountain. He doesn't care, just hit him. Meng Tianjing is equivalent to the signboard of the Butian sect. Insulting him is equivalent to insulting the entire Butian sect. What's more, the other party's background is that he is an elder of Bilo Mountain, which makes the meaning quite different. Bulaishan doesn't take the Butian sect seriously at all. Misunderstanding. Li Changkong, do you think I'm a fool? Qi Wuhui did not have a good expression on his face, his aura suddenly surged, and the power of the leader exploded instantly. Everyone gasped. Qi Wuhui's aura was no weaker than Yiqiu's just now. It was not until this moment that everyone suddenly realized that the Butian sect was once a famous ancient sect. Master Qi, this is really a misunderstanding. We have no intention of insulting Master Meng. Li Changkong felt like crying at this moment. Yiqiu alone was difficult enough to deal with, and now Qi Wuhui came along. Now they no longer have the strength to fight and can only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. This matter today is not over. My Butian sect has never had any grudges with any famous mountain or holy place, but that doesn't mean we are afraid of you. Bulaishan, if you want to fight, my Butian sect will accept it. Qi Wuhui said domineeringly, he was already full of anger. This. Li Changkong wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew that he couldn't explain it clearly. He could only go back and discuss the matter with the great elder. Now, because of Li Daoyuan's words, they have completely angered the Butian sect, and no one knows what they will do next. Snort. Qi Wuhui shook his sleeves, turned and left, leaving the three people in a mess, at a loss as to what to do. Qi Wuhui came happily and left angrily. When I came to Guangling City today, I originally wanted to find time to come to the Yang family to make some money. Now, I didn't get any money, but I have to lose some money. Let's go, there's no more fun to watch. After Qi Wuhui left, the crowd on the street began to disperse, and everyone went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. Before leaving, He Wushuang did not forget to say hello to Yiqiu. Han Xingyi looked at He Wushuang who was leaving, shook his head and said, Yaoer, let's go too. Well, Uncle Han, let's go. Before Fu Yao left, she looked at Yiqiu deeply, and left without saying anything. Soon, only Yiqiu, the Shao family, the Yang family, and the three old Taoist priests from Bilo Mountain were left on the street. Master, where are we going next? Zhao Wan'er tugged at her red robe and asked in a low voice. Xiao Zhan then suggested, Master Yi, do you want to come sit with me? Forget it. I appreciate Chief Zhao's kindness, but this trip down the mountain has also delayed me for quite a while. The 7 clans martial arts competition is approaching, and it is time to go back. Yiqiu glanced at Xiao Yi meaningfully and said, Mr. Xiao, you did a good job this time. It seems you didn't lie to me. Senior, how dare I lie to you? I am very filial. Everyone in Guangling City knows that I, Xiao Yi, am one of the most filial sons. Xiao Yi wiped the cold sweat guiltily, and Yiqiu smiled secretly. Very good, keep it up. All right. We finished our business here, let's go. Yi Qiu left a few words and returned to Zisha Peak with Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er. Xiao Ling originally wanted to go up the mountain with them, but Zhao Wan'er asked her to go home, to pursue the freedom that should belong to her, instead of being a maid and serving others all her life. Xiao Ling was very grateful, but she was still reluctant to leave the princess. Finally, Yi Qiu promised that if she missed the princess, she could go up the mountain to find her by herself, and then she was willing to leave. "Dad, what are you thinking about?" After Yi Qiu left, Xiao Zhan stood there in a daze, thinking to himself. Xiao Yi asked curiously. Xiao Zhan sighed and said with deep admiration, "Master Yi is truly a rare talent in the world. He has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. With his own strength, he defeated the 3 masters of Below Mountain and he didn't even show his magic weapon. It is hard to imagine that his attainments in swordsmanship have reached such a level. Look at his 2 disciples, they are like phoenixes in the sky, with extraordinary talents. He will surely be a great talent in the future, with a bright future ahead of him. It seems that this time, we made the right decision to place our bet on Zisha Peak." After a pause, Xiao Zhan turned around and said to Xiao Yi earnestly, "Yi, you did a good job this time. If you hadn't tried your best to protect Master Yi's 2 disciples, my Xiao family wouldn't have been able to get the support of Zisha Peak so easily. I used to doubt your ability, but after what happened today, I have a new respect for you. From now on, even if the Xiao family is handed over to you, your father will be relieved." Hearing his father's words, Xiao Yi's eyes became sore. After so many years, he finally got praise from his father. But think about it. Now that I think about it, I'm not that bad. Hee, compared to that idiot Yang Xiao, I am so much better. Wang Hai said, "Patriarch, now all the major families in Guangling City know that we have attached ourselves to Zisha Peak. Do you think we should say anything?" "Yes, you are right. Add 1,000,000 ounces of gold to the original gift and paint Zisha Peak and decorate it properly. After all, you are the backer of my Xiao family, so you must not lose in terms of momentum. We lack everything except money." Xiao Zhan said this with great pride, glanced proudly at the embarrassed Yang He not far away, and left with satisfaction. A few hours later. On Zisha Peak, 3 figures slowly landed on the grass in front of the wooden house. "Is this Zisha Peak?" Looking at the purple clouds in the sky, Zhao Wan'er said blankly. "Such a beautiful scenery on Earth is like a fairyland, which makes people fall into it unconsciously. This is the real holy land of immortals. The place is full of spiritual energy, with beautiful mountains and clear waters and picturesque scenery. Chinju. Take junior sister around to learn about the geographical situation of Zisha Peak, and explain the sect rules to her. Go back and rest when you are done, and we will talk about it tomorrow." As soon as he returned to Zisha Peak, Yi Qiu couldn't wait to go into the room and gave Lin Chinju some temporary instructions. "Okay, junior sister. Follow me." Lin Chinju took Zhao Wan'er away very early. In the room, Yi Qiu closed the door tightly, came to the bed, took out a piece of animal bone from the Xianling jade, and began to study it. This piece of animal bone contains a strange dark aura and is terrifyingly aggressive. The source of weirdness. This is weird. What went wrong? After studying the animal bones in his hand, Yi Qiu sat on the bed, thinking a lot. He found this precious bone in a deep abyss after entering the depths of the no man's land. The dark aura on this bone shares the same characteristics with those of the previous ferocious beasts. However, the aura on this bone is stronger, and it should be the first batch to be infected. This time when entering the no man's land, Yi Qiu not only found this bone, but also accidentally discovered a crack in the east wasteland barrier. These strange auras flowed in from outside the domain and began to infect from the depths of the no man's land. However, so far, he has only seen infected beasts, and no infected people have appeared yet. Yi Qiu felt a little uneasy, always feeling that there was some big secret hidden in this. After discovering the crack, he observed the spot for a long time but found nothing, so he hurried back. On the way back, he also discovered an emperor's tomb, but unfortunately, he was not the first to discover it. The reason why he Wushuang and the others appeared in Guangling City before was probably because of the emperor's tomb. These great clans and ancient Taoist traditions are all better informed than the others. But unfortunately, the seal of the emperor's tomb was still very strong and could not be opened in a short period of time. Yichio simply brought his disciples back first. Prepare for the 7 clans martial competition. After all, this matter is a top priority for everyone in the Butian sect. Yeah, headache. Forget it. Go to sleep, don't think about it, it's a brain burning. Yichio grabbed his hair and fell onto the bed. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning. Stretching lazily, Yichio walked out of the room. After a night's rest, all the spiritual energy consumed in yesterday's battle had been restored. Hey, where are those 2 little girls? Aren't they up yet? Walking out of the door, Yichio glanced at the 2 rooms next to him and found that the doors were still closed. I thought they hadn't gotten up yet, when I suddenly felt a breath floating on the cliff. Haha, you're quite diligent. Yichio smiled faintly. Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er got up early. They are now standing on the cliff, doing the 3 daily awakening exercises at Zisha Peak. Yichio did not disturb them, but returned to the dojo and started his own day of training. It was not until noon that Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er returned hand in hand. Master, we are back. As soon as she entered the door, Zhao Wan'er said happily. On this day, Lin Chinju took her to practice early in the morning and took her to visit all the scenic spots in Zisha Peak. She was very happy. She had never felt such freedom before. She could open her heart and let herself go. In just one day, she had adapted to life here and found it very warm. Her senior sister took good care of her, and her master was also very good to her. It was much better than that cold and icy palace. In the dojo, Yichio slowly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Well, disciple, this is your first time going up the mountain. Can you adapt? Master, Wan'er can adapt. It's great here. It has the warmth of home. I like it here very much. Well, that'll do. My Zisha Peak is different from other mountains. There are not so many rules and regulations. As long as you don't violate the sect's rules, you can do whatever you want. Yichio said lightly and stood up from his seat. The date of the martial arts competition is approaching, and the 2 of you will represent Zisha Peak in participating in this competition. The 7 clans martial competition is of great significance to the Butian sect, so a temporary test will be held today. Let me see the results of your practice during this period. Chinju, you go first. Lin Chinju stood up and walked out of the dojo with Yichio and came to the open space in the bamboo forest. Zhao Wan'er was wearing a red robe and leaning against the stream, watching. Lin Chinju held the Zisha sword in her hand, the pressure doubled, and she stood in front of Yichio, feeling a little overwhelmed. She was extremely confident among her peers, but when faced with Yichio's impromptu test, she suddenly felt a little nervous. Call. Slowly letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Chinju encouraged himself in his heart, remembering not to be nervous and not to let his master down. Come on. Use what you have learned, any way you like, to attack me. Yichio stood in the bamboo forest, calm and indifferent, his white robe swaying in the wind, his left hand behind his back, a jade ornament on his waist, looking like an immortal. He had the demeanor of a celestial being banished from heaven, which made Lin Chinju blush. It took her a long time to calm down. Master, I'm here. Lin Chinju shouted coldly, and the Zisha sword in his hand came out instantly. He made a sword gesture casually and killed with the wind. Yichio just made a light move to block and caught the Zisha sword. He did not utilize any realm above the infinite distance, and only relied on his physical body to fight. Lin Chinju also reacted very quickly. When he missed the first attack, he flipped over and kicked smoothly. Yichio dodged sideways. In his eyes, Lin Chinju's attack was like slow motion and had no lethality at all. However, compared to her peers, her practical experience is already solid enough with almost no flaws. The Zisha sword was wielded smoothly, but Lin Chinju still had no way to deal with Yichio, so he had no choice but to use the 9 Nether Frost technique. In an instant, a chill that penetrated the soul came over him, and Yichio nodded secretly. Under the powerful exertion of the black ice bone, the cold air is extremely penetrating and can directly attack a person's soul. Master, be careful. Lin Chinju reminded again, and the Zisha sword in his hand emitted a sword gesture, carrying a cold chill, and killed towards Ichio. If Ichio was at the same level as her at this time, it would take some effort for him to deal with her without using the grass sword. Yeah, not bad. Nodding, Ichio casually dispelled the sword energy. Lin Chinju's cultivation had already reached the second level of Tianxiang. During more than a month of practical training, my realm and mentality have stabilized, and the overall improvement has been great. She now doesn't look like the girl who was at a loss as to what to do in Yuqing Palace 2 months ago. That cold temperament gives people an invisible feeling that one cannot look directly at it. Maybe she herself has not realized that, without realizing it, she has grown into someone that her peers need to look up to. After the exam, Ichio commented, "Your swordsmanship has reached the level of profound enlightenment. Once you enter the realm of no distance and master the realm of laws, you will be reborn. The only shortcoming is that it lacks a powerful killing move, but don't worry, I will look up the ancient books and pick a sword technique that suits you." Hearing this, Lin Chinju was delighted, and the little girl said coquettishly, "Thank you, master, master is the best." Ichio smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with this eldest disciple. Then he looked at Zhao Wanner and said, "Wanner, it's your turn." Ah. Zhao Wanner was so engrossed in watching the play when her name was suddenly called. She was stunned for a moment. The contrast is that, from an elegant and graceful lady, to a cute and adorable girl. The corner of Ichio's mouth twitched. "Are you daydreaming in class?" "Oh, here it comes." Realizing that she was distracted, Zhao Wanner's pretty face turned red and she walked up embarrassedly. "I was so engrossed in watching Master just now that I almost forgot that this was an exam." Ah. So embarrassing. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here, otherwise I would not be able to face people in the future. "Come on, attack me in any way you like." Ichio just gently extended his right hand, signaling Zhao Wanner to start attacking. "Okay, Master, be careful." After Zhao Wanner recovered, a ball of fire instantly ignited around her body. That was the Red Lotus Karma fire that Ichio taught her. Under the scorching heat, Ichio was secretly surprised. She didn't expect that this Red Lotus fire, combined with the Purgatory fire she carried with her, could burst out with such potential. Well, it seems that this secret method is very suitable for her. Ichio just nodded without saying anything. Zhao Wanner's current cultivation level is only at the second level of Xuanji, but this is only temporary. Once she perfectly absorbs the precious bone of the heirloom, her cultivation will definitely catch up with Lin Chinju. However, this requires some time and sufficient sedimentation, otherwise problems will easily arise in the foundation. Bring it on. Hearing the sound, Zhao Wanner instantly slapped over with a palm that brought with it the Red Lotus fire, and in an instant the bamboo forest was ablaze with flames shooting up into the sky. The fair and delicate little hand attacked Ichio's abdomen at a tricky angle, and flames broke out instantly. Ichio took a step back and gently grabbed her little hand with his right hand. The true dragon rune was exposed, forcefully suppressing the Red Lotus fire. Zhao Wanner smiled slightly and didn't care at all. Ichio was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she turned her little hand, broke free from Ichio's control, and rushed over fiercely. Haha, quite clever. Ichio was surprised by her cleverness, but he reacted quickly. He dodged the attack by turning sideways and pushed her out with a light palm. Ah. Zhao Wanner rubbed her hands, feeling a little aggrieved. She almost succeeded just now, but she didn't expect that Ichio would see through her trick. "I feel a little aggrieved. Master has no mercy on women at all. Is he really going to beat me?" Seeing her aggrieved look, Ichio shook his head and said, "You are clever, but you lack experience. You only think about how to sneak attack your opponent, but don't leave yourself a way out. In a real life and death battle, such behavior can easily put oneself in a desperate situation." The Red Lotus Karma fire is indeed very powerful. Under the same cultivation level, it has an absolute crushing force, but, you don't have the skills to use this power, it's really a waste. This is Zhao Wanner's current situation. She has infinite potential in her body, like a nuclear bomb, but she doesn't know how to detonate it. Just using a nuclear bomb to hit people is a bit of a waste of talent. Ichio was ashamed. If the people in other mountains knew that she wasted such a heavenly secret technique, they would probably be furious. What should we do then? Zhao Waner looked up, blinked at Yi Qiu, and asked curiously. Well, let's put it this way. Today, I will teach you the broken plum hand. This technique was created by the previous abbots of Zisha Peak. The palm technique is ingenious and varied, fierce yet gentle, and can be used in conjunction with your red lotus karma fire. In the next month, you only need to learn this set of palm techniques, and it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the 7 Meridians martial arts competition. Zhao Waner was delighted when she heard this, and immediately came forward and said, "Thank you, Master. I will definitely study hard and will not let you down." Picking plum hands. This name sounded very suitable for girls to practice, and she was attracted to it at once. Soon, Yi Qiu taught her the broken plum hand. She had a high level of comprehension, and within an hour, she had grasped the essence of it. After teaching her the broken plum hand, Yi Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What needs to be done now has almost been done. Lin Chinju learned swordsmanship and she learned palm techniques. Their attributes were 1 ice and 1 fire, both were domineering attributes of heavenly quality. How far they can grow next depends on whether they are willing to work hard and whether their understanding is high enough. Senior sister, shall we fight? As soon as she learned the plum blossom hand technique, Zhao Waner was eager to try it out with Lin Chinju. She didn't want to fight with Yi Qiu, that would be just asking for trouble. Lin Chinju is still better. Since her realm is lower, there is actually not much difference between the two of them. The biggest difference is that Lin Chinju learned Zisha swordsmanship 1 step earlier than her, has a deeper understanding, and has more combat experience. Seeing that she wanted to try a move, Lin Chinju did not refuse and said, "Okay, come on." Watching them fighting each other and having a lot of fun, the humble old father, no. Master, was left out once again. Oh, what am I thinking about? My disciples are united and help each other, and communicate in a friendly manner. I should be happy. Could it be possible that I am jealous of my disciples? I am their master, how can I have such a weird idea? I am really not a human being. The corner of his mouth twitched and Yi Qiu cursed in his heart. Bite. You teach your disciple the plum blossom hand, triggering a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Open. Congratulations, you have triggered a 10,000-fold critical strike and obtained the god-level skill, Qianquan Wuji Hand. Yi Qiu. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. That morning, Yi Qiu was meditating in the Taoist temple. Here, yes, right here, put everything down. Yi Qiu opened his eyes and looked. I saw a group of people carrying a lot of miscellaneous items climbing up the mountain with difficulty, and placing boxes of things on the open space in front of the temple. Who are you? Yi Qiu walked out curiously, and was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Xiao Yi behind him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Hey, senior, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Xiao Yi walked over with a smug look on his face, accompanied by Lu Qingfeng. It was obvious that this guy was the one who brought them up the mountain. Uncle Master Yi, this is young Master Xiao from the Xiao family in Guangling. He suddenly came to visit the mountain today and said he wanted to send some treasures to Zisha Peak. The head teacher asked me to bring him here. Yi Qiu nodded, looked at Xiao Yi and said, "What treasure did you give me?" It's not like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, with bad intentions, right? No, senior, you have misunderstood me. This time I came to the mountain because my father asked me to bring some treasures to Zisha Peak. It can be regarded as a way to repay the teachings of the seniors. Xiao Yi patted his chest and explained with a grin. Baby. Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, then walked to the boxes and opened them. In an instant, a golden light flashed and almost blinded his eyes. So much money. Yi Qiu was immediately shocked. He had never seen so much gold in his life. Local tyrant. Every time he spends, he will get a fortune. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. No wonder the other mountain chiefs like to run down the mountain when they have nothing to do and maintain friendly relations with the big families at the foot of the mountain. Is there so much money involved in love? Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? Yi Qiu asked himself in his heart, the entire Zisha Peak is so poor that only a mountain is left, Where had he ever seen so much money? He had been worrying about the expenses for the mountains, but he didn't expect Xiao Zhan to solve the problem for him directly. Well, not bad, not bad. It seems this is also a good way to make a fortune. He was ecstatic inside but appeared as calm as a dog on the outside. Yi Qiu looked at Xiao Yi, who was showing off his wealth, and said calmly, "Well, Master Xiao is thoughtful. We cultivators actually have no interest in these external things. But since the Xiao family is so sincere, it would be a bit disrespectful if I don't accept it." "Okay, if that's the case, I'll accept it reluctantly." Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched after seeing this, and he looked very unhappy. He called himself an expert in his heart. Others might not understand, but he did. He was the one who had been to Zisha Peak the most times. Zisha Peak is now so poor that only a few small wooden houses are left. Are you still struggling to survive? It's incredible, it turns out you are this kind of person. After complaining a few words in his mind, Lu Qingfeng was more surprised. He had also heard of the Guangling Xiao family, and they were quite powerful, but he couldn't figure out how the Xiao family got in touch with Yi Qiu. Well, it seems that it is similar to what I guessed before. The youngest uncle of the Butian sect is indeed not simple. This time, Lu Qingfeng had a new understanding of Yi Qiu. He needs to establish a good relationship with the youngest senior uncle of the Butian sect. Lu Qingfeng could see it, but Xiao Yi couldn't. At that moment, he felt that Yi Qiu's image had become even more majestic. This is a true master. Faced with 10,000 taels of gold, he can still remain calm and indifferent, and remain unmoved. He, senior, is indeed just as my father said, a true master would never care about these vulgar things. So I was specially asked to bring some special products to you, the bitter tea that is unique to the bitter cold land outside Guangling City. He gave me a number of treasures, and also asked me to build a luxurious temple for you. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up. Was this so thoughtful? Oh, that's good. Xiao Zhan is a trustworthy person. Pretty good. Yi Qiu's biggest dilemma at the moment is these few small wooden houses left behind by Taoist Xiantian. They are too shabby. After all, he is the head of a lineage and a powerful leader. The living conditions are even worse than those of the villagers living at the foot of the mountain. If this gets out, how will I survive in the wilderness? Well, your father has thought it through very carefully. In that case, you can do whatever you want. In fact, as a cultivator, I don't really care about these things. Just keep everything simple. Yi Qiu said calmly, with no ripples in his heart, and at first glance he really looked like a hermit living in seclusion in the mountains. Lu Qingfeng called him an expert. I didn't expect that Master Yi has such a high state of mind. He can remain so calm in the face of such wealth that is within reach. No wonder he was able to remain silent for so many years without revealing his strength. So that's why. Xiao Yi was unaware of these complicated thoughts. When he heard that Yi Qiu allowed him to take action, he couldn't wait to show off. This is his only chance. If he performs well, it will be of great help to his family. Maybe if Yi Qiu is in a good mood, he will be greatly honored to be taught some secret techniques. Come on, all of you, what are you standing there for? Start working. I'll give you 1 month to repair the dojo for you as quickly as possible. Xiao Yi took drastic measures and began to rebuild the Taoist temple on Zisha Peak. It has to be said that the Xiao family's financial resources are indeed sufficient. After a huge capital investment, a large number of workers went up the mountain and began to decorate Zisha Peak. Soon, at Yi Qiu's suggestion, the new dojo was located in the peach forest on the North Mountain, a holy place for cultivating immortals under a sea of flowers. Looking at the busy Xiao Yi directing the workers he brought from the Li clan to repair the dojo, Yi Qiu returned to the original dojo and was in a very good mood at the moment. Hey, finally I have a nice house to live in. Ahem, no, I have to stay calm and not let anyone see that I'm happy. Just a few houses is just the beginning. Sitting in the chair, Yi Qiu was daydreaming, looking forward to what his new dojo would be like. Uncle Master. Lu Qingfeng walked in slowly and called out in a low voice. Qingfeng. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Yi Qiu came to his senses and wondered why the boy hadn't left yet. Yi Qiu was still very satisfied with Lu Qingfeng. After all, this guy could be said to be the person he was most familiar with in the Butian sect besides his two disciples. In the past 10 years, apart from him, almost no one had ever climbed Zisha Peak. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said calmly, "I heard that the uncle has accepted a new disciple. I wonder where she is. I haven't seen the new little sister yet." Before coming, Meng Tianjing specifically asked him to pay attention to Yi Qiu's two disciples to see how they were progressing. After all, Yi Qiu's sudden burst of such amazing strength really scared Meng Tianjing. Therefore, we pay special attention to the situation of Zisha Peak. Meng Tianjing was really curious about this junior brother. He possessed the realm of a sect leader, but was able to hide it for 10 years without being exposed. At one point, he saw hope for the Butian sect to rise again. Oh, they are practicing on Wangduan Cliff. Judging from the time, they will be back soon. Yi Qiu calculated the time and replied calmly. Just as he finished speaking, two beautiful figures ran in from outside the door. "Master, we are back." The person has not arrived, but the voice has arrived. Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er walked in hand. As soon as they entered the dojo, they saw Lu Qingfeng standing there alone. "Hey, senior brother Lu, long time no see, why are you here?" Lin Chinju said in a daze. She was quite familiar with Lu Qingfeng. When they first went up the mountain, it was Lu Qingfeng who had been taking care of them and teaching them some basic introductory knowledge. "Haha, junior sister Lin, long time no see. You look much prettier now." Lu Qingfeng said this jokingly, and Lin Chinju felt a little embarrassed. "Wan'er, this is our Butian sect senior brother. His last name is Lu and his given name is Qingfeng. You can just call him senior brother Lu." Zhao Wan'er greeted him with a smile but didn't say anything. "Senior brother Lu, this is master's new disciple, Zhao Wan'er, my junior sister." Lin Chinju introduced it happily, and Lu Qingfeng was a little shocked. Another person born with divine bones. He was shocked. Zhao Wan'er had just come in, and he felt the divine bone in her body in an instant. Its grade is not inferior to Lin Qingju's Xianbing bone at all. If it continues to grow, won't it be advanced to immortal bone? That is an existence that is comparable to the holy body. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. There are only 2 disciples in Zisha Peak, but each one has more abnormal talents than the other. Most of the other veins have some bad guys hanging around in there. Although there are many people, there are only a few who are truly capable. Zisha Peak, on the other hand, adheres to the previous principles and would rather have nothing than accept unqualified people, and only accepts talents. Like Yi Qiu before, on the surface I looked weak and useless. When Master Xiantian accepted him in, the disciples from various sects laughed at him and secretly called him old and confused. As a result, within 10 years, he had become a local leader. Is this something a waste can do? Just one person is enough to rival any mountain. Is Zisha Peak weak? Weak ass. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but be shocked. It seems that Zisha Peak is the one with the greatest potential. Junior sister Zhao is indeed very talented. When we first met, she really gave me a shock. No wonder Master Yi accepted him as his disciple. He was born with divine bones and excellent comprehension. His future is limitless. Lu Qingfeng sighed from the bottom of his heart, and Zhao Wan'er felt a little embarrassed by being praised. She knew very well that her so-called qualifications were all forced upon her by Yi Qiu. By the way, junior sister Lin, I wonder what your current level of cultivation is. Lu Qingfeng suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly. He did not forget what his master told him before he came here, which was to let him see how much Lin Chinju had grown now. Lin Chinju hesitated for a moment and looked at Yi Qiu above, not knowing whether he should say it. Yi Qiu didn't say anything, but gave her a look, telling her to feel free to speak. Brother, I am now at the 2nd level of Tianxiang. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Oh, Xuanji rank 2, that's not bad. 2 months ago, he heard that Lin Chinju had already entered the 1st level of Xuanji, so it was not surprising that he had broken through to the 2nd level now. Shaking his head, somewhat disappointed and silent for a while, Lu Qingfeng suddenly raised his head. Wait a minute. What? Tianxiang rank 2. Ah, what's wrong? Lin Chinju was at a loss and said with a dull look in his eyes. The contrast was so cute that Lu Qingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does it seem natural to her to break through the Tianxiang realm in 2 months? How is it possible that it only took 2 months to go from Xuanji to Tianxiang? Lu Qingfeng really couldn't believe it. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly, right? Lin Chinju explained seriously, during the past 2 months, I have been traveling with my master down the mountain, hunting many fierce beasts and absorbing the power of precious bones, so my cultivation has improved a little faster. What she didn't say was that the divine essence pill had transformed her physique, making her bones extremely strong and having a powerful essence effect. Therefore, absorbing so many precious bones did not have much impact on the foundation. Because the divine essence pill will filter out these impurities, she can absorb it with confidence. The only drawback is that her state of mind is unstable, so Yi Qiu requires her to complete the 3 awakening tasks every day to temper her Tao heart. For 2 months, she constantly awakened herself, gained experience, and honed her Tao heart. Her cultivation progressed steadily without any problems. Ordinary people may not have the patience to keep an eye on the disciples' cultivation progress, because there are so many disciples and it is impossible to keep up. But Yi Qiu is different, he only has 2 disciples, so he can keep an eye on them all the time. Once he found any problem, he would point it out immediately and ask her to correct and adjust it quickly. I see. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized and felt a little envious. Lin Chinju met a good master who always paid attention to her practice. If this happened in other mountain ranges, almost all disciples would be left alone. If you want to practice, you can practice. If you don't want to, forget it. We don't need you. Lu Qingfeng also knew about absorbing precious bones to improve his cultivation, but he didn't dare to absorb too much. Because Meng Tianzheng is too busy, he has endless things to deal with every day, and it is impossible for him to follow his disciples' cultivation progress like Yi Qiu. If something goes wrong, his future may be over. So he is very cautious and just wants to win by playing it safe. What about junior sister Zhao? Lu Qingfeng was stunned and looked at Zhao Wan'er. The news of Zhao Wan'er's joining the sect was sent back to the first peak a few days ago and recorded in the book. She has just started, so she should still be lingering in the Qi training stage, right? Don't tell me that she is like Lin Chinju, who has reached the 4th level of Qi training after only 4 days of learning. Even if they are born with divine bones, they can't be more abnormal than each other, right? Me. Zhao Wan'er smiled gently, tugged at her red robe, and said playfully, I have already reached the 3rd level of Xuanji. Numb. Lu Qingfeng was already numb, but this time he heard it clearly. Xian refers to the 3rd level. Well, I'm numb. The young man with divine bones who entered Sangjian Peak together with Lin Chinju 2 months ago is now only at the 8th level of Qi training. This achievement has spread widely in the Butian sect and he is praised by everyone as a genius. Qi Wuhui was quite proud of this. He grinned every day and boasted to other abbots about how great his beloved disciple was. Now let's compare. Just forget it. Lu Qingfeng could imagine that if Qi Wuhui found out about the cultivation progress of Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju, he would probably feel more embarrassed than eating a pound of shit. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud. Realizing that he was being rude, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I suddenly thought of something happy and couldn't help myself. The two looked at each other, and Zhao Wan'er whispered in Lin Qingju's ear, Senior sister, this senior brother Lu is so weird, he smiled foolishly for no reason. Lin Qingju's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. It seems so. Master is still the best. No matter what happens, he can always remain calm and indifferent. Seeing them whispering about him, Lu Qingfeng felt very embarrassed, touched his nose, and said to Yi Qiu, Uncle Master Yi, you really impressed me today. Not only is Master Uncle's cultivation level unfathomable, he is also excellent at teaching his disciples. If the senior masters from other mountains knew about the situation at Zisha Peak, they would probably be shocked, right? Yi Qiu said calmly, well, just teach me casually. The corner of Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, and he felt humiliated. You call this just teaching? You probably want to stuff the secrets into their heads. Master Uncle is really modest. Qingfeng appreciates your teachings, Lu Qingfeng said embarrassedly. At this time, Lin Chinju asked curiously, by the way, Master, what's going on outside? Why did so many people suddenly appear in our Zisha Peak? Yes, when we came back just now, we saw a lot of people on the North Mountain. Yiqiu was stunned for a moment, and did not answer in a hurry. Instead, he kept it a secret and slowly took a sip of the bitter tea that Xiao Yi had just brought to him. The first sip feels a bit bitter, but as you sip it slowly, you can find the aftertaste. It's bitter first, then sweet. Ah. Yiqiu sighed with enjoyment. Ah, the taste of money. He had heard of this bitter spirit tea before. It was a famous tea unique to Guangling City. Those who could drink this tea were basically people of noble status. Ahem. After a light cough, Yiqiu slowly said, those are all from the Xiao family. The Xiao family sent us a lot of gifts, thousands of taels of gold, and they are also going to help us build a dojo. A hint of surprise flashed across the two of them when they heard this. Real. In the past few days, Lin Chinju took Zhao Wan'er to wander around other mountains, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Among the 7 meridians, the Shou Peak is the most imposing, followed by the Cangjian Peak. The temple is luxurious and majestic, and even the dormitory conditions are very good. In comparison, Zisha Peak is so poor that only a few small wooden houses are left. Doesn't that mean we'll have a new house to live in the future? Yiqiu nodded and said, yes, there must be one in the new house. However, we as monks do not really care much about the so-called appearance and residence. Those who practice Taoism should take cultivation as their top priority and get close to nature, so that they can understand nature. Everything depends on your heart, then you can be spontaneous. Being too concerned about appearances won't bring you much benefit. You must know that the highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention, and following its natural course is the way. After these words were spoken, Lu Qingfeng was suddenly stunned. Only by being close to nature can we understand nature. Everything is done according to one's heart, so that one can be spontaneous. Lu Qingfeng murmured these words carefully and was suddenly shocked. I didn't expect that Uncle Yi had such a deep understanding of Taoism. Incredible, it turns out that Master Ye's comprehension of Taoism has reached this level. No wonder he has become a powerful leader at such a young age. Thinking of this, his expression was slightly stunned. Thinking back over the years, he cared too much about his status as the so-called chief disciple and what others thought of him. I try my best to do everything perfectly and not give others the opportunity to criticize me. But in the end, he found that he had become too obsessed and had forgotten the original purpose of practicing Taoism. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng's face turned bitter. As the chief disciple, his talent was not bad. He was not inferior to He Wushuang at all. However, He Wushuang's cultivation level was already 4 small realms ahead of his. Such a gap dealt a heavy blow to his self-confidence. Now, after listening to Yiqiu's words, I suddenly felt like I had just woken up from a dream. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Heaven and earth were born from existence, and existence was born from non-existence. Everything has its own laws. Just follow your heart and let nature take its course. At that moment, a gentle breath gradually emerged from Lu Qingfeng's body. Yiqiu frowned and looked over. Well, what happened to this kid? Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er next to them were also startled and quickly moved away. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? The 3 of them were stunned. Yiqiu just said that casually, so how could he make a breakthrough? Yiqiu was amused, and signaled his 2 disciples to stand a little further away, quietly watching Lu Qingfeng below to see what level he could break through to. Interesting, an epiphany right here. The corners of Yiqiu's mouth rose slightly. Lu Qingfeng's current state was exactly the kind of enlightenment that was rarely seen among those who practice Taoism. This state is not something you can enter just because you want to. It requires extremely high levels of understanding and certain opportunities. The conditions are extremely difficult, but if you can enter a state of enlightenment, it will definitely be better than any elixir. A breeze blew, and Lu Qingfeng sat down cross-legged on the spot, entering a state of enlightenment. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the body boiled over, surging like the tide on Yunming Lake. It madly absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, gathering it into a huge raisonnon, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. At this time, in the Yuqing Palace, Meng Tianjing, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. This is heaven and earth repay the kindness. The image of heaven and earth was exactly in the direction of Zisha Peak, and Meng Tianjing was shocked. This kind of scene is rare in a century. Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by the disciples of Zisha Peak? He could no longer sit still, and immediately flew towards Zisha Peak, wanting to see this wonder of the world with his own eyes. At the same time, in Tianshui Peak, Master Mingyue was preaching to Lu Ruyan, when he suddenly looked up and saw the cyclone hovering over Zisha Peak. He was surprised and said, "Heaven and earth feedback, who caused this?" "Master, could it be Uncle Yi?" Lu Ruyan asked curiously. After the last incident, they had deeply realized that this Uncle Yi, who was known as a waste in the Butian sect, was not as bad as they imagined. Not only is he extremely powerful and has unfathomable cultivation, he is also very low-key and introverted, with his edge hidden in his heart and never showing it. Such high popularity made them admire him endlessly. Mingyue was stunned for a moment. He thought that someone who could cause such a strange phenomenon must not be an ordinary person, so he said, "Ruyan, come, follow me to watch this wonder of the world. Maybe you can gain some insights from it." In an instant, two figures rose from the ground at the same time and flew towards Zisha Peak. As the cyclone in the sky grew bigger and bigger, almost everyone in the 7 mountain ranges of the Butian sect noticed this scene. There was much discussion and the entire church was shocked. On Songjian Peak, Qi Wuhui had just returned to the mountain and had not had time to rest when he suddenly felt a powerful aura flowing on Zisha Peak. He looked curiously at the strange sight in the sky, and when he saw its source, his face suddenly turned cold. "It's Zisha Peak again. Hateful." In the Butian sect, several figures flashed out from the 7 veins at the same time and flew towards Zisha Peak. In less than a moment, Yi Qiu felt the change in the atmosphere outside. He slowly walked out of the dojo and took a look. He was immediately shocked. Oh my God! So many people. Once upon a time, Zisha Peak also had such a lively scene, but that was hundreds of years ago. Nowadays, there are only 2 or 3 living people on Zisha Peak, even birds don't shit there. So many people came at the same time today, which really scared Yi Qiu. A figure flashed by quickly, and in less than a moment, Meng Tianjing appeared beside Yi Qiu. "Junior brother Yi, who caused this strange phenomenon?" Meng Tianjing asked anxiously. Anyone who could cause such a strange phenomenon must have extraordinary talent and aptitude, a true child of destiny. How could he not be excited when such a person came from the Butian sect? He was very curious, who caused the vision? Is it Lin Chinju? Or is it Zhao Wan'er who is just getting started? Yi Qiu smiled without saying anything. Just as he was about to speak, several figures fell from above. "Haha, junior brother Yi. Your Zisha Peak is indeed a place of outstanding people, beautiful mountains, and clear waters. I was so surprised when the heaven and earth suddenly responded. I was really shocked. The person has not arrived yet, but the voice has arrived. No need to guess, this deep and loud voice can only be produced by Yang Wudi from the Sword Test Peak, no one else can make it." After a while, Mingyue slowly landed with Lu Ruyan and said softly, "Junior brother Yi, you have given us another surprise so quietly. Tell me quickly, who caused this strange phenomenon?" Mingyue asked curiously, her eyes always fixed on the vortex above, her heart shocked. Faced with everyone's questioning, Yi Qiu smiled but said nothing. "I just felt refreshed, and my level of quality immediately improved." Ahem. Everyone wait a moment, let me change my pose and act pretty. The vortex of spiritual energy hovering in the sky became stronger and stronger, and everyone became very anxious. Mingyue pulled Yi Qiu's hand and shook it, saying, "Junior brother, please tell me now, don't keep me in suspense." It didn't matter that it was shaken, but the big evil was shaking, and Yi Qiu felt a little dizzy and almost had a nosebleed. Fortunately, after years of practice, he has developed a thick skin that even missiles cannot penetrate, and his demeanor is as steady as an old dog, otherwise he would have difficulty controlling the situation. Ahem. Meng Tianjing coughed, calmed down, and said seriously, "Junior brother Yi, tell us quickly, who in your veins caused this strange phenomenon?" Yi Qiu smiled and said, Master brother, you are flattering me. This strange phenomenon was not caused by my disciples, but by the disciples of your Shoufeng. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The first disciple. Are you kidding? Why would a disciple from Zisha Peak be practicing at Zisha Peak and causing such a big commotion? Everyone couldn't help but look at Meng Tianjing. Qi Wuhui had a very unpleasant expression and said, Brother, when did you accept such a talented disciple and put him in Zisha Peak to practice? We didn't even know anything about it. Yang Wudi, Master, you are going too far. You promised not to accept any more disciples and to give us the disciples with excellent qualifications, but you actually did this secretly. We have been in the same sect for so many years, but you still kept it a secret from us. It hurts us so much. I don't know anything. I haven't accepted any disciples for many years, when would another one appear? Junior brother Yi, stop keeping us in suspense and explain it to them. Meng Tianjing said embarrassedly, he really didn't accept any disciples, so how could he be the chief disciple? Etc. He suddenly remembered one thing. It seemed that one of his chief disciples was indeed at Zisha Peak at this moment. Just when he was puzzled, Yi Qiu smiled and said, Who is it? You will know it once you see it. As he spoke, he made way for everyone, and everyone quickly looked towards the center of the dojo. A handsome young man in white clothes appeared before my eyes. Isn't this junior brother Qin Feng? Everyone's voice trembled. It turned out that the chief disciple Yi Qiu mentioned was actually the chief disciple of the Butian sect, Lu Qin Feng. Oh my God, it's my brother. Behind Mingyue, Lu Rian covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes full of shock. She originally thought that this strange phenomenon was caused by a disciple from Zisha Peak, but she didn't expect that this person was actually her own brother. Even Meng Tianjing was shocked. As his disciple, he knew Lu Qingfeng very well. Lu Qingfeng's current cultivation level is only the 5th level of Tianxiang. How could he unleash such an amazing response from heaven and earth? Junior brother Yi, what is going on? Meng Tianjing said with a serious expression, and everyone looked over. They were also very curious about what Yi Qiu had done. Why did Lu Qingfeng suddenly cause such a big reaction? Yi Qiu shrugged and said nonchalantly, It's nothing, I just said a few words casually, and he suddenly realized it on the spot. Could you be more serious? What does it mean that he suddenly had an epiphany after just a few casual words? Is it really that casual? Epiphany. Mingyue looked at Lu Qingfeng in surprise, and combined with the strange phenomenon in the sky, it really fits what Yi Qiu said. Everyone present was a person of extraordinary powers, so how could they not know what enlightenment meant? This is a rare spiritual practice that only happens once in a century. It's incredible. Even if a cultivator spends 100 years, he may not be able to achieve enlightenment once. What did he say? Why did junior brother Qingfeng suddenly have an epiphany? Everyone had a question in their mind, and Meng Tianjing was the most curious. After all, it is his disciples who benefit. Looking back, the abbot of Zisha Peak, who was once looked down upon by everyone, is the one who hides the most. Qi Wuhui, Yang Wudi, and others had serious expressions on their faces. For the first time, they truly realized how terrifying Yi Qiu was. This young abbot, without making any noise or effort, has already reached a height that they all look up to. He was dressed in white and wore jade on his waist. At this moment, he had a kind of immortal aura, giving people the feeling that he could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand while strolling in the garden. Is this still the Uncle Yi we knew back then? This is incredible. I always thought that he was as bad as the rumors outside, but I didn't expect that he actually has this ability. All the disciples present were either shocked or regretful. It used to be said that even dogs wouldn't come to Zisha Peak, but now I don't know how many people are crying and regretting in the middle of the night. Compared to other mountains, this is the real holy land of immortals. With beautiful mountains and clear waters, outstanding people and a land of natural beauty, and one-on-one tutoring from professional and famous teachers, it's hard not to become an immortal. And I've also heard that our Uncle Yi never hides anything from his disciples and is very generous. He not only gives away treasures, but also teaches skills. He follows the progress of the disciples' cultivation all the way, points out problems encountered in cultivation at any time, and provides corrections. The disciples talked a lot and felt more and more regretful. Why didn't they choose Zisha Peak in the first place? Where can I find such a good teacher? Meng Tianjing took a while to calm down and finally came to his senses. After all, he was the leader of a sect, so he still had this mentality. He took a deep look at Yi Qiu, then looked with satisfaction at Lu Qingfeng, who was sitting inside and still in a state of enlightenment. It seems that the decision he made before was correct, and he really needs to pay special attention to Zisha Peak. Such an outstanding abbot, and the disciples in this lineage are also very outstanding. It is indeed necessary to pay special attention to it, at least in terms of resources. Zisha Peak should not be neglected. Touching his beard, Meng Tianjing made up his mind. Ming Yue stood blankly beside Yi Qiu, looking up at this junior brother who was half a head taller than her. Suddenly I felt that this junior brother who was weak and frail before had suddenly turned into a tall and majestic being that I could only look up to. I was so fascinated by the sight that, before I knew it, there was a hint of admiration in my eyes. Realizing this, her pretty face suddenly blushed. She glanced at him angrily, pursed her lips, and said nothing. "Brother, tell me the truth. What great truth did you tell him? Why did he attain enlightenment so easily?" Qi Wuhui put aside the previous conflict and asked with a stern face. Yi Qiu shrugged and said calmly, "I really didn't say anything. I just gave my disciple some guidance." He stood by and listened for a while, and suddenly he had an epiphany. Everyone listened. It was quite sudden. All of a sudden, the entire Butian sect arrived. "I admire you for being able to explain this matter so calmly. Coaching ideas?" Several leaders bowed their heads and pondered for a moment. This kid just deliberately didn't want to say it, and he was trying to fool them by saying something nonsense here. What kind of counseling ideas? I don't believe you at all. You must have some tricks up your sleeve. As the noise caused by Lu Qingfeng grew louder, everyone held their breath and nervously looked at the figure sitting in the dojo. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng turned around, and the spiritual energy hovering in the sky suddenly shrank like the sea water flowing back and rushed towards him. Here we go. This scene made Meng Tianjing nervous. With such an amazing scene of heaven and earth feeding back to each other, I wonder what level Lu Qingfeng can break through to. At this moment, his face was a little pale, as if he was in pain from the impact of this powerful force. Under the gaze of everyone, his cultivation level improved rapidly. The 5th level of celestial appearance. The 6th level of celestial appearance. The 7th rank of celestial being. The 8th level of celestial appearance. Heavenly phase 9th rank. Hiss. 9th rank. Everyone gasped. A single act of gratitude could actually allow him to reach the 9th rank in one fell swoop. Such an epiphany is more terrifying than the benefits of 10 years of hard practice. It's hard not to be shocked, as if you had won the lottery and became rich overnight. 9th rank is already the limit. If you want to take another step forward and reach Wujiu in one fell swoop, you must first comprehend the domain laws that Wujiu has mastered. Now it depends on whether he can comprehend the power of the law before the return of gratitude is over. Everyone looked nervous, waiting for the first person among the new generation of disciples of the Butian sect to break through the Wujiu realm. And this person is most likely Lu Qingfeng. After his cultivation reached the 9th level of Tianxiang, Lu Qingfeng began to hone his Tao heart and comprehend the laws. No one dared to make a loud noise for fear of disturbing him. At this time, Yi Qiu floated over slowly, came to his side, and spoke in a calm tone. Heaven and earth were born from existence, and existence was born from non-existence. The fusion of yin and yang is called Liang Yi, which controls the universe. 10 years show the changing of seasons, 100 years show birth, aging, sickness and death, 1,000 years show the changing of dynasties. Everything has its laws. The so-called Dharma is nothing more than the flow between the two hands. Let it flow naturally, and that is the best way. As the sounds that sounded like the voice of the Great Way flowed into Lu Qingfeng's ears. Suddenly, the life source in the body reversed, the world turned upside down, and a force of law flowed between the two fingers. It's done. Everyone was shocked. Yi Qiu said a few words and continued to guide Lu Qingfeng towards the realm of laws. Finally, at the end of the epiphany, he successfully entered the realm of no distance. Boom. There was a loud bang in the body, and in an instant, an infinite aura rushed towards him. Everyone was shocked to see Lu Qingfeng slowly waking up. Because he had just made a breakthrough, he was not very proficient in controlling the power in his body, and he unconsciously released an astonishing force. Fortunately, Yi Qiu was right beside him, and he pushed it back with a gentle press of his right hand. After waking up, Lu Qingfeng immediately greeted him. "Thank you for your guidance, uncle." Lu Qingfeng was very excited at this time. He actually broke through to the Wuju realm in one fell swoop and successfully became one of the top geniuses in the great wilderness. He knew very well in his heart that if it weren't for Yi Qiu's words, he would not have had an epiphany, nor would he have been able to break through. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the disciples of Zisha Peak were so outstanding. With one-on-one tutoring from such a professional and famous teacher, it would be hard not to make breakthroughs. Lu Qingfeng didn't notice at all that he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Meng Tianjing's mouth twitched and 3 black lines appeared on his old face. "It seems that your master is not dead yet." Although he felt a little depressed, Meng Tianjing was still very pleased with his breakthrough. After all, he is the eldest disciple of the peak and the successor to the master. The more outstanding he is, the more satisfied Meng Tianjing will be. "Well, get up. Your breakthrough is entirely due to your comprehension. If your comprehension is not very high, no matter how much I say, it will be useless." Yi Qiu's heart was as calm as still water, and he spoke with a calm expression. At this moment, no one would question his ability to teach his disciples anymore. In the situation just now, even Meng Tianjing didn't react, let alone others. Standing up from the ground, Lu Qingfeng's face was beaming with joy. He first greeted his master and then bowed to the other abbots. His behavior and manners have some of Yi Qiu's charm, and his temperament has become more casual, free and easy, and more steady. He is nothing like the young man who wanted to show off. Everyone looked at each other and secretly admired his change. Haha, junior brother is really a man who never reveals his true colors. These few seemingly casual words actually contain such profound truths. "Brother, today I have broadened my horizons." Yang Wudi flattered him and said that because of today's incident, his attitude towards Yi Qiu had changed drastically. From the original disdain to the current admiration. There is no deep hatred between the 7 clan leaders, it's just that no one is willing to submit to the other and they think they are no worse than the others. However, when they meet someone who is truly better than themselves and who can convince them wholeheartedly, they will express their admiration for him without hiding their inferiority. Yi Qiu smiled and said modestly, "Senior brother Miaozan, it's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning." "This is no small matter, junior brother, can you give me some pointers from time to time?" Ming Yue smiled affectionately and meaningfully. Yi Qiu glanced at her and his body trembled. "Oh! Senior sister, how dare I refuse your request? How about we pick a good day and a good place to have a detailed chat?" Yi Qiu whispered in her ear, and Ming Yue blushed slightly when she heard it. I was secretly delighted, but I didn't dare show any other expression on the surface for fear of being misunderstood by others. He covered his mouth and chuckled, "Okay, let's make an appointment some other day and talk about it in detail." Well, some other day, some other day. On the other side, Qi Wuhui, who had been silent for a long time, walked straight towards Lu Qingfeng. "Uncle Master, what's wrong?" Lu Qingfeng was puzzled, so he stretched out his hand to check on Lu Qingfeng's physical condition. "Wu Ju Yi Pin. This is true." Gritting his teeth, Qi Wuhui turned around and took a close look at Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju who were standing in the corner. Lu Qingfeng, a disciple of the first peak, suddenly realized the truth after just listening for a while. So what realm are the 2 disciples of Zisha Peak at this moment? He had not forgotten the bet he had made with Yi Qiu and was very curious. However, the 7 clans' martial competition was approaching, and he could not ask the other party about his cultivation level in person, for fear of being criticized. The epiphany is over, and everyone is ready to go back home and find their own mothers. Stimulated by Lu Qingfeng's breakthrough, the disciples in the 7 sects now seemed to be injected with chicken blood, with their blood boiling. With a senior brother in the Wujiu realm pressing them from the front, their master would not agree if they continue to be lazy. Meng Tianjing looked at the determined eyes of these disciples with satisfaction, and said to Yiqiu meaningfully, "Ha ha, junior brother, you really opened my eyes today." In just a few words, I, your disciple, had a chance to gain enlightenment. It shows that your realm is becoming more and more profound. Everyone nodded. Yiqiu said calmly, "Master, you are joking. I am just practicing casually. I am still a long way from being a strong man." Qi Wuhui sneered, "Humph, it's just a coincidence. Sudden enlightenment is a chance given by God, what does it have to do with me? Master brother Qing Feng has a divine appearance. His sudden enlightenment is just a gift from the heavens. Even the emperor of the world cannot obtain such a secret." Yiqiu squinted his eyes and looked at him. At this time, bite. You help your disciple achieve enlightenment, triggering a critical hit return. This can be returned too. Yiqiu was happy. He had never expected that enlightenment could be rewarded. This really surprised him a little. Replying to the host, the reason why Lu Qingfeng was able to gain enlightenment is closely related to the host. The system determined that Lu Qingfeng's sudden enlightenment was due to the host's instruction, and therefore met the conditions for return. I see. Yiqiu nodded, suddenly realizing. Then he looked at Qi Wuhui and said with narrowed eyes, "Senior brother Qi is right, enlightenment is a gift from heaven, even the emperor can't ask for it." Qi Wuhui sneered, "It's good that you have self-knowledge. I'm just reminding you not to be too arrogant. Being conceited and complacent will eventually hurt you." "Well, thank you for the reminder, I'll make a note of it." Yiqiu smiled and suddenly asked, "What if I can ask for it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent and the atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone knows that Zisha Peak and Songjian Peak are at odds with each other, and the conflict between the two leaders is the most intense. As soon as they saw them meet again, everyone immediately started to watch with the mood of watching a show. Qi Wuhui's face darkened. "Junior brother Yi, isn't this a bit too arrogant? To attain enlightenment on the spot is the lifelong dream of all those who practice Taoism. How can you just ask for it? Who do you think you are, a deity from heaven?" Qi Wuhui said bluntly, and Yiqiu's words really made him laugh. Everyone present here has gone through years of hard training and endured all kinds of hardships to get to this point. How could such an overnight achievement be achieved so easily? If that were the case, the world would be full of emperors by now. This sentence not only amused Qi Wuhui, but also the other leaders present shook their heads and looked at Yiqiu. They all felt that Yiqiu was a little boastful. Seeing this scene, Yiqiu's mouth corners slightly raised. "Yes, this is the atmosphere we want. Everyone, pay attention. I'm going to stretch and pretend." I just heard him say silently in his heart. "System, start the return." Bite. Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold critical strike and gained a chance for enlightenment. Note, this sudden enlightenment critical strike is calculated based on 100 times the benefits obtained by Lu Qingfeng. Very good. Yiqiu smiled slightly, slowly walked out of the dojo, and stretched under the gaze of everyone. Suddenly, a terrifying force hovered above Yiqiu's head, and in an instant, a strong wind suddenly blew up. What's going on? This is. At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked up at the sky in disbelief. I saw a giant whirlpool slowly forming above the Zisha Peak, which was 100 times more terrifying than the whirlpool created by Lu Qingfeng before. Heaven and earth repay me. I suddenly realized it. Meng Tianjing was shocked and looked up at the sky with disbelief, then looked at Yiqiu who was already sitting cross-legged on the ground and getting into the state. Everyone was shocked. Qi Wuhui's face turned even uglier, and he said with a sullen look, "No, this is impossible. Heaven and earth repay one's kindness, and enlightenment on the spot is a God-given opportunity. Only the true God-given son can have this kind of treatment, and the triggering conditions are very harsh. How can he suddenly realize it?" No one believed it, let alone Qi Wuhui. However, the situation was right in front of them, and they saw the vortex in the sky growing bigger and bigger. Suddenly, a loud thunder split the sky, and dark clouds rolled in. In the strong wind, thunder and lightning flashed continuously and strange phenomena occurred frequently. This was exactly the phenomenon produced by the heaven and earth's feeding back, and everyone was terrified. Mingyue murmured, "How did he do that?" He just felt it was incredible and found it increasingly difficult to understand the youngest leader of the Butian sect. "Uncle Master Yi, you really have the appearance of a god. This divine secret will come as soon as you say it." Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and she murmured as she looked at the wonder in the sky. "Incredible, absolutely incredible." Meng Tianjing's body trembled slightly. He thought Yi Qiu was just joking with Qi Wuhui, but he didn't expect him to be serious. At this time, Qi Wuhui was completely devastated and began to doubt his life. "No, I don't believe it. This brat must be pretending. His purpose is to humiliate me in front of everyone. Humph, let me see how I can see through his tricks." Qi Wuhui was about to confirm it when suddenly, another thunder struck. A terrifying force suddenly erupted. It was the power of the leader, and it made him take several steps back unconsciously. What a terrifying aura. Is this the leader's pressure? Everyone was shocked. This feeling of oppression was completely incomparable to what Lu Qingfeng had just felt. You know, Yi Qiu is a strong man in the early stage of the leader. The power of the heaven and earth feedback he can trigger must be more terrifying. Oh my god, are the people in Zisha Peak so scary? They just say they have an epiphany without any reason at all. Our Uncle Master Yi is too scary. He was so domineering. I thought he just wanted to brag, but I didn't expect him to be so excessive and actually want to brag directly. This is unbearable. Everyone was frightened and messy in the wind. In an instant, under the strong wind and thunder, spiritual energy from 100 miles around continued to gather and formed a giant vortex. With the cyclone at the top and the strong wind blowing, Yi Qiu was as steady as a rock. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. Suddenly, a flower of the avenue slowly revealed its true face. When he saw this Taoist flower, even Meng Tianjing couldn't hold back his anger. The flower of the great Tao. Born with a Tao body. The leaders present looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. No one knew better than them what the flower meant. It was Qi Wuhui who, after seeing that Taoist flower, was completely filled with despair. It turns out to be the strongest physique throughout the ages, known as the natural body that is closest to the Tao. How is this possible? He is actually born with a Taoist body. Why didn't Master Xiantian ever tell us about it? For a moment, everyone was stunned. I suddenly understand a little bit. No wonder Master Xiantian never accepted a disciple in his life. Before he passed away, he came down the mountain and accepted him as his disciple. At first, we thought he was just a waste. Uncle Xiantian was about to die, and he couldn't bear to see the inheritance of Zisha Peak cut off, so he had no choice but to accept him as his disciple. I didn't expect that Uncle Xiantian knew from the beginning that he possessed the strongest physique in the history. Everyone was talking about it, their faces solemn. No one had expected that they would have the honor of seeing the strongest physique in history today. What they didn't expect was that this person was a member of their Butian sect, and the head of the sect. No wonder he can easily enter the state of enlightenment. With his physique, he is close to the great Tao. It is reasonable for him to be able to enter the state of enlightenment right on the spot. Above the 9 heavens, that huge cyclone suddenly rushed towards Yi Qiu. That amazing spiritual power instantly poured into Yi Qiu's body. Yi Qiu frowned, endured the pain, and suppressed it with the power of the leader. His cultivation has been stuck at the early stage of the leader, because he has been honing his Tao heart during this period, so his cultivation has not improved much. However, after this force poured in, Yi Qiu's cultivation showed signs of loosening. The atmosphere at the scene was very solemn. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at the white figure in the cyclone. Qi Wuhui felt very complicated at this time. He was very unwilling to accept it, but Yi Qiu's performance became more and more outstanding, and at one point he was pushed to the bottom. He could vaguely feel that Meng Tianjing's mental changes were moving towards Yi Qiu's direction. His identity as the second-in-command of the Butian sect had begun to become somewhat unstable. He was not convinced, but, facing the amazing potential that Yi Qiu had unleashed, it was no longer something he could control. At this moment, he no longer has the mentality that he had a few months ago when everything was under control. After all, he is just a clown who embarrasses others everywhere, but the other party has never responded to it. As a result, the gap in their realms has widened. Born with the Tao body, the flower of the Tao. How could he suppress such a beautiful lady? Am I destined to be inferior to others in this life? Qi Wuhui asked himself in his heart, feeling extremely uncomfortable. No one expected that Yi Qiu could hide so deeply. Possessing the strongest physique in the history, he remained unknown in the sect for 10 years, endured 10 years of humiliation, and never responded to it. What kind of state of mind is this? If he said it out loud, with his talent, even if all the sect's resources were to be allocated to him for cultivation, it would not be a bad idea. However, he chose to keep it to himself. Meng Tianjing seemed to understand his thoughts. Geniuses are easily broken. Before they have enough strength to protect themselves, being too ostentatious and exposing their potential will only bring them a devastating blow. At this moment, Yi Qiu's expression was solemn. He continued to hone his Tao heart and stabilize it completely. Seeing that the time was almost right, he exerted force instantly. In an instant, a huge aura formed around Yi Qiu, affecting everyone present. Not good, everyone retreat quickly. Ming Yue shouted and quickly grabbed Lu Ruyan and retreated. This was the power of the leader. If they were hit, they would be seriously injured at best, and die at worst. Fortunately, Meng Tianjing, a powerful leader, was present. He just waved his hand and threw out a round bowl, covering Yi Qiu and suppressing the force. With the 100-fold return, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth within 100 miles seemed to be sucked out by Yi Qiu in an instant and poured into his body madly. In less than an hour, his cultivation level finally advanced successfully from the early stage of the leader to the middle stage of the leader. Because the more advanced your cultivation is, the harder it is to improve, and the more time it takes. Therefore, based on the feedback generated by Lu Qingfeng's sudden enlightenment, even with 100 times the strength, Yi Qiu can only improve one level. However, this realm is already very terrifying. In just 1 hour, Yi Qiu accomplished something that might take him 10 years or even 100 years to accomplish. After a breakthrough in his cultivation, Yi Qiu slowly opened his arms and rose into the air, like a true immortal, sitting steadily in the strong wind. With 100 times more comprehension and the enhancement of the flower of the great Tao, Yi Qiu began to evolve the god-level technique that was returned to him a few days ago, the Qiankuan Wuji hand. He had obtained this technique several days ago, but had never practiced it. Today, with the help of this sudden enlightenment, he was able to master it in one fell swoop. In full view of everyone, Yi Qiu began to practice the Qiankuan Wuji hand. When he performed that exquisite palm technique, everyone was shocked. The seemingly insignificant and weak palm technique actually contains a very domineering Tiangang energy. It has the power to push mountains and cut rivers, to overturn the mountains and seas, and to turn the world upside down. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was under his control. Meng Tianjing's body trembled, his mouth was full of shock, and he said, "It's actually a god-level technique." What? Everyone was shocked. You know, even an ancient sect like the Butian sect has never possessed any god-level skills. The highest level is only the heavenly level, which is the sky-repairing technique that only the master can practice. And the palm technique that Yi Qiu evolved casually was actually the legendary god level. Master, are you seeing things? Is this really god level? Ming Yue said in disbelief. Meng Tianjing shook his head and said solemnly, I am not wrong. This palm technique is extremely powerful and unpredictable. Even my sky-repairing technique cannot compare to it. I didn't expect that junior brother Yi actually has such a natural talent. With the gift from heaven and earth, he could actually comprehend this kind of palm technique. As expected of a natural Taoist body, the strongest physique in the history. This kind of palm technique cannot be practiced by ordinary people. It requires a very high level of comprehension and is a great test of one's talent and aptitude. Even Meng Tianjing did not dare to say that he could successfully practice this technique just by getting the secret book. After practicing for nearly an hour, Yi Qiu slowly withdrew his palms, and the power to change the world that lingered in his body slowly dissipated. The infinite hand of heaven and earth, great accomplishment. When he opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashed in Yichio's eyes. After the Chao sword technique, he learned another set of god-level skills. Qiankuan Wuji Hand. Although this palm technique is not as murderous as the Chao sword technique, it is decisive in taking a person's life with one sword. But the good thing about it is that it possesses a righteous spirit, and between its two hands, it controls the universe and has the domineering power to grasp everything. Slowly the work was finished, the power of the four directions of heaven and earth began to dissipate, and Yichio slowly fell from above. His manners are elegant, giving people a sense of superiority and a fairy-like demeanor. In everyone's mind, he is very strong, which is consistent with his temperament. Haha, congratulations, junior brother, you have mastered the divine palm technique and have made further progress in your cultivation. It is a great honor for me to teach. I am very happy to teach. Meng Tianjing slowed down, forced a smile, walked up to him and congratulated him. Today, Yichio really gave him a big surprise. Haha, lucky, Master Brother Miao praised me. Yichio smiled faintly, looked at Qi Wuhui whose face was ashen, and felt secretly happy. Ah. Cool. This outfit makes people feel refreshed and comfortable. Brother Qi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Yichio asked the question even though he knew the answer. Qi Wuhui's face turned even darker, and he felt worse than if he had eaten 10 pounds of shit. Puff. Mingyue was amused. How could she not see that Yichio was deliberately mocking Qi Wuhui? Just now he said with great confidence that it was impossible for Yichio to have a sudden realization. Who would have thought that he would suddenly have an epiphany and even learn a set of god-level secret techniques from it? Isn't this a slap in his face? It would be strange if he could still be happy at this time. The leaders looked at Qi Wuhui as if they were enjoying a good show. This guy relied on his strength, which was second only to the headmaster, and had a noble status. He has put a lot of pressure on them over the years and they have been displeased with him for a long time. Now that the Butian sect has finally produced a leader who can surpass him, they are secretly delighted. Yes, he should be cured of this bad habit, he has been spoiled. Qi Wuhui looked at the faces of everyone present, feeling angry but helpless. He gave Yichio a fierce look and shook his sleeves. You're awesome. After seeing enough, he turned and left, not wanting to stay for another half a minute to avoid being laughed at. What happened today was entirely his own fault. He shot himself in the foot and cannot blame others. Brother, walk slowly and be careful not to fall. Come and play with us often when you have time. Yichio kindly reminded the figure in the sky. In the sky, Qi Wuhui staggered and almost fell down. Killing someone and destroying their heart. No one expected that Yichio would be so cruel and even mocked Qi Wuhui before finishing. They could feel that Qi Wuhui wanted to kill someone at this moment. I secretly laughed in my heart, you have come to this day. Among them, the one who felt the best was Yang Wudi. Because before Yichio, he was the one who fought Qi Wuhui the most fiercely. For example, the last time he recruited disciples in Yuqing Palace, he had a big fight with Qi Wuhui for a disciple. In the end, because of his inferior realm, it was snatched away by Qi Wuhui. Yang Wudi has never forgotten the smug look on his face at that time. Haha, junior brother. Well done. Yang Wudi was secretly happy, patted Yichio on the shoulder and laughed. He did not try to hide his inner joy at all, he was so straightforward, and when he was in a good mood, he would say whatever he wanted to say. Mingyue covered her mouth and laughed, junior brother, you are so mean, but I like it. I guess. Senior brother Qi will be so angry that he will vomit blood when he returns. Most people can't bear this kind of blow, let alone someone as strong-willed as senior brother Qi. Shaking her head, Mingyue suddenly felt a little sorry for Qi Wuhui, and was also glad that that person was not her. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. If she took a step back, the more she thought about it, the angrier she would be. If she endured for a while, the more she thought about it, the more she would suffer. Yichio smiled without saying anything. At this time, Meng Tianjing walked over. He felt a little sorry for Qi Wuhui, but he didn't know what to say. After all, it was Qi Wuhui who took the initiative to provoke Yichio, and the leaders of Zisha Peak and Songjian Peak have always done this, so they are used to it. Master, brother. Seeing Meng Tianjing coming, everyone shouted in unison and stopped discussing this matter. But I still smiled secretly in my heart. Well, let's all go. The martial arts competition is approaching, everyone go back and prepare. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and left one after another. Before leaving, Meng Tianjing looked at Yiqiu deeply and was very satisfied. It seems that the inheritance of the Zisha Peak lineage has been preserved. A few months ago, Qi Wuhui suggested to him whether to abolish the Zisha Peak lineage. After all, there was only Yiqiu in this lineage, and there was no need for it to exist. Meng Tianjing was very glad that he did not agree with Qi Wuhui's suggestion at that time. Junior brother, senior brother is leaving first. We'll meet again when we fight. Yang Wudi patted Yiqiu on the shoulder and left with a big laugh. The mood is exceptionally beautiful. Soon, the originally bustling Zisha Peak was left with only Yiqiu, his two disciples, Mingyue, Lu Ruyan and Lu Qingfeng. Seeing that everyone had left, Mingyue reluctantly said, "Junior brother, I am going back too. We will meet again after our martial arts competition." "Well, take care, senior sister. Come visit us often when you have time." Yiqiu said calmly. Mingyue looked a little lost. "Won't you try to keep me here?" I was so angry, I just said it casually and didn't want to leave. Damn man, am I so unattractive? Mingyue once again questioned her own appearance. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the Butian sect. She was mature, steady, intellectual, and generous. She was the dream lover of many male cultivators. But it doesn't seem to be very effective for Yiqiu. Could it be that he really likes men? It's terrifying to think about it. "Ruyan, let's go," Mingyue said resentfully, turned and left. Lu Ruyan followed Mingyue silently without saying a word. Until this moment, she had not yet woken up from the shock in her heart. This uncle who was once considered a waste once again gave them a shock in their hearts. After Mingyue left, Lu Qingfeng was the only one left at the scene. "Hey, aren't you leaving? I don't provide food here." Yiqiu turned around and glanced at him. Was this kid planning to stay in Zisha Peak forever? Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, "Uncle Master, I haven't thanked you properly yet. If it weren't for your guidance today, Qingfeng wouldn't have been able to realize it so easily." Yiqiu nodded with satisfaction. This kid was not bad and had taken good care of him over the years. When everyone in the church treated him coldly, he was the only one who could maintain the proper respect for himself. "Well, no need to thank me." Finally, Yiqiu said, "Well, as the chief disciple, you are very busy, so go back early." Lu Qingfeng did not refute, but bowed solemnly. "Then Uncle Master, Qingfeng will take his leave." "Well, go ahead." Soon, Lu Qingfeng also left Zisha Peak, and Zisha Peak returned to its original tranquility. Yiqiu knew that today's incident would definitely be widely circulated in the church, but he didn't care. After everyone left, Lin Chinju and Zhao Waner came up. Zhao Waner tilted her neck, looked in the direction of Zhangjian Peak, and said, "Master, why is Uncle Qi always targeting you?" She was not clear about the generational feud between Zisha Peak and Zhangjian Peak, so she was very curious. The two of them had just been watching and didn't say a word the whole time. But one could feel that Qi Wuhui's eyes were full of arrogance and disdain. It's a pity that his back looked particularly embarrassed when he left. Yiqiu smiled and explained, "Because, our Zisha Peak and Zhangjian Peak have a generations-long feud. This struggle has existed since a long time ago, and almost every chief has been fighting against it. But it's a pity that from the beginning to the end, Zhangjian Peak was always suppressed by our Zisha Peak. After years of accumulated resentment, this conflict has become more intense. Ever since Qi Wuhui took over as the abbot, he has regarded Zisha Peak as his only great enemy. But at that time, your master was still here. He didn't dare to act rashly. But in this situation, with the passing of your master, Zisha Peak has fallen into decline. Qi Wuhui began to see hope, and he began to suppress our Zisha Peak frantically. For the past 10 years, you have been putting pressure on me and making things difficult for me, just to prove that Zhangjian Peak is no worse than our Zisha Peak." After listening to Yiqiu's explanation, Zhao Waner suddenly understood. It turns out that Zisha Peak and Songjian Peak have such a past. They also knew in their hearts that the grudge between Zisha Peak and Songjian Peak might fall on them in the future. He suddenly felt a lot of pressure. All the leaders of Zisha Peak had never lost, and even Yichio responded strongly now. If it is their turn, can they still maintain this state? So, you have to fight for your reputation. Practice hard. You can lose to anyone, but you can't lose to Zhang Jianfeng. Otherwise, Qi Wuhui will not miss this great opportunity to humiliate me madly. Yichio said this earnestly, and the two nodded with firm eyes. Master, rest assured, we will never let you down. Zhao Wan'er seemed to have a goal in mind. She looked towards the direction of Hidden Sword Peak meaningfully and murmured, the grudges of past generations. Interesting. Then we can't lose. Now, after mastering the Broken Plum Hand, she has been able to control the Red Lotus fire in her body very well, and her fighting power is amazing. Moreover, during this period of time, she continued to absorb the power of the precious bones, and her cultivation level was also improving rapidly. According to Yichio's estimation, she should be able to break through to the 9th level of Xuanji before the martial arts competition. This is still a conservative scenario. If we work harder, we may be able to break through. After all, that piece of precious bone is a relic of the 5th realm of Shenzong. The power contained in it is extremely strong. It is not so easy to absorb it all. As for Lin Chinju, her cultivation has steadily improved to the 2nd level of Tianxiang, and her progress is also very fast. Maybe it was because Zhao Wan'er was chasing after her, and the pressure of being the eldest sister made her constantly desire to become stronger. With crazy practice, the progress is very fast. At this time in Songjian Peak, Qi Wuhui returned to the dojo, his face livid, and he slammed the table angrily. Hateful. With a slap, the table collapsed instantly and turned into ashes. The disciples outside the sect heard the noise and were so frightened that they trembled all over. They didn't know what had happened to make him so angry. I didn't dare go in and disturb him, for fear of angering him and getting into trouble. Brother Wang, tell me, what happened to our master? Why did he suddenly get so angry? At the door, 2 disciples passed by and heard Qi Wuhui's angry roar from inside, and were frightened. Wang Ling peeked inside through the window and said in a daze, I don't know, maybe he was stimulated by something. As far as I know, the only person in the entire Butian sect who can make master so angry seems to be the uncle from Zisha Peak. Li Han was stunned for a moment. Is it that useless uncle from Zisha Peak? Shoo, don't talk nonsense, or you'll get into trouble. Wang Ling glared at him, looked around guiltily, and whispered, Uncle Yi from Zisha Peak is not a waste. You didn't go down the mountain this time, so I don't know what kind of record our master Yi has had down the mountain. Li Han became interested as soon as he heard it. Then Wang Ling told him what happened to Yichio at the foot of the mountain. After listening to it, he was completely shocked. No way. Is this Master Yi really that strong? No wonder Master has been getting angry so many times since he came back. So that's why. The two were discussing intensely when a figure quietly came up behind them. They turned around and were startled. Big brother. Chi Hao had a blank expression on his face and asked coldly, what are you talking about? The two of them trembled, not daring to look him in the eye. No. We were just discussing some training issues, we didn't discuss anything. Chi Hao didn't say anything but looked at Qi Wuhui, who was still angry in the dojo. He had been in seclusion for several months and had just come out today, so he was not very clear about what had happened during this period. I don't know what happened to his father today, why he suddenly got so angry. He had never seen his father so angry. Let's go. Chi Hao signaled to the two that they could leave, and then walked into the dojo. Father. As soon as he entered the dojo, Chi Hao called out respectfully. Qi Wuhui, who was in anger, looked up and saw that the person was his son, so he suppressed his anger. Well, when did you come out of seclusion? I just got out of quarantine. Dad, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry? Chi Hao asked curiously, and Qi Wuhui sighed. Who else could it be? Apart from that guy from Zisha Peak, who else would dare to make me angry? Chi Hao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly realized. Zisha Peak again. He only listened to Qi Wuhui explaining to him everything that happened today, and even remembered Yi Qiu's last words. After hearing his father being humiliated by Yi Qiu, Qi Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Yi Qiu, you are going too far. Dad, don't worry, I know what to do. How dare the small Zisha Peak bully my Zhangjian Peak like this? I will definitely fight for my revenge at the 7 sects martial competition. Yi Qiu himself is powerful, but that doesn't mean his apprentice is powerful. He'd better pray that his apprentice doesn't run into me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qi Hao's eyes were filled with cruelty. Qi Wuhui's humiliation meant that the entire Zhangjian Peak had suffered a great shame. What's more, he is Qi Wuhui's biological son, and he must fight for his revenge no matter what. Hearing his son being so confident, Qi Wuhui's eyes lit up and he finally calmed down a lot. Well, you are worthy of being my son. You have ambition. Whether my father and I can hold our heads high this time depends on you. Humph, Yi Qiu, you are bullying me too much. If our Zhangjian Peak loses to his Zisha Peak in this martial arts competition, it will be a disgrace to your father. Qi Wuhui spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with anger, as if the table in front of him was Yi Qiu, and he slapped it hard. The table instantly turned into powder and disintegrated to the ground. Qi Hao smiled confidently, revealing an evil smile, and said, "Don't worry, father. After this retreat, my child's cultivation has broken through the 4th level of Tianxiang, and will soon enter the 5th level. Except for senior brother Shoufeng, no one in the entire Butian sect can be a match for this kid. How dare 2 new disciples from Zisha Peak act so presumptuously?" A hint of surprise flashed across Qi Wuhui's eyes, and he quickly walked to Qi Hao to take a look. Haha. You are worthy of being my Qi Wuhui's son. After 2 months of seclusion, you have actually broken through from the 1st level of Tianxiang to the 4th level. Okay, very good. Yi Qiu, I want to see how you fight me now. Qi Wuhui swept away his previous shame and laughed out loud. In fact, his son's qualifications are not bad. Not only are they not bad, they are very high. It's just that he was overindulgent, lazy, and didn't want to practice. Now that the conflict between Zhangjian Peak and Zisha Peak has become increasingly intense, he is finally willing to let go and devote himself to cultivation. It took only 2 months to break through 3 realms in succession. This kind of talent really surprised Qi Wuhui. Hao, come with me. Today, your father will teach you a set of powerful secret techniques in case of emergency. Having made up his mind, Qi Wuhui took Qi Hao to the training room to teach him some good instructions. At this time, the heads of each sect have already returned to their own temples. After what happened today, everyone felt a huge amount of pressure. As the martial arts competition was approaching, disciples from all sects were practicing like crazy. The heads of each lineage used all their magical powers and taught everything they knew, as no one wanted their lineage to perform poorly. They all wanted to leave some secret skills for their disciples before the martial arts competition began, hoping to achieve good results in the competition. A few days passed quickly. With the martial arts competition set to begin in 3 days, the atmosphere in the Butian sect became increasingly tense. This day, in Zisha Peak, in a small bamboo forest, Yi Qiu stood in the bamboo forest, and Lin Chinju stood motionlessly behind him. "Master, what is the matter that called me here today?" Lin Chinju was puzzled. Everyone was in seclusion practicing in preparation for the martial arts competition in a few days. Yi Qiu suddenly called her here early in the morning. Did he have any instructions? Yi Qiu looked at the lake in front of him, with his back to Lin Chinju, and said nothing. After an unknown amount of time, he broke off a piece of bamboo and said, "Disciple, today I will teach you a special skill. Watch carefully." Suddenly, he moved, gathered energy from the bamboo in his hand and placed it across his chest. A powerful force lingered around his body, as if he was immersed in the mountains and rivers. Lin Chinju watched very carefully, paying attention to every detail of Yi Qiu. He suddenly swept forward, and a shocking sword intent came over him. This. Lin Chinju opened his mouth, his eyes full of shock. The sword energy swept across, causing ripples on the entire surface of the lake, as if a partition had been cut open. This astonishing power really scared Lin Chinju. Yi Qiu finished his sword strike and slowly stopped, saying, "This sword is called Yijian Juechen Zhan. It is a unique skill that I have extended from my master Zisha sword technique. The sword is domineering and powerful. Did you see it clearly just now?" Lin Chinju nodded. She had a photographic memory, and the scene that Yi Qiu had just performed appeared completely in her mind. After rehearsing it in his mind, he quickly mastered the move. Because this move itself came from Zisha sword technique, it was very easy for her to comprehend it. "Master, I learned it." Yi Qiu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good." However, this was not his real intention in calling Lin Chinju today. Bite. You teach your disciple the sword slashing skill, which triggers a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Open. Congratulations, you have obtained the heavenly secret technique, Shura Slash. The corners of Yi Qiu's mouth rose slightly. What he wanted was this. Do you want to study? Study. Suddenly, a scripture merged into Yi Qiu's mind. Yi Qiu quickly comprehended it and tried to figure out the mystery of Shura Slash. On the other side, Lin Chinju was still happy about the powerful sword technique he had just learned. He was practicing it non-stop and was extremely happy. She simply tried the Juechen Slash. Although it was not as powerful as Yi Qiu's, with her current strength, she could easily control it even if the person's cultivation level was one level higher than hers. Master, Chinju likes this sword technique very much. I will definitely practice it well and will not let you down. Lin Chinju said with great vigor and was ready to practice again, but Yi Qiu said, Disciple, although this sword technique is powerful, it is not the strongest. What's the meaning? Could it be that the master has even more powerful sword techniques to teach me? Lin Chinju's eyes lit up and he looked at Yi Qiu with anticipation. He said slowly, the date of the martial arts competition is approaching, and you are representing the reputation of Zisha Peak this time. Your junior sister has just entered the sect and her cultivation is not deep yet, so she should just take this opportunity to see the world. The honor and disgrace of my Zisha Peak depends on you alone. After much consideration, for your safety, I am going to teach you a tough move. Lin Chinju was deeply touched. She didn't expect that her master cared about her so much. He immediately said, Master, don't worry. Chinju will definitely not let you down. We at Zisha Peak will never lose to Tsangjian Peak. With a determined look in her eyes, Lin Chinju walked up to Yi Qiu, only to see him putting his right hand on the top of her head. In an instant, a scripture merged into her mind. When she practiced according to the scripture, she was stunned. This heavenly sword technique, Shura Slash. Hiss. Lin Chinju took a breath of cold air instantly. This name sounded extremely domineering. If you savor it carefully, you will find it even more amazing. This sword technique was unprecedentedly powerful and stronger than any sword technique she had learned before. Moreover, if it is assisted by the 9 Nether Frost art, the power of this sword technique will be even more terrifying. Not to mention challenging the next level, even if it's 5 levels, what's the problem? Thank you, Master, for teaching me the Dharma. Lin Chinju was so moved that she immediately knelt down to pay her respects, not knowing how to express her feelings at the moment. Perhaps in this world, my master is the only one who is willing to teach me everything he knows without keeping anything to himself. In order to make himself better, he even took out all his secret techniques. Yi Qiu nodded and said calmly, Disciple, this set of sword techniques is a heavenly secret method, extremely profound. However, you only need to learn the basics, which should be enough for this martial arts competition. Finally, Yi Qiu was preparing to go back. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the cooldown period for power transmission has passed, you can transmit power again to trigger the critical hit return. The foot that had just taken a step forward suddenly retracted. Looking back at his eldest disciple, Yi Qiu smiled slightly, revealing an evil smile. It seems that the wool has to be plucked from the same sheep. This time, the upper limit of the power transmission has been raised to 1,000 years. Yi Qiu had already passed it on to Lin Chinju once before, and originally wanted to pass it on to Zhao Weiner this time. But considering that she now has more than enough power to use up, that piece of precious bone is like an endless spring water for her to absorb. She doesn't lack skills at all, she just lacks time. As for Lin Chinju, it's different. She no longer has any auxiliary treasures and relies entirely on her talent in cultivation. After thinking it over, Yichio decided to continue to take advantage of the eldest disciple. Hey. Seeing Yichio's strange look, Lin Chinju's heart trembled and her face turned red. I thought to myself, what happened to Master? Yichio said calmly, Disciple, I have considered it carefully. There are many masters in this martial arts competition. Although your current cultivation has reached the second level of heavenly phase, you entered the sect relatively late, and compared to other disciples, you have lost time. So, I, the Master, have decided to pass on to you another 1,000 years of power. After hearing these words, Lin Chinju was shocked and took a breath of cold air. This 1,000 years of skill. I calculated in my mind, what realm is this 1,000 years of skill equivalent to? She was shocked, completely shocked. Master, did I hear you correctly? You want to pass on 1,000 years of power to me? Seeing Yichio nodded, Lin Chinju quickly shook his head and said, Master, you absolutely cannot do that. Chinju's current cultivation is already sufficient, you must not waste your cultivation for Chinju. She is no longer a newbie, so how could she not know that these skills are hard-earned? Although she wanted this power very much, if she did, it would mean that her most respected master would have to lose 1,000 years of power. How could she accept it with peace of mind? Her master treated her like a family member and was the best person to her after her parents. How could she allow her master to be damaged again because of her? Seeing her resistance like this, Yichio felt warm in his heart. This disciple was not accepted in vain, he is very filial, and even when faced with such temptation, he still thinks of his master and remains unmoved. But is resistance useful? If you don't want this skill, won't I lose an opportunity to make good use of it? That won't work. I only heard him say earnestly, Don't worry, disciple. I know what to do. This 1,000 years of skill is nothing but a drop in the ocean for me, the master. It is not worth mentioning. As long as you are all well, everything I do for you is worth it. After hearing Yichio's words, Lin Chinju was deeply moved with tears in her eyes. It turns out that in Master's heart, their safety is so important. He was even willing to sacrifice his own skills in order to pass on his skills to her. With such a master, I have no regrets in this life. Lin Chinju cried silently and couldn't make a sound. Master. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her body was trembling and her eyes were wet. It's really heartbreaking. Yichio shook his head and consoled him, All right. Disciple, get up quickly. If you really want to repay your master, then bring back a good result for our Zisha Peak in this martial arts competition. But don't push yourself too hard. Your master doesn't have any requirements for you. Just do it according to your heart and try your best. Even I couldn't bear to say it. It was a bit hard to bear to lie to her like this. However, in order to make money, I still have to continue acting. What a touching scene of a loving teacher and filial students. Come, sit down. Today, I will pass on to you my 1,000-year power. How much you can absorb and what realm you can break through to depends on your luck. In order to prevent any further incidents, Yichio did not give Lin Chinju a chance to resist and asked her to sit still. Then he walked behind her, slowly stretched out his hands and placed them on her back. In an instant, the endless power surged into Lin Chinju's body. It was like a calm, ripple-free lake that suddenly exploded. Lin Chinju had a painful expression on his face, sweat kept dripping down his forehead as he continued to absorb the power passed on by Yichio. Since this was not the first time that the power was transmitted, she had some experience and knew how to absorb this power and prevent it from leaking out. With Yichio's current cultivation level of a mid-level leader, this 1,000-year-old skill is like a small stream in the vast ocean. It slowly flows into Lin Chinju's body, but this small stream may be a little insignificant to Yichio. But for her, it was a huge shock. Seeing the endless power pouring in, Lin Chinju's face turned pale, his body trembled, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. With a soft hum, Lin Chinju suddenly began to exert his strength, trying his best to absorb this spiritual power. In an instant, his cultivation began to surge. The second rank of Tianxiang. The third rank of Tianxiang. The 4th rank of Tianxiang. The 5th level of celestial appearance. The 6th level of celestial appearance. The 7th rank of celestial being. The 8th level of celestial appearance. This. Lin Chinju was shocked when he reached the 8th level of Tianxiang in one fell swoop. If she continues to practice at her current normal speed, it will take her 3 years or even longer to reach this level. With her current talent, plus the acceleration of the divine bone, it is not impossible for her to break through to this level in 3 years. However, Yi Qiujin's power transmission in a moment allowed her to complete 3 years of hard training in an instant. No. It's not over yet. After his cultivation reached the 8th level, he did not stop immediately, and a lot of lost spiritual power was still accumulated in his body. Lin Chinju didn't dare to think too much. He opened fire at full power, activated the black ice bone, and absorbed in both directions. Do your best to prevent too much loss of this cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, her cultivation finally reached the 9th level of the heavenly phase. Infinitely close to the state of no distance. This is the limit. Now, she only needs to comprehend the mysteries of the laws to directly enter the state of no distance. But unfortunately, she did not have the same opportunity as Lu Qingfeng, who had the bonus of sudden enlightenment. Therefore, it is estimated that it will be difficult to improve in a short period of time. But she is already very satisfied with this result. After completing the power transmission, Yi Qiu slowly closed his palms. Not bad. This 1,000-year skill sounds scary, but it's not to the point of falling into decline. Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that this 1,000 years of skill was a lot, but he realized it after it was passed on. That was just the tip of the iceberg of his cultivation, and it did not cause any loss to his cultivation at all. Of course, this may be due to the system escort. Stick to your roots, stabilize your mind. Don't act rashly. I just finished teaching my skills, and I need some time to calm down, so as not to damage my state of mind. Yi Qiu gave a final instruction, slowly stood up and walked to the side. Master. Not far away, Zhao Waner walked over carefully, looked at Lin Chinju on the ground and asked, "Senior sister, what happened? You came just in time. I have something else to deal with. You stay here to protect your senior sister." "Oh, right. After your sister wakes up, you can arrange your own practice. I will be in seclusion for a few days." "Well, master, go ahead. I'm here." Zhao Waner nodded obediently, and Yi Qiu turned and left. Watching Yi Qiu leave, Zhao Waner sat obediently next to Lin Chinju, looked at her fair, rosy, delicate and flawless face, and pursed her lips. "Senior sister is so beautiful. It would be so nice if I were a man. This cute little face makes people want to kiss it." Zhao Waner lifted her hair and smiled wickedly, and Lin Qingju's mouth twitched. This damn girl. If she wasn't busy consolidating her skills, I would really like to kick her in the butt. I treat you as a sister, but you have bad intentions towards me. At this time, Yi Qiu had returned to the room. System. Bite. You have passed on 1,000 years of power to your disciple, triggering a critical hit return. Do you want to enable it? Open. Yi Qiu showed an evil smile. He finally succeeded in taking advantage of the situation. Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold critical strike and gained 100,000 years of power. 100,000 years. Oh, yes, not bad, not bad. Yi Qiu was immediately delighted. He could actually get so much wool from a sheep. It seemed that his apprenticeship was not raised in vain. A few days ago, his cultivation had already broken through to the middle stage of the leader. Now, with the addition of his 100,000 years of cultivation, he could at least break through to the late stage of the leader, right? As for the Supreme Being, Yi Qiu didn't dare to think about it for the time being, because his state of mind was not there yet, and if he improved too quickly, problems would easily arise in his foundation. Come on, how am I? Destroy me as much as you want. Yi Qiu smiled evilly and sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to be poured with energy. In an instant, a torrent of energy appeared in the system, rushing into Yi Qiu's body like a flood. Although he was mentally prepared, the sudden impact made Yi Qiu scream in pain. This 100,000 years of skill is extraordinary. In a moment, it filled all the meridians in Yichio's body. The blood vessels expanded and heat came out of the skin, as if 1,000 ants were crawling in the body. Town. Yichio shouted angrily, and his whole body was shining with golden light. That was the real dragon bone text. With the help of the powerful golden light, this force was gradually suppressed, and Yichio began to absorb it frantically. In the next few days, Yichio stayed in the room to absorb his strength. Finally, on the third day, call. He heaved a sigh of relief, and saw a flash of golden light, and a terrifying aura emanated from his room, covering the sky and the earth. That aura was exactly that of a late-stage cult leader. He was only one step away from entering the legendary Supreme Realm. Once Yichio's mental state catches up, he will be able to reach the perfect peak state, and his cultivation will catch up with Meng Tianzheng. As for the Supreme Realm, it takes more time to realize the truth and produce one's second flower of the Tao. Of course, it is not impossible to take shortcuts. But it requires the assistance of some natural resources. For example, magical elixirs, magical herbs, and other auxiliary medicines. However, Yichio did not have such a treasure, so he had to give up his plan to become the Supreme for the time being. Although it was a bit of a pity, Yichio was already very satisfied that he could break through to the late stage of the leader in such a short time. After work, Yichio opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and his immortal aura became even more obvious. There has been a huge improvement in temperament, and her charm and appearance have reached full marks. Finally, it was recognized by the system. Ah. Comfortable. After a few days of seclusion, Yichio stretched his body and his bones made strange sounds. When you open the door, you will see green mountains and clear water outside, and the scenery is pleasant. The dojo on the North Mountain has gradually taken shape. In the past few days, Xiao Yi has been supervising the work and working as fast as he can to repair the dojo for Yichio. The Xiao family was willing to spend a huge amount of money and didn't care how much it cost. They would do their best to make Yichio satisfied. Yichio was very pleased about this. He had the Xiao family under his protection. In the past, Yichio didn't dare to casually say which family he would protect, but now he has the strength. It is only a matter of time before he breaks through to become the supreme being. Protecting a small Xiao family should not be a problem at all. After all, there is a lot of money to be made here, so it would be a waste not to do it. The heads of other clans have countless families under their command, and most of their disciples also come from various families, and they all have close connections. Therefore, they never lack money or resources. Zisha Peak, on the other hand, appears somewhat desolate, extremely poor, with the top of the mountain being completely bare. For the future of Zisha Peak, Yichio needs to contact the secular families. The Xiao family can be regarded as the first test subject. It was foggy in the early morning. Early in the morning, Lin Chinju and Zhao Waner were waiting in the open space in front of the Zisha Peak Taoist temple. After an unknown amount of time, Yichio slowly opened the door. "Good morning, master." The two of them saluted. Yichio nodded and looked towards the direction of the first peak. Today is the day when the martial arts competition begins, and disciples from various sects have already gone to the main peak. Senior. Yichio was just about to lead his disciples out when a handsome figure came running over from a distance. Needless to say, it was none other than Xiao Yi. Hee. Senior, are we going to a martial arts competition? Xiao Yi came over with a smug look on his face. Yichio looked at him in surprise, and quickly guessed his intention. It seems that Mr. Xiao has been feeling suffocated staying on Zisha Peak for such a long time. Apart from practicing every day, I just supervise and urge progress. Apart from that, there is nothing else to do. It was not easy for him to come to the Butian sect, so how could he miss this grand event that happens once every 60 years? So, seeing Yichio preparing to leave, he rushed over without stopping, wanting Yichio to take him to see the scene. Take a look at the beauties by the way. After Xiao Yi came over, he greeted Lin Chinju and Zhao Waner, and immediately said, "Before I came, my father told me that the 7 sects martial arts competition of the Butian sect is one of the largest events in the East Desert and is of great significance. He told me that if I had the chance, I must go and see it with my own eyes. I have observed these past few days, and the martial arts competition will be held today. "Senior, can you take me with you to see the world? Don't worry, I have turned over a new leaf and will never cause trouble or cause any trouble for you." His fear of Yichio had not yet been cured, so he whispered to test him. If Yichio disagreed, he would turn around and run away immediately. Yichio looked at him with amusement and said, "Well, since you performed so well, okay. The more I look at this kid, the more I like him. A real man can bend and stretch, which is very wise." Moreover, during this period of time, he was busy for Zisha Peak and did a lot of things, and Yichio saw it all. Okay. As soon as he heard Yichio's agreement, Xiao Yi immediately got excited and wanted to high-five Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er to celebrate. However, Zhao Wan'er just covered her mouth and smiled, and did not choose to high-five. Lin Chinju looked at him with disdain, turned around and left. Well. Xiao Yi stood there awkwardly, but he didn't care. He had long been accustomed to the personalities of these two people and they got along quite well. Yichio walked slowly in front and said, "It's almost time, let's go." As he spoke, he rose from the ground and instantly flew towards the direction of the first peak. At this moment, he no longer needed any magic weapon to assist him in flying, and he could completely walk in the air. Instead, the speed is extremely fast. After breaking through the distancelessness, it can teleport. After reaching the level of the leader, the distance of teleportation is even longer. However, in order to allow them to keep up, he did not choose to teleport. Seeing Yichio taking the lead, Lin Chinju immediately summoned the Zisha sword and followed on the sword. Zhao Wan'er followed closely behind, and casually summoned Hong Ling, who stepped out like a phoenix spreading its wings, with extremely graceful movements. The red lotus was a personal treasure given to her by Yichio, and it was also a gift of apology from Qi Wuhui last time. It's a pity that this treasure did not trigger a high multiple return, and only returned an ordinary spiritual weapon, which is really a pity. After Zhao Wan'er caught up, Xiao Yi became extremely excited. Seeing that he would soon be able to witness the first grand event of the Butian sect, he quickly drew out his sword and caught up with the team in front. A few minutes later. The first peak is in front of Yuqing Palace. There were huge crowds of people and it was very lively. Disciples from all branches have arrived. In addition to the disciples participating in the martial arts competition, there are also many disciples who come to watch the fun. Hey, what do you think, which peak will win the first place in this martial arts competition? I think that if senior brother Shoufeng doesn't participate, the biggest probability is that the outcome will be between Sangjian Peak and Guiyun Peak. I have heard that the senior brother of Sangjian Peak, Qi Hao, has already reached the heavenly appearance realm and his strength is unfathomable. As for senior brother Lu Yunzheng from Guiyun Peak, he is relatively low-key. But his cultivation is not inferior to Qi Hao at all, I even think he is stronger. No, don't you think that Zisha Peak is the potential stock? At this time, someone said. When these words were spoken, everyone laughed. Haha, come on. I admit that Uncle Yi from Zisha Peak is indeed very powerful. But his disciple has only been here for 3 months, and his cultivation level is at most at the mysterious finger realm. What potential does he have? If you ask me, senior sister Lu from Tianshui Peak might have a better chance. Everyone gathered in the square and started discussing the candidates for the championship of this martial arts competition. At this time, a ray of light flew across the sky and everyone looked up. Above that light, there was a dense crowd of people standing, and the one leading them was none other than Qi Wuhui, the head of Sangjian Peak. Following behind him was Qi Hao. Oh my god. They all say that the senior brother of Sangjian Peak has an extraordinary demeanor and powerful strength. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing it today, I find that his reputation is well deserved. Standing in the crowd, Qi Hao was like a rising star, the center of attention, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, as the favorite to win the championship, it is hard not to attract attention. Feeling the admiring gazes around him, Qi Hao smiled confidently and remained calm. He really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. At this time, another ray of light flashed. Haha, senior brother Qi, I thought I came early enough, but I didn't expect you to be earlier than me. This heroic and rough voice can only be heard from Yang Wudi. Qi Wuhui glanced at him coldly and said nothing. Another figure slowly descended from the sky. Her graceful figure and beautiful face immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw that the person coming was Mingyue, Yang Wudi and Qi Wuhui were both stunned. The leader's aura. Both of them saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Mingyue, has she actually broken through to become the leader? Doesn't that mean she is the youngest leader besides Yiqiu? Suddenly feeling a surge of pressure, Yang Wudi shook his head, a little unable to believe it. A month ago, Mingyue was still at the peak of the fifth realm of Shenzong. A month later, she had actually reached the position of leader. I didn't expect that Master Mingyue also broke through to the leader realm. I can't believe it. In addition to our Butian sect's headmaster, Uncle Qi Wuhui of Zhangjian Peak, and Uncle Yi of Zisha Peak, we now have another powerful leader. Hee, this time it's going to be interesting. I heard that Zisha Peak and Zhangjian Peak have always been at odds. I wonder what will happen in this martial arts competition. I'm really looking forward to it. By the way, why don't we see anyone from Zisha Peak? Did they forget the time? Everyone started talking about it. Suddenly, a purple light descended from the sky, and everyone looked over instantly. Above the sky, in the purple glow, a white figure slowly fell from above. It's Uncle Master Yi from Zisha Peak, and his disciples. Everyone was delighted, as they had always heard that this youngest uncle of the Butian sect was extremely powerful and had unfathomable cultivation. But they had only heard of it and had never seen it, so they were very curious. Now that Zisha Peak had finally appeared, everyone looked at it in surprise. Looking at that figure, Qi Wuhui's eyes were full of cruelty, knowing that the person he hated the most had finally come. Is this the legendary Uncle Yi? Looking at the white figure with jade on the waist and an ethereal air, everyone sighed in their hearts. It's just as the legend says, unfathomable. Do you feel it? The aura he exudes is even stronger than that of Uncle Qi. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted discussion from the crowd. Hey, if you hadn't told me I wouldn't have noticed it. It seems to be true. Could it be that this Uncle Master Yi's cultivation has surpassed Uncle Master Qi? Everyone was shocked. You know, Yiqiu's age is much different from Qi Wuhui's. Some of the disciples are even older than him. He is so young, could it be possible that he has already reached the pinnacle of the leader realm? Impossible, too outrageous. No one dared to believe it. To be honest, this Master Yi is indeed very strong. He gives people an unprecedented sense of oppression. Besides, he is still very young and has more potential. Looking at the figure in the sky, everyone was talking. TSK, look at this. With this temperament and this appearance, even if I was at my peak, I would have to give way to him. Yiqiu's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Upon discovering this, Qi Wuhui expressed his dissatisfaction. This light that should have belonged to him was completely snatched away by Yiqiu, which made him feel even more resentful. Humph, just wait. There will be a time when you will cry. Qi Wuhui cursed in his heart and his expression became very ugly. And Qi Hao behind him was now completely attracted by the two girls behind Yiqiu. Interesting. When did these two stunning beauties from the Butian sect come to me, and I didn't even receive any news? Qi Hao licked his lips and smiled, which he thought was very handsome. I made up my mind that if I didn't happen to meet them at the conference, I would have a good time with them. The light dissipated, Yiqiu had reached the ground and came to Mingyue and others. Junior brother Yi, you are really arrogant. Everyone is here, just waiting for you. Qi Wuhui said in a sarcastic tone as usual. Yiqiu smiled faintly and said, it's okay. You. Qi Wuhui immediately became angry at this careless answer. In front of so many fellow disciples, he really didn't give himself any face at all. Brother Qi seems very dissatisfied with me. How about, we open the eyes of the younger generation first and have a show match before the martial arts competition? Yiqiu narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Wuhui, saying provocatively. Qi Wuhui gritted his teeth and wished he could slap him to death. I evolved it in my mind hundreds of times and finally came to a conclusion. Can't beat. Never mind, just endure. In just a few months, Qi Wuhui really didn't know what Yiqiu had experienced to have such a rapid improvement in his cultivation. Moreover, his fighting power is amazing, his swordsmanship is superb, and the most terrifying thing is that he also has a set of god-level palm techniques. Qi Wuhui had not forgotten the divine palm technique that Yi Qiu had evolved after his sudden enlightenment on the spot at Zisha Peak. This kind of divine secret technique was terrifying in itself, not to mention that his cultivation was not inferior to his own at all. Fighting him. It's just asking for trouble. Snort. Qi Wuhui shook his sleeves, feeling humiliated but helpless. Qi Hao, who was standing behind him, watched his father being humiliated like this and said, "Uncle Master Yi, isn't that too much? My father was just reminding you in a nice way." Before he finished speaking, Yi Qiu glanced at him, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said, "Who are you? You are a junior, do you have the right to speak here? Why, how about I discipline you for your father?" Qi Hao's eyes turned fierce and he clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to attack. Yi Qiu looked at him meaningfully and didn't continue. He didn't want to bother with these two guys at first, but who would have thought that as soon as he got here, they would keep chattering. Even a person with a good temper can't stand this kind of weird and disgusting attitude. He turned around and said to Lin Chinju, Zhao Wan'er, and Xiao Yi, "The three of you wait here and don't run around." "Well, okay." The three of them nodded, and Yi Qiu then walked into the Yuqing Palace, followed by the other abbots. After they left, Xiao Yi couldn't help it anymore. Haha, Yishen is worthy of being Yishen, the eternal god. That's awesome. We should be so domineering. Who dares to mess with us? As Yi Qiu's most loyal fan, Xiao Yi immediately said happily. He didn't care at all about the murderous look of Qi Hao beside him. "TSK, what are you looking at? Are you dissatisfied? If you don't accept it, come and fight me." When Qi Hao saw Xiao Yi's disdainful look, he wanted to kill her. Zhao Wan'er snickered and said, "You'd better be quiet. Be careful, or he will get angry and want to beat you. I can't help you." "Hee, don't be afraid, Sister Chinju, please protect me. I will continue to attack them." I have to say that Xiao Yi's ability to act like a villain is really strong. With just a few words, he made all the disciples of Zisha Peak furious. "I'm so angry. Where did this kid come from? I really want to chop him down with a sword. That's so cheap." The disciples of Zisha Peak seemed to have suffered a great humiliation, but they could do nothing about it. They had no idea where Xiao Yi came from. They only knew that he followed Yi Qiu here, so they thought he should be a disciple of Zisha Peak. But seeing that Qi Wuhui didn't dare to offend Yi Qiu, how could they dare to cause trouble for Zisha Peak? Lin Chinju covered her forehead speechlessly, also shocked by his ability to act like a jerk. However, seeing that he was venting his anger for his master, he tacitly approved of his behavior. As long as it was to deal with the people from Zisha Peak, she would agree 100%. Qi Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent, he clenched his fists and glared at Xiao Yi. At this moment, he really wanted to tear this bitch to pieces. As the eldest senior brother of Zisha Peak, he was loved by everyone wherever he went. He had never been treated like this before. "Boy. You're good. You succeeded in irritating me. I hope you don't regret what you did today." "Oh." Xiao Yi was amused. Why did this line sound so familiar? If I remember correctly, I said the same thing when I first appeared. When it comes to arrogance and domineering, when has Xiao Yi ever lost? With Lin Chinju giving him confidence, Xiao Yi began to let himself go, saying disdainfully, "TSK, I thought you were so ruthless, but it turns out you're just a talker. Everyone can say harsh words. Back then, I said more harsh words than you have eaten salt. Young man, don't be so rash." As soon as these words came out, Qi Hao was furious and drew his sword instantly. Suddenly, a chill came over him, as if his soul was attacked, and Qi Hao woke up in an instant. Looking at Lin Chinju standing in front of him, Qi Hao felt a little afraid. What happened? Just now, I felt a little scared. Qi Hao panicked, as he was one of the strongest disciples of the new generation. Apart from Lu Qingfeng, there has never been anyone else who could make him feel this way. And at that moment just now, he could clearly feel that if he really drew his sword, then, he would die. Is it an illusion? After looking at Lin Chinju deeply, Chi Hao didn't quite believe that this was true. His current cultivation level was close to the 9th level of Tianxiang, but he had been suppressing it. A month ago, his father spent a lot of rare treasures and a huge amount of money to help him improve his cultivation. The purpose is to be able to suppress Zisha Peak in this martial arts competition. It can be said that Qi Wuhui has spared no effort in order to suppress Yi Qiu. On the surface, Chi Hao only had the cultivation level of the 4th level of Tianxiang, but that was just something he deliberately concealed. However, even with the strength of the 8th level of Tianxiang, he still felt a hint of threat from Lin Chinju at that moment. That icy power that penetrates the soul is so strange. Strange, what's going on? This girl, could it be that her cultivation is higher than mine? Shaking his head, Chi Hao felt that this possibility was almost zero. Lin Chinju has only started practicing for a short time, but he has been practicing for 5 or 6 years, even earlier than her. All in all, it has only been a little over 3 months since she started learning. Even if she is extremely talented, she can never surpass him. He was the genius with divine bones from Zisha Peak, who entered the sect at the same time as her. At this moment, his cultivation level was only at the 2nd level of Xuanji. Thinking of this, Chi Hao's eyes hid cruelty and he chose not to take action. Before the competition began, he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, as his goal this time was to become the champion of the competition. Besides, there would be no point in defeating them here now. It would be better to keep them on the stage and torture them severely, so as to embarrass Zisha Peak in front of all the fellow disciples. Just wait, I don't want to argue with you today. You better start praying now that you don't see me on stage. With a sinister smile, Chi Hao turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a sarcastic voice was heard, and Chi Hao staggered and almost fell. Tisk, you're such a coward, you're not the type who can't say mean things. Zhao Wan'er was amused. The bright eyes under the long black hair are like crescent moons, clear and transparent. She is as graceful and elegant as a banished immortal, and also like a fairy who has strayed into the mortal world and been tainted by worldly ties. Even the cold-hearted Lin Chinju almost couldn't help laughing after hearing what Xiao Yi said. After calming down, he finally calmed down and still looked at Chi Hao coldly. At this moment, Chi Hao wanted to strangle Xiao Yi to death. He actually said that I was a coward without any guts. With his body trembling, Chi Hao suppressed the anger in his heart. If you can't be patient, your big plans will be ruined. I will be patient. Gnashing his teeth, Chi Hao left angrily, leaving them with only his back. As for the other disciples of Zisha Peak, they could not bear the humiliation and followed him. After they left, Zhao Wan'er pulled at her red robe, patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder and said, "Good performance, keep it up." "Hey, Sister Wan'er, I'm not bragging, but when it comes to fighting, I may not be very good. But when it comes to quarreling, I have never met an opponent. Let alone a little bastard, even if they come together, why would I be afraid?" Xiao Yi patted his chest and said confidently. Everyone present looked at him as if he were the god of plague, and no one wanted to get too close to this guy. While waiting quietly, soon, Lu Qingfeng walked out of the hall. The scene suddenly fell silent and the discussion stopped. "Brothers and sisters, please move to the martial arts arena," Lu Qingfeng said loudly, and then walked towards the martial arts field first. It was a very open square, where the disciples of Shoufeng practiced martial arts every day. Everyone followed Lu Qingfeng to the martial arts arena, where the 7 clans' chiefs were already waiting. The Zisha Peak team only has 3 people in total, and there are only 2 disciples in name only, standing out in the crowd. After all, there are dozens of disciples from each branch, if not hundreds, which is a large number. The Zisha Peak team only has 3 people, which is much shorter than the other teams. Looking at the neatly lined team below, Meng Tianjing on the stage touched his beard with satisfaction. "I can't help but sigh. Looking at these young faces, I feel mixed emotions. Once upon a time, we were also one of them, full of passion and youthful recklessness. It's a pity that the path to immortality is long and arduous. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the brothers who once fought side by side with me are now few and far between. Sometimes I wonder, if one day, all of us old guys are gone, will the young disciples be able to continue the inheritance left to us by our elders? Now, seeing these young disciples, each of them is so heroic and promising, I feel relieved. Meng Tianjing's sudden sigh left everyone a little confused. Qi Wuhui asked in confusion, when did senior brother become so sentimental? Haha, when you get old, there are some things you have to think about. Meng Tianjing smiled and had already let it go, just like when he witnessed the passing of Master Xiantian 10 years ago. All right. Qi Wuhui wanted to say something, but Meng Tianjing waved his hand and walked out of the team. That old voice, like the sound of the avenue, was long and distant, echoing in the martial arts arena. Now I declare. The 7 clans martial competition officially begins. There are a total of 8 prizes for this martial arts competition. As long as you make it to the top 8, you will receive the prize. The first place mountain will be rewarded with top-grade spiritual medicine, 1 enlightenment fruit, and some pills. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling. Enlightenment fruit. This. The headmaster has invested a huge amount of money in this. For a moment, everyone was talking about it, with gleams in their eyes. No one expected that for this martial arts competition, Meng Tianjing would actually be willing to take out a top-grade elixir, the enlightenment fruit, as a reward. This is a top-grade elixir that can improve one's understanding, second only to immortal medicine. It is extremely scarce in the wilderness. In addition to improving your comprehension, it can also help you attain enlightenment, which is extremely helpful for those who have been stuck at a bottleneck for many years and cannot break through. Even Ichio's eyes lit up when he heard about this reward. Enlightenment fruit. At the moment, I seem to be lacking such a thing. I was secretly delighted. Although the effect of the enlightenment fruit is extremely good, it is somewhat insignificant to him. However, Ichio has a 10,000 times return system. When the time comes, he can take advantage of the situation and add a few more items to turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Isn't that enough? Below the stage, when Lin Chinju heard the reward for first place, he subconsciously looked up at Ichio. When she found that Ichio seemed to care very much about the prize, she silently tightened the sword in her hand. This thing should be very important to Master. Master has been very kind to me. Now is the time to repay Master. Lin Qingju's eyes were determined and he already had a goal in mind. On the other side, Qi Hao frowned, revealed a strange smile, and said, "It is just as my father said, the reward this time is a top-grade elixir, the enlightenment fruit. In this case, I must take it down no matter what and give it to my father to help him break through." Meng Tianjing's words shocked the entire Butian sect. Everyone's eyes were full of stars and their expressions were greedy. The fighting had already begun before the martial arts competition even started. On the stage, Qi Wuhui looked at Ichio behind him with disdain and said, "It seems that junior brother Yi is determined to get this reward." Ichio was stunned for a moment, then he smiled calmly and said, "Brother, you are joking. We are a small group of people in Zisha Peak, and our disciples are still inexperienced. This time, I just treat this martial arts competition as a chance to see the big scene and have some fun. I don't have any thoughts on the rewards." No one would believe his lies. "What do you mean it's just for fun? Are you, Ichio, that kind of person?" They had heard a lot about the talented disciple from Zisha Peak who had reached the first level of Xuanji within 5 days of entering the sect. Now 3 months have passed, and no one knows what her current level of cultivation is. This kid's habit is to pretend to be weak, practice quietly, and then suddenly explode. Amaze everyone. I guess his disciples have the same character as him. The leaders cursed in their hearts but didn't know what to say. Mingyue was in the corner, tugging at Ichio's clothes, and whispered, "Junior brother, you don't look nervous at all, but senior brother Qi has been waiting for this day. If you, Zisha Peak, lose, he will not easily let go of this opportunity to humiliate you." Ichio was stunned for a moment, and looked at Mingyue meaningfully, which made her feel a little embarrassed and she avoided his gaze. "Senior sister, are you worried about me?" "Go to hell, no one would worry about you. You'd better be eliminated in the first round, so that I don't have to worry about Tianshui Summit being at the bottom." Mingyue's pretty face turned red, and she said angrily, then slipped away like a guilty thief. Ichio shrugged. He wasn't at the bottom, but it wasn't that easy for Qi Wuhui to humiliate him. Soon, the drawing ceremony was over, and Qi Wuhui went up and said a few words at the end. As the name suggests, it is to assure everyone that the referee group of this martial arts competition will be absolutely fair and impartial and will not favor any lineage. In addition to Zisha Peak. Everyone just laughed after hearing this, and left after drawing lots. Today is the first day of the martial arts competition, and 8 arenas have been built in the martial arts arena. Yiqiu said goodbye to Meng Tianjing and returned to the team at Zisha Peak. Master. When the 2 girls saw Yiqiu coming over, they stopped discussing and bowed. Senior, Qi Wuhui is so mean. He actually tampered with the drawing of lots. Xiao Yi started cursing. Yiqiu didn't care. He guessed from the beginning that Qi Wuhui must have done something wrong, but it didn't matter. No matter what he does, nothing can be changed. He glanced at his 2 disciples, who were standing there quietly. They were not greatly affected by this matter and their mentality was stable. Yiqiu felt very relieved. He looked at Xiao Yi who was cursing, with a look of disgust on his face. This person is so evil, he can't be so open, but he plays such a conspiracy. This was only the first match, and Sister Chinju and Sister Wanner encountered 2 disciples from Zisha Peak. Sister Chinju is fine, but if Sister Wanner is not strong enough and loses, wouldn't we be embarrassed? Xiao Yi cursed and Zhao Wanner's face turned black and she slapped him. You're the loser. If you can't speak, shut up. Am I that bad? Zhao Wanner was very unhappy. Although her cultivation was not as high as Lin Chinju's, she was still a first-grade Tianxiang expert. Over the past month, she has continued to absorb the power of the precious bones and finally broke through to the heavenly phase. Just when she was thinking about showing off her skills to her master at the martial arts competition, Xiao Yi started by questioning her strength. Who can bear this? No, Sister Wanner, that's not what I meant. This slap made Xiao Yi feel dizzy and dazed, with a resentful look in his eyes. I just went to ask next door and heard that your opponent has reached the 9th level of Xuanji, and he was specially arranged by Qi Wuhui to deal with you. I am worried about you. Zhao Wanner tugged at her red robe, and became less worried when she heard that the other party was only at the 9th level of Xuanji. Okay, let's discuss this after we get back. Xiao Yi was about to explain something, but Yiqiu interrupted him with a wave of his hand and glanced at Qi Wuhui in the distance. There is still 1 hour of preparation time before the competition begins, so go and get ready. I just took a look and saw that there were many experts at this martial arts competition. I have thought about it and I don't ask you to get any ranking, just do your best. If you encounter danger, you can just admit defeat. I won't blame you. No matter what reward or honor you give me, it is not as important as your safety. Yiqiu spoke earnestly, and the 2 girls were deeply moved when they heard it. They clenched their fists silently. Master's kindness and care for them were as great as a mountain. No matter what, they could not embarrass their master, let alone give Qi Wuhui the opportunity to humiliate him. Master, don't worry. We will never let you down. Lin Chinju said in a firm tone that she had been preparing for 3 months and now was the time for her to show her abilities. To this day, the scene in Yuqing Palace 3 months ago is still deeply imprinted in her mind. That was the disdain in the eyes of the other leaders, the ridicule towards their master and disciple. After taking a deep look at Lin Chinju, Yiqiu said calmly, well, as long as you have confidence, go ahead. I was secretly delighted. Hee, yes, that's your fighting spirit is what I want. Beat you to death. After returning to the resting place specially prepared by the disciples of Shoufeng for Zisha Peak, Lin Chinju and Zhao Wanner quickly entered a state of meditation. I want to get back to my best condition before the martial arts competition. Xiao Yi was more relaxed, strolling around and looking at beautiful women. Yiqiu got angry when he saw his useless appearance. Can't you be more mature like me? I am disappointed in you. In the afternoon, on the Kuan stage, Meng Tianjing, Qi Wuhui, and several unknown old men sat under the stage. Haha, fellow Taoist Meng. I heard earlier that the Butian Sect 7 Sects martial competition is one of the major events in the Eastern Wasteland. I have been waiting for 60 years, and today I am finally lucky enough to see it. An old man in a grey robe smiled faintly. Meng Tianjing next to him touched his beard and smiled without saying anything. This person is the Grand Elder of Tianqi Holy Land, he Wushuang's master, and a Taoist priest of Tiantong. According to legend, he is a strongman who is infinitely close to the supreme realm and is as powerful as the leader of Meng Tianjing. The two have been friends for many years, and they were also rivals when they were young. During this martial arts competition, he suddenly came to pay a visit to the mountain, saying that he wanted to observe the 7 clans martial arts competition of the Butian sect. Meng Tianjing did not refuse. After all, the 7 clans martial competition was equivalent to a conference to discuss the Tao. The leaders of the 7 clans had the right to invite elders from other holy places to come and observe and exchange experiences. By the way, I heard that your sect has a young leader who has already reached the level of a leader at a young age. He also once severely injured the 3 Li brothers of Bulao Mountain with one sword. I wonder if it's true or not. The Taoist priest Tiantong asked tentatively, and He Wushuang behind him immediately became alert upon hearing his words. This time, he followed his master Tian Tongren to the Butian sect, but his biggest purpose was actually to come for Yi Qiu. The last time he saw Yi Qiu's swordsmanship, he couldn't sleep and went crazy. Meng Tianjing looked at him in astonishment, a little puzzled. Is Yi Qiu so famous now? Has his reputation spread to the Tianqi Holy Land? Thinking of this, a smile broke out on Meng Tianjing's old face. He sat up straight and suddenly felt very proud. Yes, that's my junior fellow apprentice. Fellow Taoist, if I'm not mistaken, the person you're talking about should be my junior fellow apprentice from Zisha Peak, right? Meng Tianjing said slowly. Although he was very happy inside, he appeared unusually calm on the surface. Qi Wuhui, who was sitting aside, was unhappy. Yi Qiu again, Yi Qiu again. Why is he involved in everything? Qi Wuhui frowned, and his clenched fists made a creaking sound. Upon hearing this, Taoist Tiantong was surprised and said, "Oh, is it true as the rumors outside say, that Zisha Peak really has a young leader at the level of a leader?" He was very familiar with the name Zisha Peak, but that was only the memory of the former abbot of Zisha Peak. Since his passing, there has been no news from Zisha Peak, and the people of Tiantong thought that the inheritance of this lineage was broken. After all, everyone knows the character of Taoist Xiantian. He is devoted to the pursuit of immortality and has become obsessed with his practice. He has no disciples at all. Now, the head of Zisha Peak suddenly appeared, and the people of Tiantong Road couldn't help but feel curious. Meng Tianjing smiled and said, "This junior brother of mine was accepted by my uncle Xiantian when he passed away. He has a simple and low-key personality. It has been 10 years since he started practicing Buddhism. During these 10 years, he has been staying alone in Zisha Peak, practicing hard and never going out. Unless something big happens inside the door, you will hardly see him." After these words were spoken, a hint of surprise flashed across Tiantong Taoist's eyes, then he slowed down and slowly concealed it. 10 years. Master. Impossible. The Taoist from Tiantong murmured a few words and looked at Meng Tianjing deeply. To cultivate to the level of a leader in just 10 years, how talented must one be? It would take at least 100 years for these old guys to cultivate to this level. Some are even stuck in the 5th realm of Shenzong for their entire lives, and are unable to break through until their lifespan runs out. And who among those who can cultivate to this level is not a rare genius among millions? No matter how talented Yi Qiu is, it's impossible for him to do this, right? After a moment's pause, the Taoist from Tiantong suddenly turned around to look at He Wushuang, and was immediately relieved. There is only one possibility to break through to become the leader within 10 years. That is, his aptitude is higher than He Wushuang. Thinking of this, the Taoist from Tiantong suddenly became solemn. He Wushuang, though he has the title of Son of Heaven, possesses a natural holy body that is unrivaled in the world. Such talent is already abnormal enough. If Yi Qiu's talent is higher than his, doesn't it mean that his physique is a higher-level immortal body? As the two were talking, a white figure slowly approached from the distance. There were 3 people following behind him, walking straight towards the Kuan arena. "Master, this person is the head of Zisha Peak, Yi Qiu." He Wushuang saw Yi Qiu's figure from afar and reminded Tiantong of the way of humanity. The Taoist from Tiantong took the opportunity to look over and was shocked by her beauty. He is the young head of Zisha Peak, a powerful leader. Indeed, he has excellent bones and extraordinary heroic appearance, and he has the appearance of a celestial being. The man from Tiantong was secretly surprised and shook his head. The Butian sect unexpectedly produced a new top master. It seemed that the Butian sect was going to rise again. After a while, Yiqiu arrived. "Master, brother." Yiqiu called out lightly, then walked to a seat nearby and sat down. Meng Tianjing was stunned for a moment, and introduced to Yiqiu, "Junior brother, this is the great elder of Tianqi Holy Land, the Taoist of Tiantong. I was invited to come and observe the martial arts competition among the disciples of the sect. We were just talking about you, and I didn't expect you to come." Yiqiu was stunned for a moment, glanced at Tiantongren, then looked at He Wushuang behind him, feeling a little confused. "Senior, we meet again." He Wushuang behaved quite naturally and took the initiative to come out and say hello. Yiqiu nodded, looked at the Taoist priest Tiantong, and listened to him. "Haha, I have long heard that Master Yi of Zisha Peak is extraordinary and has the appearance of a celestial being. Seeing you today, I can see that your reputation is well deserved. At such a young age, you have already reached the level of a leader. I admire you." Yiqiu just smiled at the compliment and said modestly, "Master Miaozan, compared to you, I am still inexperienced and I still need to learn a lot from you." The Taoist from Tiantong narrowed his eyes and was a little surprised. Despite being praised like this, Yiqiu's expression remained so natural and he seemed calm. "Haha, you are so modest. You are so modest. This world has never been one that values seniority. The most accomplished ones come first, and age has nothing to do with truly capable people. Master Yi has reached this level at such a young age. Just based on this point, I feel ashamed of myself. How dare I show off my skills in front of you, fellow Taoist?" Yiqiu smiled and said nothing, remaining calm from beginning to end. Meng Tianjing touched his beard with satisfaction, glanced at Qi Wuhui beside him, and found that he was so angry that he started to blow his beard. "Humph, stop pretending, just laugh as much as you can, you will cry soon. It just so happens that Tiantongdao is here. He will have to take a good look at how Yiqiu embarrasses himself. It's no use how powerful he is, his apprentice will still be useless." This time, Qi Wuhui sent out 2 powerful disciples specifically to deal with Yiqiu's 2 disciples. By the way, he could test their bottom line. If he could solve it, he could humiliate Yiqiu with a legitimate reason and vent the anger he had suffered before. If the problem cannot be solved, he has another trick up his sleeve. These 2 are the disciples of Master Yi, right? Taoist Tiantong looked at Lin Chinju and Zhao Wan'er standing behind Yiqiu and said, "Hello, senior." The 2 of them did not behave rudely and quickly saluted. "Haha, it turns out that a good teacher produces good students. Not bad, not bad. Tiantong Taoist is indeed a powerful leader. He can see at a glance that these 2 people are both born with divine bones and are geniuses among millions. I couldn't help but admire it." Yiqiu smiled and was about to respond when Qi Wuhui's sarcastic voice came from the side again. "Junior brother Yi, your 2 disciples must have some abilities to be praised so highly by fellow Taoist Tiantong. I think they will definitely achieve good results in this martial arts competition." Yiqiu was stunned for a moment and saw the deep meaning in Qi Wuhui's eyes. They are still at a low level of cultivation, so they are here to see what we have learned from this martial arts competition. The real highlight of this martial arts competition is senior brother Qi's Tsangjian Peak. I heard that the disciples from your Hidden Sword Peak participating in the martial arts competition this time are all carefully selected top-notch masters. Yiqiu pretended to be modest, and Qi Wuhui felt proud. Pretending to be modest, he said, "Haha, you are joking, junior brother. You have great magical powers and unfathomable cultivation. I'm sure the disciples you teach will also be top-notch masters. How dare these useless disciples of yours, senior brother, call themselves masters in front of your 2 nephews?" When the people from Tiantong Road saw how aggressive they were, they immediately became interested. "Interesting, these 2 don't get along. It looks like there's going to be some fun to watch." Yiqiu did not respond to him, but turned to the 2 disciples behind him and said, "Did you hear that? Your Uncle Qi has high expectations of you. You must not let Uncle Qi down." "Master, rest assured, we will definitely not let you down." Zhao Wan'er smiled slightly and looked at Qi Wuhui meaningfully. The first match today was between her and a disciple from Zisha Peak. She will definitely not let Qi Wuhui down. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. The two leaders were polite to each other on the surface, but they had already started competing with each other behind the scenes. The disciples behind them also joined in the competition. Behind Qi Wuhui, Li Keisai looked at Lin Chinju in the distance with complicated eyes, and then looked at Qi Wuhui in front of him. He lowered his head and looked at himself, revealing an expression of inferiority. He couldn't understand why a disciple who was not wanted by anyone in Yuqing Palace had unknowingly walked ahead of him. At this moment, his heart was filled with complicated feelings. At the beginning, he was clearly the genius that everyone was paying attention to, and the one with the natural divine bones that was fought over by all the leaders. But now, 3 months after entering the sect, he is only at the second level of Xuanji, while Lin Chinju had already reached this level on the 5th day of his entry into the sect. During this period of time, he felt the contempt and disgust from his master. There was none of the enthusiasm that she had when she first started, and her attitude towards him changed drastically. He glanced at Yiqiu, who was sitting in the first seat from a distance, and to be honest, he was very envious of Lin Chinju. I envy her for meeting a good master, a master who takes good care of her and loves her. Moreover, the brothers and sisters in Zisha Peak are very harmonious, unlike Zisha Peak, where there are many disciples and they fight openly and secretly for favor. No one noticed Li Keisai's abnormality. At this moment, he looked more like a helpless and lonely child. A person stood silently in the corner, watching the people around him laughing and talking, but he could not fit in at all. A long time passed. Yiqiu looked at the time and said to Zhao Waner behind him, "Go." Zhao Waner put away the smile on her face and walked towards the stage step by step. It's starting, it's finally starting. The first match of the martial arts competition will be the highlight between Zisha Peak and Zisha Peak. It will be a good show to watch. Seeing Zhao Waner walk onto the stage, everyone became excited and started talking. Everyone knows that Yiqiu and Qi Wuhui are not on good terms, so this competition is bound to be very intense. Almost half of the disciples came to watch the fight, so that there were very few spectators in other arenas. I heard that this junior sister from Zisha Peak seems to have just entered the sect for a month. I guess she shouldn't be very strong, right? I don't know, but at least there's something fun to watch. As Zhao Waner's gorgeous red figure appeared on the stage, Qi Wuhui smiled slightly, turned around and signaled to the disciples behind him. Go ahead, perform well, and don't let your Uncle Yi down. There was a deep meaning in that smile, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was definitely not just a compliment. Master, rest assured. I will definitely perform well and will not let Uncle Yi down. Lin Yi showed a meaningful smile, looked at Yiqiu deeply, and suddenly jumped up. It makes a brilliant appearance with a fiery red glow. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was brought to a climax. Taoist Tiantong was a little surprised and asked, "Fellow Taoist Qi, is your disciple also practicing the secret art of fire?" Qi Wuhui hid his inner joy and said modestly, "Yes, this useless disciple of mine was born with strange fire and has practiced the secret art of fire for several years," which made Tiantong Taoist laugh at me. "Haha, you are too modest. Born with strange fire and excellent physique, such a genius is just a useless disciple in your eyes. Doesn't that mean that all of Daoyou's disciples are extraordinary and born with divine bones?" The Taoist from Tiantong stroked his beard with a smile, then looked at Yiqiu and saw that he said nothing and was as steady as a rock. I couldn't help but be curious, what was so special about Yiqiu's disciples? Qi Wuhui continued to act cool, very satisfied with his disciple's performance, and was looking forward to how he would slap Yiqiu in the face. Fellow student Tiantong, although my disciple is born with strange fire, he is unsightly compared to junior brother Ye's disciple. Junior brother Yi, our second disciple, was born with divine bones and amazing talent. That's what we call a true genius. Qi Wuhui deliberately praised Zhao Waner in order to humiliate Yiqiu when she was defeated. I just don't know if things will develop in the direction he imagined. Yiqiu glanced at him and said calmly, "Brother, my disciple is indeed talented, but he has only been practicing for a month. How can I compare to my senior brother's disciple? He has been a disciple for 3 or 4 years, right? I think he has reached the heavenly appearance realm." Qi Wuhui's face darkened. He knew that Yiqiu deliberately mentioned the entry time just to make an excuse for himself. Even if he lost later, it would not be embarrassing. The Taoist from Tiantong looked at the two of them and smiled. And he Wushuang behind him kept his eyes on Zhao Waner above. His natural intuition told him that Zhao Waner was definitely not as simple as Yiqiu said. On the stage, facing Lin Yi's appearance, he smiled confidently and bowed, saying, "Song Jianfeng, Lin Yi, please give me your guidance, junior sister." Zhao Waner returned the greeting and said, "Zisha Peak, Zhao Waner, please give me your guidance." Referee Su Feng walked between the two and asked, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." The two said in unison, and Su Feng nodded, "I declare that the first match of the martial arts competition, Zhao Waner from Zisha Peak versus Lin Yi from Sangjian Peak, will begin now." Hearing that the martial arts competition had begun, the two people on the ring were ready for the fight, and everyone immediately became excited. Lin Yi slowly drew out his sword without hiding it, and the aura of the 9th level of Xuanji burst out instantly. Everyone was shocked and marveled at his high level. As his opponent, Zhao Waner remained unmoved and stood quietly where she was. The bright red dress fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were clear under her black hair, hiding a hint of smile. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Her elegant temperament attracted the scorching gazes of countless male disciples. Her inaction, in Lin Yi's eyes, turned into disdain and humiliation towards him. I was immediately furious. "Junior sister, be careful." With a loud shout, Lin Yi made a sword flower with the sword in his hand, and a ball of fire instantly pounced towards Zhao Waner. Why doesn't she hide? Everyone was shocked that Zhao Waner on the ring didn't even show any intention of dodging. Is it that she didn't react in time, or does she not want to hide at all? Below the ring, Qi Wuhui seemed to have seen the dawn of victory and was about to say something sarcastic to Yiqiu. Suddenly, the scene on the stage changed abruptly. When Lin Yi's ball of fire attacked, a burst of karma fire erupted from Zhao Waner's body. In an instant, she absorbed all the fire. From beginning to end, she didn't move at all. This. How is it possible? For a moment, the whole audience was silent, but the sharp-eyed Meng Tianjing noticed something wrong. Red Lotus Karma Fire. What? Even the people from Tiantong were surprised. As powerful men at the peak of their powers, how could they not have heard of this kind of fire? This is the most powerful fire in the world. How could this disciple from Zisha Peak have this kind of fire in his body? After taking a deep look at Yiqiu, Tiantongren couldn't help but sigh when he found that he was as calm as ever. No wonder he never had any worries. So that's why. Snap. Qi Wuhui said nothing, but slapped the handle of the chair under him hard, his face looking very ugly. It's actually a heavenly secret technique. Red Lotus Karma Fire. At this time, He Wushuang, who was standing quietly behind Tiantongren, also showed an envious look. He is the holy son of Tianqi and has a noble status, but so far, he has not practiced any heavenly secret techniques. He really couldn't believe that Yiqiu had already taught Zhao Waner the heavenly secret technique just 1 month after she started learning. What kind of treatment is this? Oh my god, no wonder she is so confident, it turns out she is very capable. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone looked at Yiqiu in surprise. Qi Wuhui looked at Yiqiu with an unpleasant expression and said, "Junior brother Yi, you are really willing to teach a new disciple a heavenly secret technique just like that?" Yiqiu shrugged and said, "I never hide anything from my disciples. I will teach them whatever they want to learn. In my eyes, my disciples' backgrounds are not important. As long as they become my disciples and are humble and eager to learn, I will be willing to teach them everything I know." When everyone heard this, they immediately showed envious eyes. This is great, you can learn whatever you want. Why does this heavenly secret technique feel like it's everywhere? Is it so worthless? What surprised Meng Tianjing and others was where Yiqiu got these secret techniques from. Could it be the inherited magic trick of Zisha Peak? Each mountain range has its own unique secret techniques, and the rest of the people don't know much about them, so they don't know how much inheritance Master Xiantian left for Yiqiu. Yiqiu's words had a great impact on everyone present. Some people even began to regret that if they had known that Zisha Peak was so good, they should have become Zisha Peak's disciple. Do you regret it now? You can only watch others learn whatever they want to learn, and you can only follow them and practice some common secret methods. Qi Wuhui gritted his teeth. Yi Qiu's words really won the hearts of the people. Who can refuse a master who never hides anything from his disciples? Even Lin Chinju, who was standing behind him, felt a sense of honor from the bottom of his heart. After seeing the character of these abbots, she was very happy that she had found a good master, a master who treated her as his own child. Even Xiao Yi felt that his status had risen. He is now standing in the team of Zisha Peak, looking at the envious eyes around him, and feeling extremely happy. Hee, Yishen is Yishen, this feeling is so great. Envious. Jealous. Look, this is what a master should say. He accepts an apprentice but hides it here and there, fearing that he will teach the apprentice and starve to death. Look at others, then look at yourselves, where is your face? Xiao Yi felt extremely happy, as if his soul was sublimated. Following such a master, under the influence of his charm, I have become more like a master. On the stage, Lin Yi looked very ugly when he saw his flame being completely swallowed up by the other party. Looking at the contemptuous eyes of the audience, I felt extremely ashamed. At the beginning, he was full of energy, but now as soon as the fight started, he was exhausted. How are you going to stay in the Butian sect in the future? Hateful. Lin Yi was enraged and drew his sword instantly. Since his flame was not as high grade as the other parties, he would use his strength to crush her and get back his advantage. The sword came with great ferocity and speed, and the battle could be over in a moment. Everyone began to worry about Zhao Wan'er, as her performance just now was amazing enough and she possessed the most powerful fire in the world. However, even so, she has only been practicing for a month, so how high can her cultivation level be raised? Be careful. Someone shouted, but she ignored it. Seeing that Lin Yi's sword was in front of her, Zhao Wan'er stood still as a mountain. She gently raised her right hand, and a heavenly aura emerged. In an instant, 2 fingers as white as jade accurately clamped Lin Yi's sword. This. The appearance of the sky. How is this possible? Qi Wuhui stood up instantly and turned to look at Yi Qiu, who looked calm. After only 1 month of initiation, he has already reached the heavenly appearance realm. What kind of talent is this? Even the Taoist from Tiantong nearby was shocked, but Meng Tianjing seemed calmer. He had vaguely guessed it from the beginning. After all, the shock that Lin Chinju had given him was still vivid in his mind. Zhao Weiner's Tianxiang realm cultivation was exposed, and the battle at this moment became meaningless. With just a light kick, she kicked Lin Yi out of the ring, and the fight ended easily. In the past month, she has had many sparring matches with Lin Chinju, so her combat experience is not lacking at all. After the fight, Zhao Wan'er smiled gently and looked at the referee Su Feng beside her. In the first match of the martial arts competition, Zhao Wan'er from Zisha Peak faced Lin Yi from Zhangjian Peak. Zhao Wan'er won. It's over. The scene was completely silent, and before anyone could react, the fight was over. Incredible, how did she manage to enter the heavenly phase realm in just 1 month? Could it be that Zisha Peak has countless natural treasures and they used precious medicine to attack her? Everyone looked at Yi Qiu curiously, but he didn't explain anything. After the results were announced, Zhao Wan'er walked down in an orderly manner and returned to Yi Qiu. Master, we have fulfilled our mission and captured it. Yi Qiu was so happy that he could hear all the discussions around him. It feels so good. But he still looked calm, as if nothing had happened. He deliberately put on a stern face and said to Zhao Wan'er, "Disciple, didn't your master tell you to show mercy and not embarrass your Uncle Qi? Killing people and destroying their hearts." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent, and everyone looked at Qi Wuhui's dark face with gnashed teeth. The lethality of this sentence is greater than a full-strength attack from a powerful leader. Zhao Wan'er heard the hidden meaning of Yi Qiu's words, pretended to be depressed, and apologized to Qi Wuhui. "Uncle Master, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through, Wan'er was wrong." As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Wuhui instantly went berserk, slammed the chair angrily, and stood up. He felt angry and looked at Yi Qiu and Zhao Wan'er coldly. These master and disciple, are they doing this on purpose? Brother, the child is ignorant, please forgive her this time. Yi Qiu persuaded, and Qi Wuhui's face became even darker. Snort. Qi Wuhui swung his sleeves angrily, said nothing, and sat back with a sullen face. At the beginning, he thought he had a sure win and was ready to humiliate Yi Qiu. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden reversal, and now I am being humiliated by both of them. At this moment, he even wanted to kill someone. Seeing this scene, the disciples from other sects present almost died of laughter. I didn't expect that Uncle Yi, who has always been low-key and steady, has such a dark side. Haha, Uncle Yi is too cruel. This sentence is very lethal. I've decided. From today on, I will be Master Ye's most loyal fan. I can imagine that Uncle Qi might even want to kill someone at this moment. But I don't know why, but I suddenly feel great. It might be because Qi Wuhui had been enforcing the law for many years and had offended too many people. Seeing him being humiliated, many people secretly laughed. As for the disciples of Zisha Peak, they had already lowered their heads, completely different from their previous arrogance, and were too ashamed to see anyone. Humph, don't be too proud too soon, this is just the beginning. Qi Wuhui spoke to Yi Qiu with a sullen face, and was about to say a few harsh words, but the other party simply ignored him. He suddenly became even angrier, and walked over to the Zisha Peak team and started giving them a lecture. Seeing Lin Yi walking over dejectedly, Master, I'm sorry, I embarrassed you. Humph, you useless people. I asked you to practice diligently every day, but you didn't do your job properly. Do you know how shameful it is now? You have completely disgraced the reputation of Zhang Jianfeng. Now, the whole mountain gate is laughing at us, and you still don't think you are embarrassed enough, right? Qi Wuhui scolded coldly, and the disciples beside him said nothing and dared not say a word. At this time, anyone who dares to go against him would be seeking death. At this time, a man in white clothes came out and said, Master, don't be angry, this is only the first round. In the next match, let's see how I can get my place back. The dignity of Zisha Peak cannot be trampled upon by anyone. Hearing this, Qi Wuhui finally felt a little relieved and said, Very good, Feichen, the next game is up to you. The master has always been optimistic about you, you must regain your position and don't let the master down. Li Feichen smiled confidently and said, Master, rest assured. I will definitely not let you down. He had extremely high self-confidence because he was the second disciple of Zisha Peak, second only to Qi Hao. His cultivation has reached the third level of Tianxiang. His next opponent is Lin Chinju. He just didn't believe that with his Tianxiang third-grade cultivation, he would not be able to win over a little girl who had just entered the sect 3 months ago. Seeing that these two disciples were so confident, Qi Wuhui felt much more comfortable. He took a deep breath and looked back at Yi Qiu. He secretly said, Laugh now. I will repay you for the humiliation you just received. Humph, you won by chance, but you really think that there is no one left in Zisha Peak, right? After calming himself down, Qi Wuhui returned to his seat under everyone's gaze. I could only hear Tiantong Road people and Yi Qiu chatting nearby. Haha, fellow Taoist, your disciple has really given me a surprise. At such a young age, he not only masters the most powerful fire in the world, the Red Lotus Karma fire, but his cultivation has even reached the astonishing heavenly appearance realm. I can't imagine what level of practice she will reach in the future. Taoist Tiantong sighed from the bottom of his heart. He thought his disciple was good enough. Now, after visiting the Butian sect, I found that there is never a shortage of geniuses in the world, and there are many people who are better than him. It's just that they don't like to show up in public and keep a low profile. I'm very curious, how did you manage to raise her cultivation to the heavenly appearance realm in just 1 month? As soon as Tiantongdao asked this question, everyone looked at him curiously. Yi Qiu smiled faintly and said, It's nothing, just a piece of precious bone from the 5th level of the divine treasure realm. What? The 5 realms relics treasure bone. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked, even Meng Tianjing was surprised. He originally thought that the reason why Yi Qiu was able to break through to become a leader was because he absorbed that piece of precious bone. Who would have thought that he didn't absorb it at all, but gave it to his disciples? Isn't that too generous? At that time, Yi Qiu defeated 2 powerful men with 1 sword in the wilderness and took away the precious bone. Everyone heard about it. Everyone knew that he had the precious bones of a 5th-level relic, but no one knew how he dealt with them. Generally speaking, in the eyes of other leaders, they would probably absorb it themselves. After all, this 5th-level precious bone is extraordinary. If they could absorb it, it would be enough for them to break through to the leader realm. But what they never expected was that Ichio not only did not absorb it, but gave it to his disciples instead. At this moment, even Qi Wuhui showed shock. I really don't understand how Ichio made up his mind to give such a good treasure to his disciple. Oh my god, where can I find such a good master? I want one too. It doesn't matter whether there is a legacy bone or not, I just want to worship a master who never hides anything from his disciples. Is it too late for me to visit Zisha Peak now? Waiting online, urgent. Everyone shed tears of envy. Now it seems that Zisha Peak is a popular place. Whoever can enter it can soar to the sky. With such a good master, are you still afraid of not being able to become an immortal? Even He Wushuang behind him felt a little jealous. After noticing this, Tiantong Taoist quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to come to pay homage to the mountain and lose his beloved disciple. Haha, the Taoist is really a remarkable person. He is so broad-minded. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a broad-minded person. I admire him so much. After a long silence, Meng Tianjing finally spoke. He said to Su Feng above him, "Let's continue the competition." Su Feng nodded and said loudly, "The second match of the martial arts competition is between Lin Chinju of Zisha Peak and Li Feichen of Cangjian Peak. Both parties are invited to enter." As Su Feng's voice came, Qi Wuhui's complexion gradually improved. He turned back to look at Li Feichen and said, "Go, end the battle as quickly as possible and get back the face you just lost." "Master, rest assured." Li Feichen smiled confidently, leaped up and came directly to the stage. That extraordinary figure attracted a lot of people's attention. After Li Feichen appeared, Qi Wuhui looked at Ichio meaningfully. He had already made plans on how to humiliate him in return. Ichio ignored his strange look, turned around and said to Lin Chinju, "Disciple, go ahead, have fun, and have fun." Lin Chinju nodded, with a cold temperament, holding the Zixia sword in her hand, and walked onto the stage step by step. He is not as flamboyant as Li Feichen, who likes to show off his skills. Arriving at the arena, Lin Chinju stood there without saying a word, and the bone-chilling coldness slowly dissipated. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Such a beautiful figure, better than a fairy, graceful and elegant, cold and beautiful. "Are you ready?" The two nodded, and Su Feng immediately said, "Well, let's get started." After announcing the start, Su Feng walked off the stage. Li Feichen bowed with both hands and said, "Cang Jianfeng, Li Feichen, junior sister, please give me your guidance." "Zisha Peak, Lin Chinju. Please give me your guidance." Lin Chinju only responded coldly without any action, which made Li Feichen very dissatisfied. But he didn't care, he just slowly drew out his sword and said, "This sword is called Mayfly, it is made of cold pond black iron, it is extremely sharp, junior sister, be careful." Lin Chinju frowned, thinking that the other party was talking too much nonsense, and said coldly, "Come on." Li Feichen, who wanted to show off, became angry and embarrassed when he saw that the other party was so disrespectful to him. Since junior sister is so anxious, senior brother will not be polite. In an instant, the aura of the third level of Tianxiang burst out instantly. Under the astonishing pressure, Li Feichen slowly drew out his sword. "Haha, junior brother Yi, I wonder if my disciple can catch your eye." Below the stage, Qi Wuhui smiled with relief and said to Ichio deliberately. Ichio just smiled faintly, "Well, not bad, Tianxiang rank 3, this disciple, I guess he is the favorite student of my senior brother, right?" Qi Wuhui did not hide his incompetence and laughed heartily, "Haha, of course." As soon as he finished speaking, the fight on the stage broke out. Li Feichen successfully gathered his energy and his swordsmanship was very sharp. He started with a move and attacked Lin Chinju's left side. Lin Chinju took his time and just turned sideways to avoid the attack without even drawing the Zixia sword. Li Feichen was furious after a sword was dodged so easily. He unleashed all his strength of the third level of Tianxiang, hoping to end the battle as quickly as possible. You are good. You have succeeded in irritating me. Be prepared to bear my wrath. With the sword across his chest, Li Feichen began to concentrate his sword power, and the strength in his body burst out without any concealment. In an instant, a powerful sword intent suddenly erupted, covering the sky and the earth. Hiss! I didn't expect that Li Feichen's swordsmanship attainments have reached such a high level. It seems that Zisha Peak will lose this time. Everyone was shocked and started talking about it. As the first person to succeed to the throne, you look at me and I look at you, and the pressure is doubled. I didn't expect that there are so many masters in Zisha Peak. It seems that it will not be easy for them to achieve good results this time. Looking at Li Feichen, who was wielding his sword with full force on the ring, Tiantong Taoist looked at Qi Wuhui, who was standing next to him with a smug look on his face. Fellow Taoist Qi, your disciple has great attainments in the way of the sword. He must have inherited your true teachings, right? Qi Wuhui laughed and said, that's right, this person is my second disciple. He is extremely talented, especially in the comprehension of swordsmanship. He has a very high understanding. At such a young age, he has reached the realm of the third rank of Tianxiang, although he is not as good as the beloved disciple of Tiandao Tongyo. But at this age, being able to reach this level can already be considered a rare genius. Hee hee. Taoist Tiantong just smiled. He could hear the pride in Qi Wuhui's tone. He glanced at Yiqiu not far away in surprise and found that his expression remained unchanged. He couldn't help but look towards the stage, curious about how Lin Chinju would deal with this sword. With the sword intent fully activated and the powerful force added to it, Li Feichen's face was ferocious, and he shouted angrily, gather qi and slash. Suddenly, the sword energy swept across and headed straight towards Lin Chinju. Lin Chinju remained unmoved, and raised his right hand slightly without even drawing out the Zisha sword. What is she going to do? Under this kind of sword energy, you don't even draw your sword. Isn't that too crazy? Everyone was talking about it, and saw Lin Chinju shook slightly, and an absolutely crushing force burst out instantly. This. Everyone was shocked to see that the Zisha sword in her hand, which was not unsheathed, suddenly emitted an astonishing sword intent, and in just a breath, the sword intent was dispelled. Everyone could vaguely feel that in terms of the terrifying power of swordsmanship, even 10 Li Feichens tied together could not compare to her. How is this possible? Qi Wuhui stood up immediately, his eyes full of disbelief. Li Feichen's full blow not only did not allow Lin Chinju to pull out the sword, he did not even dodge. With just a slight shock, Li Feichen's killer move was already broken. Seeing this scene, even He Wushuang, who was known as a swordsman genius, cast a surprised look. This girl seems to be more powerful than I imagined. This sword intent is bone-chilling, piercing the soul, and in just one breath, it disintegrates all the opponent's attacks. This is the first time I have seen such a style of play. If I were to crack it, would I be able to do it so lightly? This is an absolute crushing of swordsmanship, not too fancy, simple, and crude. On the stage, Lin Chinju's expressionless face finally showed a smile. That's enough fun. I guess you don't have any skills, so get off now. As soon as she finished speaking, she finally took action. You. Li Feichen was shocked. From the moment Lin Chinju made his move, he was surprised to find that he could not catch any glimpse of the other party at all. She came up to him in an instant and kicked him off the stage with an extremely humiliating kick. Li Feichen didn't even have the ability to resist. He is a third-grade Tianxiang. How could we lose so completely? Until he stepped down from the ring, he had no idea how he lost. After a moment, the only figure left on the ring was a handsome figure in fluttering white clothes, cold and elegant. Elder Su. After the battle, Lin Chinju looked at Su Feng on the side and said coldly. Su Feng shook his head, glanced at Li Feichen below the ring, and said, the second match of the martial arts competition, Lin Chinju from Zisha Peak versus Li Feichen from Zisha Peak, Lin Chinju wins. Puff. As Su Feng announced the result, Qi Wuhui became so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Master. The disciples behind him were shocked and rushed forward to support him. At this time, Qi Wuhui's face turned ashen and his veins were bulging. Zisha Peak lost 2 games in a row, and it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Li Feichen walked back to the team in frustration, with his head down, a little afraid to face Qi Wuhui. He spoke so confidently at the beginning that Qi Wuhui also became confident with him and had already made plans on how to humiliate Yi Qiu. As a result, after fighting for a long time, he didn't even have the chance to let his opponent draw his sword, but was kicked off the ring by the opponent. Not only was he embarrassed, but Qi Wuhui's old face was also embarrassed. It's a good thing that he just praised him in front of the Tiantong people. Suddenly I felt like I had eaten 10 pounds of shit and felt nauseous. Master, I'm sorry, I have embarrassed you. Li Feichen was trembling, not daring to look directly into Qi Wuhui's eyes, feeling extremely ashamed. Trash, a bunch of trash. Qi Wuhui yelled angrily and almost vomited blood again. Seeing that there were so many fellow disciples present, he could only resist the urge to teach them a lesson. When he got back to the mountain, he would see how he would punish these useless guys. At this time, Lin Chinju slowly walked down from the stage and returned to Yi Qiu to report. Master, you have fulfilled your mission and captured him. Yi Qiu watched the whole fight just now, especially when he saw Qi Wuhui's expression, which looked more uncomfortable than eating shit. He almost died of laughter. Cool. It feels so good. I think today was the most enjoyable day in the past 10 years. Yi Qiu never showed his emotions. Although he was happy in his heart, he looked calm and even a little bit guilty. Disciple, what did your master tell you? Give your uncle some face and don't be too harsh. Why didn't you listen to your master? That was your uncle's best disciple, a rare genius, and you kicked him off the stage with one kick. If it gets out and people know, oh, so the disciple of Hidden Sword Peak is just this. Just this. How will you let your uncle face people in the future? Yi Qiu deliberately scolded loudly. When these words came out, Qi Wuhui's old face turned red and veins popped up on his forehead. Puff. Unable to bear the humiliation, he spat out a mouthful of blood and this time fainted completely. Seeing this scene, all the disciples of Zisha Peak panicked. Even Meng Tianjing couldn't bear it anymore, and hurriedly walked to Qi Wuhui to check. I felt relieved when I found out that he was just angry and there was nothing wrong with his body. Master, what happened to our master? Is he okay? Everyone was anxious, like headless flies, and had no sense of proportion for a moment. Meng Tianjing stroked his beard and said, your master is fine, he just fainted due to the excessive blood flow to his heart. You take him back and he will be fine after a few days of recuperation. When everyone heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. How could they dare to stay here and bring shame upon themselves? They quickly carried Qi Wuhui and returned to the mountain in shame. Meng Tianjing shook his head, watched them leave, and then looked at Yi Qiu not far away. Alas, I hope that this time, junior brother Qi can learn his lesson and not go against him again. Yi Qiu's few casual words were too destructive. It would be fine if he was openly humiliating you, but the worst thing is that he seems to be doing it for your own good and to save your face, but in reality he is humiliating you. What surprised Meng Tianjing even more was what level of cultivation Lin Chinju had reached now. When Lu Qingfeng came back earlier, he said that Lin Chinju personally admitted that he was a Tianxiang rank 2. But now, it seems that it is not the case. This master and disciple pair are very low-key and like to keep things secret. Just like Yi Qiu back then, he hid for 10 years before gradually coming to the fore. Haha, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so relieved. Uncle Yi is too cruel. Look how angry Uncle Qi is. He almost fainted from anger. After Qi Wuhui was carried back, everyone present finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that the first day of this martial arts competition would be so exciting. I'm really looking forward to what will happen in the next competition. Maybe it was because Qi Wuhui had offended too many people over the years, and everyone began to gloat over his misfortune. Haha, I didn't expect that Senior has such a dark side. He really showed me his skills. He Wushuang said secretly, wanting to laugh in his heart, especially when he saw Qi Wuhui's expression that looked like he had eaten shit just now. If it weren't for his special identity and the fact that he was not a disciple of the Butian sect, he would probably have laughed out loud for fear of causing misunderstanding. After taking a deep look at Yi Qiu, he Wushuang praised him from the bottom of his heart. The senior has great magical powers, superb swordsmanship, and is a low-key person with a deep mind. When it comes to plotting against people, it's really hard to guard against them. In the Zisha Peak team, Yichio slowly stood up from his chair. Master, the competition at Zisha Peak has ended. If there is nothing else, I will take my disciple back first. Meng Tianjing waved his hands, his old face full of helplessness. Yichio finally said hello to Meng Tianjing and Taoist Tiantong, then left with his disciples. On the first day of the martial arts competition, there were only 2 competitions at Zisha Peak, and both have ended. As for tomorrow's game, the rankings haven't come out yet, and there's no point staying here to watch, so Yichio simply left. At this moment, he couldn't tell how happy he was. Qi Wuhui planned for 3 months to humiliate him, but he didn't expect to kneel down on the first day. Not only did he fail to humiliate Yichio, but he was so angry that he vomited blood. Master, will Uncle Master be mad to death? After leaving the martial arts arena, Zhao Wanner said with a bit of gloating and a naughty look in her eyes. No, your uncle is thick-skinned and resistant. Puff. Zhao Wanner covered her mouth and smiled unkindly. Haha, senior, you just didn't notice that the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak were all feeling as uncomfortable as if they had eaten 10 pounds of shit. At first they were quite arrogant, with an expression that said they were the best in the world. In the end, everyone was too embarrassed to face anyone. Xiao Yi said unkindly, he almost died of laughter just now. Yichio looked at him deeply, thinking to himself, this kid is good, he can handle. There was something going on at Zisha Peak, so he really went there. Lin Chinju looked at him with disdain and said coldly, vulgar. What does it mean to eat 10 pounds of shit? Who would eat that? Xiao Yi scratched his head, chuckled, and did not respond. Of course he knew that his choice of words just now was inappropriate, mainly because he was used to being a young master and he could talk about anything. Once this bad habit is established, it is impossible to change it, not even in this lifetime. Alright. We only had 2 martial arts competitions today, and we've finished them all. You are free to move around now. You can stay here and watch the masters from other mountains fight each other, or go back to Zisha Peak to rest. Let's all go. After leaving the training ground, Yichio waved his hand, indicating that they could move freely. After saying that, Yichio flew towards Zisha Peak. He had no interest in watching a martial arts competition. It was just kids fighting, what was there to watch? If you have that much time, you might as well go back and practice to consolidate your cultivation. The improvement was indeed a bit fast during this period, and Yichio needed to settle down. The last time he went down the mountain, Yichio discovered an emperor's tomb in a no man's land. The seal of this tomb has not been lifted until now. Yichio made a preliminary estimate that it would take several months at least to open the emperor's tomb. Just in time, take advantage of this period of time to settle down. After Yichio left, Lin Chinju, Zhao Wanner, and Xiao Yi did not intend to leave. As soon as he saw Yichio leaving, Xiao Yi finally couldn't help it anymore and let himself go. Sisters, I have something to do, so I have to leave first. You can take a walk by yourself. After saying that, he went straight to the Qianzi arena. When he came over just now, he paid special attention to the situation in the Qianzi arena. I found that there were many beautiful beauties over there, all female disciples of Tianshui Peak, each one more beautiful than the other. He had been looking at it for a long time, but he didn't dare to look at it due to Yichio's presence. Now that Yichio is gone, let me see who else dares to stop me from seeing beautiful women. This kid is so excited, he doesn't want to do anything bad, right? Lin Chinju said with deep suspicion. Zhao Wanner nodded, well, I think so too. Come and have a look. The two immediately reached a consensus and headed towards the Qianzi arena. This is the home court of Tianshui Peak. All disciples of Tianshui Peak surround the place 3 times inside and 3 times outside. And because of the female disciples of Tianshui Peak, there was a group of male disciples surrounding them on the outer level, looking like wolves and tigers. Qingqing, why are you here? Aren't you, Zisha Peak, competing in the Kunci arena? In the crowd, Lin Qingju's best friend Suya suddenly noticed that Lin Chinju was here. She thought he was here to play with her and came over happily. Seeing her best friend, Lin Chinju finally forced a smile on her cold face. Well, we're done competing. There was nothing else to do, so I came to see you. Suya didn't doubt it at all and said happily, "Let's go, I'll take you in." The two followed Suya all the way into the inner layer, which made Xiao Yi outside cry with envy. He squeezed outside for a long time but couldn't get past the group of men. He could only look at the beauty from a distance on the outside. In front, Mingyue, who was watching the battle, noticed the arrival of two people. He searched the crowd for something, and when he saw that the person he was expecting was not there, he looked a little disappointed. "Master Mingyue." The two bowed to Mingyue, who nodded and asked in confusion, "Where is your master?" "We only have 2 matches in Zisha Peak today, and master will go back after the matches." "Oh," Mingyue said with resentment, feeling a little lost. "If I remember correctly, your opponent today is a disciple from Hidden Sword Peak, right? How was it? Did you win?" At this time, Mingyue suddenly remembered that in order to plot against Yiqiu, Qi Wuhui sent 2 masters to snipe Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju. If these two lose, Yiqiu will definitely not have an easy time. Zhao Wan'er tilted her head slightly, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and smiled gently. "We won both games." Master Qi fainted from anger and was carried back by his disciples. "What?" When Mingyue heard this, she was immediately happy. "Is there such a thing? What a pity, I was not there, what a pity." Having been in the same school for so many years, Mingyue had never seen Qi Wuhui suffer such a big setback. He has always been very arrogant, but he didn't expect that he would be so angry that he fainted in front of Yiqiu today. After listening to Zhao Wan'er's explanation, Mingyue already had a picture in her mind. The man in white clothes and jade pendant, seemingly a modest gentleman, with a gentle face like jade, hides an extremely dark heart. A few words may seem to have no lethal power, but the attack on the soul is fatal. "That's bad, but I like it," Mingyue murmured to herself and unconsciously revealed a beautiful smile. Even Zhao Wan'er and Lin Chinju felt inferior to them and were stunned. "Senior sister, why do I feel like Master Mingyue is interested in our master?" Zhao Wan'er whispered secretly in Lin Chinju's ear. "No way." Lin Chinju didn't quite understand this, but she looked at Mingyue carefully and found that there was a smile in her eyes and her little mouth was slightly raised. "I don't know what happy thing I thought of, but my imagination was running wild again and I covered my mouth and laughed. It's like a young girl in love, having a tryst with her lover in her fantasy world." Lin Chinju was stunned for a moment, it seems a little bit. After an unknown amount of time, Mingyue finally recovered and said, "Well, you guys performed well today and lived up to your master's cultivation of you. If you lose today, your master might be the one to faint from anger. You may not know that your Uncle Qi has been waiting for this day for 10 years. I didn't expect that I wouldn't get this opportunity in the end, and I got really angry instead." The more he thought about Mingyue, the more he wanted to laugh. From the moment Yiqiu inherited Zisha Peak, Qi Wuhui was always thinking about how to humiliate Yiqiu. Now he is shooting himself in the foot. When the two heard this, they smiled slightly. They could understand Qi Wuhui's feelings. After all, they saw with their own eyes that Qi Wuhui fainted from anger. "Oh, right." Mingyue suddenly remembered something, looked at Zhao Wan'er curiously, and said, "It seems like you have only been here for a month. If I remember correctly, your opponent seemed to be a Xuanji 9th rank. How did you defeat him?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other disciples of Tianshui Peak looked over. Xuanji is of the 9th rank, which makes him considered a master in this martial arts competition. Except for a few outstanding geniuses who have reached the Tianxiang level, almost all of them are in the Xuanji level. Zhao Wan'er pulled at her red robe and said with a smile, "Master, please don't underestimate me. I am a first-class Tianxiang." "Oh, the first rank of Tianxiang." Mingyue was stunned for a moment, and her expression suddenly became surprised. "First-class heavenly appearance. This. He reached the first level of Tianxiang in just 1 month. Is this possible?" For a moment, the whole audience was shocked and everyone looked at him in surprise. She reached the first level of Tianxiang within 1 month of entering the sect. What kind of talent is that? Suya felt a little inferior and asked curiously, "How did you practice?" "I have been practicing for 3 months and I am only at the 3rd level of Xuanji." At the beginning, Mingyue said that she was a genius, and she was quite happy and confident. Now, compared with Zhao Waner, I suddenly feel unhappy. It would be fine if she couldn't compare to Lin Chinju, but how come every disciple of Zisha Peak is better than her now? Numb. Zhao Waner smiled but said nothing, while Lin Chinju explained for her, although my junior sister entered the sect relatively late, our master was worried that she would not be able to catch up with her peers, so he gave her a piece of 5 realms relic bone. Hiss. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. The precious bones of the 5 realms. That is a rare treasure, a treasure that even a strongman like Mingyue finds hard to resist. Yi Qiu actually gave it to his disciple like this. Hearing this, Mingyue's eyes were a little disappointed. She knew the origin of the precious bone that Lin Chinju mentioned. It was the precious bone of the giant infernal ape found in the wilderness. When the precious bone was obtained by Yi Qiu, Mingyue thought he would absorb it himself, but unexpectedly, he actually gave it to his disciple. This guy is so nice to his apprentice. Why isn't he that nice to me? Mingyue frowned and suddenly felt a little jealous, which was very strange. Maybe she didn't even realize it herself. At that time, she was just one step away from defeating the leader. If she had that precious bone, she wouldn't have to waste so much time. However, the precious bone was obtained by Yi Qiu, and it was his business how to deal with it. He did not dare to ask for anything, so he could only come back and practice hard for several months. Wow, your master is so good to you. Suya next to her said with envy, after Lin Chinju, there is now another person to envy. She has not forgotten how the young uncle treated her disciples when they were at Zisha Peak. Zhao Waner smiled slightly, and was very proud when she talked about her master. She said, of course, our master has been very kind to us and never hides anything from us. Suya had an envious expression on her face. Now thinking back, she realized how ridiculous her original thoughts were. She actually listened to the rumors from outside and thought that the abbot of Zisha Peak was really as terrible as the rumors said. He begged Mingyue for so long before she agreed to go to Zisha Peak with him, hoping to bring Lin Chinju back. Whenever Suya thought of this incident, she felt ashamed. It would be strange if they would follow you back after meeting such a good master. Aren't you simply harming others? And come back with you, only a fool would do that. Having such a good master is not only powerful, but also extremely kind to his disciples and never hides anything from them. Anyone who is not a fool knows what to do. What's more, Lin Chinju is the senior sister and the future heir over there. If I come back with her, I will just be an ordinary disciple. What future can I have? In the future, when the lineage changes, he will only be an elder in the end. Although she felt a little unfair, Suya still sincerely wished Lin Chinju well and said, Qingqing, I really envy you for having a master who loves you so much. When you become rich in the future, don't forget me. Lin Chinju smiled gently, patted her little head, and said, what nonsense are you talking about? We have been sisters since we were young. It will remain the same as it was before. I hope so. Suya's expression was gloomy, she also wanted to keep this pure feeling forever. However, as Lin Chinju becomes more and more powerful, the gap between them becomes larger and larger, and perhaps this kind of feeling will no longer exist. The path to becoming an immortal is a long one. No one knows what will happen in the future, nor does anyone know whether their future can reach her level. During this period of time, Suya has deeply realized that this is a world where the strong are respected. If she continues to stagnate, I am afraid that in the future, it will be difficult for her to even see Lin Chinju. Mingyue looked at her depressed disciple, shook her head and said nothing. She didn't know what she could do. The Tianshui Peak lineage had many disciples and limited resources. She couldn't make selfless contributions to her disciples like Yi Qiu did. Whenever she heard these things about Yi Qiu, she would question her own abilities. When she took over Tianshui Peak from her master, she thought she had done a good job. Now compared with Yi Qiu, it doesn't feel so good. Damn you, you came here with pure intentions to attack me, humph. Mingyue cursed inwardly, shook her head, looked at Lin Chinju and Zhao Waner, and said, with the help of the treasure bone, it is normal to have such progress. You must practice well in the future and don't let your master down. The two nodded. They knew better than anyone how Yi Qiu treated them. Lin Chinju said sincerely, Master, don't worry, we will definitely not let down our master for cultivating us. I don't ask for anything else, I just hope that I can help Master in the future, which will be my way of repaying Master. Mingyue nodded. This girl is good and knows how to be grateful, which is a good thing. What I am most afraid of are those who receive favors but are ungrateful and even want to stab their mentors in the back. From this perspective, Yichio's two disciples have good character. I feel relieved if you think so. Mingyue said this finally and turned around to continue watching her own competition. He did not join in the conversation of the younger generations, but watched the disciples fighting in silence. At this time, on Zisha Peak, Qi Wuhui finally woke up after returning to Zisha Peak, but his face did not look very good. Qi Wuhui sat up from the bed with a dark face. When he thought of what had just happened, he became furious. Hateful. Yichio, I can't stand with you. He angrily slammed the table next to him, and with a bang, another innocent table was smashed to pieces. Qi Wuhui didn't care at all. He lay on the bed for a while and finally caught his breath. Outside the door, a group of disciples listened to the noise coming from inside and became very nervous. They were already prepared to endure Qi Wuhui's wrath. Everyone, come in. With an angry shout, the disciples outside came crawling in, each of them looking very nervous. Humph, you are a bunch of trash. Today, you have brought shame upon Zisha Peak. With just this little ability, he still acts like he's the best in the world every day. He's so arrogant that he doesn't take anyone seriously. Now, our hidden sword peak has become the laughingstock of the entire sect. Are you happy? No one dared to respond. Qi Wuhui became furious when he saw how useless they were. We are both teaching disciples, but why are other people's disciples better than mine in terms of practice and character? Is it possible that Qi Wuhui is really worse than Yichio? Back then, when Qi Wuhui was still a disciple, among his fellow disciples, only Meng Tianjing could surpass him. Now, it is his turn to take charge of Zisha Peak, but his own disciples are not even as good as those from Zisha Peak, which is ranked last in the sect. Master, I'm sorry. It's our fault. We have embarrassed you. Please punish us. Li Feichen said dejectedly, feeling very scared in his heart. He had said before with great ambition that he would get back the advantage. In the end, not only did he fail to get it back, he also lost so badly. How could he still have that proud face he had before? Punishment. Can punishing you save the reputation of Zisha Peak? Qi Wuhui's face darkened, and the more he looked at this group of disciples, the angrier he became. In the crowd, Li Keisai remained silent, looking at his furious master and feeling more and more frustrated. Could it be that in his eyes, the safety of his disciples is less important than his so-called face? The gap is really too big in this comparison. He regretted why he wanted to join Zisha Peak. In such a mountain range where there was no humanity and only profit, he could not feel any care. Qi Wuhui's face was dark and he was about to say something else when Qi Hao walked in hurriedly from outside. He had just defeated his opponent with absolute crushing power, and before he had time to show off, he heard that Qi Wuhui had fainted from anger, so he hurried back. Now seeing Qi Wuhui sitting there safely, Qi Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, are you okay? Qi Wuhui's old face was full of wrinkles, and he said bitterly, Hao, your father has completely lost his face today. You didn't see the smug look on Ichio's face at that time. I have never suffered such humiliation in my life. From now on, I, Zhang Jianfeng, will never be able to hold my head up again in the sect. Qi Hao quickly comforted him, Dad, don't worry. We haven't lost yet. We just lost 2 games today. Just wait and see. The humiliation that Zisha Peak suffered today, I will repay them 100-fold one day. Hearing his son's comfort, Qi Wuhui finally felt a little relieved. Sure enough, at critical moments, you still have to look to your own children. There is no hope for this group of disciples. With your words, I feel relieved. Now, my Zisha Peak has suffered a series of defeats and lost face. Whether I can restore my dignity depends on you. Don't worry, father. I know what to do. Qi Hao said with a gloomy face that Qi Wuhui's humiliation was equivalent to his humiliation. How could he swallow this insult today? Zisha Peak, Yichio. Humph, just wait and see, our feud is not over yet. Qi Wuhui looked at his son with satisfaction, then looked at the disciples in front of him and said angrily, all of you, face the wall and reflect on the past. Think carefully about why you are inferior to others. Think clearly and then come out. No one dared to refute and could only bear it silently. After everyone left, Qi Wuhui said solemnly, However, although you have now reached the 8th level of Tianxiang, you can't take it lightly. Today I can feel that Yi Qiu's eldest disciple seems to have a high level of cultivation. Even when facing Fei Chen, who is at the 3rd level of Tianxiang, he did not use his full strength. I vaguely feel that her cultivation has probably reached the 6th level of heavenly phase, or even higher. Qi Wuhui saw everything that Lin Chinju did today. Although Lin Chinju did not reveal his cultivation level, the faint aura flowing from him gave him a sense of crisis. Qi Hao was also stunned when he heard this. He suddenly remembered that when he was angered by Xiaoyi before, he also vaguely felt the threat from Lin Chinju. Curiously, Dad, could it be that she, a disciple who has only been here for 3 months, has a higher level of cultivation than me? It's hard to say. Although Zisha Peak has few people, it has many treasures. Before Uncle Xiantian passed away, he also accumulated a lot of treasures. Maybe he passed them on to Yi Qiu. It seems that this kid really has nothing to hide from his disciples. He gave his second disciple a piece of precious bone from the 5th realm. This eldest disciple might also have a precious bone. The more Qi Wuhui talked about it, the more worried he became. If Qi Hao also failed, he might really lose all his face. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little regretful and wondered why he had made a bet with Yi Qiu in the first place. This guy is a complete bottomless pit, and it is impossible to figure out his true colors. It was ridiculous that he always thought that Yi Qiu was just a lucky loser who happened to inherit the Zisha Peak heritage. Now it seems that the clown is actually himself. Qi Hao suddenly felt the pressure doubled, but when he thought of the secret method that Qi Wuhui had taught him before, his self-confidence suddenly rose again. He sneered and said, Dad, you should relax. Even if she reaches the 9th level of Tianxiang, what does it matter? As long as there is no distance, I can get her. After the previous 2 experiences, Qi Wuhui no longer dared to show off or act recklessly before winning. After all, being slapped in the face really hurts. It's a good thing to have confidence, but we should be careful not to swell up our confidence, or become overly conceited and complacent. It will make me embarrassed as well. No, I have to stay calm this time. I must not show off before the outcome is decided. Otherwise, that kid would definitely not let me go and would humiliate me madly. Qi Wuhui thought secretly in his heart that although he had great confidence in his son, he still left some room for maneuver. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. What if I lose again? Well, it's good to have confidence. Qi Wuhui calmly stood up from the bed, adjusted his state, and prepared to go back to watch the competition. As the chief referee of this martial arts competition, he cannot be delayed by these trivial matters. All right. You just finished the first game. Go back and have a good rest. You can play the second game tomorrow. Don't worry, before the finals, I will definitely keep you in perfect condition and you won't get hurt at all. Qi Wuhui smiled sinisterly. This might be the only benefit of being a referee. In Zisha Cave at Zisha Peak, Yi Qiu slowly opened his eyes. Like the heaven and earth exhaling a breath, a hurricane surged out of the cave, like a sudden storm, and the entire Zisha Peak trembled with it. Call. After a long sigh, Yi Qiu smiled and felt much better. The peak of the leader. After settling down for a few days, his state of mind finally improved and reached the level of a perfect leader. Now, he only needs to take the reward for first place in martial arts, the enlightenment fruit, and then put on another set of skills to turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. He can then directly impact upon the supreme realm and become the second supreme power in the Butian sect after Xiantian Taoist. Yi Qiu slowly raised his hands and carefully felt the powerful force in his body, feeling very satisfied. The second Taoist flower has already shown signs of blooming. This is a good sign. There is still some skill left from the previous 100,000 years, but because the second Tao flower cannot bloom, the realm is stuck. Yi Qiu could only refine and simplify the remaining strength again, and then refine and simplify it again. When this power is completely compressed, it seems to be at the same level as that of an ordinary peak leader, but the power Yichio possesses is several times stronger than theirs. After finishing his practice, Yichio slowly walked out of Zisha Cave. Master. Senior. Early in the morning, Lin Chinju, Zhao Wan'er, and Xiao Yi were already waiting in the open space in front of the dojo. The fighting had been very intense these past few days, but unfortunately Yichio was in seclusion and didn't see it. Of course, he was not interested in anyone else's competition except that of his own disciples. Up to today, there have been many fierce elimination matches, and the top 8 players have been selected. What surprised everyone was that both disciples of Zisha Peak made it into the top 8. The remaining 7 sects also had 1 disciple each enter the top 8 teams. For example, Lu Rian from Tianshui Peak, Qi Hao from Zhangjian Peak, Yang Tianyi from Shijian Peak, Gu Baiyi from Shou Peak, Lu Yunzheng from Guiyan Peak, and Tan Yunqi from Qitian Peak. Those who have been able to stand out from the 7 sects and fight until now basically have no weak enemies and are almost all at the Tianxiang realm. In comparison, Zhao Wan'er's cultivation level seemed a little low, so Yichio's requirements for her were not high, as long as she could reach the quarterfinals. As for Lin Chinju, he will definitely take first place. Looking up at the sky, Yichio said slowly, "It's almost time, let's go." The 3 of them nodded, followed his footsteps, and flew towards the first peak. By the quarterfinals, only 4 of the original 8 arenas had been demolished, leaving only the 4 arenas in the middle of the martial arts arena. Wow, there are so many people. As soon as he arrived at the martial arts arena, Xiao Yi exclaimed. Zhao Wan'er rubbed her hands and said gently, "The arena has shrunk, and everyone has crowded in here. How can there not be more people?" "Senior sister, who is your opponent today?" Lin Qingju's mouth moved slightly, and she said in a calm tone, "Gue Yunfeng, Lu Yunzheng. I know this person. I watched him compete yesterday. His spear skills are very domineering, and his cultivation level is at least the 7th level of Tianxiang. From his battle experience, his favorite style is to crush the opponent with absolute strength. Sister Qingju, you have to be careful." Xiao Yi is indeed the little prince of gossip. In the past few days, he has almost found out all the information about the top contenders for the championship of this martial arts competition. Don't think that he is not doing his job. Besides looking at the beauties, he also does not forget to give advice to Lin Chinju and others and to find out the enemy's situation. When I think about the many great things I have accomplished, I can't help but feel proud. I am so good. Sister Wan'er, what about you? Xiao Yi smiled and turned to ask Zhao Wan'er. Zhao Wan'er frowned and said, "Senior sister Rian from Tianshui Peak." "Oh, then you are gone. Looking for a fight?" When Zhao Wan'er heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She raised her hand and slapped Xiao Yi with a knife. Xiao Yi quickly dodged to the other side of Yichio and said, "Senior, save me, your apprentice is going to kill someone." Yichio said calmly, "Okay, no matter who your opponent is, just do your best. Wan'er, don't feel any psychological burden. To those fellow disciples, you have only been a disciple for a month, so it is not shameful to lose." "Oh, Master, Wan'er knows." Zhao Wan'er felt a little aggrieved. Did Master also think that I couldn't beat Lu Rian? But think about it, Lu Rian is a master of the 7th level of Tianxiang, and she is only the 1st level. The gap in realm is too big, and even with the secret method of the heavenly level, it is difficult to make up for it. Lin Chinju comforted her, and she finally got over the grievance in her heart. When they arrived at the arena, Meng Tianzheng, Tian Tongren, and Qi Wuhui were already sitting in the front seats. Even the bright moon came. "Junior brother Yi, where have you been these days? You didn't even come to watch your own apprentice's competition." Seeing Yichio coming, Mingyue's eyes lit up, with some joy in her eyes, and asked in a low voice. Yichio smiled slightly and said, "I was in seclusion, so I was delayed for a few days." "Why? Senior sister, did you miss me?" "Fuck you, I don't think anyone would miss you." Mingyue rolled her eyes at him unceremoniously, but after she finished speaking, she couldn't help but secretly look at Yichio's reaction. When she saw this, her body suddenly trembled and her eyes became dull. This aura, could it be that junior brother has already reached the peak of the leader? Mingyue thought to herself, her eyes full of disbelief, although she could not see through Yi Qiu's cultivation level. However, from the faint aura of charm emanating from him, one could feel that his cultivation level seemed to be on par with Meng Tianzheng. It's only been a few days, why do I suddenly feel that I'm getting further and further away from him? Ming Yue's expression was gloomy, as if, just as they had guessed at the beginning, this youngest junior fellow apprentice would become someone they could only look up to in the future. Junior brother. I heard that you made senior brother Qi very angry a few days ago. Have you noticed that he seems to have become a different person now? He doesn't even take the initiative to provoke you. Ming Yue secretly glanced at Qi Wuhui not far away and said in a low voice. Yi Qiu also looked at him curiously, frowning. This old guy, is he thinking of something bad to trick me? It's hard to say. Ming Yue felt a little gloating. She put herself in the other person's shoes and thought about what would happen if she was the one who was angry at that time. Then she estimated that she would not be able to be as calm as Qi Wuhui and appear in front of so many fellow disciples. He had long since returned to Zisha Peak and hid there, not going out for hundreds of years. Anyway, just be careful and don't capsize in the ditch. Ming Yue smiled secretly. She was quite looking forward to it. Would Qi Wuhui dare to turn against Yi Qiu? If we find out after a falling out that we can't win, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Yi Qiu shook his head. He didn't care no matter what bad ideas the other party had. With his current strength, even 10 Qi Wuhui tied together would not be his match. There's nothing to worry about. Not to mention the extremely lethal sword technique like the grass sword technique, Yi Qiu even dares to talk about the Qiankuan Wuji hand. I want to fight 10.